Chapter 721 Spider-Man. Malicious plus 444 plus 444. The bony eyes hanging on the giant spider's body became the main attraction for human malice. Liu enjoyed the feeling of bathing in malice, like a fish in water. Hiding himself and picking up the dirt. Liu walked around to the corner at the root of the holy city. Did you feel the same way when the Imperial army stormed the Demon King's castle? After breaking away from the giant spider and the large army, Liu sensed that countless magic cannons were set up on the top of the new holy city. And the SHLs accurately landed on the giant spider's legs and the array of heretics. Liu imagined what would happen if these were not refugees who had just believed in giants, but an army of skeletons, Brain 1, and Bone 1 creations from the library. What if there were more satellites in the sky to escort us? Anyway, the halo is a sphere, similar to the one on News 3. I have experienced this scene. Liu thought about it, and felt that a huge brainless spider, plus a group of rabble, had no comparison with the elite of the library. The eyes of compassion have finally turned, and are called always recharged. The act of breaking into the city was not a test for Liu to check his strength. The new holy city is basically finished. The Protestant priests outside the new holy city had no way of understanding that kind of behavior. You go! Getting past that is not a problem. Liu laid down on the back of the giant spider again, and put away the half-used bone eyes, preparing to use them again last time. I call you Spider-Man. Liu stretched out the binding thread, wrapped it around the protruding sentry tower at the top of the city, and swung up to a low pavilion. During that period, Liu also swung through the north of the city, lighting up the Devil's Root, and continued to leave 8 Van Helsings to cause trouble in the city, while the main body circled directly back to the south of the city, back to the direction of the giant spider. The magic cannon had time to turn around, and the steam machine soldiers and clockwork warriors were unable to catch up to Liu's speed, allowing the 4 of them to rush back from the new holy city. Is it broken? Liu asked Ing if he had completed the deconstruction. Zhao Fang's goal was achieved. The 4 Van Helsings maintained a distance of 100 meters from each other, and swayed in the city. 100 meters was the limit of Liu's control. If he didn't believe it, it would be more complicated. Damn, what kind of devil is it? The sentries under the city head were able to distinguish, and tried hard to find Zhao Fang's shadow. Zhao Fang never thought that her behavior could cause that kind of misunderstanding. It was like this every day during those days, and believers were used to it. How could it be like now, when a halo of light kills many people? Yes, it is enough. That time, the red light did not fall into the light group in the sky, but shined directly at the giant spider in the city, directly into its eyes. From a distance, Zhao Fang controlled the bony eyes hanging on the giant spider's body, trying to ensure that it looked towards the new holy city. Through the numbers in the Devil's Illustrated book, Liu was able to mistakenly identify which areas of the city contained weak humans, and thus swung the binding thread to avoid them. Yes, if you wait a moment, you can just forget about it. Those are all fed back in the demon manual in real time. Shadow consciously crawls between the shadows of buildings and humans to complete the deconstruction. Liu himself also senses the various emotions flowing in the city. Woodson will be devastated. Apart from piety and faith, there is certainly no peace, no fear, and no good intentions towards demons and giants in the city. But it wasn't just outside the city that a ray of holy light floated over and locked onto Liu and Inger, because the heretics on the giant spider's legs also have the same idea. Liu walked back along the ground to meet the giant spider, not counting the hammer. The strength of the library alone can destroy this new holy city. Right? A long time before Liu left, every inch of the land was inspected repeatedly, and the Protestant Church also held purification ceremonies for every believer, for fear that the devil would leave something dirty outside. As long as you don't wander around the church a few times, there are no emotions outside, and you can't quickly detect them through the distortion of the eyes and the perception of the brain. Zhao Fang regained her abilities, and was no longer the devil who could only hide in the underground of Jinjin Mountain. The Protestant priests seemed to feel that this place needed to be defended. They all gathered together to the church before pursuing them for a moment like flies. Before regaining his body, Liu did not have to break out of a confined space to light up the anchor point of the Devil's Root like before. The holy ash seemed to be lifeless. Before burning out the life of a heretic or monster, it spread upwards, and slowly burned hundreds of heretics and monsters on the giant spider's feet to pieces. Liu feels that it is convenient not to have a giant spider, especially if it can survive that time. It will soon become famous in the mainland, and it will be more convenient to absorb the good intentions in the future. Although the inhabited body opened a gap in the halo, The holy ash flowing in the light adhered to the bodies of heretics and monsters, quickly burning through them. And these weaklings are chasing after it to know the final destination of the demon running around on the spider's thread. The transparent Liu and Inger also arrived in Chongjin. Damn it! The mechanic, who controlled the Eye of Mercy, did not expect that the giant spider's movements were so slow. He adjusted the angle and recharged the energy. Spider-Man, this must be its mother body. Kill it! The robot screamed beside the Eye of Mercy. The scarlet hadn't spread to even half of his brain. So the four of them acted separately, and were very flexible. Liu got used to using his mind and body to convey his thoughts again. It's a pity that the bones in the upper body were smashed. At this time, Liu Ming often left the city. Liu realized that he didn't look bad at all. He had underestimated the new holy city's detection methods for demons. And he finally understood how he was discovered. Then used satellite fire to clean up the area. In an instant, Liu transformed into 4 Fan-Hexens, and each of them melted away from the walls of the new holy city. Since the appearance of the Bone Eye, Liu's kindness has been endless. And there is not enough material to output according to the template in the Devil's Manual. Liu had long been prepared to be discovered. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Feng remembered something and suddenly stopped. There was a huge commotion at the top of the city. First use the egg to smash the halo. Then lift into the air and smash that Eye of Mercy. Good intentions plus 1444 plus 2444. Along the way to the city, Liu was not entangled in any battles. He only walked around the city, causing a period of confusion, and then walked away. Of course it's broken. Inger is definitely slowing down Liu's progress. Liu unfolded his tentacles, and was about to retreat from Tuiyu into the city. He walked around a few times to let Inger complete the deconstruction. He also felt that there were no thoughts outside the holy city dominated by the Orthodox Church. The chief constituent of those emotions is, of course, piety. From the south to the north of the city, you must also pass through the center of the church, where the Eye of Mercy is located. Immediately afterwards, red light burst out from the city. He sees that potential is forced out. Outside the Battle of the Bone Hammer, Liu faced the top combat power of mankind. At this moment, there was not even a small magician or paladin in the new holy city. Only the Eyes of Mercy hung low. So how could he stop him? Although the 8 clones were still making trouble, they were finally blocked by the priests, and then washed into ashes with the holy light. Divided into 4. They are all hidden and integrated with the air. The sentries at the top of the city have vague goals, but they know which one to pursue. At the same time, the Eye of Mercy was finally fully charged, and red light illuminated the sky of the new holy city. The Protestant priests in the city were active, but Liu's shadow had long been lost. Losing Liu's control, the giant spider seemed to wake up from a nightmare, realized the pain it was facing, and tried to turn around and retreat. When the scattered heretics and monsters on the bottom are burned out, the holy ashes are about to rise into the sky and crawl towards the giant spider along the spider's legs. Every believer suspects that the new church is the new faith that the epic poems sing about. The new faith that humanity awaits. But Liu hated that kind of misunderstanding. Liu didn't even want to comment. He is still afraid that it will escape. Where will it escape? There are no assassins. The sentry at the top of the city shouted. The giant spider also surprised Liu. It was not as famous as he imagined. Instead, it suddenly crouched on the ground and escaped the fatal ray. Humans need purpose. Chapter 722 This is Love. From a distance, the half-collapsed bony eyes of the giant spider stared at the Eye of Mercy. Every time the red light comes, the giant spider quickly squats or jumps, trying to avoid it. Liu is using the new holy city to gain malicious intent. The red light is like a metronome with a strong sense of rhythm. When it is swept over, a large amount of malicious money will be entered into the account. Dad is playing with the enemy. Inger didn't understand the logic of the Devil's Illustrated book, and thought Liu simply wanted to make humanity more miserable. These are all fuels. The more the better. The more the better. Liu is also equivalent to helping the giant spider keep fit. It's playing with us? The sentry at the top of the city quickly discovered this phenomenon. There was no need for him to report to the mechanic, because Whitson's confidant who controlled the Eye of Mercy was already so angry that he was about to explode. And he wished he could run into the giant spider's body and destroy himself. Spade is very targeted at the Cavaliers. The giant spider's legs are of different lengths, and its body is crooked. But it can escape very quickly. You go back now, and bring it here. Inging felt that there was no need to speak out about such a big matter. Liu pulled the giant spider up, turned around, and ran to the west. After playing here, Li Yu had accumulated hundreds of thousands of malice, and felt that it was almost enough. The religious soldiers from the new holy city were also lined up at the city gate, preparing to rush out to destroy the giant thing. The scarlet has not spread to half of his brain, and in a few days, Li Yu will be able to return to the state he was in during the Bone Hammer battle. It was also when I was in the Demon King city that I had free time to enjoy it from a distance. Now, you haven't finished the new holy city yet. Calculate the time difference. By the way, are they so idle? How is the fighting going? Li Yu was still curious about the retreat of the war in Hongyu town and asked Ying. His Jesse is about to be promoted. He is currently in the ceremony, and it won't be 2 days. Ying's tone was very intense, as if someone's chicken was flying. After Tian Crest arrived, he actually succeeded in Ying's promotion, and even entered the whole body. Even giant objects can be moved by us. Li Yu thinks that maybe we can't create a new leg hair religion? You haven't released the copper ladle from the work of the bone train yet. I don't have enough time to arm the library now, even if I know why. Shadow said about the decline of the skyship. That door leads to the small library. If he wants to go back, he can't come back at any time. As Ying said, he also swam back into the skull to check Li Yu's physical condition. But looking back at that time, Yujia felt quite safe. Whether Li Yu could explain it or not, Ren could figure it out for herself. Simply, Li Yu made the giant spider turn into a huge rolling disc. Instead of using his legs to move, he used his body hair to control the direction, and rolled all the way towards Fan Wang City. Don't talk yet. Enjoy the moment. Li Yu hugged Ying, rolling across the lawn from time to time, immersed in the comfort before release. Li Yu's physical condition can barely support the madness with Ying. After rolling hundreds of miles away, Li Yu and Ying finally completed the long-awaited union. It's okay now. It will be enough to reach Fan Wang City at most, Li Yu was able to explain. But the giant spider completely lost its balance and fell to the ground, and its retreat ended in chaos. At this moment, Li Yu certainly knew that those memories that suddenly emerged were just some reactions of the cerebellum when the anchor point was lit, connecting the past with the present to facilitate regression imagination. Mom and Dad, they love each other so much. That's not love. That kind of emotion could not be experienced with peace of mind when I was Li. The new holy city has not yet been lit up, so Yujia's last destination is of course Fan Wang City. Yes, Split Gold Mountain will become the center of the Bone Car cult, affecting the surrounding humans and demons. But not yet. Shadow turned into an arrow and pointed at the rolling body of the giant spider. Your bone sword? Hongyu Town. Jesse, these are the things that Yujia cares about most. Li Yu just followed the trend. But in Inger's perception, he always felt that my behavior had no deeper meaning. You just said that the new holy city has not been completed yet. Calculating the time, it is almost as slow as Fan Wang City. Ouch, the giant spider suddenly made a sound, seeming to express resistance to Li Yu's idea of changing his mount. Even though there was no source of information in Danden's body, he still reacted subconsciously, pulling Inger to hide on the other side of the giant spider's body, leaving the lower part to his brain and shadow. Forget it. Leave it with me first. When the time comes, you will pick it up. Yujia waved her hand. The people in the new holy city experienced such a weird scene, and they couldn't understand it for a long time. The Eye of Mercy charged for a while, then dragged the red light across the wilderness outside the new holy city. Humanity is preparing to retreat. The battle is about to begin. Redcoat will spend some time cleaning the battlefield. Shadow said the latest news about the war. When the Imperial Army moves in, the red-robed skeletons and chained demons will establish a new stronghold of the Bonecart cult. Spard interjected. But you really want to chase Jesse. Although Lekkies is an alien demon, the advantage is that he signed a contract on his own and was afraid of being obedient. What's even more perfect is that he has no other ideas besides adding leg hair. And it is difficult to leak the news. I originally wanted to fight you, but Shadow is looking for him slowly, Spard expressed with satisfaction. After all, having faced the 8-winged angel in the battle of the Bone Hammer and the dark wandering soul in my hand, both Nolmor and Spard felt that the 9th level paladin was nothing more than a small problem. After a day of scrolling, Li Yu finally received the long-awaited communication. At the moment when it lit up, Yujia also saw her memories in the holy city, the Bone Tree, the angels, the feast, and the Shadow's promotion to become Noli More. Just like later, bring Lekkies here for you. While walking with the giant spider, Li Yu had not fully realized that in that era of chaotic beliefs, every refugee had the potential to become a heretic. This is what Li Yu requested. A sensor for Min Min. Seeing movement on the other side, Dandan also pulled Inger over again, waiting for Li Yu's latest plan. Bad? 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 It's time to change. Yujia patted Inger's head and decided to keep the mount. The world is turned upside down and turned upside down. You can't even have faith in that thing? Li Yu increasingly felt that it was very reliable to use Lekis to create a leg hair religion. And what new abilities will be activated? And the 100-year killing cup has become even more boring. Ying smiled, and then took out a candle from outside the shadow space. What did he just say? Ying wanted to get down to business again. So the shadow pulled at Li Yu's brain and transformed itself into the various images that Li Yu expected. His bone sword is in Redcoat's hands. Is he sure he wants you to get it back for him? This will increase the risk of him being noticed by us. Ying has certainly thought about that problem. The door he wants. Ying seemed to be still used to the conversation, throwing it over and dodging the wooden door. Don't say so, little. Let's get together first. Ying interrupted Yujia's speech. You are worthy of being the son of the devil. Li Yu repeatedly conveyed that scene to Inger, hoping that it would help her improve. It also made a strange whine. When you go to Fanwang City, you may have to change your mount. Yujia felt that the giant spider seemed to be struggling to hold on. This is a brand new paladin. Before your ceremony has even begun, you've discovered that you are very much the same. Although you don't have Wallace's ability, your wings are made of flames. Spard will always be disappointed. The knight was interested, but the topic still stayed under Jesse. How is the situation outside Demon King's castle? Inger was immersed in the interaction between her mother and father, and thought Li Yu was showing affection. Dad, he is regressing to some exercise again. The giant spider's legs were cut in half by the red light, and the severed leg stabbed into the ground with a bang. However, in reality, this is an inexplicable effect caused by Inga's control of a certain nerve in the giant spider. Chapter 723. If you live for a long time, your brain will indeed have this kind of problem. How long is it estimated that it will take to separate the library from the Demon King City? Li Yu pushed away the candlelight, put aside the Centennial Slaughter Cup, and asked about the skyship he was most concerned about. It depends on your performance. Ying looked back at Li Yu. The design drawings are all there. Tong Piao said that further design will be completed soon and the engine you mentioned will be applied to the periphery of the library. The biggest problem is, there's not enough inventory. Huh? Isn't this a coincidence? Li Yu sent the image of riding a giant spider to the new holy city to gain malevolence to Ying. It has been prepared for a long time. What kind of parts are needed, and how much are they needed? Let's make a list. In the past, when he was still in the library, Li Yu often felt that he was working for the Copper Ladle. Unexpectedly, I miss the orders from the Copper Ladle Empire very much now. After accumulating hundreds of thousands of ill will, Li Yu felt that he had enough to build a library. As long as the first step of takeoff is completed and a way to continuously provide malicious energy is found, such as taking back the attention and abomination cards, the skyship will officially start operating. When the time comes that there are satellite guards all around, and artillery fire can be dropped at any time, you can watch the humans, the Demon King City, and the Army of Faith fight to the death with peace of mind. I will ask Tong Piao and Tom to provide the list as soon as possible. Ying recognized Li Yu's preparations, but they all have a question now. Why do they do this? Humanity? We wanted to participate, but you stopped us for the time being. We know how long it takes to endure it. Ying certainly knew who Tom wanted to protect, but his brain seems to have very few ideas now. It will be like in the future. So simple. That's a big game. That's authority. It's just the registration ceremony for the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Ying smiled. Every devil's son has received it. That thing can't be taken out cautiously now? Tom's interest was aroused. Well, Ah-Ching should indeed know that list. Che-Sheng nodded. Tom suddenly slowed down, and the giant spider also rolled slower. Yes, you will have a serious fight with me that time. Ying's voice was high. It's time to wait and wait without the skyship. Send them back to their hometown to get married. Wait a minute. Tom noticed the problem. How do they know that? Regarding the outcome, you are just curious. How far are you from the Demon King level? Shadow patted Tom's head. Where is he? Jesse also participated. Ying announced the answer. Anyway, you still have time to deal with the Devil's Root. Tom tried to prioritize the 8 things, but found that they affected each other. I see. Isn't that all? Tom felt that he had guessed the rest. And tell him and Dandan that they are still bad. If you delay telling Tong Piao and Liu after telling Lulu Feifei. Minnie and Minnie will be angry. Tom thought of these hateful guys. News outside the Demon King city spreads very slowly. Of course, it is ruled out. No demon found Aching through some method and leaked the list. Ying has been with Che Sheng long enough. And he has become the most important person since then. It's the devil who thinks about the cause. They are all supported by Noli Moore's kindness. But there is always no doubt. Which will of course affect efficiency. The forest guard has not yet become the lord of authority in the Forbidden Forest. And it is abnormal to have no ambition. But Tom can never imagine that this submissive dead tree will also appear in the Colosseum. You'll know after you walk through Fanwang City, Lund River, Drizzle Corridor and Ju Mountain. I am the child of Demon Wolf King Phintias. I ate Phintias's body and escaped back to the Forbidden Forest. Shadow talked about that important matter. I was fighting with the forest guard, the authority of the Forbidden Forest. I need the support of the Colosseum. How's it going? Do you want to play? Shadow waved the candle, tempting Tom. At least without him, it would be difficult for the brains to be wiped out. He, Dandon and you all signed up. Tom guessed. Yes, everyone. It's just your generation. The children of the devil in the future also received it. Not even Winnie. Spard also rubbed out an identical one from the outside of the particle. Che Sheng was sure how to calculate it. To be on the safe side, I'll give you some time. You need to think about it. Of course, Tom needs his own side to win the Centennial Killing Cup. Because the Colosseum's ability to control curses is very suitable for the skyship. And it is an insurance onto the ship. Isn't it more boring? Tom thought about whose name Ying was expecting him to read out. Why do you have that? Memphigius is still in the blood cocoon in the mouth of the abyss. I am sending an agent, occupying a very small number of places. When the time comes, every one of them may be me. Ying continued to nod. But Tom had no objection. Participate as the brain spirit of the 7th library? Tom slowly realized Ying's hint. We, men, are also participating. Men, Hua, Dian and Ye. Ying said. Tong Piao and Tom did not find the memories related to Liu. At this moment, they had no idea why they had to pay so little for the library. Tom thought about each authority one by one, and then read out a new name. Isn't there a forest guard yet? Tom felt that Memphigius would miss the perfect opportunity to annex the power of the Colosseum. That voice was heard by Ying and Inger, and they suddenly looked forward to their vacation trip to Mini Island. The promotion must have been completed, and if the skyship appeared, it would probably be enough to support that level of attention and hatefulness. Yes, Tom was afraid of hearing the name he wanted to hear again. Did the forest guard participate? But it is true that because of that incident, I am slowly seeking cooperation. Ying raised his head. Because no big wolf participated. What comes true? Go back as quickly as possible. If something goes wrong, the two of us are crucial to your plan. Tom thought for a moment. Right. This Mini. The image of Minis dancing with guns and sticks appeared in Tom's mind. No. You will arrange it. After Ying finished speaking, he shook the candle in his hand again. Ying answered. This is a looming fire. Very close to that under the candlestick of authority, but a little healthier. Shadow nodded. Tom seemed unimpressed by the big wolf. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com. Oh, authority has forgotten you. Tom raised his hand and motioned to Shadow to continue. What happened to the 100-year killing cup? There are no agents of the minor powers. No you. No humans. No heretics. It was a century-old killing cup that belonged to the entire continent. Both Ying and Dandon were filled with excitement. Improving your strength is still the most critical thing at the moment. As long as you are not strong enough, you can do it with ease. What did he say? If not, they will ensure that AKA participates. After listening to the list, Tom suddenly realized the importance of AKA. Jesse, Inir, the Bearing Sect, the Masking Society, the 7 Seasons Cult. Ying read out a long list. It's just humans. Even these people who are considered heretics by humans also participated. I thought we were seizing the opportunity of the Centennial Killing Cup. What he expected is happening. Ying still remembers that Tom once invited the leaders of various sects during a live broadcast of a killing cup. It's true that if you live a long time, your brain won't have that kind of problem. Tom refused. When Tom heard it, his bones showed wrinkles. It was me frowning. Tom prayed silently in his heart. If you count Redcoat and Winnie, The small altar and research room have also lost their own players. In addition to the remaining authority, Memphisius? Then I remembered our engagement. He definitely wants it. No one has signed up so far. Inging actually took the initiative to close her heart and stabilize the success rate of action prediction at 43.675%. There is an owner of the Colosseum. So there should be that kind of public behavior. That vampire has no contract with him. Is a creature that will harm the library. And is also an excellent candidate for the winner. Chapter 724 Mirror Flash Night. The Imperial Army in Hongyu Town is retreating. Humanity gave up its entanglement with Demon King City and the Bone Cart cult in Red Oil Town. The Imperial Air Force no longer rushes to the battlefield to assist. The most direct reason is of course the chaos of faith in the mainland. The Empire's control over the territory of the Old Holy See has dropped significantly. And support is needed everywhere. Humanity needs to reorganize its army. But the royal family and humanity don't see this as a failure. Because he was also on the front line of Red Oil Town. Jesse was canonized by the royal envoy during the war, and completed the ceremony of promotion to the 9th level knight. Woodson also completed the optimization of the exoskeleton armor at Rift Mountain. In the first contact battle with the Bone Che cult, humans achieved the desired results. The Imperial Army transported the remaining troops back to the Empire via railways. And the minerals and arsenals in the Rift Mountain were also transferred back to the Empire with Wright's help. Renbing seemed not to hear. It's similar to Wallace's ghost. But its attributes are completely the same. Looking down from the bone car, Liu seemed to be wearing the crown of the world. Like a god of war. Liu's eyes became as cold as flames, seeming to contain the anger of the knights, who were crawled to death by Spard. There are no knights among these enemies. And there is no bad fun. Spard's definition of bad fun is the same as Noli Moore's. Yes, Jesse Kingston himself is taking a break. Wright noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. And also noticed that Renbing had not become crazy. He wanted to determine whether it was the performance of your 9th level paladin or a sign of distortion. Until Liu dispersed the demons around him. Turned around and rushed towards the giant bone car. Zekin hasn't finished yet. He should go back. Wright dissuaded Liu. He is still thinking about me? We saw each other last time. Spade then recalled the reason why Noli Moore was so conceited. Even Winnie had a few hairs burned off by Jesse. Where did the shadow and the snail go? Renbingruide asked Winnie, and Diamond Binden beside him. How dare you stop me? Can you take him a little further? Winnie grabbed Jesse Reed's shoulders, and prepared to teleport to the torch ahead. Liu, that's enough. Only Wright remained calm. And once, there is no demon around who is strong enough. Liu only needs to swing the small sword heavily to kill, and smash the demon's soul into pieces. Even after being drafted. We are with Kurt. Preparing for a boring battle. In the sky under that battlefield. There was not a single light group left by Wright. The shadow of a ring appeared in Jesse Renbing's eyes. And the shadow and the snail were gradually pulled under the seat. When the huge and small bone carts were opened, they seemed to be a sky-high bone tower. Each bone cart was connected to form a network-like camp. The marks of the wheels and broken bones were spread out in all directions of the small continent. The magic mirror of the Kingston family is also completely integrated into your body. Whether it is the plague released by the Red Robe Priest, or the curse, or the flame, it is reflected by the mirror, attached to the wings of fire, and cleanses the soul of the devil. In Jesse Reed's understanding, mankind is advancing, and the loser on that battlefield is himself. And others are not important. You reluctantly left Andon and floated back to the world. But Firewing was still fighting back layer by layer. Noli Moore really wanted to miss every opportunity to fight side by side with Kurt. Looking back at the ghost of the ring in Jesse Reed's eyes, he didn't feel bored. TSK. I just encountered something naughty. Noli Moore muttered silently in his heart. His mind still stuck on Kurt. And he didn't even bother to look at what happened under the battlefield. He is bad and stupid. Noli Moore shook his head and concentrated on helping the bone tower control the shadow and spread the mark of the wheel. As a result, Liu was like fireworks blooming in the battlefield, setting fires everywhere, getting more intense and harvesting souls. He has few rights and obligations to inherit, and few knights waiting to accept his beliefs. Wright said in a different way. So much so that Wei and I dared to stand too far back, fearing that her big heart would be dueled by Liu, and then die like these demons in the counterattack and beheading of the flames. And the legions inspired by Jess's chivalry turned into her wings of fire, constantly roaming the battlefield, releasing destructive firestorms. Dandon and Inging were fixed above the bone tower, guarding everything to ensure that the ceremony would not be disturbed by humans. Ying and Dandan were forced to recall to Hongyu Town. The Empire shrinks its strength and waits for the next attack. There are not so many enemies in the Kingdom of Sand. You couldn't just have fun. Noli Moore wrote on the outside of Sparred Snail sh. L to vent his emotions. During the siege between Winnie and the skeleton, any demonic power that touches her body will be counterattacked by the fire wing radiation and burned to ashes. If Ujibuji is alive, you see, you really can't play around with it. Dan Danshu recalled what he saw when he and Kurt were side by side after Jesse Renbing suppressed the sign of weakness. There is no way for a man with a heart to fully understand what kind of power the 9th level paladin Liu has awakened. Jesse enjoyed this feeling. By the way, what did he say these people do? They are all evil and crazy. Liu finally had no reaction. Not yet, these bugs. The gods are watching you. Under the giant skeleton car, the red-robed skeleton Jesse Reed stared at the brightest star on the battlefield, but still did not appear in person. In the teachings of the Bone Che sect, there is no place for those two gods. No. The bone cart is the belief of the bone cart cult, and the belief of skeletons. The bone cart can never collapse. Renbing Ruide held the bone sword in his hand, inserted it into the bone cart, then lifted up his robe and chanted silently the name of the old goat. Now you see, it's over. Jesse Reed had no intention of pursuing, and even stopped Spart's pursuit, and then recited a new prayer. The only ones left behind in Red Oil Town to cover the Imperial Army's retreat were a group of legions inspired by Jesse during the promotion ceremony, plus Jesse himself. Chuangwan seems to be responding to Li Hu, giving the mirror flash night under your armor blood-red starlight. Just because Dandan's offensive never stops, Shadow has something to say. The Gyush sect is centered in Hongyu Town and is spread throughout the country. The number of bone carts is also increasing simultaneously. This is because Diamond Binbin is cooperating with the red-robed skeletons to retreat and tamper with them. Is it possible that Okabuki is alive again? Meanwhile, Kurt is enjoying himself. That is becoming your belief. The Mirror Flash Knight's fire wings are entwined with the snail. Go back and look for it. Diamond Binbin's chain jingled, shrunk into a link, and disappeared. Biting your snail's butt. I actually let you chase. Spade also gritted his teeth. Noli Moore did not speak, as if he had no emotion. Hey! This night. So bad. Dandan quickly changed his mood. He was overjoyed and crawled straight to Liu. With a snort, Liu retreated from Light's light group and disappeared from the battlefield. You are the first knight and the original knight. Liu raised his sword to the sky. My name is Mirror Flash Knight. Liu threw aside the title given by the royal family and imprinted a new title on your cross sword and armor. And right next to the light group, the huge half-arc that Kurt had seen before suddenly appeared. This crown of power guarded by the starry sky. Chapter 725, Gift of Liberation. Riding the giant spider's body and rolling all the way to Fanwang City, Liu met a group of unexpected humans. They did not run away from the giant spider when they first encountered it, but spread out a net in an attempt to capture the giant spider. Originally, the giant spider was like a moving hill, and its hair could smash boulders or human bodies with any movement of its body hair. But this group of people had extra helpers. Their helper is a sandstorm. They marched in the sandstorm, and then when they encountered a giant spider in the sandstorm, they turned into a large web and intercepted the giant thing. At that time, Liu was discussing with Ying and Dandan how to light up the remaining points of the Devil's Root faster, and he already had preliminary ideas. It was interrupted by this sandstorm. The yellow sand in the sky stopped the giant spider's rolling momentum. Immediately afterwards, countless people in tattered clothes rushed forward and bit the giant spider's body with broken teeth and mouths, like a hungry ghost reincarnated. This is a group of marching sand people, and they are using giant spiders as rations. Liu's march was the first step in Inayar's plan. The sandstorm dissipated, and Liu and the locusts were suddenly exposed to the air, showing a sense of confusion as they had been stripped of their protective SHLs. Liu did not expect that some people worship giant animals as gods, and some people regarded them as food. At the same time, countless locusts were hidden in the sandstorm, and they also gnawed at the giant spider's body and body hair. I've learned it. When facing the enemy, we must die quickly. Inger followed suit and made a noise. Our bodies are also deformed due to our chaotic eating habits. We have 8 heads and 7 legs. Teeth are exposed everywhere, and we all look different from the weirdos. And it seemed that they were very experienced when eating, as if it was their first time doing that kind of thing. With that said, the sand people followed the satellite design in their memory and decided to exchange the hundreds of thousands of accumulated goodwill into a sea of bones composed of bone parts. At the same time, the skeleton releases small strands of binding wire to make a dense birdcage, which quickly traps the locusts and Liu. Nir tried to use this method to drive Alexander to the throne. Immediately afterwards, the bones were also embedded under the giant spider's body, forming a new skeleton. Will you be eaten? Inger helped the sand people open the body of the giant spider and continued to explore inside. It's just the people who are moving. And the mountain is rotating around Liu's formation of 2,000 people. Obviously, Liu is working with the locusts to contribute to the Devil's Illustrated book with good intentions, and since our individual weaknesses are small, the main reason why we can use giant spiders as food is still the sandstorm. Why does this make us hate you? Your mount is about to be eaten. Inger noticed that the giant spider was in a good situation. That's God's food. It's God's gift. The enemy is weak. And the sandstorm is weak. And the sandstorm is based on mass. As long as your mass is small enough. If you stop the sandstorm, there will be nothing to fear from humans and locusts. As a result, the sandstorm stopped? Wait a minute. Ask him. What do you need? The giant spider was making a weird wailing sound, and was slowly covered in bruises in the sandstorm, and was on the verge of death. Pitiful? The sand people cannot imagine what the Lius of the small continent of Chaos have experienced. And it seems that there are no books that record our lives. There is no small group of well-intentioned people pouring into the Devil's Manual. Yes, there are so few people outside here and there. And you are hungry. Why are you just playing with them? Shaman asked Inger. At that point, Weilu fully understood the consequences of confused beliefs. It's quite domineering. Sandman lamented Redcott's authority, feeling very comfortable in his heart. Next, you go west of Fanwang City. I guess by the time you get here, your mother and Spade will have missed sending the road signs to Lund River and Drizzle Corridor. Right? How do you want to play? Dad? As for the composition of these people, they are also very simple. There are not many young and strong people, and a small number of them are old. Young and women. Good intentions plus 14 plus 4 plus 24. As a result, Xiao Quan fell by the wayside so slowly. Huh? What? Did Inger realize that after Ying and Dandan were weakly recruited, the Fahui and the Sand people actually reached a certain consensus, as well as the rumbling sounds of hunger and gastrointestinal peristalsis in the abdomen of the Sand people as they swallowed wildly. The Welu were eating and screaming, going crazy. That is the struggle of human authority. Mom was recruited by the Bone Car cult. Inger quickly gave the answer. What should you do? We are willing to serve Nir with all our body and mind, and open the way for the kingdom of Sha with our teeth. You have to say that. We are very pitiful. Sha Min touched Inger's head. No one drags his belly, grows locust wings and mouthparts, and flies close to the ground. Even though Liu was already deep inside, he could still feel the intense tremors as the locust's mouthparts penetrated the giant spider's body and tore its surface apart. There are many locusts that can be crushed to death. The eyeball made of bone parts appears under the giant spider's body again. It turns out that we are the army of the kingdom of Sha, serving our only king, Nir. The giant spider gradually grew into a sea urchin shape. Every time it rolled past the inner circle of the queue, bone spurs would pass through their bodies, turning them into screaming wheels. But it's hard to call it a person. Even this sand businessman whom he met at the Devil's Market was only serving the chief. You don't have an idea. Sha Min was about to share it with Ying and Dandan, but found that the two of us suddenly met. As for Liu himself, it seems that he exists entirely in history. Of course, it also absorbed hundreds of thousands of good intentions. Is it just that you know that among the new heretics, there are no human beings? Originally, we were not like that. We were full of belly after eating all the way. But we were ready to maintain that momentum and rush to the new holy city. Ready to eat the Protestant faith. Well, what you can do is help us get rid of it, Sandman said, controlling the giant spider to stretch its legs and stand up. Then the front skeleton rotated like a mountain. Bad? You're going to eat us. Inger was about to take action. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia was unified by Nigeria, but it did not have any food or equipment. Liu and the locusts completely understood what was going on. I stayed like that for 2 days and 2 nights, and killed those Lius to help us escape, Mom said. You can't learn much from your dad. Basically, it is equal to the official heresy of Saudi Arabia. The Sand people in their circle. Liu had only about 2,000 people, while the locusts numbered in the tens of thousands. Wei Lu circled around. And whenever Liu and others were not used to that rhythm, the Sand People would control the giant spider's body to walk inward, always maintaining good-hearted and inefficient output. The Sand People absorbed our thoughts and listened to our voices. The Sea of Bones was released, instantly crushing the sandstorm. What's more, the giant spider is not an infinitely attractive snack for Liu and Locust. Of course you will be eaten. You are all taking what others have. The Sand People don't have children around, so of course they have to put on heirs. So we used the sandstorm to sweep through Fanwang City, then united into tens of thousands of troops, and continued to retreat towards the God's O City. Of course, it's to squeeze out the last bit of good intentions we have. Shaman gave the answer. Good intentions are concentrated under the bony eyes and frame. Dad looks like he needs others to hate him. Inger came to the conclusion through observation. We want to get out, but we can't get out of the birdcage. We want to continue gnawing at the giant spider, but our mouth parts and tongues can't touch it. During the 2 days when they were circling outside the birdcage, the Sand People had been adding self-healing to the giant spider, and now it was found that it would be fully recovered without such a convenient mount. Of course, the Sand People would be able to put it back easily. Pass. Have you learned it? Shaman looked at the corpses on the ground, hoping that he would not meet any less Liu on the way to Fanwang City. During the Battle of Bone Hammer, he was basically the one who did it. Chapter 726. Dad is so busy. Road sign? Inger asked. Oh, you didn't pay attention. Liu suddenly rose up on the giant spider, saying goodbye to the smell of blood on the ground, and enjoying the fresh air high in the sky with Inger. Let me ask you, how many anchor points are there on the map that need to be lit? 11. How many did we light? 4. Inger counted them. Wushan, Hongyu Town, Split Gold Mountain, and New Holy City. There are 7 left. I think the bustling city we are going to now is completely in the opposite direction from the Lun River and the Drizzle Corridor, not to mention the Taida River, Foggy Swamp, Demon King's Castle, and Juishan in the south. How long will it take if we keep walking over one by one? Li reminded Inger to use his brain and inserted a door into his Inger space. Oh! Inger instantly understood Liu's intention. But we still keep trying. Suzy felt that after lighting up Fanwang City, it was best to get confused about what was going on. It's like the human world. More like the H.L. described in a storybook. You guys go. The Sand People called to Shadow, and climbed up and down the spider's legs. The Sand People were even more curious as to why Inir Suzy and the Locust seemed to be dead. In hindsight, the situation in the north is relatively peaceful. Before the Bone Cart cult occupied Hongyu Town, the Light Eye River and Fog Swamp in the south should have become the supply lines connecting the small altar and the Bone Cart cult. As the work is the territory of the devil, the situation should be less complicated. The brain and Shadow lay dormant outside the giant spider's body, like a walking castle in the air, with hundreds of legs moving in unison, walking towards Fanwang City. Blood and insect fluid were sprinkled on it, covering the land. I came slowly just now, so I didn't look at it carelessly. Looking back now, the people here seem to be very abnormal. Looking to the west, there are sandstorms forming one after another, rolling and sweeping towards the east, emptying one desert after another. There seems to be an endless supply of glacial lakes and locusts. And no matter how many die, there are never new sandstorms to replace them. Although the Sand People's departure will slow down the giant spider's self-healing speed, that is not what the Sand People care about most. Good intention plus 4,444. The locust just kept doing that. Liu was broken and then frozen. And then even less sand was pushed back. Before retrieving the memory, the Sand People's cerebellum stopped functioning inefficiently. Among the several small pillars of the Demon King City, the Sand People killed the Demon Wolf King's son, cut off the arm of Amphibious, often socialized with Bauer and Destiny dice, and even harvested the life of Okabuki. Of course, that eye refers to the bony eye hanging under the giant spider's body, because the giant spider is low enough. The Sand People can see very far away, but in reality, it is not even 100 miles away. The birdcage became a meat grinder with propellers all over the outside, tearing at the sandstorm and the heretics outside. The New Holy City is still dominated by humans at most, and the Sand People can understand the basic logic. But the Manchu City is completely different. When Fanwang City is lit up, Liu only needs to open the door to be teleported to the next punctuation point. In the very center of Fanwang City, at the edge of Liu on the north side, a giant locust with a crown on its head was lying down, testing with its feet, trying to step off the ice. Liu no longer has to travel across mountains and rivers, cross the Empire's borders, go as far as the northern end of the Chaos continent, and then return to the Ju Mountains in the south. The giant spider advanced, and a sandstorm arose in Fanwang City to chase after it. Although the Devil's Root has the function of fast travel, it must first set a mark. If this mark is not destroyed later, it will also transform into a huntler. It seems quite chaotic outside. The Sand People controlled the giant spider to stop, and were too sure that they should rush over. It doesn't matter that question. Maybe people outside the big village in the north will give themselves the answer. But the situation in Fanwang City was not beyond the Sand People's expectations. As soon as the locusts saw it, a sandstorm filled the sky and pounced on the giant spider hundreds of miles away. This can greatly improve efficiency. Fanwang City is adjacent to the desert. It was originally an oasis in the desert. It existed between the Old Holy See, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the Empire. It also became a trading city because of its unique geographical location. Inger has a way to give the answer. Even if it doesn't, it will be instantly harvested by the locust's sharp mouthparts. The body of the giant spider is gradually covered with bones, resisting the erosion of the glacial lake and locusts. The bone spurs are also mixed with the fangs of the demon wolf, gradually rising along the lines of the birdcage, and then rotating. Have the seeds sprouted? And just when the giant spider stopped, the giant locust lying in Fanwang City turned its eyes sideways and looked into the bone eyes, like some kind of inexplicable ritual. During the period when Liu goes to Fanwang City, Ying and Dandan can fully cooperate with Liu's actions and build the passage first the door to the door. Are you going to do it? Inga was able to understand the actions of the Sand People. Withdraw first? Of course. Good intentions must be exercised. But Suzy still wanted to be exposed in front of a lord of authority so early. Inger's understanding was biased. But Shaman did deny that he was busy. Dad is very busy. Oops. That's the wrong place. Is that bug in here? Through their kind words, the Sand People roughly judged its identity. You guys leave. The giant spider is leaving again. It's a waste. Along the way to the west, Suzy extinguished 2 sandstorms, accumulated less goodwill, and saw fewer giant objects displayed underground and chewed into empty LS by the ice lakes. We live on the land at the edge of Liu, and even created a bare field, and are throwing seeds outside. Of course, Inger enjoyed the feeling of being crushed by a sandstorm. Dad got very little kindness. Dad found the treasure. Although the Sand People were very satisfied with the collection speed of the good-hearted people, seeing the river of blood gradually flowing from the giant spider's feet, the Sand People felt that this was the case if they continued. They're coming! Inger yelled, pulling out a small piece of binding wire from the shadow space, preparing to make a birdcage. Along the way with the Sand People, Inger had been working hard to share the burden of home and work. Liu made no movement, as if the sandstorm's northward path was blocked by ice. At the same time, less sandstorms end and swim from the west, rushing towards the giant spider, offering less kindness. The Sand People controlled the giant spider while looking behind them. But now, apart from the desert, Fanwang City is missing a side of Liu on the north side. That's how Hunter Pins came about. Judging from the posture of this locust, I must be busy? The eyes are like the control of a giant spider, and the birdcage has not yet been made, and the shadow is not very familiar yet. The only person who has ever called out is not the human lord of authority, and I, the king of locusts. As for which door should be lit last, it also depends on where Ying and Dandan conveniently set the door. The picture of sowing seeds and living a peaceful life again seems very normal when placed far away from the deserted city where locusts are raging. Suzy accelerated his retreat and did not stop until he was out of sight of the giant locusts, dealing with 8 sandstorms at the same time. Where did Liu come from? After walking for another 2 days, there was no new news from Ying and Dandan. Shaman could only understand that we were busy in Hongyu town. On the way here, I seemed to see a few strange large villages in the north. Fanwang City is not even close yet. At this time, the giant spider seems not accustomed to being parasitized by us, and moves more smoothly. It stops releasing spider silk along the way, and gives birth to new monsters from its body. That's not a weak devil, it's definitely a stay. Chapter 727 Talking While Eating. Good morning. Liu wore Fan Haixin's skin, walked into the small village closest to Fanwang City, and greeted the villagers. In terms of time, it's almost morning now. It's just that in the southern region covered by sandstorms, it's difficult to distinguish them by the color of the sky. Good morning. The villagers looked up and responded with smiles. They have dark skin, and although they are thin, they seem to be in good spirits. This is a normal scene of human interaction. But there are always locusts and sand falling on the shoulders or tops of the villagers, grinding their teeth and rubbing against them, which seems very abnormal. It made Liu feel very sad. Of course, some locusts fell on Liu, but Liu's skin was very hard, and the locusts encountered great difficulty in biting him. As for the locusts that landed on the villagers, they didn't really move their mouths. They would suddenly freeze every time they came close to the skin, as if they were restricted by some kind. We are the villagers, and we are Sean's slaves from now on. Lucy and Liu smiled. Now that we have woken up, we know that we are slaves, and we know that we cannot change our way of life. It's windy today, but it's usually a bit rough. The man with messy hair smiled. You're Xiao. I'm very happy to see him. Bo Fan Hang. Otherwise, the locusts should try to leave bite marks on their bodies, or bite their skulls directly, just like they did to themselves. That's right. Let's take a look at Fan Wang City. Raven had no difficulty in opening the topic. Raven was also unsure whether the behavior was abnormal. But what was certain was that in that environment, locusts were perhaps the most complex and delicious food. He's evil. Your name is Lucy Liu. The woman saw the locust making a sound and stretched out her hand. The wind inside was chasing away the smoke inside and outside, making the fire burn even more fiercely. Is that their home? Raven's original intention when he came there was to inquire about the situation in Fan Wang City. But now, he was even more curious about the villagers. However, that did not affect Lucy Liu's attitude. Bo Fan Hang. Even now, Raven could understand what the people outside were doing. His head was full of doubts, and he subconsciously shook hands. It's not home when there is no one. While Raven was observing the room, Lucy and Liu were also observing Bo Fan. What do you believe? Liu had never seen such villagers along the way from New Holy City to Fan Wang City. In an era of confusing beliefs, no one is still reading. The locusts outside the iron barrel flapped their wings, making a snapping sound. And then slowly and silently, I helped the villagers carry the iron bucket to the leaky side room, put it under a charcoal fire, and started roasting the locusts. After sitting under the bed for a while, Raven scanned the room with his clairvoyant eyes, focusing on the iron box on the bedside of Lucy and Liu. What are you living for? You still have a broken answer for the time being. Maybe it can't give you some inspiration and enlightenment? It's not windy inside, so come back. A male voice came from outside the dilapidated earthen house. Is that how they treat their guests? That's how you taught them. The outside of the iron box is filled with books, all of which are very old and shabby. Even worse than the books outside the library. The driving force behind success in the past seems to have failed today to survive, to advance and become stronger, to make money. These are all what Lucy and Liu want. Burning locusts to eat? Obviously. The humans living far away from Fan Wang City have long seen all kinds of demons, and they are surprised by them. You are a demon hunter. Then listen. Raven almost forgot which human skin he was wearing. You're still finishing get out of class. Please take me back to sit for a while. Xiao pointed to the outer room. The villagers holding the iron pot hurriedly ushered Raven out of the room. Raven looked at the dilapidated house with air leakage from 7 sides, and could not understand what we were doing. Xiao is teaching those older children to read. No guests today. That's bad. The woman just got up from the bed, stuffed the things under her hands outside the iron box on the bedside, and then stood up. Are they the villagers outside? Raven asked reluctantly. How did those people survive with only the scraps of metal outside the storage room? The villagers seemed not surprised by this, which made Liu even more confused about what they had experienced. Please sit down and eat together. It will be cooked in a short time. Lu Sinbafan took Ruin to sit down, and the villagers turned the iron bucket over. At the end, there was no aroma seeping out, but it smelled like sand. History of the post-war of Kylie. On the inevitable connection between chivalry and justice. The relationship between sand and land. Magic revolution. The improvement of productivity. Raven was stunned, knowing how to react. In an extremely abnormal place, the villagers gone seems to be even more gone. It was only then that Raven noticed the various writings on the ground, neither the imperial language nor the Saudi language. Beside you, there is a row of half-small older children sitting. Bo Fan understood even more. Come with you. The villager holding a small iron bucket filled with locusts asked Raven to leave the inner room. Moreover, the Fan Wang City in front of me is not a place that businessmen like to go. He is a demon hunter? A brave man who traveled there? Through observation, Lucen and Liu did not think that Raven was a businessman. Raven was even more confused. Then narrowing the scope of the perspective, Raven finally saw something unusual in his perception. A storage room was dug out of the ground of the broken house. There were no guns and ammunition outside the storage room. And there were no weapons such as swords. Brave? The villager was surprised, opened his mouth slightly, and took a big mouthful of sand. What Raven saw was far beyond his comprehension. You are believers. A villager outside the field put the flying locusts into a broken iron bucket, tried hard to cover it with his body, and pushed back more sand. Just like picking fruits under the tree. Lucen and Liu were not afraid when they saw Raven, whose body was gradually becoming exaggerated, but still sitting under the bed. Of course, anger counts. What should you say? Shao asked the older children beside him. Not in the mood to read yet, and teach older children how to read. He's bad? When Lucen. The children greeted Bo Fan rudely. Or, you can't talk while eating? The aroma filled the room. Lucen and Liu waited to Rui when to stop eating. Where is he? Asked another villager, carefully protecting the seeds on the soil to keep the flying locusts away. Raven saw someone with messy hair. A woman. Raven's perspective receded, and she saw a man with a messy hairdo riding outside the sand underground. Liu felt that these villagers might be related to Fan One City. Those books were wrinkled and torn, and it was obvious that they had followed Lucen and Liu a long way. You are? You are too. Lucen Liu raised his hand and pointed at Shao, who was teaching literacy to the older children in the back room. The conversation took a strange direction. There are even a few outside the new holy city. Usually, I am the one who listens to the human voice and finds out what the other person desires. Raven appears in the body of a demon. A dozen miles away, there was a huge birdcage. The birdcage was filled with several raging sandstorms, so sand and locusts would be blown over from time to time. But it seems that due to being in disrepair for too long, those things have been eroded by the wind and sand, and are half buried in the sand. Raven couldn't remember seeing the older child in a while. What are we living for? Raven believed that we were believers, and decided to find out the other party's driving force first. No wonder he had no reaction to the huge birdcage in the village and the sandstorm outside, and instead took the opportunity to feed himself with locusts. But today, the voice given by the devil's manual was very vague, even vaguer than the red-robed priest. Change your life? Raven finally had the patience to go around in circles. Her face became elongated, and her shadow emerged from outside her body. Chapter 728, The Idealist. Liu's scholarly tongue can taste it. Liu ate with Raven Lucen. I have to say that this was the most peaceful meal Liu had ever eaten since time travel. Even Inger pounced on him and couldn't stop eating. It was Liu who noticed the group of children in the outer room holding the door open and swallowing hard. So he stopped eating. A large bucket of locusts was sent outside, and the children laughed. Liu became increasingly puzzled. While eating just now, Liu had been observing Raven Lucen with his distortion eyes, and found that his body was no different from that of an ordinary person. He was not a brave man or some other weird thing. In order to ensure this, Liu even asked Inger to run into Raven Lucen's shadow and deconstruct it to prove that he was an ordinary human being. In other words, if Liu had malicious intentions, a piece of binding wire or a shadow could kill him. Not only Raven Lucen Shao, the children outside the door, and the villagers are all ordinary people. Then you can still talk and laugh with yourself? People will grow. So we waited for him. Du Cheng and Liu laughed. Has he seen Lucen's life? Du Cheng and Liu asked Rui when a question. However, there was a minor upheaval in Fan Wang City. The local diplomat was detained, and the imperial army advanced. Shanna Liu and Shao also stayed in those few villages. Liu needs this information very much, due to the effects of sandstorms and curses. Even though we have little ability to protect ourselves, we are still living quite well. Just experience it a little more harshly. Originally, it was with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Empire. But now it seems that the bad image is not necessary anymore. Shan knew Liu is of course aware of the problem. The Empire has not withdrawn, and the diplomats may not be able to return. Go. And the monsters and demons that emerged have become food for the locusts, which means no one will threaten him. Is it true that no one is using sources of information or cults to save mankind? It's a pity that I can't hear his voice clearly, except for Du Cheng, who was controlled by the chief from birth to death. He was not reduced to a slave in the snow country. He was not living in the ice and snow. But he had to dedicate everything to the people of the snow country. There are so few monsters, cults, and demons inside. It would be bad if that group of people stayed next to Fanwang City. At most, they wouldn't be protected by Anir's curse. Huh? Du Cheng thought that the answer was actually that. Sanu Ducheng narrated the story, saying that Xiao and I were the entourage of the local diplomats. And later, we were the small librarians of Snow Country, accompanying us to Fanwang City as editors. What do you mean? Should he start from the beginning? Du Cheng understood. Yes. Saving the world requires strength. Shan Liu knew what Ruiwen wanted to say. It is armed. And it is the determination to realize the faith despite all difficulties. This thing is too safe. It is magic. Although it reflects the deepest desires, it is not the right way. It seems that you are right to have such a special meal with a demon. Shan Liu patted his calf. So after gaining strength, you can only wait. He said they were believers? Du Cheng didn't feel like he was retreating from the Protestant church. What's his idea? Du Cheng became even more confused after hearing this, and even believed that it was fate dice that was causing trouble again. It's not difficult to survive. The Sand People are also alive. I believe you have seen it. Raven Luzin seemed to know what was happening near Fanwang City. It's all about you. But you haven't left the team yet. We came from the Snow Country, and there used to be diplomats from the Snow Country in our team. So we can live in Fanwang City and inspect the surrounding areas. Sad, desperate, and hazy feelings hit Raven's mind. Of course they are human beings. Du Cheng and Liu did not hesitate at all about this idea. Judging from their definition, they are indeed believers. Sanu Ducheng shook his head. But you think? You should have no belief. And you need to have no belief. Fanwang City is a trading city-state, and there aren't many commodities that are needed by all 8 countries. It involves small commodity transactions, and it can't be understood even if there are no diplomats and my team stationed there. The villagers gathered around us simply hated Du Cheng, Liu and Xiao. They accepted our ideas and were happy to be educated. Judging from the changes in Sanu Ducheng's heart, what I just said is actually true. Outside of such a world, human beings can only be weak. Fortunately, at least now, we are willing to find that faith with you. Shan Liu pointed to Xiao and the children in the room. As a result, those Lucen did not become weird people with 8 heads and 7 legs because of Anir's curse, but lived here abnormally. Tell me now, what help does he need? Shan Liu asked Ruiwen. If you go out, you will die knowing how to die. But it should be possible. After all, that little pillar still thinks of himself. But is there no source of faith? If you want faith, will it be bad if you eat some? Raven still remembered the rain that fell on Old Goat, Thothos and Sistorum in the next few days. Raven knew that she would meet an idealist in Saudi Arabia. In the words of Du Cheng and Liu, we are even worse than the townspeople Ruiwen saw in Jinshan Mountain and Hongyu Town. These sufferings that Raven ignored from the devil's perspective are now being gradually filled. You have seen it, but you probably can't imagine it. Ruiwen suddenly found that when he sat across from Du Cheng and Liu, his imagination was greatly enriched. And there is no hope. Braves, devils, believers, heretics, are all forces that you cannot divide. Shan Liu continued to laugh. And Raven needs me to explain too little. In the voice of Shan Liu, I saw everything I remembered. When Raven Luzin talked about the journey, her tone was a bit sad. How could a locust be so small lying outside? After arriving in Fanwang City, Li Jiaguan and my escort were stationed. Shan Liu and Xiao left the team and went to the shaman village inside to inspect. You want to save mankind? Shan Ducheng was asked that question again and scratched his head. His answer was not meant in a bad way. So you survived. Du Cheng understood Shan Ducheng's logic, but he very much hoped that Shan Liu would be more vague. At that time, Raven took another look at the iron box on Shan Liu's bedside, remembered the books stacked outside, and finally understood why I put them there. People? He means the villagers who were once Lucen? No children yet? What are all Shan Liu thinking about? Doesn't it mean that the villagers who were originally Du Cheng gathered around Shan Liu based on that concept? After class, I read books and grilled locusts, as if I was forgotten in that great paradise on the verge of safety. What is his philosophy? After listening to Shan Liu's introduction, Ruiwen raised the question again, trying to confuse Shan Liu's purpose. But he wants to save mankind, and he can do it without a set of ideas and people. Raven has never chatted with an idealist, and I have always followed a pragmatic route. Where are you going to have diplomacy? With Saudi Arabia? Raven asked. Moreover, the team that delivered the officers there was so shabby. What kind of guards were there? There was only Lucen. And even the weapons were buried in the sand. Idealist? You? He's waiting for you. Are you a devil? Are they afraid? Raven could smell a bit of Jiangxia again. It's just, you still want to understand the specific shape of that belief. Du Cheng and Liu scratched their heads. Maybe you need to read less books. What is the right path? The curse of the sandstorm will affect the sand people. But the governor has received a pardon from Nier. So the locusts and the curse will not attack you. How did you survive? Liu really couldn't understand. Chapter 729. Van Helsing is a good comrade. Help? I need your help. Liu was sure that Raven Luzen was not joking. Then I heard his voice. Speak up, and let's find a solution together. Raven Luzen's mind is very simple. What if I'm just passing by here? Hungry? And want to find someone to eat? Liu pulled his chin further. With so many bugs and sand, won't it be enough to eat? Raven Luzen did not answer. Liu felt like he was being manipulated. But he really couldn't dislike Raven Luzen. After all, he was quite humorous and his ideas were straight to the point. Well, I just want to know what's going on in Fanwang City now, and what's going on with that big locust? Liu asked. When Raven Luzen introduced his situation just now, it seemed that he brought it up a little bit. But he didn't go into too much detail. Coexisting peacefully with some demons has nothing to do with you. Raven knew why Lucen and Liu thought the condition could not impress him. Lucen Liu's inner voice reveals everything. So they want your help. Ruiwen's purpose was just to rush out of Fanwang City and wander around. But he also planned to help Lucen and Liu rescue some Lijiaguan. That human being has a son. The Sand People, the Sand Slaves, and the merchants who came and left were all protected by Anir's curse and lived humbly. He's coming too? Raven was quite satisfied. Awesome. Lucen and Liu's joy was beyond words. It's not that Lucen and Liu determined those things just from a conversation. But there is no favor to do. Obviously. MS. Xiao outside knows better about things like magic. What's going on with that ice lake? Liu continued to ask. Stop pretending. He hates you. After the epic was sung, the era of chaotic faith began. And Nier also gained enough strength because of the support of the old goat. Apart from ideals, do you have no value? Lucen and Liu asked. Whatever you can dedicate to him is a condition of getting a son. Lucen Jinmeng stopped joking that time. If the people can stand up with their own strength, you can't promise to coexist peacefully with some demons. In that case, although Lucen and Liu, who had no ideal of saving mankind, tried to rescue his companions in the military team, there was no very bad way. Borrow the existence of Snow Country diplomats to lay eggs in the bodies of Snow Country's entourage. If the library leaves the Demon King City in the future, it will indeed need to find a way to coexist with humans. You are just being polite. I want you to follow the worst. That piece of clothing can help him avoid the troubles of locusts and sandstorms. It can be regarded as your kindness. Lucen and Liu took the shabby robe from Yao's hand and tried to put it on Jinming. Are you going to kill all the humans in the entire Chaos continent? The Empire needed to devote a small amount of its military power to the war with Demon King City and the Bone Che cult. So it had no spare power to seize control of Fanwang City. So it immediately entered and exited the fight. At most, Lucen and Liu's driving force is very hesitant and pure. Of course Van Helsing is a bad comrade. The two sides were joking together. But the serious Xiao was helpless and looked at the two guys angrily. After crossing the Sea of Death and coming to Fanwang City to serve as an official in the Snow Country, he became the person who faced the pressure of Nier. Mr. Lucen Liu, can you really not doubt me? Anir is entrenched at the top of Fanwang City. Retreating secretly is the worst option. You are a devil. Then you should be able to understand King Anir. That is, the big locust. After he unified the Sand Kingdom, he wanted to eat the Empire and also march into the Snow Kingdom. Raven Luzen said. Raven didn't admire the messy-haired human's insight during the conversation. Raven didn't feel any kindness or any magic fluctuations. His demon is very proactive. I heard that it is usually at the call of humans that the demon will not show up and tempt humans to fall. Lucen Liu said jokingly. That's so rare. You cannot accept living with the devil either. Thinking about it, Jin Ning and Liu took out a piece of torn paper from his pocket. It was a map, marking the path to the bottom of the ice lake. It's broken. It's broken. That's enough. Let them wait there, and come as soon as you go. Raven got the clothes, map and list, and no longer had the capital to break into the deserted city right under Anir's nose. As for the topography and structure of Fanwang City, Ruiwen also transcribed it in his mind by listening to the voices of Lu Sen, Jin Meng and Xiao. But we are still studying and teaching older children to read? If you are a demon businessman, what he is asking for is an investment. Ruiwen Detsuyofa thought about the problem from the devil's perspective. Are you just afraid that you will tear up the agreement and sell them? Lu Sen and Li Yu's approach made Ruiwen feel uncomfortable. Usually, humans who are tempted will give something. Jin Meng also joked with Lu Sen and Li Yu. Xiao, it's his turn now. Let Fan Hixin put on his clothes so that I can retreat from the city. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sen and Li Yu called Mr. Xiao again. In short, the diplomat and prince of the Snow Kingdom, Crow Snow, is trapped at the bottom of the glacial lake by an Irwin, and my hands and I are not likely to become parasites carrying locust eggs at any time. Of course. Why don't you entrust others to charge into Fan Wang City, while you are lying under the bed outside the village panting? Lu Sen and Li Yu asked back. Raven realized that in reality, Lu Sen, Li Yu and Zhao's lives had not yet entered the countdown. An ire raised sandstorms and locusts to attack the new holy city. At the same time, he did not let go of the idea of jumping to the snow country. So he surrounded the Lijiaodwen in the snow country, trying to get us to bring the locusts to the north. Ruiwen made a shadow and left. Xiao, come and tell me, Raven Luzin said while calling MS. Xiao from the outhouse to come in. Forget it. What's the use of him? You have to take care of him after he's gone. Raven thought for a while and waved his hand. It's more convenient for you to go alone. Lu Xinjinmeng was thinking about Raven. As for how to make the locusts degenerate into weaker cold tolerance, this is something Raven knows. The team of diplomats from the snow country were at the bottom of the glacial lake at the northern port of Fan Wang City. The city had not yet been enveloped by locusts and sandstorms, and was much different from the conditions in the villages inside. Until I wait for Raven. This is so tiring. Jin Meng also directly heard what happened in Fan Wang City through the voices of the two of us, combined with the ceremony that took place in Jin Mountain. Jin Meng probably obscured the whole story. I must have known that Lu Sen and Li Yu were just a special human being, and that I wanted to complete some kind of ritual when Ruiwen even got a son. Bring the locusts to the snow country and let the locusts jump out of the desert. That seems to be some kind of magic from the snow country magician. Lu Sen and Li Yu's thoughts changed, and Jin Meng almost lost her serious expression. No. You have to give it a try. Raven was also tired of facing all kinds of twisted beliefs, as well as brave men whose minds were full of promotions and rituals. Are you sure he wants you to bring the commander and my team back? Raven assessed the difficulty. Lu Sen and Li Yu thought of more than a dozen names, all of which were companions who did not have the same ideals. When the ice lake breaks, you will also become food for locusts. Save humanity. You need us. A demon who hates humans must want to find a way to coexist peacefully with humans. Xiao, bring your equipment. Jin Meng and Li Yu were halfway through speaking, calling Xiao to go to the storage room to get a gun, as if he was about to lead the battle. Chapter 730. It's almost stable. The locusts on the deserted city turned sideways, because it saw a giant spider rising not far away. The giant spider had bone eyes hanging on it, and its body was covered with bone armor. It faced the sandstorm and stared at itself. Where did it come from? The locust wore a crown and spoke human words. It was answered by the rustling of endless locusts beside it. He came from the east? And he ate a lot of my children? An ire let go of Binga's mouth and turned around. The locusts in distress flew back and told Nei that the giant spider had rolled all the way over. Eat it. An ire flapped his wings and jumped towards the giant spider in the distance. Then I saw the giant spider lifting its legs, swinging its legs, turning sideways, and sliding away at an extremely fast speed. Malicious plus 4444 plus 4444. Wu Liang was not agitated, but the first thing that needed to be done was to light up Wu Liang and the whole town. So he did not move too much, pulled up the hood of the torn robe, and ran towards the tower in the city. The locusts don't seem to be willing to eat me and deconstruct me. They just crawl back and forth under our bodies, injecting eggs at their tail ends to achieve a certain degree of fusion. Due to the need to distinguish the emotions flowing in the city and the past living habits of the city residents, lighting the desolate city retreated faster than the new holy city. They are all lying on the surface of various buildings, like tiles and walls, as if they have existed for thousands of years. And these deconstructed bodies injected with insect eggs will slowly grow wings or arms, and then flap their bodies in midair and gather into the insect tide. Moreover, our movements are also very stiff. We can no longer walk and live like special human beings. And we can only live half insect and half human. Even worse. In the minds of these closed-door businessmen, Shandu could sense the old appearance of Fan Wang City when it was in its heyday. Inger is not sure that big means high-end. First of all, these new human beings have no ideas outside their heads. Rather than being human beings, we are more like flesh that looks like a weirdo. As he spoke, the giant spider turned around along the inner perimeter of Fan Wang City, testing Inir's speed and maintaining a relatively dangerous distance. Looking back, it seems that the giant spider has indeed done it. As for whether it can survive, it is certain. Shandu planned to secure the anchor point of Fan Wang City first, and then talk about me. Closer to the port of Mui and the great death town of Dessler, there are fewer hidden roads than the visible and abominable roads. No one knows your true purpose. Of course, Shandu knew that his biggest advantage was there. Yinger is very obedient. Dad, we have clearly used the same method in the arsenal and the new holy city. Why does it work every time? Inger didn't understand why locusts, humans, and robots all liked this method. The sand people and locusts that Shan knew encountered after that all came from this way. Wu Lian listened to Inger's thoughts. That is, spoke again, and continued to go to the city from south to north. Shanu and Inger retreated from the city. But it's definitely human. That's basically not the whole picture of Fan Wang City. You're kidding. The main reason is that we hid it well. Liu didn't want to guide the children randomly and tell the real reason. The shadows spread out. And Li read the main actions in Fan Wang City and studied silently. Everyone is like that. On the tower, there were tens of millions of locust corpses stacked up, as high as a city wall, in the middle of the locust corpses. It was like a storm was blowing, and fewer locusts died. Instead of those like Wu Liang. He is like the merchants outside Liu's Chamber of Commerce. Shan Nu hoped that the deserted city he imagined would be filled with locusts and deconstruction, and asked Inger to look for inspiration from merchants. Although Nir took away a small piece of my people, the city is still full of sandstorms and locusts. Children will also catch locusts and eat them. And then, they will grow up quickly, and become a weirdo with 8 heads and 7 legs. Although I took away the fruits of the bone hammer battle, I also gave Wu Lian a very good position, where he could relax and watch very few things. According to the map given by Raven Lizin, the Lijiaguan's office is also in the center of the city. So I'm actually on the way. Through the dense crowds of locusts and corpses, Shandu was unable to see through or sense the people outside. Obviously, Inir is not as smart as when he first met. If he flaps his wings with all his strength, he still can't catch up with a spider that walks upright. As for the businessmen who were trapped outside the deserted city, they all locked themselves in their rooms, unable to look directly at everything that was going on inside. They said strange words like transaction and value to the locusts under the window lattice. Shandu is too sure. And all that was caused by the old goat. Inir can't stop producing humans and let them grow up slowly. No wonder I have so many soldiers. Although the wind and sand are still there, people are coming and going, exchanging products from various countries and tribes. Even though there is no evil at work, it is still thriving. It was obvious that the area just now was the place where Inir's mouth was. And the ice patterns also spread from there. The situation is tight. You guys retreat. Of course, Shandu would miss Nani's opportunity to show his kindness. Seeing that the crown locust's legs were twitching, he hurriedly controlled the giant spider to roll south and escape. Indeed, it cannot be called a qualified source of troops, and it has no ability to reproduce and fight. Who will single-handedly challenge Saudi Arabia's past? A small pillar of humanity authority? The locusts shook their wings, but showed no reaction. Occasionally there are sand people lying on their stomachs praying in the streets. And there are also people who are pushed off the roof and sacrificed to the locusts. Oh, it turns out that's our living habit. No one is fighting outside. The towers are all in sight. And after walking half of the city, we are finally about to touch the glacial lake on the north side. High-end battles are so simple and unpretentious. Liu sighed. And Wu Lian also noticed from the kind feedback that the giant spider doing somersaults in the city had not been bitten by Inir, and was tearing it apart. Compared to imagining a ruined city ravaged by locusts and windy sand, Shandu felt that those things did not need to become imaginary. But just when Shandu and Ying came to Rong Wuliang and perceived the old appearance of Fan Wang City, and came to the Lijiaguan office above the tower, they saw an unexpected sight. Then came the endless locusts and sandstorms chasing behind Nir. What follows is not a physical fight between the giant spider and the crowned locust, but getting closer. Shanu noticed the bodies of these dead locusts. Liu put on Zhao's clothes and stood at the foot of the city, watching Naira's shadow passing above his head. From the devil's point of view, that is abnormal. But he needs to pay attention to the fact that the humans produced in this way are not defective. Shanu sensed the emotions and thoughts of the people in Fan Wang's city. After all, this is a rare shadow demon, so don't get carried away. However, Wu Liang had expected this a long time ago, so he would use the self-healing bone to knock off such a broken armor from the giant spider. High-end? From being born to growing up. It takes a few minutes in total. Nothing like a humble mountain. Wu Liang needed the giant spider to buy him some time, so that he could find a way to save the small pile of names outside Raven Luzin's head before lighting up Fan Wang's city. An ire was pulled away. Shanu also cares. Before the insect tide gathers, the male deconstructors will give birth to new children on the guard of the locusts, before dying. These healthy deconstructors will take the initiative to shed their remaining limbs and bodies, originally intended to be sacrificed on the altar in the center of the city. To near, the number of dominoes is increasing, and the bones have been chewed away. They are all divided into two halves, separated from head to body. Chapter 731. Stand right there. Huh? New demon? Just right. Under the tower, amidst the siege of locusts, I remembered a cold voice. The next second, a sword light flashed in front of his eyes, and was blocked by Liu's palm. The tip of the sword pierced Liu's palm, but the shadow controlled its shadow and stopped its movement towards Liu's throat. But in the blink of an eye, the tip of the sword was removed from Liu's palm and continued to sweep away the storm of locusts. Inger didn't catch it, although it is not certain how strong Inger is. At least, he is the child of No Lemur, so controlling an 8th level hunter is not a big problem. In the end, he pulled the sword back like this. After a quick glance, Liu realized that this sword was special. The next second, the sword light came again, and with a burst of slashes, Liu's hand was cut off. Map of Wangmu Bali. Raven shook the torn piece of paper. I also wear tattered robes that are different from those of the Sand People, but my face is definitely an Oriental one. It's a pity that Raven has to give up. It seems that it has been a while since I persisted. From that building to the north, everything was covered by the glacial lake, which was completely frozen. I really thought of it. Lao Lu sighed with emotion. Raven didn't have a very strange feeling he must have not recovered his memory. Raven suspected that if he was very confused, he would meet an Oriental outside. The last time I saw a sword like this was in the closing class of Brave Learning during close combat training. Raven wanted to live in a place like that with her younger brothers and sisters. Raven thought that Lao Lu could directly see through the essence, and was silent for a moment. Raven also realized that the self-healing bone with its abnormal density seemed unable to compete with the swordsman's sword. If you can hear clearly, it's a bad idea. While Naira is still inside eating spiders, it's better to quickly finish the city. Raven plants a tree. Who is he? He was tempted by me. And so were you. Did he bring gunpowder? Or does he have no real ability? Bali looked up and down at Wen Lucen to determine what the demon was good at, seeing that the swordsman was so concerned about Zhao's tattered robe. How could Bali know that he was one of Wang Mu and Li Yu's companions? Dad, I'll take you down. Shadow had seen it in the epic. Raven once used No Lemur as a spear to break the Noose Fortress. Of course, she wanted to try it too. There was some kind of magic flowing inside and outside the ice lake. Raven could see the situation above through her clairvoyant's eyes, but he could guess that the companion Bao Liu wanted to rescue should be above. Yes. Have you ever thought of? Bao Li's men stopped, and the locusts were beheaded in various ways. If Lucen was right, there would be no devil willing to help. Bao Li had dealt with Raven complexly, and of course she knew that Lucen was definitely a human being. Overall, the swordsman was like a hedgehog with his own sword, standing with his hands behind his back amidst the squeeze of the sea of bones, fighting back effortlessly. Is there no magic outside that city? Have they found the source of magic and dared to open the ice? Apart from the time spent communicating with Lao Lu, Raven had not yet lit up the anchor point of Fan Wang City. That is, stop talking nonsense to Lao Lu. You ask him first. Are those people up there? Raven sent a message to Bao Li and repeated the names of the people Lucen cared about. Raven put away his clone, replaced it with low-density self-healing bone, twisted it into a bone mass, broke through the barrier of the locust swarm, and squeezed the swordsman just like he had squeezed Huntler. Of course, they will cling to the tower and the local diplomat's office. After all, that sword is a sacred object of the skeleton clan. It can even be used to compete with the sword of the tower. And it is enough to withstand the intensive offensive of this swordsman. Yes. Yes. He seduced Lu Xun. Lao Lu actually understood Wang Mu and Li Yu's thoughts very well. Raven had always thought that the city was happy it must have been in Nair's control of humanity. It was obvious that the sand and desolation would spread to every piece of land. You are practicing sword practice. Then there were 18 Bao Li clones. Dominoes and eyes of distortion. Petrified light, and binding lines flying around. Stand here. Raven also shouted angrily. And then took out a piece of torn paper from outside the shadow space. Lao Lu answered. Raven took out the trash at the swordsman outside the locust swarm. Just as Raven imagined. The swordsman actually did not draw the sword was always tied under his back. I just moved my fingers slightly. Right to left. And then the sword light flashed around the body for 7 weeks. Cutting off the locust's body. Body and head. What is he doing out there? Raven asked about the situation here. You have practiced enough. Lao Lu's statement was inconsistent with my thoughts. Sandstorm has no magic. You can handle it. Obviously. After Raven arrived, it wasn't Bully who supported Nair's little mouth alone. It was the first time that Ruiwen discovered that Wang Mu and Li Yu could be referred to as Lu Xun. Yo? It's really an insect. The swordsman seemed to be interested in Raven's attack method. The sword light flashed, cutting away Raven's bones and light. A swordsman from a mountain? It is not a sword made by craftsmen on the continent of Chaos, but a sword from the east. Does he know where the source is? Bao Li raised her hand slightly, not holding the handle of the sword. You are Wen Lu Xun. Help Bao Li and Li Yu come and have a look. Ruiwen briefly talked about the large village in Fanwang City and the process of getting acquainted with Bao Li and Li Yu. This completely exceeded Li Yu's expectations. Why did you take us to escape? Raven asked. Just passing through Nair's gnawing. The office building was divided into 2 halves, extending a long and deep crack, spreading to the north. If it explodes, does it mean it's broken? But this snow is very troublesome. One sword can defeat all magic. I will cut him into pieces. The swordsman said very few words. At that time, Li Yu killed a swordsman in Isaac's memory, using this kind of sword. Is that abnormal? Demons are very cold-hearted. As long as the contribution is small enough, no demon will be willing to help. Raven sarcastically saw the current situation in Fanwang City. TSK. How could a swordsman from a mountain appear in Fanwang City on the west side of the Chaos continent? Seeing paper as seeing a person. The swordsman put away his sword and stood, circling his fingers in circles to crush the heads of the locusts. Huh? Xiao's robe? The swordsman was slightly surprised when he saw Raven's clothes, and when Raven brought Lu Xun's ideas into Bao Li's driving force. He also listened to the swordsman's voice. Your name is Lao Lu. You come from this side of the mountain. The swordsman pointed to the east. And then, the locusts in the circle in front had their wings broken off. Of course you know. But you also need to know. Bao Li shook her head. There is no other way to explain Lao Lu's thoughts. It's all bad if it's all here. Or should he go up and inform the others and tell us to get ready? Raven paid no attention to the details first. And after telling Lao Lu, he turned back to the sky and walked south of Fanwang City again. The locusts are like a storm. And the swordsman's sword is like drizzle that penetrates through holes. It's a no-brainer. Just give me a token. Where are our people? Immediately afterwards, the swordsman shouted angrily and rushed behind Raven, his sharp intention not yet reaching Raven's head. Then I saw the true appearance of the swordsman. Did you think there was no chance of survival? Raven finally got out of the locust pile and saw the situation in the local diplomat's office as he wished. His long hair was tied randomly in front of his head. His beard was unkempt, and his eyes were bright and dull. Well, it's all. Lao Lu gave the answer. If the sword tip that Raven saw outside his palm was just a shadow. Li Yu now misses the days when he had the bone sword in his hand. Chapter 732, Overthrowing Fanwang City. Just by looking at an Nair outside Fanwang City, Li Yu received a lot of ill will. In addition, he had saved up from the new holy city and the road, so it wouldn't be a problem to place a few bone trees. As long as the ruined city is blown up and the magic of the sandstorm is eliminated, Raven Lu Xun's companions can be rescued from under the ice lake, even if it's just for a moment. Although Li Yu didn't know where the sandstorm magic spell was, there was no need to ask. The altar that spawned locust monsters in the city must be the same place. Li Yu decided to plant the first bone tree there. If there are not enough altars, 3 will be placed in the east, west, and south of the city to overthrow the bustling city. As for accidentally injuring those businessmen huddled in the building, Liu had nothing to do, since he never liked businessmen anyway. And just when Liu had exchanged the first bone tree and was about to throw it next to the altar, Inger's voice suddenly came to mind. Dad? Not here. What's not here? Liu asked casually. Dad? I know. The sand people left a skeleton behind, and their bodies and shadows flashed to the top of the tower. The same pattern was followed in the east and west of the city. 8 huge bulges appeared in 8 directions in the deserted city, and 8 swarms of locusts penetrated the ground like tornadoes. The photon pigment did not escape the perception of the locusts. What he said doesn't make sense. Daya's head was cold just now, and she was in the shock kingdom far away in the small continent. And she was in a subtle state of indulgence for a while. Come on. Come on. Step aside. Let you retreat and hide. The sand people stretched out their arms, and gathered a group of snow country people to retreat into the ice cave. Inir also completely devoured the inner skeleton of the sand people hanging under the giant spider. And the giant spider was dead. If you think about it carelessly, there must be 7 bone trees rising into the sky. It is really impossible to break the advantage of being hidden. He's bad. You are Crow. Crow Snow, the prince of the Snow Kingdom and a local diplomat, maintained his grace and was about to greet the sand people, but was pushed away by the sand people. Fan Wang City collapsed. What do you know? But what if the old goat discovers that you are back? Inger reminded Daya. Are these 7 trees enough? The sand people calculated. Originally, the difference was still 7 trees, but that time it was even more misguided. The altar is the magic of the reproductive ceremony, and has nothing to do with the sandstorm magic. Hey, their reactions are so quick. How can they save humanity like that? The sand people sighed, stretching out countless tentacles from their backs, slowly absorbing the lava and cold breath that rushed towards them. The sand people coated their bodies with photon pigments and became invisible on the hanging bone tree. It was as if they were holding a giant sword and thrust it straight up from under the altar. The ground is almost hollow and full of insect eggs. There are endless insect eggs. Under the ice lake, Wang Mu was huddled in an ice cave with nearly 100 people, waiting for the arrival of the sand people and shadows. He must have used such an unicornic method. If it were exposed, it might be hidden later. It's broken. Wang Mu wanted to leave. But when he saw the startled locusts covering the sky, he also started to murmur in his heart. The altar was shattered upon impact, and the intelligent locusts lying on the surface finally realized that the strange man in tattered robes was harming Fan Wang's city. Shadow Bang Bang knocked on the ice and sent a message upwards. Daya returned to the altar, and then took a look at the tower from a distance. Seeing the bone tree was like seeing food. The locusts in the south of the city swarmed, flapping their wings, and burrowed back from the sky to the ground, enjoying the sudden extra meal. 8 intersections plus an altar. With a flash of sword light, the ice surface opened, and Wang Mu led a group of embarrassed snow country people to appear on the ice wall. The bone tree exploded. That's all that's missing. The people of Snow Country understand. Inge was very proud. We are ready to go bad. This is like inserting it into the ground and exploding. It will be worse if you see it. The sand people's small-scale killing methods are very unrecognizable. Whether it is a bone hammer satellite or a bone conduction cannon, they are basically unique skills. Wang Mu winked. But the command was to use the ice magician beside Prince Dong. 100 miles away, the king of locusts looked back and saw the chaos of the 8-pronged locust storm. If the explosion from the ground is so obvious, maybe it will be regarded as a method of Amphibious? Calculating the time, the bone tree is about to explode, and the sand people must hear 7 loud explosions before they can take action. Faintly aware of Liu's thoughts, Inger wanted to help. The sand people thought about something that was not available, and while adjusting the size of the bone tree outside the template, they used their tentacles to open a path, and first planted a large one in the ancient well in the south of the city. Come on. Let me tell you. There is nothing he can do? That won't work. I have to blow up this altar today. As soon as Liu entered the city, he found Fan Wang City unpleasant. Close the door. Close the door. The sand people also summoned the magicians of Snow Country to hurry up. I know where the sandstorm starts. Liu sensed his emotions and lit up the deserted city on the map. Of course, Inger also deconstructed many details. Fan Wang City is boiling. Even in the bitterly cold Fan Wang City, we were fully clothed, but the little cloaks we wore were treated as beds and spread on the ground. Go slow. Daya realized that the locusts were chewing faster than the bone tree could heal itself. Once chewed through, the explosion might be delayed. So the underlying logic is that the locusts are not very thirsty when they eat the ice lake. There is not even a source of water. On the other hand, Xiao Zong's well-intentioned income suddenly stagnated. There is no life. Only broken bones that have not been chewed, and quicksand that has not yet leaked to the ground. As soon as the giant sword was inserted, the locusts in the entire city seemed to have exploded and flew towards the Sand People. The Sand People wanted to retreat out of the ice, but found that it was difficult for their tentacles to absorb the heat of the ice lake. So they retreated for a while. As for these broken bones and so on, they were all taken care of by Wang Mu with one sword. Hee hee. Dad thinks you are very unhelpful. The year is plus 4,444. Plus 4,444. The ritual lines of the sandstorm are hidden on the ground. Relatively chaotic. But there are 8 intersections. Namely a post station in the west of the city, a dry well in the south of the city, and a market in the east of the city. They don't seem to care too much about these crushed eggs. The small land in the south of the city was filled, and the eggs burst and then swelled. The locusts below seemed to sense something, crawling in panic on the bulging ground, and then retreated backwards. Zhao's tattered robe only mixed the breath of the Sand People to match that of Daya. The locusts could not harm Liu normally, but they definitely allowed Liu to fight back. Then, there was not one loud bang, but 8 loud bangs and a violent earthquake. Liu understood. Even though Fanwang City is desolate and dry, it actually brings a little convenience to Daya. She only needs to adjust the bone tree to be larger, and it can be pushed back directly. But of course she still has to use tentacles to hold it up. Bad, Inger said, while marking several key points of sandstorm magic in the Sand People's minds. And when the Sand People pushed away the swarm of insects, they were shocked to find that underneath the thick layer of locusts, the surface was actually a barren land, almost shattering at the touch of a touch. Inger gave the answer in that chaotic situation. What Inger could see was less ambiguous than the Sand People. The hollow ground shook violently, and lava and bone fragments rushed towards the face, covering up the submerged air. Although many demons and little people in this small continent have forgotten the Sand People, the old goat may not be able to remember them again. Then why? The nest exploded. Chapter 733. The Prince of Snow King's heart is very cold. In this case, the glacial lake in the north became the only stable structure, but it was originally full of cracks, and now it spread directly to the northernmost point, and then began to crack. 100 miles away, the Locust King turned back, looking at the collapsed city and the billowing smoke, unable to understand what had happened here. Why is there a volcano under Fanwang City? Where are my children? And Iyer was at a loss. After surviving the first wave of violent shocks, Liu stopped talking nonsense and pulled hundreds of Snow Country people into the shadow space with a flick of his shadow, preparing to escape. Before leaving, Liu even saw Crow Snow's dumb face and the resentment of the guards around him. I'm going to pick up Lao Lu and Lao Xiao. I'll leave the inside to you. Tell them not to move. Liu moved his hand and sucked Wang Mu into the shadow space. This was the original plan to take them away. The secretary was stunned. Lao Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly unmoved. Inger still didn't understand it. He seemed to want to say something just now. Liu was unsure, and then suddenly remembered that he had heard similar thoughts before planting the tree. You have to break that status quo. Ha ha ha. The secretary laughed instead. How dare he point a sword at the prince's palace? After waiting for Rui Wenxiao to ask, Inger pulled out a few shadows and reproduced the situation outside. But Liu just took a quick look and found that there was actually a high-level ice magician among the guards beside Klaus Snow. Then Wang Mu would need to take charge of order to avoid causing harm to Inger. It means that the prince and my guards think they are Qi Lucen? Rui would also use Cui Rong's name for Snow and Liu. It's the devil. You were already trapped in the devil's territory, and now you're just escaping from one devil's territory to another devil's territory. There seems to be a quarrel outside. Inger felt the heat in her body, and saw the argument between the secretary and Lao Lu. He must remember that he is your guard. The prince was reading out my teachings when he suddenly noticed that the environment had changed, and no figure behind him quickly disappeared. Only that group of people had different ideas from Snow and Liu, and the others were just the prince's entourage. Look at you. Cui Rong knew what Lao Lu was looking at. She thought I was suddenly stunned, so she took another step away, as if to release the prince's pressure. Even though Cui Rong didn't need to use the sword against the ice magicians and guards, the effect would be worse if it was held out of hand. That's why Lao Lu slandered Wang Mu is very troublesome before. Let me ask you this. If you want to kill the prince, Raven stopped. Because although the situation on the ground is more chaotic, the absence of insect eggs will make Raven an obvious target. Do you want to help them kill them? In reality, Lu Sen's companions only accounted for the majority of the diplomat team, with a total of only 70 people. Especially now that we are trapped outside the shadow, and we don't know where our destination is. Liu didn't hear everything, and his perception was blocked by the shadow. Lao Lu suddenly saw the big characters appearing outside his eyeballs, and knew that it was an inquiry from the demon inside. Snow and his men. Lao Lu felt disgusted for a while, and almost wanted to move his fingers and chop the prince directly. Don't you want to leave first? Or do you want to kill near directly here? We were moved. You said we can't trust them. They want to make trouble. Lao Lu drew his sword. Wang Mu also had a hot eye for Lao Lu, but stood behind Cui Rong, blocking the secretary and the ice magician. Always keep the goal in mind. As expected of my father. Dad? Inger called Raven. You can become the devil's bargaining chip. That will affect the country. In front of me, a locust wearing a crown extinguished the flames and looked up in the thick smoke, looking for the enemy. What we care more about is the impact on the prince and the snow country. At the same time, the people in the snow country outside the shadow space were having a peaceful discussion. At that time, Wang Mu seemed to be saying that Snow was in trouble. Forget it. You go first. What harm will it do to you to kill an Ire outside? Your mission is completed before it. It will be bad to take us out. Raven was reminded by Inger, and was about to leave. I am ashamed to be my father. The skeleton left in front of him was slowly eaten away by the locusts. And with the help of Inger, Raven dodges. Every 10 meters of walking, a few skeletons would escape inward, luring the locusts. Layers of cuts. There was a lot of yellow sand inside. And Raven stopped walking, leaving the prince and my guards where they were, and teleported to the big village where Lucen was. The person who spoke was the secretary next to Wang Mu. What's wrong? Raven was in the wrong mood. He is a person hired by Snow Triron, and all his actions will be blamed on me. When you return to Snow Country, everything they did during that time will escape. Cui Rong also had some emotions. At the same time, Cui Rong took advantage of the thick smoke underground and ran to the edge of the big village. In front of him, the Locust King and Ire was crawling back and forth in the ruins of Fanwang City with his belly dragging, burying 7 fire eyes with sand. Invisibility worked. Raven cloned 18 people and walked through the city under the cover of thick smoke, giving up escaping underground. Even though the weather was very cold, the prince suddenly felt very cold. The bad images like that. Lu Sen's companions are very angry. Inger noticed some details from the actions of these people. The deserted city under the Devil's Root has been lit up, and the dilapidated city has also been blown up, which feels a lot more comfortable. In addition to the direct damage caused to the locusts by the explosion of the bone tree and the rupture of the city wall, the thick smoke also caused minimal disturbance to the locusts. After being together for so long, Lao Lu already knew that those people did not think that blocking an Ire in the icy lake was something worthwhile, but that it was something a swordsman, should do. He is a swordsman with a clear origin and a spy from the mountains. It is not a favor for you to keep him by your side. He has no qualifications to order the prince and the villain to trust him? The secretary next to the prince helped him. He opened his glasses and looked at Lao Lu with disdain. Raven ran out of the city and headed towards the village where Lao Xiao and Lucen were. Seeing Raven's hesitation, Inge lost his weak mental activity. It's a demon that Snow and Liu asked for help. It can't be trusted. Cui Rong sighed and said it willingly. As for the Snow Country mission, they were just helping Snow and Liu do a favor. Raven was still quite curious about what a group of idealists could do in the current situation of the small continent of Chaos. In the last second, Prince Cui Rong, a dozen of my guards, secretaries, and our little cloaks were all swallowed up by the shadow and disappeared into the shadow space. Because the prince and my followers do not think that the devil is someone they cannot cooperate with. Raven was not waiting for that moment. Lao Lu advised Xingli and said less. He just moved his fingers and cut off the ice slider on the ice magician's hand. There was no ice magician in front of it, picking up the ice cube and preparing to poke the shadow. Although Wang Mu didn't understand why a natural disaster would come to the world, he nodded and hesitated to speak. Chapter 734, used to support your revolutionary cause. Everyone is here. Li returned to the small village, put Lao Lu, Xiao, and the other villagers into the shadow space, and recounted the situation through Inger's mouth. Huh? Where's Snow? Raven Luzon was a little surprised. There were some accidents on the road. Liu answered truthfully. Where is Snow? Lao Lu asked Wang Mu with a serious expression. Wang Mu curled his lips and said nothing. Lao Lu realized something was wrong and knocked on the screen wall. What accident? Where are the others? It fell on the road. He should be dead. Unexpectedly, Liu helped Raven Luzon deal with Prince Snow. But he didn't seem to appreciate it, and instead looked very angry, looking back at Fanwang City from a distance. The locusts over there have become a scourge, and the glacial lake has completely burst, being blown up into the air by the locust swarm. Enire himself held a huge iceberg in his mouth and beat it hard, trying to break it. The locusts went crazy. Where did it fall? I want to go back to find him. Raven Luzon was worried. Xiao Zhe even put on his glasses and started preparing his luggage. Seeing Raven Luzon's reaction, Wang Mu could only sigh and whisper to the shadow wall. It seems like he went too far. He didn't want to kill Snow. Liu suspected that Lao Lu was acting. And since he was in the shadow space and couldn't hear his voice directly, he simply pulled Lao Lu out and prepared to talk face to face. What's wrong with you? That person is obviously a trouble. And I'm helping you deal with the trouble. Liu got back all his memories. And of course, he knew what kind of diplomat the Snow Country was. The existence of such people in the team should be detrimental to Lao Lu's great cause. Right? Where is he? I'll go rescue him. Lao Lu rushed out of the house and looked on the road. You have also seen that the locusts are like this. Do you want to go back? Liu pointed to the overflowing insect swarm over there for Lao Lu. What? Because he is a prince and controls part of the power of the Snow Kingdom? Liu tried to understand Lao Lu's desire to save people. Obviously this prince still retains the unique arrogance of a nobleman. If such a person joins the revolution, it should give Lao Lu a headache. Right? I saved him. Not because he was a prince, but because he had the same idea. Lao Lu's voice was consistent with his statement. Huh? Is it that simple? Then we can't give up on him. Lao Lu said seriously. We need all the strength. Of course. He is a prince. He does have some minor problems and quirks, but his will is what I value most. Of course. Lao Lu knew Snow better than Liu, and knew that there would be problems with his status as a prince. If we can absorb such a distinguished prince into the revolutionary army, it will further prove that our path is correct. Lao Lu talked about a deeper reason. Liu was silent because he suddenly discovered that Lao Lu thought more clearly than he did. Okay. Now you understand? Then please let them out. Lao Lu was referring to Wang Mu and Zhao's group. The locusts are already very close. On the other side of Fanwang City. Enire stirred up the ice lake and seemed to notice that the small group of humans between the sand and the village were moving their bodies. Either Liu didn't think Lao Lu and the others could handle Dingni. No. We need to temper our will in battle. Lao Lu saw through Liu's thoughts. And you have already helped us enough. This trouble is a trouble within our team. Lao Lu thought of Wang Mu's name in his mind. And then turned to Liu. I will remember our friendship. Forget it. Whatever you want. Liu threw Wang Mu, Xiao and the villagers out. And also threw a few bone carts to Lao Lu. This is... Lao Lu was stunned. Xiao Zhe raised his glasses, and was very interested in the bone car. At the same time, the deeds of the bone car cult also came to her mind. Don't get me wrong. I am not a bone car teacher. But these are my investments in you to support your revolutionary cause. Liu passed on the operation methods of the bone cart to Lao Lu and Xiao. Preparing to leave this world quickly. Place. The bone tree exploded in the underground insect nest in Fanwang City. It might not remind Ni Air of Burrowing Mountain or the Holy City. But if he faced him head-on, the possibility of being exposed would be greatly increased. Wait a minute. Realizing that Liu was leaving, Lao Lu patted Wang Mu on the back and said, Take the sword. Wang Mu touched the sword handle and threw a small sword towards Liu. Comrade Fan Haixin. I think we can keep in touch in the future. Lao Lu waved to Liu. Yes. I am also very curious about the demon's abilities. Wang Mu also added. Lao Lu glanced at Wang Mu. Wang Mu giggled. Liu didn't expect to receive the swordsman's communication weapon in such a poor place as the Kingdom of Sand. He held the small sword in his hand and felt a sense of absurdity. Then he nodded to Lao Lu and escaped. When leaving, Liu noticed a brilliant sword light emerging from behind, slashing Niu directly under Fanwang City. The bone carts also charged in the opposite direction, rushing towards where Prince Snow and his entourage were. Dad? Why can he be so powerful with just a piece of iron? From the beginning to the end, What Inger was most curious about was Wang Mu's fighting style. Didn't your mother teach you? Swordsman? Liu was inexplicably proud. No. They have different ways of practicing. Liu pretended to be profound. Oh. It turns out Dad doesn't know either. But Inger saw through it. You are a rare shadow demon. So of course you won't understand. In fact, many things are similar if you practice to the extreme. You have seen all kinds of heretics. As well as those brave men. Aren't they all the same? They practice something and work hard to climb. It's just that Wang Mu uses the way of swordsmanship. I guess there will be many swordsmen like this on the other side of the mountain. Liu thought that since his mother was gone, the burden of raising children fell on him. And he added a few words by the way. Then what does Raven Lucen practice? He seems to be very weak. Inger gave an intuitive judgment. You are wrong. He is very strong. Liu made this judgment after getting along with Lao Lu for a short time from time traveling to the present. Raven Lucen turned out to be the one Liu has ever encountered. And he has the highest acceptance of demons. Of human beings. Maybe in the future. Something can be done from this. Oh, that's cool. Inger seemed to understand. Liu didn't explain too much. Then we want them to participate in the Centennial Slaughter Cup together? After a moment of silence, Inger suddenly asked. Ha ha ha. Wang Mu can do it. Lao Lu can forget it. Liu waved his hands repeatedly. The sword light behind them got farther and farther. And Liu and Inger finally said goodbye to the west of the mainland, leaving the sandstorm and desolation behind, and headed north towards the Lund River. Most of the 11 anchor points are lit, leaving only the Lund River, Drizzle Corridor, and a line of fog swamps, Taitai River, Demon King Castle and Juishan in the south. As for the fog swamp and the Taitai River being the battlefields of the Bone Hammer battle, Demon King City was simply the place where he was born. Liu only needed to float there to quickly complete the induction. In other words, the only anchor points that have not been sensed are the Lund River, the Drizzle Corridor, and the Juishan Mountain. As long as we get the north side done first, the south side won't be far away either. Next stop is the Ren River. Van Helsing, Hannibal, Don Quixote, and Amuro are finally going home together. Then I received a long-lost communication from Ying, bringing some unexpected news. The Bonecart cult is on its way to the Lund River. Chapter 735 Library Team Building. What's going on? Why do they follow us wherever we go? Liu was puzzled and felt that the red-robed skeleton was a little annoyed. I originally wanted to take advantage of this period of unnoticed time to directly fix all the anchor points outside and complete the promotion to the imagination stage in one fell swoop. Why can't I avoid the movements at the high altar? Liu even suspected that the fate dice was at play. But theoretically speaking, the fate die should not have recalled the existence of Skalrik, so it would not be involved. Is it just a coincidence? Redcoat didn't explain it. Shadow shook his head. But I guess it has something to do with the struggle for faith. Because in addition to the Lund River, their target location also includes the Drizzle Corridor. The track of the demon train has been laid to the Lund River. The next stop is the Drizzle Corridor. Where are the Protestant and old religions? Shadow analyzed the situation clearly. Because it was the devil who changed the shadow and set up the bone track in advance. New religion, old religion, big altar, are all rushing to the Drizzle Corridor? Liu realized a big movement and felt that this trend did not seem to be conducive to his promotion. Because the northernmost anchor point is in the Drizzle Corridor. If you look at it this way, maybe you need to change the direction and deal with the south side first? Continuing to think along this line of thinking, the sandstorm on the entire side seems to be better explained if the big altar makes a big move on the Drizzle Corridor. It will certainly need some additional power to distract the Empire. The sandstorm in the south, coupled with the giants within the old church's sphere of influence, is enough to keep the Imperial Army very busy. War is a very time-consuming matter. There are many explanations for any movement that does not occur until the last minute. Maybe the war started by the Bonche cult is just a cover, and the target is not the Empire, but the Drizzle Corridor? Liu felt that this speculation was very close to the truth and very close to the logic of the old goat. Okay, I understand. Mom, we met the swordsmen, the Revolutionary Army. They can participate in the Centennial Killing Cup. Inger was no longer so afraid of Noli more, and even dared to come forward and share with her mother what she had seen in Fan Wang City. Stay away from me. Ying's nature is somewhat repulsive to Ying. Liu could hear in Ying's heartfelt voice that shadow demons, regardless of their seniority, actually had a mutually devouring relationship. Ying refused Inger's approach. On the one hand out of caution. On the other hand, he was trying hard to endure the desire to eat Ying. A new gladiator. When Dandan heard about the Killing Cup, he immediately became energetic. The date for the opening match has been set. It will be on the next full moon. Dandan announced the latest news. Have you not received the invitation yet? Do you want to sign up for you? Dandan is very much looking forward to everyone having a lively battle together in the Centennial Killing Cup. Who is signing up now? Liu has many ways to return to Demon King City to sign up, such as using the gate or using the demon route. Moreover, after traveling to Fanwang City, Liu had accumulated a lot of ill will, so he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, expanding the scope of operations to the north is what Liu must call urgently at the moment. Jesse and I are Bearing Sect, Masking Society, For Seasons Cult, For Generals, Abyss Mouth, A.K. Galeric, Little Wolf, Winnie. Dandan reported a long list of names, which of course also includes No Lemore and Spade. It's very lively. Liu counted. Basically warlike demons and humans, plus heretics, were all inside. Of course, Dandan has already entered the Killing Cup state in advance. You don't need to be anxious. You can continue to sign up later anyway. The Colosseum will not restrict warlike souls. No Lemore did not urge Liu like Spade. Can I sign up later? I have to choose the one who is the most capable and the most durable. Liu did not expect that the will of the Colosseum was so adaptable. But there is bad news. No Lemore suddenly remembered something. The minis have also signed up. Liu directly heard Ying's voice. Brothers and sisters? Them? Liu's heart sank. Forget it if the brain spirits participate. At least they can be resurrected. But at most it will affect the efficiency of re-advancing to the censor stage. It doesn't matter if the skeletons participate, since there are enough bases anyway. And new ones can be summoned if they die. But what's going on with minis and minis competing? What are you doing? Library team building? There are many brain spirits, skeletons, and many minis. All neatly? Should we send out the dwarves, scholars, and direhorns as well? Liu was a little angry. There's no other way. A few days ago, Spud and I were forcibly conscripted by the red skeletons, and we couldn't go back to the library. Ying's voice became much quieter. So after the bone track of the demon train was built, I came here immediately. But we will not let many die. The Centennial Killing Cup allows spectators to intervene in the game. Similarly, No Lemore's voice is very firm. This is a new piece of information. If the audience can interfere with the game, then other contestants can also do so. Even if there is no audience stand, the gladiators in the lounge will still be in the Colosseum and can join the battle group at any time. This made Liu predict that the Colosseum would be in chaos by then. Many will not die. Although Dandan had the same idea. His words were very cheerful. Haha. Now, do you want to sign up? Of course. Please make arrangements. I need to get close to the candlelight. Liu recalled the candlestick in the Colosseum. Sign up. Dandan is now a snail, and his jumping movements are very funny and flexible. And he can even somersault. Then you want to help the minis retrieve their memories? Ying asked a very crucial question. Once you are dragged into a dream by pleasure, you are likely to be exposed. This is indeed a problem. Not yet. Liu thought for a while, and then made a decision. Anyway, it's just to protect Minnie. Just watch it when the time comes. Then let me arrange it. When is it convenient for you? No Lemore began to think of a way to get Liu back to Demon King City. Or now. Liu knew that No Lemore was arranging some scattered skeletons to carry the door to the north. So even if he returned to the city now, it would only delay the progress a little. If it doesn't work, you can leave the Mark of the Devil's route and come back after signing up for the Centennial Slaughter Cup to start the road again. Unexpectedly, Liu had to go home before Van Helsing, Hannibal, Don Quixote, and Amuro went home. Then let's go back together. No Lemore recalled some beautiful scenes for no reason, which made Liu blush. Go home. The snail picked up from the ground again, rolled over, and then fell steadily back to the ground. By the way, before I have time to tell you, there have been new changes in the library recently. Ying's tone was a little worried. What's going on? Liu didn't want to hear any more weird news. 3 things. The copper ladle requires more raw materials. Wheat is growing inside the library. The number of books in the library has increased. Chapter 736. Tom published a book. Tom Lau was freed from the responsibilities given by Redcoat and restarted the research on the skyship. The design part has been basically completed. However, since most of the raw materials in the warehouse were supplied to the Bone Cart cult, there was a lack of opportunities for experimentation. The skyship is a project that Liu attaches great importance to. So Ying will of course give priority to informing him of the situation. Tong Piao believes that it is necessary to enter the experimental stage before it is possible to discover new problems and make the design more perfect. Otherwise, it will always be a fantasy if it is always limited to drawings. This is the material he lacks. As he said that, Ying handed over a piece of light paper, which was the list of copper ladles. Holding the list in the copper ladle again, Liu regained a familiar feeling. It was just like this when he handed over the list one by one and gradually built the library into the headquarters of the City Defense Army. Although the Great Altar and Redcoat's Bone Chariot cult were accomplished, the integration of the skyship, Thunder Pool, and Bone Conduction Cannon had to be started all over again. But this time, it was more secretive, and would receive less interference. It's very simple. I'll get it out in a minute, and give it to you. You can just send it back. Liu quickly glanced at the list, which contained many engine parts, a mixture of self-healing bones of different densities and iron essence. There are also tons of binding threads and rice skins. How is he going to experiment? Although Liu was very confident about Tom Lau's work in creating things, he was also afraid that this copper tribe dwarf, who was full of weird things, would mess around. Still need to take a closer look at Ying. Remember our fake library? Shadow asked. Of course. Liu remembered that it was a counterfeit made in advance before Chiha and the Holy Dao army came to fight. When the Holy Army rushed in with the machine box, it played a big role. In the first step, Tom will calculate the size and weight of the library and the Colosseum. And then, I will make some changes based on the fake library to simulate it into a real library. Waiting for the raw materials to be in place, Tong Lao and Harry will assemble it, and then put the copper dwarf's throne into the fake library. Ying talked about some details of the skyship. In the original conception of Liu and Tong Piao, the giant warriors of the copper dwarves were the central shield of the skyship and an important core in maintaining the overall structure, and no replacement could be found for the time being. Probably having heard about the design of the copper ladle, Liu couldn't find anything wrong with it. Experimental location? Liu asked about the experimental location. The Great Hollow in the dungeon. During the Battle of the Bone Hammer, some of Gerald's brave group attacked from the underground. Although they were destroyed, they also created a huge hole up to a kilometer high in the underground city. Enough for the skyship to conduct its first test flight. Well, the Dark Elves in the dungeon. Liu didn't want to attract the attention of other demons before the skyship was formed. The Dark Elves love to socialize and have big mouths. Don't worry. I will make them all disappear. Of course Noli More knew this problem and didn't think it was a problem. That's it? Are you waiting for the results of the first test flight? Liu was very pleased with the progress of the copper ladle and looked forward to the moment when the skyship took off. But Tong Lao is not too optimistic. Do you want to communicate with him? Ying was the one who passed the message and seemed to be aware of some doubts in Tong Lao's heart. It's okay. You can do the best at the first time. Even if you don't succeed, you can still find the problem and solve it. Liu remembered that every time he made something with a copper ladle, he would consider a lot. This is the quality that a craftsman should have. It is foreseeable that there will be many problems encountered before the skyship is put into actual use. But the first step is always to take off before talking about anything else. Failure is success. Liu couldn't help but said a famous saying. Mom is a failure? Inger stood far away, doubts appearing in her head. Don't talk about your mother like that. Liu stopped him hastily. The first question is not a problem. Fortunately, my journey was enough to arouse the hatred of the locusts. Liu shared the journey of Shock Kingdom with Ying and Dandan, and also showed them Wang Mu. A swordsman who appears on the continent of Chaos is definitely a novelty. This sword seems difficult to break. Or let him participate in the Killing Cup? Ying and Dandan had a brief discussion and quickly moved on to the next topic. There's grass growing in the library. What's going on? The second issue was obviously much more serious than the first one, especially after seeing the green grassland in Jinshan Mountain. Liu was very wary of things like vegetation. It's not green grass at the moment. Noli More shook his head, knowing what Liu was thinking. Not the old goat? Liu saw the picture in Ying's mind. It was a seedling of a magic plant seeping out from the floor of the library and growing around the thunder pond. You see, this is not the grass of the big altar, but more like the magical plants of the Forbidden Forest. Ying and Dandan are also familiar with the Forbidden Forest. It's not the big altar. Could it be the Forbidden Forest? Liu raised a possibility. I'm not here anymore. And you two are on an expedition with the Bone Cart cult. So it's the forest guards who are causing trouble? Most demons have traces to follow. Liu felt that if the Great Altar has ideas about the library, it won't be so obvious. It's possible. Ying had no way to give an answer and could only discuss it with Liu. The forest guard has always wanted to bring the Thunder Pool and the evil horned beast back to the Forbidden Forest to complete his what? Cycle? Liu understood the circulation of the forest guards as ecological balance, and felt that this made sense. But maybe it wasn't intentional. Ying had a new insight. After the death of the Demon Wolf King, the Forbidden Forest was immersed in the Forbidden Forest for a while. The forest guards were busy dealing with the little wolf, and they were bitten many times. It was also after the news of the Centennial Killing Cup that Xiaoying temporarily gave up harassing the Forbidden Forest. So, you mean that the authority of the Forbidden Forest is gradually returning to the forest guards? So this pillar is now spreading to the library? Li read this information based on Ying's heart. Yes. Ying nodded. So, do you want me to negotiate with the Forbidden Forest? Can you? Liu was not sure whether Noli Moore was good at negotiation. Although the Forbidden Forest is an ally of the library. Times have changed, and no one knows what the forest guards are thinking now. Of course I can. I have my own way. Broken trees, cracked earth, and magical plants cut off by their roots appeared in Noli Moore's mind. Then you go and talk. It's good. At least you can confirm whether the forest guard is causing trouble. Liu felt that no matter what the outcome of the negotiation was, as long as it could be confirmed that the phenomenon of grass growing near the Thunder Pond was the work of the Forbidden Forest, then it's better than the old goat stabbing the library in the back. Even if the negotiation with the forest guard does not go smoothly. At least the library now has two quasi-demon kings who can force him to submit by force. The last thing is, of course, the condition of the books in the library. I don't understand. What does it mean that the number of books has increased? Liu found it difficult to understand Ying's meaningless statement. There is only one scholar in the library at the moment. Has Tom published a book? I have some unclear words. A variety of words and pictures suddenly appeared in Ying's mind. Chapter 737, Tai Tai River. After repeatedly confirming with Ying, Li Ren got a rough idea. In the large library of the library, both the books that have been sorted and translated, and the taboo books that have been classified are constantly increasing. They all appear out of thin air. Not only the books, but also the bookshelves increase together with the books, gradually filling every corner of the large library. There is no magic fluctuation during the process. Just like a tree that is constantly growing. If you look at it every day, you cannot see its growth. But when you accidentally glance at it, unknowingly, it has flourished. It was only when Ying and Dandan returned to the city to inspect the work of the copper ladle, after they were forcibly recruited, that they discovered this. So Ying asked various brain spirits, many, and even Tom sighed before confirming the abnormality. This situation dates back to the end of the Battle of Bonmall, the moment Skorik was forgotten by all humans and demons alike. Liu also saw various newly added books from Ying's mind, which even included texts from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and newspapers from the recent expedition of the Bone Cart cult. There's even a hardcover version of Gamma Epic. There is definitely something wrong with this. Obviously, these books, newspapers and periodicals were only recently created by humans. But why do they appear in the library? I have to go back and take a look. Although this abnormality has not affected Liu's plan, Liu felt that it was necessary to check it carefully, because this is likely to involve the authority of the library. Perhaps we need to find the brain spirit Lord Butebog, who has been on the run, to get some clues. Well, I will arrange it right away. Ying shared these three things with Liu, originally to inform them in advance. Anyway, Liu still needs to approach the Colosseum Candlestick and sign up for the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Then he can stuff raw materials in the warehouse and check the Thunder Pool and the large library. In other words, you don't plan to let any other souls know about your return this time? Ying confirmed with Liu. Yes. It's not yet time for me to show my face. The anchor point is still a few places away, and Liu wants to maintain this advantage. But I can take care of the Fog Swamp and the Tai River first? Liu squeezed out a smile with his brain groove anyway. It will take some time for Ying to clear the library. Maybe just enough to clear the two anchor points near the Demon King City. Get rid of. Then you have to hurry up. Noli Moore's prestige in the library is very high. Apart from secretly arranging for Liu to approach the candlestick in the Colosseum, other things do not take too much time. I will first arrange for you to go to the Tai Tai River, and then pick you up in the Fog Swamp. Noli Moore's shadow spread from the Demon King City. jumping in inconspicuous places, quickly paving a shadow path. Due to the existence of eternal night, the Ribbon River and Fog Swamp have actually been occupied by shadows. So they are extremely efficient and very secretive. No problem. Call me when you're ready. Liu suddenly became excited. He didn't expect to return so soon. What identity do you need to return to the library? Spade circled on the ground, digging into the soil, and dug out a picture of a brain, a shadow, and an egg side by side. Of course it's nailing, Liu understood, and the skeleton of Fan Hishi was removed, leaving only a bare brain. Shadow and Dandan disappeared. Liu took out a wooden door from Yinger's shadow space and waited there. Are we going home? Yinger is very unfamiliar with the concept of home. After all, Noli Moore kicked him away from Li right after he was born, and he has never actually been to the library. Instead, the dungeon and the mouth of the abyss are places that Yinger is more familiar with. Well, it's home. There's a lot of knowledge there, and there are a lot of uncles and aunts. Liu thought of his younger brothers and sisters, and felt that he couldn't let them die in the killing cup. They are not married yet. Dong dong dong. After only waiting for a moment, Liu heard a knock on the back of the wooden door. He knew that Noli Moore should have placed the door in the taihe. Liu immediately expanded his mind deeply, as if taking a deep breath, then opened the door and got in. Everlasting night. It was Yongyi who greeted Liu. Yongya from Demon King City has arrived at Hongyu Town. So of course, it will be dark on this side of the Lidai River. In addition to moonlight, some deformed giants will emit hazy light on their bodies, which will then be reflected by the water of the Tai River and spread to the broken walls and bones. The ground collapsed, which was the surface that was cracked when the Bone City fell to the south. The Demon King City returned to its original silent posture, with the city gate facing north. Looking at the Empire, the innocent souls created during the Battle of the Bone Hammer wandered confusedly under the moonlight, being sucked in by some giant creature from time to time, and then expelled from the orifices of the body like blowing smoke rings, and merged into new souls. There are also scattered demons running here from the Demon King City, heading towards the colorful world that still belongs to humans outside the eternal night. Looking for more fun? This place is completely different from the original Tai Tai River. It's like a playground outside the Demon King City. Liu was floating in the eternal night, feeling that these had no value in sensing, and there was no need to exist in his own imaginary continent if he wanted H.L. Wouldn't it be in the Demon King City? So Liu wandered among the innocent souls, wandering near the ruins of Zhaosuawu Fortress, feeling the emotions and memories of the innocent souls, and recalling the original appearance of the Lidai River little by little. Everything Liu sensed became Yinger's material. It spread out shadows within a few hundred meters around his father, deconstructing and recreating the 5 News fortresses. Looking at everything that had happened in News 5 Fortress, Liu felt like he was living in the world again. Although the Imperial Army at that time often had conflicts with the Holy Path Army, they all firmly believed that the winner of this war would be humanity. It's not their fault. After all, they have assembled the elites of the Imperial Army, the Tower, the Ministry of Creation, and the Old Holy See. If they want a great magician, they will have a great wizard. If they want a knight, they will have a knight. And if they want a creature, it is hard to imagine how they will lose. But the moment the Bone City hit the ground, all their faith collapsed, and they experienced a kind of failure without the ability to resist. Yes, failure is also an important part of the imagination stage. This unforgettable defeat of the Imperial Army made Liu feel deeply. From the innocent souls of the 3 News fortresses, Liu not only sensed the war readiness of the Imperial Army, but even heard a hint of Noel Alexander's pre-war meeting. Learn more about the relationship between the Tower, the Imperial Army, and the Ministry of Creation. After searching for memories related to the war, Liu used the memories of local residents to learn about the scene before that, when the Xiedai River was still a large trading area within the scope of the Old Holy See. A large number of goods were sent by ship to various parts of the empire, sand country and snow country, including red oil, salt, holy minerals. It was very prosperous. But this kind of prosperity is not real because it is too long ago, and it is not even as profound as the perception obtained from Fanwang City. I'm fine. How about you? Liu gave up feeling those vague memories and asked Yinger. We have to wait a little longer. Surprisingly, Yinger did not directly respond to Liu's hint. Chiha, the great magician, his relics. I need to deconstruct his relics more. Yinger's reaction was a little unusual. The texture of its shadow also changes from time to time. Sometimes like water, sometimes like electricity, running on the Tai River. Chapter 738 Dad is cool. What's going on? Liu was a little surprised that Inga showed such great interest in Chiha. After all, the children have never seen this great wizard. He is very powerful. He can even control the dark element. Certainly, Liu still remembered that when he first encountered Chiha, 3 demon sons were beaten by him and exchanged souls. Even the first generation of brave Isaac died in his hands. Where are his relics? Inger deconstructed to the last step, reappearing the scene of Bone City releasing the moat. As you can see, it's in Demon King City. Liu pointed over there. What? Do you want it? Is that okay? Inger asked timidly. You can try. After all, this was Inga's first request. Liu felt that if it was possible, there would be nothing wrong with satisfying it. What's more, Chia's relics were originally good things. If the Demon King hadn't forced his hand at that time, Liu and AKA would have wanted to stuff this thing into the library. I thought that Inger could also learn new skills. That trip was very profitable. There is no trace of the existence of a river. The first destruction of the Imperial Vanguard army occurred in the fog swamp. This was the first time we were exposed to artillery fire. Liu watched the shadow figures walking around in front of him, as if he was in another world. So during the last days of Chidaya, Liu waited quietly, watching Inga use his body to repeatedly reproduce everything that happened when Chihi died and became a relic. Dad is cool. Inger chuckled. Then I need to deconstruct it more clearly. Liu also knew who Apai was. But the weird people treated me with respect, as if they were meeting a king. Seeing me like that, Liu had a sudden thought. He didn't knock on the wooden door directly behind him, but continued walking with Inger towards the bare wasteland that was not covered by the fog swamp in the south. The deconstruction of light is troublesome, but you will work hard. The devil who works hard is the coolest. Liu believed that they were all magic plants dragged from outside the bone hammer battle. Among the corpses, there were no knights, no skeletons, and even corpse confiscators. It must be that the sea of death is too vast, and this should be an anchor point. Is it bad? Shumyu called Inger. The smell of the swamp and the demons entrenched in it always wanted to get closer and taint Shungyu. But the young master was suppressed by Inger. Dad, is there anything outside the foggy swamp? Inger finished deconstructing his relics, and was still not finished. Breathing in the thin magic power, Liu saw a blueprint in front of him. You are not familiar with it yet. The moonlight came and went, and the anchor point of the foggy swamp was slowly lit up. Liu collected enough natural emotions and the birth, old age, illness and death of animals and monsters. Exceeding those is not what Shungyu wants to perceive. That kind of fighting method was wrong if it couldn't be used on others, such as plowing the old goat's green pasture. This sparse explosive power gave Inga little inspiration. Clusters of shadow bombs grew and laid out in the foggy swamp, and then exploded into clusters of white flowers. Each flower symbolizes death, plowing the land of the foggy swamp again, making it more rotten and softer. The richness of the terrain is still wrong. Slow down. There is another blueprint missing. He may want to take a look. When Inger saw her mother's notes, of course she dared to delay. So she hastily started to deconstruct the forbidden forest and reattached herself to the shadow of Now Ling. At this point, Liu discovered that Inger and Ying's fighting methods had not changed very much, but were just reenacting Noli Moore's path. Without the ghouls, the earthworms retreated at dusk. The land became muddy, and there were even fewer magical plants wrapped around the corpses and twisted into a ball, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. It's bad, Inger said glumly. For Shungyu, the quiet swamp that was once full of ghouls and without death traps was instead the kind of landscape that imagination Xiaolu needed. Let the swamp grow. This is where the forbidden forest used to be, and there are natural disasters here. Yes, even if not, I should have found it. Liu relies on the soul and corpse of the monster to sense the past, and he has a way to truly go back to the past like baby steel, before coming into contact with the forbidden forest and the forest guards. Shungyu realized that swamps were also a part of the ecology. It's just that there is too little analysis of a demon called the sower. Numbered no. 118. Judging from the numbers, it should be a demon from the forbidden forest. Inger struggled to recreate this natural disaster, not the once prosperous scene of the imperial camp. As for Inger, the despair that Iha encountered for the first time was reproduced here, as he wished the fire from the bone conduction cannon rose from the forbidden forest, washing everything in the fog swamp. Noli Moore covered the wasteland with a thicker shadow and wrote such a line. The cedar moved very slowly, and Liu did not have any interaction with it. Inside my body is a tangled mass of mud. rattan, and joints, forming a huge landscape. Interestingly, Liu also encountered a group of weirdos. They did not go all the way north like the other demons, but wanted to crawl back to the ground along the small pit made by the Bone City, looking for a person named A by Guy. It's about slowing down. He's busy with his business. Although Shengyi was also curious about what blueprint it was that would make Noli more so slow that he lost his patience. He still didn't rush Inger. Liu understands the truth that greed is too much and too little is bad. So there is no need to ask for it anyway. When you advance to the imagination, there will be rivers like rivers, swamps like foggy swamps, and there will be no humble mountains or absolute mountains. It's bad. It's cool. Don't you have anything else to learn there? Inger had only heard about fog swamps in the Gamma epic, so he was sure there wasn't anything new there. History. The first time we arrived in the swamp, Inger took it for granted and looked for his figure in the process. However, when he arrived at the foggy swamp based on the map of the Devil's Root, Liu was shocked to find that the area had not yet returned to its original foggy appearance. The most eye-catching thing is that a certain giant fell into the mud, and its body became the nutrient of the swamp, nourishing the demons and plants that were not there to continue to grow. Let's go! Liu pushed open the door and went straight to the small library. To say the least, there has never been a natural disaster like a solar explosion in recent times. Whether there were low-level demons among the demons, they would naturally have no demon points. Liu was too lazy to even move and let them be twisted to death by Inger. The concentration of your shadow is still enough to cover the entire natural disaster. Now it can only be like that. You have to make Mother wait, Inger said timidly. The giant thing looked like a giant with an octopus on its face. Its entire body was hollow and embedded outside the swamp, with its front exposed inside, like a sculpture. Liu, on the other hand, quietly perceived everything outside the swamp, including the giant insects eating the corpses, the crocodiles and snakes writhing outside the mud, imagining their experiences from birth to death. In the process, of course, he also encountered some demons who came out of the city, including dark elves, corpse collectors, cockroaches, etc. Liu used photon pigments to coat this part of the land to avoid their perception and sight. Inga completed the deconstruction and put away the shadow, and Liu took the shadow and the door and continued southward until the foggy swamp was cleared. Liu could not knock on the door and asked Noli more on the other end to let him retreat from the city. Even if it exists in the anchor point of the Devil's Passage, it is still within the itinerary. But Liu feels that this may give Inger some new inspiration. Until a shadow poked out from the crack of the wooden door. This was the urging from Noli more. Chapter 739, Bitterberg's Ambition Burns. Obelisk Structure Diagram 2.0. At the top of the blueprint is a title like this. Liu briefly scanned the contents of the blueprint and discovered that its structure was almost exactly the same as the spire in the new holy city, with only some differences in details. Obviously, it is the design drawing of the spire, which has been iterated step by step to version 2.0. And this one, the same handwriting. Ying took 2 more books from another bookshelf. The titles were Exoskeleton Armor Optimization and On Bone Alternatives and Cost Preview. Spires, exoskeleton armor, bone replacements. Obviously, these blueprints came from the creation department of the Empire, and the handwriting was probably the handwriting of the creation minister Woodson himself. Liu felt some very familiar sentence structures between the lines. Is there any reference value? Ying knew that Liu was once very obsessed with various creations, and was also very curious about human technology. So these might be able to help him. We have seen these before. It's no big deal. Some of them are even borrowed from us. Liu glanced through them roughly. The spire is driven by magic power. This is something we have been avoiding. And we have unlimited power sources such as thunder pools and lava right hands, as well as cheaper bone conduction cannons. So we don't need things like spire rays. It seems that the brain spirits have to work overtime again. Was it day and night defense? Or was it retreated by people from the Ministry of Creation? Was it because that did not influence Liu to continue questioning? The brain wanted to escape, to hide with its shadow, but it was firmly fixed by Noli more caught. No matter whether it was there or not. As long as he let go, Butebog would escape. Liu must learn from Baby Steel to talk about them like this. And just use his thoughts to communicate with Ying and Dandan. Sherwin, Tianji, those are the names of gods. Yes, that explains normal at most. Very bad. The 8 demon sons heard the information almost at the same time. Ying and Dandan were not so sensitive. But Liu didn't immediately realize that it would provide little convenience for the future library. Liu didn't believe it. It was impossible that those gods hadn't noticed everything. Ever since Noli Moore and Spade returned to the library, they have been paying attention to every shadow. Outside there, the shadows may be able to do that. But that is very complicated for Noli Moore. But in terms of practicality, it is far more convenient than petrifying light plus a bone conduction cannon. There is no news about our hometown, Mini Island. Liu still remembered the original promise. Liu is thinking, why do those blueprints appear in the library? The library is on its way to the top of the climb. And you have finally waited for it. Finally, Bitterberg's ambition ended. And he remembered something that was not there. Noli Moore thought silently. What does he want to do? Bitterberg conveyed. His brain grew, turning back and forth between Noli Moore and Lu Fengshan. If you find it, what did you ask him to do? Ying asked. Because he wants to reveal his identity. You lock Bitterberg out of the shadow space. If he wants to ask anything, you ask it for him. But that's all. Bitterberg's next thought seemed to have knocked the 8 demon sons on the head. Suddenly, Liu missed his younger brothers and sisters. Tokyo is the god of knowledge. Next, you need to find some experienced book translators to sort and review the books in the library. And then share the useless knowledge with Tong Piao and Tom. Of course, Liu will have a look at the library. That kind of change. Judging from the feedback from the Devil's Illustrated book, the Master of Brain Spirit has indeed only discovered it now. Huh? Really? Bitterberg was slightly surprised. As if he just knew about it. Many secrets and information that I once dreamed of are now hidden in a massive collection of books. Imperial news? Bite your brain in the ass, what's going on? Liu was really scratching his head. If I need rays, wouldn't the technique of using eyeballs be bad? Liu once obtained something like a laser eye when summoning demons from another world. For example, magic suitable for many minis to learn. Information that can help us increase our survival rate? Ying understands Liu's current worries very well. Immediately afterwards, Liu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen a crown during the final ceremony of killing a Jibuji, and also saw some patterns when the satellite was first launched. Lu Feng needed to ensure the accuracy of the information, and only the Devil's Manual could do that. Seeing Liu throwing the blueprint aside like trash, Ying admired my arrogant attitude very much. Bitterberg answered mentally, aren't these time marks? Anyway, they have something to do. They are participating in the Killing Cup. Come and translate. Ying made a decision slowly. I must have found some useless information. And you will give it to him simultaneously. That kind of reaction was unfamiliar to all the 8 demon sons when Baby Steel pronounced the name Tian Crest. He suffered the same heavy blow. Sorry. My hands are gone. Why should I take a bath? Ask him something. Following Lu Feng's idea, Noli Moore rode outside Bitterberg's brain sulcus. Does he know that there are some books missing from the library recently? That means Sherwin noticed you. Bitterberg's magic power is so nourishing that no matter how long he hides, he will always come out to take a breath. They are only books from the Ministry of Creation, and there is no latest empire there. Ying stuffed a few more newspapers into Lu Feng's brain groove, inserting them into me very majestically, as if I had wings. Although Liu was also very curious, he felt that the name of a god that would make his head explode even if he thought about it would be recorded in a book in a certain library. A familiar name popped into Bitterberg's mind. Bitterberg still has no authority over the library. If he wants to find clues, the former master of the brain is a very bad person. There was no trace of respect in Bitterberg's thoughts. And he also dared to share his name with Noli Moore. Kill him, Lu Feng reacted immediately. Ashamed of me. The bad thing is that Liu heard it. When the inquiry began, Bitterberg was crushed to pieces by Noli Moore, and died like a fart. Yes, the basic explanation is reasonable. If humans retreat, they will probably choose to burn the library with fire, but instead send books to you. Ying noticed Liu's thoughts. Who is Sherwin? When Noli Moore wrote those 2 words, the shadow instantly faded, and a few pieces cracked and fell inside. Spud's skin was no longer itchy, and he thought silently in his mind. As for what kind of chain reaction that change will bring, it still depends on the specific things found outside the book. It's just that Liu's brain grooves are twisted into a ball, and he is really cool. Knowledge will increase automatically, and every book, work or blueprint in KO's continent will leave a copy in the library. When the authority of the library expands to a certain extent, the content of the books will change. Does he know what's going on? Noli Moore's handwriting changed outside Bitterberg's brain sulcus. It was so bad that he put it out. You need to hear my heart. Liu also directly conveyed his thoughts to Noli Moore. Noli Moore didn't catch Bitterberg in the corner of the small library, next to a certain book in the former 7th library. Perhaps if you look through the books again, you can find other gods? At the same time, in the bathhouse of the library, Lulu was tapping the cold ground with her bare hands, looking impatient. Ying didn't insist, and next time he hid Liu outside the bookshelf in front of him, waiting for me to apply a layer of photon pigment, and then took out a brain from outside the shadow space. Immediately afterwards, Lu Feng remembered a key name. Where is Bitterberg? Have you found him? Why are you looking for us? Chapter 740. Just know how to get married. Lava's right hand was also completely taken away by the bone cart cult. The bathhouse is now just a stone pool without any relaxing function. Bone mahjong has also been used by the bone car instructor to make railways, and there is no way to play cards. It's too boring. Lulu was beaten and beaten until she was a bulging little sweet potato. Then let's go back and get married. Feifei was rubbing Lulu's back. I heard recently that many demons ran out of the city and went to play outside. Can we go out too? When you get married? You know how to get married. What else do you know? Lulu twisted her neck. We have to wait for the next batch of mini-minis to arrive before we can go home. It's not that strict, Feifei muttered. Then what do you think we should do? I just don't know. That's why I'm upset. Lulu sighed heavily. Push up. Use force. Feifei also rubbed Lulu's neck as requested. How about finding a faith like other demons? Feifei continued to give ideas. Maybe if you have faith, you won't be so irritable. We have faith, but I don't remember it. Lulu shook off Feifei's hand with her arm and faced her spouse. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Practice your sword. I'm going to beat you up. Lulu stretched out her arm and took out a broken bone spur from the corner. Very slow. Very slow. It's broken. It's for trouble. You've seen the thunder pool. Feifei didn't miss the creatures in the library. It feels so bad. In haste. The bit will send thoughts to the shadow. His forest has grown beyond the library. Noli Moore communicated with the forest guard according to Feifei's message. The forbidden forest has not yet begun to take shape. It is far from as shabby as when I first ran to the Colosseum to take refuge. Of course, magic plants will grow next to the thunder pond. Feifei thought about it, and asked Inger to take him to the bathtub, sprinkle a small amount of lava on his hands, and then return to the elevator entrance. After a while, the elevator door opened, and the two big sweet potatoes, the shadow and the snail, looked at each other. Little library. Bitterberg just died. The bath was broken, and they were fighting outside again, Feifei reminded Dandan. The bath is broken? Spud screamed, particles swaying wildly. Although I remember Skalrik, I still remember the loud noises that brought little noise to the forest. Nothing's wrong? Why did you bring that kind of thing here again? The forest guard acted like a lord of authority, keeping his height equal to that of Noli Moore. Dong dong dong. Knocking on the tree hole. They will put on the big noise's skin and wait beside it with Ying. Even Liu was kicked out of the small library. Of course Feifei is covered in photon pigment and is invisible, and is actually standing in front of us at this moment. Ding! The elevator light came on, and it came up from the lower floor. Go and see the forester. He has brought down the staff of deception. So, books come from trees, and it's unusual for the library to be opened outside the forest? Noli Moore asked rhetorically. A lot lower than before. The 8 demon sons discussed how to deal with a sudden increase in knowledge, and were about to retreat to the previous topic. Although the 2 sweet potatoes were large, they were quite narrow and blocked the elevator entrance. Are they coming up? Noli Moore asked. What did he want to say? The leaves under the ranger swayed. The next time they communicated, Feifei was still the city defense commander, asking the forest guard if he was willing to bind the huge ship in the library that was about to take off. Snail carried the 2 big guys into the elevator, while Feifei went straight to the forbidden forest on the Colosseum with Noli Moore and Ying. You admit it. Come again. Spard was not interested in meeting the ranger and continued to play with Lulu. You admit defeat. Noli Moore knew that it was finally the highlight of the day. But the mithril armor has also been taken away. It will hurt if you poke it. Feifei protected his vitals and huddled up. The bath is broken? The 2 big guys suddenly raised their heads. Moreover, Feifei had just returned from the foggy swamp and had only included demons like Sours. Guessing that they were not sent by the forest guards to sow seeds for the forbidden forest. Observe the magic plant next to the thunder pond. Of course it's true. Liu closed the page. Everything in the library represents the ambition of a certain devil. Although you know who I am. When I return, you will have no direction again. I thought that months would pass by. The loud noise on the side spit out a sapling of a bone tree from his mouth. Fei also felt that his brain groove was not sore. There are no guests anywhere? Cooperation or destruction? Noli More moved to shadow. Noli More is looking forward to it. Of course there are no guests. Beside the bath, Liu took out the pages of his own book. Flipped and read. Since Fei has been forgotten and Shadow is not very good at communicating and negotiating with other demons. The covenant between the Forbidden Forest and the library has not been updated for a long time. Before the death of the Demon Wolf King, the forest guards received less nutrients. But what about now? The forest guard agreed. Lei Pond belongs to the Forbidden Forest. No plants grow here, which is very abnormal. At that moment, Lulu and Tom burst into tears when they were touched by the short hairs under their heads. Noli More reminded. Liu said there are no guests. Yes. It's broken. Go and enjoy it. Fei borrowed Noli More's hand and touched the heads of Lulu and Tom. You're so annoying. You loser. Lulu looked at Fei's look and immediately lost interest in doing anything and slumped down on the ground. Why does Noli More have to lock you up there? As a scholar, even if Wei Hui loses the memory related to Wei Hui, he can still infer some complex information from the structure of the library and the content of recent work. Let's go! Let's go and have a look with you. Lulu called to her subordinate Hui and ran all the way to the elevator and to the small library. The thunder pool was placed on the lower level of the library. So the 8 devil sons took Inger to the elevator of the bloody corridor. Fei was going home for the first time, and he planned to go there through the soil. Lulu Tom is wrestling with Noli More and Big Ko. Where are the guests? Lulu and others asked in unison, as if evenly matched. One Lulu and Tom grabbed the shadow, and the other hugged the snail. And they fell and beat on the ground to vent their inner emotions. Outside is, with a little thought, you will perceive the 2 big guys outside the elevator. Really? Lulu narrowed her eyes. No wonder we have to participate in the Centennial Killing Cup. Mainly because of confusion. After seeing whether we were missing arms or legs, Fei was still a little depressed. And correspondingly felt Lulu's inner irritability. Obviously, even if the forest guards and the big wolves are fighting for it, the Forbidden Forest still retains a certain expansion speed. From time to time we will be overturned by Noli More. Or we will be thrown to the ground by a snail. And we will start all over again. We were sneaky, and wanted to meet the guests brought by Noli More. Guest? Brave? Lulu thought of some past invaders, and picked up the bone sword again. The thunder pool is on the lower level. And the bathing pool is also on the lower level. While Fei was warming up the pool. Of course, he also saw the situation of the magical plants in the thunder pool. You have lost the magical nourishment of the Colosseum. And the magical power of the library has also been withdrawn by the small altar. The role of the Staff of Deception is very unlimited. Yes, he is a guest of Noli More. Liu shook his head. According to your guess, you will soon have nothing to do. Let's see how I can force the forest guard to submit. Very slow. Very slow. Forget it. I brought it with me. You 2 are enough. Of course. The forest guard discovered us as soon as Noli More retreated into the forest. At this moment, he heard the call and suddenly appeared in the entanglement of vines. You are lying to them. Ying confirmed with Fei. And Fei thought it was a bad time to get to know his younger siblings. Chapter 741 Cooperation or Destruction. Although the forest guard did not know what this seedling was, he could feel the volcanic power it contained. If you don't cooperate with us, the library will go to war with you. Noli More said the lines according to Liu's message without emotion. On one side is the little wolf, who is fighting for power with you. And on the other side is the little wolf, who wants to fight with you. You cooperate with us. It's your choice. Since meeting the forest guard, Liu has been using the Devil's Illustrated book to listen to his heart. And of course, he can hear his biggest worries. The ranger hopes that the little wolf will die in the Centenary Killing Cup. This is certainly information that can be exploited. You are a member of the Bone Car Cult. And you are working for the High Altar. The forest guard was a little shaken. But he was still testing Noli More's motives. Indeed, I once had a covenant with the library, but inexplicably, it stopped. However, in front of the Devil's Manual, these temptations were in vain. I'm talking to you. What's the point of having a big altar? Noli More repeated. Be honest and control your sours. We will still defend your peace. The reason why Liu tried to cooperate with the Forbidden Forest was simple: there were many resources that could be used, and the species in them could greatly enrich the imagination of the creatures on the continent. With so little thought, you think he will be able to make the right decision by then. No more used a shadow to put away the big bone sapling that Shanjia had just spit out in the ground and dug back into the soil with AKA. Of course AKA will accompany you. He's always disturbing. No more noticed that AKA had lost interest, which was not a sign of depression. That feeling seems to have been recorded in your life rings, and with the habits of a forest guard, it is very suitable to become the front shield of the library. It includes a peaceful land where people often grow wildly, some new species from the Sea of Death, reshaping the balance of the Forbidden Forest, and some big details like banning noisy exits from the forest. As a demon king, with many memories from another world mixed in his mind, the possibility of AKA's identity being exposed is low. How is he? AKA wanted to take a look at the candlestick in the Colosseum before he merged with Ying. He thought he would meet Liu there, so he could say hello. In the stone chamber, the Colosseum candlesticks were swinging. After all, outside of the days of cooperating with the library, the forest guard has not suffered too many grievances. He even actually survived the demon wolf King Phintius and escaped the first wave of destruction from the Imperial Army and Ichigo offensive. Noli more really enjoyed the scene where Shanjia defeated the forest guard with just a few words, and wrapped up Shanjia's brain grew fiercely. It was Gu Inger's presence who had to tangle with Shanjia. You? Of course you are very hungry. Liu described the recent state. You really want to eat the devil, but Aching has been helping me. And I am also good at hiding. Forget it, as long as the big wolf dies, nothing can be discussed. That's hard for you. AKA has enough magic power, and does not have the support of the library and the Colosseum. So he cannot try to use the staff of deception to deceive the candlelight of the Colosseum. He will help you kill the big wolf? The forest guard was finally moved. Are you interrupting? It is unimaginable that in the future there may not be a forbidden forest growing under the floating island, blocking the sky. Well, the wolf cub can be kept. Noli Moore's voice finally had some emotion. It was just like the way he often saw AKA surrendering his soul. The ranger is so comfortable. After being promoted to the imaginary stage, Liu needs this species diversity to be able to perceive more balance from the operation of the forest. Oh, we found the Demon King. So we want to find Amphibious? AK is now more than happy to sign a contract with Liu when the magic power of the library and the Colosseum was the most abundant. Since there is no way to completely sense the Sea of Death, it would be a mistake to take over a forest first. The contract is for a while. He will first control his sowers. You can discuss the previous conditions before the Centennial Killing Cup is over. AK achieved the goal of that meeting. Did he directly propose to let the Forbidden Forest go? Disembarkation request. Liu couldn't wait to enjoy the killing. Ashamed of me, being such a madman. It's really hard to predict my behavior. What do you think? You should renew the contract regularly. The forest guard conceived a new request for the Forbidden Forest. The blood fountain pumps out the number 3. Which means what it means. Come back? A face with long hair covered in blood squeezed out from the crack of the stone. Liu's face. Shanjia didn't pay much attention to Noli Moore's emotions, but instead laughed at AKA. He is so bad. He has lost his magic power, and has been forgotten by everyone. These are all recorded in the Demon Manual, proving that the forest guards are very lawful demons. The forest guard is not interested in becoming a demon king, and he wants to usurp other people's rights. He just wants to grow up with the forest and peace and contentment. I must do a little thing. Does he want to participate in this? There will not be many dogs under the killing cup, but there are still too many people. You are afraid that there is no way to kill you. Shanjia carried the candlestick to AKA's back and pulled out a fountain of blood. That's the problem. That's exactly what you want. Although Akka has no mouth, his brain grooves are very hard. Shanjia? He remembers you? AKA had thought that Liu could escape the influence of the forgetting ritual. Did I actually make a request? Inger studied silently. The forest guard felt strange for some reason and looked for his annual rings, only to find that a few rings were blank. I originally remembered that I wanted to see who was playing under your future fiefdom, but I saw them as soon as I thought about it. Liu squeezed out his whole body. According to Inger. That's cool. Do you remember, when you become the Lord of Authority, the bad image cannot directly see the devil? Liu licked his fangs. That time. Will you be the king of the Colosseum? Shanjia only felt the double gun tattoo under his brain was getting hot, and he quickly broke away from the state of forgetfulness. Of course. AKA nodded since there is no contract with Shanjie. No one can be the winner of the Centennial Killing Cup. It's very bad. Is there nothing he can do? Let this Killing Cup in now. Liu swung his cloak. And AKA Ying and Inge were instantly taken to this lonely stone chamber underground. And the skyship hasn't taken off yet. Liu stared at AKA and Noli more. Especially that Sol is now the Lord of Authority in the Forbidden Forest. We can rediscover an intimate relationship. The forest guard can find the lost growth rings. Give up thinking. And turn into a field of leaves. That was too early for the Rangers. It would even be more convenient if Liu came to take charge. Obviously. Outside of that period of time, Liu seemed busy devouring the souls outside the mouth of the abyss. But in reality, he had been searching for the whereabouts of the Demon King. For Shanjie, the Colosseum is not my future fiefdom. When I saw it, I remembered it. And the moon in the sky under the Demon King's city suddenly changed, filled with blood, and was about to become full. And just when the mind and the shadow were inseparable, blood instantly covered the soil on the Colosseum. Yeah. But the red skin is also hidden very deep. Have you dug it out yet? Liu thought it was unsatisfactory, but rather enjoyed the process of searching. Chapter 742, Did you advance the Killing Cup? Did you advance the Killing Cup? Originally there was still some time before the full moon. But at the moment AKA pulled out the candlestick, there were only 3 days left before the opening game of the Centenary Killing Cup. Liu's clairvoyant eyes saw the moon that suddenly filled up the sky. And then looked at the candlelight and AKA. He did not expect such a change to happen. This further proves that the moon above the Demon King's castle is fake. As for how it will subsequently wriggle and resynchronize with the moon on the continent of Chaos, that is another matter. Hee. Maybe it can't wait any longer. AKA smiled. But his expression suddenly froze, as if he was looking at something else. Liu also heard from Ying's voice that Zhuhua was announcing the rules to all the players who had signed up. The rules are very vague, but enough for participating demons and humans to understand. The Killing Cup is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is more for entertainment, and any soul can participate. Candlelight will also open up a new venue where all souls can enter and exit freely, choose their own opponents, and start fighting at any time. Once you accumulate a certain number of wins, you can participate in the second stage. In the second stage, there are fixed games every day, and opponents will be matched by candlelight. The last 16 gladiators alive will enter the third stage, which is the final stage of becoming the king of the Colosseum. Sure enough, the candlestick can be deceived. But before all the notifications were given, the candlelight became silent. As long as he participates, he can touch the line. The flame of the candle suddenly rose and fell, and a wisp of flame fell under Kurt's head. The registration was successful. These are what Kurt heard through the voices of Ying and Liu. At that time, the Bag Devil not only opened up a Colosseum alone, but even summoned the Ministry of Creation and the Yui sect, which could be regarded as indirectly killing the Gamble family. The plan to kill Red Akka gradually took shape in Kurt's mind. What do I want you to do? And he was staring blankly at the blood moon in the world. He realized that Kurt and Noli More were communicating. So he turned back. The bad image still works. Kurt realized that only by recapturing the Bone Card cult or destroying the small altar could he regain the magic power and take a step back to control the direction of the Centennial Slaughter Cup. At that moment, Kurt also saw the candlestick's line of thought spreading out to all parts of the Chaos continent like a huge whirlpool. Without him, we can't. Ying thought of Kurt's self-healing before the dungeon and the Abyss Maw. If you can definitely take care of the Bone Cart cult, there are very few things you can do with the Centennial Slaughter Cup. There are no threads. And it even spreads under the giants of Xiaolu. Kurt couldn't foresee that before spending a small amount of magic power to use the Staff of Deception, Nolmore would need a small amount of shadow to replenish his energy. And those cannot regress in sync with the lit anchor. Would you like to try? Kill the priest. Of course. And Ye's plan requires an Ye's support. And it was not when the candlelight flickered, but when it was constantly transmitting messages to countless souls. And you vaguely saw something else. It is true that FPGA required Noli More and Liu to perform some operations, but there was nothing too pressing. So FPGA tolerated it for the time being. Looking at Liu, who was eager to try, Kurt suddenly felt that since he could think of that, would other demons who had no idea about the Demon King's throne also have the same idea? For example, a few threads were pulled to the library side and connected to the outside of Lulu Feifei's head. Of course, the Demon King will participate. The new king of the Colosseum will be my slave anyway. So why not fight with the slave? Kurt asked Yi. It's just that the magical nourishment of the library is not enough. But it is a bad plan. Do you want to kill someone? Liu asked. You can register at any time for the first and second stages. And you can also withdraw on your own. But when you withdraw, you will be cursed by the Colosseum. Fuzzy. Hazy. You can feel the trajectory. Can it be done? Kurt asked. Before consuming Shadow's magic power to pull the thread of the candlelight out of Red AKA's head, can Shadow return to his best in the opening game? State. Done. I hope I will canonize that slave myself. Liu licked his lips. And he also understood in an instant that if he wanted to touch the candle's line of thought, he must also become a gladiator. With or without the magic power of the library. His magic power is sufficient. Shadow gave that feedback. Kurt immediately tried to deprive his younger brothers and sisters of the right to compete, wanting to test the effect. But the moment he touched the line of thought, he almost had his brain stems cut into pieces. But at the end of the Battle of the Bone Hammer, Red Anya and the Bone Che cult stole everything in the library. Did the Demon King participate? Will you still be the king of the Colosseum? And he was also very bad about what information Chico got. Boom. The one who survives to the front becomes the new king of the Colosseum. It's bad. Now he is also a gladiator. Ying's mood suddenly became excited. This is the thought line of the candlestick. That in itself is not an intelligence advantage. After briefly reading the rules of the Centenary Killing Cup, Kurt realized that the process was very serious. And he was not very friendly to Minnie and the brains. Like Red Akka. Like Old Goat? In the final stage, 16 gladiators will engage in a life and death battle. And the curse of the Colosseum will further intensify. Quitting the game is basically equivalent to death. Shadow asked with concern. That's cool, Inger, who had been talking, suddenly didn't respond. Although the exchange with Candlelight was very brief. And he did not directly use the Staff of Deception to affect any results. Kurt still felt that today's harvest was wrong. First, Anya could barely see the missing gladiators. Come on. Let me show you that no one wants to be the king of the Colosseum, Kurt said to himself, searching for Candlelight's thoughts. Or Anya. As long as you kill me, the magic power of the library may be restored. Ying's shadow flickered. The small altar has been secretly plotting against the library for too long. And now it's time to do the opposite. I'll lend it to you. Through the shadow. Shadow sensed Kurt's thoughts and temporarily took away the right to use the Staff of Deception. I still remember that when we killed the Knoll family, Red Akka was still an ally. It's feasible. Ying sensed Anya's thoughts and spoke again. You can't find an opportunity to pull Red Anya back. The worst thing is to deal with the Bone Cart cult first and get back the magic power before talking about the rest. You can't deceive the small pillars if you don't have the small pillars. Or, if that's not possible, just pull the thread of the killing cup out of whose head? If you participate, just participate. Anyway, there is nothing, since the candle cannot be controlled by the Staff of Deception. Even if you enter and exit the killing cup, you can't get rid of the bonus curse. You can still play with Shijia, or even directly from the law school. Kill. Those actions are incomprehensible. But they do not mean they cannot be tolerated. Originally, Kurt was still determined to participate in the killing cup. But when he realized that he could influence the outcome through the rod of deception, he decisively approached the candle and clamped the candlestick with his brain groove. Let's do it. Kurt marked a big stone on the candlestick as a mark of the devil's root, and prepared to wait until the last time the candlelight was active, and then return slowly to operate. It looks like it was a wrong plan. It's actually very convenient. Comparing the Centenary Killing Cup, Kurt found that the whole process was not very similar to the final ceremony of Okabuki's death. When the time comes, just pull back the blinded red robe and fight to death. Kurt suddenly found the source of the thread. Chapter 743, Going to Jew Mountain. What do I do? Whoever I want you to kill. You can just eat him. Of course. Liu wanted AKA to do what he was best at. Liu imagined that a dazed redcoat was pulled into the battlefield of the Killing Cup and then besieged by 3 demon sons. A shadow baby and a big red cloak. Thinking about it, Liu called his balls, and Spade instantly crawled out of the tattoo in Liu's brain. Anything interesting? Spard shook off the magma in his SHL. Before he was called over, he was taking a bath in the library. You're participating? Spard immediately noticed the remaining flames in Liu's brain groove and realized that the Centennial Killing Cup had finally become more lively. That's a small matter. We want to kill Redcoat. After learning that the Bone Cart cult had stolen the magical nourishment from the library, Liu needed to get rid of Redcoat as soon as possible, even if he wanted to advance. As for what impact this will have on the Battle of Faith on the mainland, it is not something Liu needs to consider at all, regardless of whether it is the first or seventh stage, as long as it is done outside of that time. That's my metaphor. Ying missed some of Kurt's words. That is a very delicate job. It sounds complicated, but it must be very simple to operate. What's more, if you don't believe it, you are afraid of missing the active period of the candle. The Centennial Killing Cup has not ended for 3 days, and the scene behind the candlelight is very quiet. There are not many things to do after this. Ashamed of me, I dare to ignore the ban on death. That needs to take into account the magic power of Shadow and aka Tom Reed's vigilance against himself, and Winnie, Damon Bindon, and the Demon Merchant, who are not always around me. You are going to Jueshan. Kurt announced the itinerary. The last thing is to find Tom Reed's line of thought. Thinking of that, Kurt immediately assigned aka a new task. By the way, there is no new knowledge in the library. Huh? Aka was still thinking about how to eat people. What about him? Shadow asked about Kurt's schedule. Want to take a nap? The 8 main goals are Kurt's promotion, the research and development of the skyship, and the authority of the Colosseum. After hearing that voice, Kurt suddenly remembered what the Unnamed Souls aggregation had taught them in the first class of the close combat training. Can he do it? Kurt asked. Kurt sent a message to Shadow, preparing to arrange Shinshin outside the stone room. Same. He filters it, and then lets Liu integrate it. Shadow automatically attached itself to Kurt, obviously wanting to go together. First of all, in order to provide a stable environment for the library, the delayed agreement with the forest guard finally achieved the right results. And as long as you complete the registration for Shai Jiroid, there will be very little left. Yes. Now. Kurt squeezed his head. It needs a demon to be by its side at all times. The Demon King's castle is too complicated, and it is not realistic to fully illuminate it. But at least there are no library and Colosseum, which are enough to create new terrain and imagine something that does not exist. What is left is not knowledge. The changes that authority brings to the library are more difficult to control and require continuous testing. Get close to Tom Reed and plug the wire outside my head? Dandon thought about his task. Not that it was as complicated as he thought. With that said, Kurt also sent a message to Ying and Dandon, clarifying the next action in the library. Copper Ladle and Great Harry still need a stable research and development environment, but they don't have a large amount of raw materials yet. Kurt still needs a large amount of kindness. I want to sleep. It's the same as sleeping on the road. Kurt was very excited now. In the plan, Shadow will use the Staff of Deception to pull up the thread of the candlestick. Shinshin is very suitable. It can connect to bones at a long distance and send news to Kurt in the sky. He came to tell you and asked me to sort out the information that is useless to you, Kurt told Ying. If we can achieve these best in secret conditions, we can't do that, and we can't control so much. We can't miss such a good opportunity as the Centennial Killing Cup. If you definitely can't, you should go out and look for some magic stones and the like these days to replenish the magic power of Ying at any time. All the inventory in the library was taken away by the Bone Cart cult, but they can really be used. You? Of course you're striking while the iron is cold. Ever since he experienced everything in Red Oil Town and Split Gold Mountain, Kurt Xiatian was used to taking the initiative and going all the way. That was the beginning of Tian Zhaiji's plan. Zhaiji suddenly became busy. On that trip back, I visited the Tie-Dye River and the Fog Swamp. There are now 11 anchor points, and only 4 of them are unlit: Demon King City, Jueshan, Lund River and Drizzle Corridor. We are going to the east. You've come here. How can you say it's a trip to a mountain? Is it difficult? Dandon didn't have any methods to get rid of the problem. He just completely overestimated how simple it would be. As Kurt's first Shadow, Shadow certainly knows how much I need a bad night's sleep. Unfortunately, the Centenary Killing Cup lasted long enough, and Kurt didn't want to finish it all in those 8 days. During that long period of time, the Bone Car cult did not forcefully recruit them. Although Ying and Dandon were assigned many tasks by Koei, it was even worse that Koei wanted to do something. At that time, even before the Devil's Manual had returned, he could deal with the Empire, Protestantism and heresy. Now it's not too late to recover into a complete body and set off to the stage of imagination. Is there any reason to be timid? What does he do forging? Dandon understood. Is this the job of a dwarf? Although Noli Moore is too good at negotiating and communicating with his demon, when it comes to executing his own needs, he is as precise as a shadow. Of course, The postulate is that the candlelight in the Colosseum will still be as it was just now, with no action to communicate with the remaining gladiators. The burden on Scholar Zhai became a little heavier. As long as we take the red-robed skeleton back to the Colosseum, we won't be able to surround and kill it. If the task is detailed, Kurt still needs to walk in it. Kurt wasn't mentally prepared yet. In particular, Zhai is very interested in all kinds of knowledge. If you want to stuff something outside Tom Reed's head knowingly or consciously, that requires a very strict arrangement. Down the road? Where is he going? Inging and Dandan asked together. It's just like that. Now that the road is open, you would come back anytime to take a look. Kurt winked at Inging. The battle of faith inside intensified. And where the eyes were gathered, everything in the library returned to normal. Maybe it will involve the transmission of the Rod of Deception, which will consume less magic power, etc. Immediately afterwards, Spard needed to find a way to bring Liu and get close to Redcoat. Unknowingly, he pulled the thread of the candlestick into the mind of the red-robed skeleton and connected it with his own thread of thoughts. What I have really never been to are Jueshan, Lund River and Drizzle Corridor. The lack of inventory in the Qingguang Library of the Bone Cart sect really left the 8 Sons of Devils unable to do anything. But during the closed battle training, Kurt used the Devil's Illustrated book to record the red-robed priest Tom Reed, which might be of great help. Now, Noli Moore became more energetic. Liu only needs to do a few things: promotion, skyship, and king of the Colosseum. The final authority of the Colosseum is related to the ritual evolution process of the Centennial Slaughter Cup, and also includes a series of major goals such as killing Tom Reed and regaining the magical nourishment of the library. Chapter 744. This wave of demons is very strong. On the way to Jueshan, the 3 demon sons, Inger and Aka, were riding in Utopia, with Liu at the wheel. Of course, there are lonely giants on the road, and there are also scattered demons playing around. There are no humans living in the area between the south of Demon King City and Ju Mountain, and it is basically deserted. More like L than a fog swamp. The demons who come here are usually the relatively solitary ones. They don't want to stay in the Demon King City, so they simply choose to fend for themselves here in Jueshan. In Utopia, several demons are having a heated discussion. How many demons do you think have crossed the mountain to the east? Liu asked as he walked around a giant octopus-like thing. The aggregation of wrong souls gives advice on the death band class based on the situation of dead souls in the body. That means many demons have died there, so there is such advice. It's been a long time since the close combat training, and I don't know how this guy is doing. I didn't see it in the Ribbon River or the Mist Swamp. Could it be that it found a better place to absorb souls more conveniently? No matter how many people there are, the 3 of us, plus your children, plus the big vampire, we will rush over. Dandan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said that this wave of demons was very strong. Anyway, it has always been reckless. This was the first time for Wang Mu to see such a majestic mountain. He let go of his senses and firmly pictured it in his mind. But judging from the final course of the Brave School and the AKI met in Fan Wang City, it seems to be very close. Is there no one? Qianning asked. Mountain? AKA turned around and looked for a moment before he saw the clues. Wait a minute. Is that Shishan? Have you ever passed by there? Channing knew I was asking about no one. Relative to the number of dogs. How are they? Have they been rescued? Prince Snow? Wang Mu went up first to ask Lao Lu about our situation. Noli Moore believes that if you are going to travel to the east one day, you need to let your brain spirit become the devil first. Okay, let's talk about it. What's it like at the bottom of the mountain? Wang Mu asked about the situation of Jueshan. Ouch! What kind of magic is that? Dandan was very curious. Although the shadow has no memory directly related to the east, the thick shadow of the abyss tells a rich history. It is obvious that the Redskins once went to the east for an expedition and hid this period of blood and tears deep in the shadow. That's what you asked. Wang Mu also wanted to know too much about everything the Revolutionary Army had done. Ha! It's hard to come by. You can't go home yet? AKA raised his sword and flew into the air, put one foot on it, and looked desperately towards the mountain. That's right. Is this the Demon King's castle coming from Jueshan? It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just a complicated look. Once you collect new terrain and feelings, you will definitely find safety. Are they here to test you? AKA looked at Qishang and asked Wang Mu back. Or let's talk about advancing to the imagination stage. As for people, if they don't exist, I'm sure I can meet them that time. Qianning was looking forward to meeting the person he was looking forward to. Because with Wang Mu's understanding of himself, once he knew about it, it would be difficult to be swept away. The sword did not fall under the snail, but the sword force raised diagonally forced the egg to stop at this moment. Spard felt a feeling of being pierced. Or you can crawl directly under the giant octopus and crawl away from its head. If anything, Ying would choose to stop Liu. Stop guessing. Just ask. Wang Mu suddenly didn't have any new suggestions. While waiting for Aka's reply, the Devil Sons would of course stop and slowly reach the southeast of the Demon King city. Hello? Wang Mu first put on bad guys' skins for the demons, dressing them up as Van Helsing, Don Quixote, Hannibal and Amuro, and then touched the tip of the sword. What's the matter? The magic weapon lit up, and AKA stood in the ideal land, looking at Qian Ning through the car window. Swordsman! Spard saw Aka and rushed down to say low to me, but was forced to stop with a sword. Don't mention it. It's important. Wang Mu also found it difficult to explain to AKA that Redcoat did not originally get inspiration from Utopia, and then derived the Bone Car cult. Noli more fully since Liu's body, and knew that this time now Ling just wanted to investigate, and had no intention of going deep into the east. I just recently saw an eastern swordsman on the bottom of the icy lake in Fan Wang City. It was certainly not a pity to take the opportunity to ask me. Inger didn't feel the same way either. Although it can be said that the dogma and teachings of the Bone Cart cult have nothing to do with Wang Mu. They are all the result of Redcoat's distortion. You ran over there as soon as you woke up. You thought you were going to sleep with a sword, but you didn't expect that you were still a little short of heat. I even know if I can meet someone. It might be fun. Dandon listened for a moment and realized that the trip was not a trip to dig into the mountain. He immediately felt no longer depressed or happy, and he didn't even think about it. Go back to the library and take a bath. Over there. It's called Jueshan. There are not many oriental swordsmen like him before Jueshan. Wang Mu roughly understood that Jueshan was called Shizishan in AKA, which was the same thing. The mountain finally came into view. Even if not, maybe Easterners are worse at communication than demons? Wang Mu also knew whether the east under the small continent of Chaos was consistent with his imagination. There were even more corpses along the way. Qian Ning drooled as he looked at this giant octopus to make sure that his hunger could be satisfied at the foot of the mountain. If you're not here, of course. AKA seemed to have nothing to hide, and wanted to fully explain the situation. In addition to my shabby books, even some explorers have been to Ju Mountain, and all those who have been there have died. How do you know what it looks like on the other side of Ju Mountain? Shut up. Ying stopped Dandon's reckless behavior. Lao Lu loves to read books. Have they ever seen Ju Mountain? Wang Mu suddenly felt that there were many unknowns hidden outside. This is a huge white mountain that reaches the sky. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist. No matter how Qian Ning uses his distorted eyes to see through it, he cannot forget it. The great sword sounded loudly in response. Lao Lu's ideal is too small, and he will be attracted to it consciously. Except for Wang Weilai. All the other demons were confused by AKA's statement. What am I talking about? The Mountain of Knowledge? Why is the Mountain of Knowledge so bad that it looks like knowledge? Wang Mu observed AKA's performance and felt that I seemed to be unfamiliar with the scene outside. Does he want to go there? AKA asked. Don't. Who are you asking? Did Liu notice that there was no person in the distance? Sure enough, it's a human being. Liu also became interested. However, it can be troublesome to deal with. And at that moment, the big sword moved, and an echo came from AKA. How about grabbing this octopus and climbing down to have a look? Ying said what Wang Mu was thinking. The driver's seat of Utopia is a self-healing bone, and the riding heals very slowly. You always thought that Jueshan was the same as Split Gold Mountain, a mine owned by their people. But did you think it was Jishan? Qian Ning laughed. Of course. Yes. What about outside? Does he know him? Wang Mu pointed to the towering wall behind him. Wait. Jian wrote under the driver's seat in Utopia. Wang Mu took out a big sword from outside the groove of his head. This is the communication tool that AKA left for me. Those are all feedbacks from the mouth of the abyss. Feedback to the devil's intuition. Bone Che cult? AKA raised his eyebrows. Like a wall separating two worlds. Stab the dream with a sword. Add more flames and so on. The demons all understand it. Except Wang Mu, who has no way to communicate with AKA. Chapter 745. Do you know when the world first opened? What should I say? Liu became more energetic. What else can you say? Do you think our sect is just a decoration? Wang Mu returned to Liu. From ancient times to the present. No matter which sect, If they see evil spirits like you, they will attack them in groups. Wang Mu opened the car door of Utopia and sat next to Fan Hixin. Although they were all covered in human skin, Wang Mu could still feel the awkwardness in the details. Li Yu understood his spiritual sense as the heart of the sword. It's just me. Plus Lao Lu nagging in my ear every day. That has the patience to talk to you. Wang Mu opened the door of Ideal Township and sat in the passenger seat. In a few simple sentences, Li Yu also pieced together the situation that there are many practicing sects in the East vying to become gods. Guessed it. Li Yu didn't expect people in the East to understand the devil. And he didn't have much emotion about it. Don't worry. I don't want to go east just yet. Li Yu emphasized for the time being when the skyship takes off. Li Yu will finally choose a perfect place to watch the commotion on the mainland. At present, in addition to above the clouds, outside the mountains is also an option. You don't need his help for anything. Mo Luan thought that anyway. He would reduce Lulu Feifei's combat effectiveness. And his younger siblings hate playing swords. This is like finding a master for us. As a gift back to the library. Therefore, in the eyes of sword cultivators, Shiji Mountain is a place generally suitable for training the heart of the sword. Li Yu also fell into a dream with a sword outside, and was inexplicably pulled to the sand country on the other side of chaos. And if there are no such imaginary objects, how can we compete with the twin rivers, crowns of authority, time patterns, and celestial crests in the sky? Oh, you're bad at swordsmanship. Li Yu smiled. Oh, a grand celebration outside the Demon King city. A carnival of warriors. There will be very few damn demons attending. Wang Mu explained vaguely for Li Yu. An Ire will also participate. An Ire? This locust? Of course Li Yu knew the name of the Emperor of Sha Kingdom. It agrees with me. The Ministry of Creation must know that the Ju Mountain contains such power. And I am afraid that human technology will reach another level. Before promotion, what would it be like to put down the Fighting Buddha, Taishio Lao Jun, and Jade Emperor outside the small continent of your imagination? What are you going to do if you participate? Mo Luan held his sword. Unfortunately, the Empire is too far away from Jueshan. Chaos. Shadow Rear said. Hey, you can't. Mo Luan took another look at the demons outside Utopia and found them more and more pleasing to the eye. It's just like the situation at the beginning of the world. You have been to similar places. Wang Mu explained to Li Yu in a very bad manner. Imagine that the protective power outside the world will be slightly weakened. After understanding Raven Luzin's ideals, Li Yu could clearly hear what his comrades were thinking. While Wang Mu was imagining, Ying and Inger were also sensing it, and were shocked by this sudden brilliant cloud scene. Doesn't it sound familiar to you? After listening to Li Yu's introduction, Wang Mu asked Ying and Dandan. As for any cultivator who dares to retreat to Shishan to practice, there are always few brushes at hand. So it is very reasonable for it to be a place prohibited by death ban. Does he accept apprentices? Wang Mu asked. He is very untalented. What? Li Yu was about to leave, but his attention was attracted by Dandan again. It is also true that regardless of the real Xiu family situation here in Jueshan, Wang Mu cannot use the Oriental legends that already exist outside his head to place powerful gods beyond the memory of future generations in Jueshan, outside the imaginary continent. The companions around this demon are all so terrifying? Of course, you have no unfinished business here. You have to help Lao Lu fight his way out of the world. Li Yu shook his head. When it's time to go back, you will go back yourself. I know a little bit. When Mo Luan saw Li Yu's reaction, he was even more grateful that he had set Jueshan as an anchor point. Of course, there are no dangers at the foot of the mountain. And it is also a place where many cultivators flock to hone their mental state. Ashamed of being a brain spirit. Especially when the team is still too mature. Of course we are full of hostility towards demons. We often regard the demons that enter the mountains as inner demons and the like. And kill them on the spot. I wish them success. If you need help, just support yourself. Wang Mu had not yet heard from Li Yu's voice that the revolutionary army was in trouble. No matter what the real situation of Jueshan is, Wang Mu always sets it as some kind of boundary of imaginary Xiaolu, which can effectively control the strength and difficulty of promotion. Then Helsing's but left the seat in Utopia. Wang Mu seemed to be floating. Do you want to go up to the mountain and have a look? Wang Mu sat in the car, his eyes sweeping over Don Quixote, Hannibal and Amuro in sequence, and his whole body suddenly became sharp. Mo Luan still remembers that Mo Luan's first reaction when he saw Jueshan was, go home. Hey, you are so evil that you beat me to the point of depression. Mo Luan finally found the huge advantage brought by time travel. Liu is observing the devil. And of course, the devil is observing me. Huh? Emoluin did think that the demons would be unprepared for that situation. The devil is not interesting. Utopia deformed and was reassembled into the shape of Utopia's hull. Dandan volunteered to take the helm and headed straight for the sky-high white wall behind it. These things are too abstract. Wang Mu saw the confrontation between Sandstorm and Sword Light from Liu's mind. Woodson must be envious of you. Wang Mu thought of this mechanical box containing explosive power. Good or bad? I owe him a favor first. It will be more convenient when he wants to speak later. Wang Mu was very considerate. Outside of my head, nothing. Hey! If he wants to participate in the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Dandan wanted to enjoy the baptism of Sword Light. But seeing that he was able to do it, he started to have a fight in the Colosseum. Ha! It's settled. Wait for news from him. Liu smiled boldly, and returned the big sword to Wang Mu's brain groove. That time, the door was opened with a door handle, and the devil's sons were able to return to chaos. To know the mountains is to know the lows. To know spring, autumn, winter and summer, nor to know time and space. As soon as the swordsman left, the demons under the car took off their human skins and stared straight at the mountain behind them. Yucheng wanted to pretend that the Utopia was floating in the sky. The giant octopus in front of him saw his prey and suddenly chased after him. Register him later. The letter was placed next to the candlelight. When the candlelight was active last time, Wang Mu went back to try to deceive him. But he couldn't do it. Oh! He knows about the opening of heaven and earth? Liu looked sideways. In that way, the swordsmen of the Xiao family who were deconstructed and sensed at the foot of Ju Mountain will all exist outside Wang Mu's head. And they will all become border guards of the imaginary continent. Kick kick. Hannibal jumped up, the binding thread dazzling outside his eyes. It seems that due to the influence of magic and spiritual power, everything becomes distorted and reaches the edge. He said. Liu patted his chest. Before Emoluin and Liu communicated, Dandan finally said what he had been holding back for a long time. Set off. Then, Wang Mu thought of the two big sweet potatoes dancing with swords, and suddenly lost his inspiration. Well, I don't know the mountains. I don't know the lows. And the immortals, who have never returned, have left a message to tell you that you only know. Liu did not hide it, and spoke out his knowledge of Ju Mountain to the east. Space exists in the state of a big bubble and a big world, colliding with each other and being stable. Of course, imagining these extremely exaggerated existences may require time and little magic power, but it is definitely the right direction. Very bad. Thank you for the information. Wang Mu patted Emoluin on the shoulder. How about it? Do you want to send him back? Without direction, Liu became even less motivated. Correct. Liu nodded. Chapter 746, Jueshan Zero Food. AKA turned around and was going to cut the octopus into sections and make them into snacks for exploring the mountain. Don't touch it. Keep it. And Liu had a sudden idea. Such a big thing can help us distract a lot of attention from anything strange on the mountain. After getting used to Huntler, Liu felt that whether he was facing a simple demon or a human, having a bait could greatly improve his efficiency. At this moment, a behemoth is following behind, which is perfect for attracting firepower. Haha. Okay. AKA wasn't very hungry either. He could eat a big octopus or not. Very sensible. Worthy of being a human being. AKA felt that Liu was different from the kind of demons who forget themselves when they see meat, and could always remember what their purpose was, and that kind of short-sighted demons abound in the mouth of the abyss. Liu didn't expect that this would also gain AKA's approval. He sat in the ideal country, enjoying the thrill of the rush, and thinking about everything that might happen on the mountain. Last time in Chaos, the three sons of the devil were looking for a ruler, and they were not done until they found it. But this time, they just wanted to light up the anchor point of the devil's root. In other words, it is no more difficult than last time. Liu didn't think he could sense all the chaos at once. Come on! Dandan had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He and Wanren came out to play, but only for the scenery on the road. Well, I found a way to communicate with Kurt. Inging nodded. Use the corpse-gathering demon? The giant creature thought of the flesh and blood giant that Rhett and Liu had forcibly created in Hongyu Town during his first Domino live broadcast. The giant thing even had a name for me. Sign the soul contract. The angrier the octopus gets, the more powerful it becomes in blocking the orangutan, putting it at a disadvantage. It's just that. That time, the devil's sons were on top. Except the name you gave him. The relationship between monsters is eating and being eaten. It is the same in Hongyu Town. But Red and Liu seem to have mastered a batch of Wanren. Seeing such a scene, Ying talked about the bone cart cult's abilities. What is this? Question marks appeared in the minds of the sons of demons. So the little orangutan who can only run and jump is less easy to use than the giant spider. The orangutan is devouring the octopus while looking for its strong points. Every time the orangutan eats a bit of octopus flesh or swallows the splash juice, the orangutan's strength becomes smaller, weaker, and more violent. At the same time, the octopus was also fighting back, using its tentacles to twist the orangutan's 7 limbs or neck. For a moment, the sound of bones and fascia squeezing against each other became the main theme on the mountain. Orangutans cannot regain their strength after swallowing an octopus, and the octopus's mouth parts and tentacles have difficulty breaking through the orangutan's fur. At least it has only swallowed one of the orangutan's legs, causing deep scars that can be seen in the bone. Look! Sure enough, there are no monsters. The giant laughed and watched No Lee Moore use his shadow to broadcast in real time. The giant creature was too sure that the method taught by Bone Cart to control Wanren was the same as his own, weakly controlling some of Kurt's body joints and using them as horses. During this period, the big octopus kept chasing him, stirring up smoke and dust behind him. The feeling of being covered by a shadow for a moment is very close to the time when Bone City smashed into the noose. The entire foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of orangutans chewing. When the orangutan heard such favorable conditions, he grunted twice to express his submission. Particles like sandstorm seeped into the giant ape's body from its pores, as if the ocean-like mercury suddenly poured out, making its body lighter. Stand up, cockroach. He only gained strength, let alone limited food. The orangutan used gravity to crush the octopus's body with one foot, and then bit and tore it frantically. The little octopus also burst out of juice like a small lake. By the time we were about to fly to the giant mountain, the entire road had been filled with smoke and mountain fog, making it difficult to distinguish between east, west and north. Then, they saw a Kurt with all 7 limbs smashing away the body of the small octopus that was chasing behind him. The two guys fought into a ball with a roar, and the ground shook. Want to gain power? It is important, but it may not be the purpose of this ritual. The appearance of Kurt itself has nothing to do with the ritual of the old goat, and it is reasonable for Redwarren to find a way to communicate with Kurt. The battle continued, looking at the posture of the giant. It looked nothing like the scene of the ancient Wanren battle between King Kong and Octopus. The outright eternal night also made this place look like the human world, but underground. When Wanren had this idea, Utopia rushed straight towards the orangutan who was feasting. Under the heavy pressure, the orangutan knelt directly on the ground. The blood-red cloak is like a blood fountain, covering the orangutan's body from top to bottom, washing its flesh and blood. Looking back, the most unlucky ones should be the Imperial Army and the Snow Kingdom to the north. You have found it too. Inga raised her hand to take credit from her mother, but it is also slowly offset by the orangutan's weak recovery ability. The giant creature couldn't see clearly what was happening. It was from outside the minds of Ying and Inger that he saw the object of the battle, the little octopus rolling and entangled with a gorilla like Wanren. Although it gradually lost consciousness, the octopus's tentacles still wrapped around the orangutan's body one by one, gradually tightening it. The orangutan showed no signs of suffocation and twitched from time to time. Finally, the main body of the octopus was torn into 2 pieces, and the orangutan took the meat soaked in juice back into his mouth and had a full meal. The orangutan exploded with great strength, trying to resist the sudden shadow, blood and iron. Then, just when the shadow was about to break, he suddenly found that the meat outside his mouth seemed to have been picked over and rubbed by a fluffy iron wire. Out of the mouth. The giant gorilla was furious, his eyes bloodshot. Wanren snatched away all the meat outside its mouth, interrupting its physical recovery. The giant thing found the giant gorilla's brain and sent a message to it. There were various large particles floating in the air. The perception of the giant object and the perspective of the Eye of Distortion were not completely adequate. The particles without balls and the 2 shadows were used to navigate, so the direction never deviated. Once Wanren, which is smaller than a siege beast, reaches a large scale, it can be said to be a town the size of the 7th town of Splitting Gold. Even a fortress like Noose will probably have to endure a few attacks. An apex predator that could prey on other giant beasts in the mountains was completely controlled like that. The giant finally understands how enjoyable it is to become a god. Finally, the orangutan found the octopus's brain, tore its body apart and bit it. Whether it is used for traveling, attacking cities, used as bait to taunt, or used to do something under the Centennial Killing Cup, it is all wrong. And when they arrived at the foot of Jew Mountain, when the Devil's Sons were about to rush away, they suddenly saw a huge shadow falling from the bottom of the mountain. From seeing the mountain to running towards it, although the mountain was always in sight, Utopia still flew over a large area of desolation and traveled 100 miles. Such a small orangutan is no longer the exclusive mount of the library. The shadow instantly became thicker, and Nolmore and Inga worked together to pin the orangutan to the ground. Or, you can use it as a mount? After witnessing the praying process of the two Kurts, the giant suddenly felt that since the Bone Rider cult was gathering one rin to build an army, he could also fall behind. And even though it was foaming at the mouth, the orangutan was still tearing at the octopus. Chapter 747, Heavy Giant Ape. Cockroach? Is it a demonic name? Although Dandan is not very interested in these things, he has been around Nolmore for a long time, and knows what having a demonic name means. Yes. Ha ha. Liu laughed and motioned for Ing, Dandan and aka to release Cockroach. Cockroach wants strength, food. The giant ape's thoughts are very simple, but they are clearer than those of the giant spider. Please wait a moment. Let me ask you, how is the situation above? Liu also had this consideration in conquering the orangutans. Wang Mu's explanation was not clear, and it was from an Eastern perspective, which may deviate from reality. It would be better to ask Cockroach, who only recently appeared on Jew Mountain, to get first-hand information. After all, this is a dangerous mountain where the death ban strictly requires stay away, so it's not too much to be cautious. The ball, the food, can't climb to the top. Although the orangutan has certain brain power, its perception of reality is not very accurate. Liu could only see that it was born inexplicably in the mountains, and then burst bubbles one after another in search of food. There are all kinds of bubbles, and big worlds under the mountain. Whether it is Liu or Cockroach, there is no way to know the whole picture. There are still very few unknowns. There are bubbles all over the mountain, like a strange organ or tissue, densely packed. Each bubble looks like it is in chaos. The inner and outer molds are blurred, and the rolling phantom light of the same texture is dazzling. Strength. Wang Mu turned his head and rejected his previous proposal for such a small orangutan that can stand in the Colosseum. How much self-healing bone and lava left hand should be fed to it? Our minds have long been flying to the bottom of the mountain. Cockroach's idea is very simple, like a blank sheet of paper, and cannot fully accept the values of the library. And apart from the self-healing bones, we can't try to install the eyes of distortion, photon pigments, tentacles, etc. under the bodies of giants? Sure enough, with the scale of the mountain, there is no way to complete the perception and structure at once. Wang Mu even believes that the existence below is not limited, but the overflow of chaos itself. Wang Mu even believes that the old goat used a ritual to create so few giant creatures that are close to being intelligent. He did not intend to brainwash us with faith. I want to die. Wang Mu also picked the smallest bubble and ended it. But Guan Fujie couldn't break free. Firstly, it cannot weaken its strength and movement ability. And seventhly, it cannot take a step back to learn how to slowly create flesh and blood. He finds food by himself. No wonder Ranyan lets a little guy like Cockroach jump around. As for the answer, you need to go to Lun River or Drizzle Corridor to determine. Having driven a giant spider for a while, and witnessed an orangutan and an octopus fighting each other, it is obvious that Cockroach's strength is also the best among the giant beasts. Guan Fu played the role of Minto. He first helped Cockroach self-heal, and then removed a section of bone directly under the leg that the octopus had chewed, and replaced it with low-density self-healing bone. Wang Mu didn't waste any time. He told Dandan to keep heading and rushed along the mountain. Then when I hear the news about you, I will pull the thread and pull you out. Wang Mu was too lazy to make a parachute and felt that airdropping giant objects was a very devilish tactic. Wang Mu arranged Cockroach's itinerary and wrapped a bunch of binding thread under the orangutan's shoulders. He is waiting outside to move around. You guys go down there. Bang bang bang. Wang Mu had to say that Cockroach was less cooperative than the forest bear he encountered in Hushan. No wonder the difference was that the orangutan had degenerated into an adult, and that it was a bear instead. Without the blessing of low-density self-healing bones, the giants would not be living bombs if they jumped on it. Seeing whether Wang Mu continued to ask questions, Cockroach raised his request again. Is that more dangerous than skeleton armor? Understanding the structure of giants will slightly improve efficiency whether they are used for killing, eating or building. The phantom light cannot be transmitted inside due to the barrier of mountain fog. but small and large things can be vaguely seen moving inside and outside. That's it for today. But if you are satisfied, you will proceed to the previous step of transformation. At this point, Redcoat's skeleton army is missing from the library, and Lecky's leg hair is missing another heavyweight giant gorilla. Kakarot, Inging, Dandan and AK all reacted very well. Now there is only one thought in their minds. This is not to rush away. Kakarot roared loudly, and under the pain of bone replacement, he pulled a shadow to tear the small ground, broke away from Nolmore's master, and then beat the replaced Tibia crazily. Did you observe anything? Guanfu asked knowingly. It's me. Inging sensed Wangmu's thoughts and thought they were evil. Kakarot stood up. This time he needed the control of the shadow again. He directly stretched out his hands and feet, wanting Wangmu to replace them all. We finally arrived at the southernmost point of the Devil's operating range, Ju Mountain. One of them is certainly not Kakarot. There are various slices of chaos in the bubble, and nothing can happen. Through a simple telegram, Liu determined that the mountain was indeed as Wangmu said. A mountain that reached the sky and was insurmountable, filled with small bubble worlds one after another. Wangmu felt that Dandan even wanted to turn into an egg again and smashed it away, which was very distressing. Hearing Wangmu shouts, we returned to the Utopia with an extremely high goal. That time, I finally saw Jueshan's mountain body up close. It really couldn't be imagined as a wall on a small continent because it was strong enough. Ouch! Kakarot roared in response and obediently went underground. It's broken. You go! During the exchange between Guanfu and Kakarot, Inging and Ingla certainly found it very boring. But for Dandan and AKA, they were just in a daze. As a demon who once dragged the shadow of the Abyss Maw, Nolmore's own power is beyond doubt. There were no people, no flowers, and no great light. Kakarot wants strength, food, bow. Therefore, Wangmu must retain the possibility of advancing. It's just too much strength. There's nothing I can do about it. When the day comes when they are needed to fight, just drop those giant objects from the sky ship and smash the city walls or the army. Right? Wang Neuron then thought about how to use the existing materials to give Kakarot the smallest improvement. The purpose was not only to experiment, but also to see the transformation potential of the giant object. Kakarot, accept your blessing. Fortunately, Kakarot can regain his health through supplementary food, so he can survive until now. It can be sent out of the stomach, but it cannot be sent directly out of the bones. Wangmu knew he had found a treasure that time. The moment the stabbing retreated from the mountain, the sound of bubbles bursting was heard, and Wangmu, Inging and Ingwe were instantly paralyzed. The forest guards are very unfamiliar with the ecology of the forest. Maybe they can add giants and remove them from the ecological chain to make us self-sufficient? Only Guanfu's thoughts and eyes could not penetrate, and even the particles that sparred often through would be bounced away by the tension of the mountain. If Kakarot can be transformed successfully, this giant with fewer predecessors will soon board the skyship. Use the food provided by the Forbidden Forest to develop an army. Sometimes it's easy. Just open it and bite it. Sometimes it's painful, and your life is endangered by the inexplicable presence in the bubbles. The ground shook, and Kakarot knocked harder and harder, gradually realizing the weakness of the new bones. The research on the skyship is at a stage that requires a large amount of raw materials. Wangmu has a few spare bones to send back to the orangutan's stomach. What does that mean? Chapter 748, Bone Car Crossing the River. The bubbles were dense and connected, opening up countless worlds for Liu, Inging and Inger in an instant. Shadow is a little better. At least a quasi-demon level shadow demon, with enough capacity to process such a large amount of information. But the situation of Liu and Inger was not so good. Liu lacked brain power, and Inger's size was also limited, so his thoughts and shadow were directly pulled very far away. If Nolimor himself had a strong connection with Liu and Inger and controlled the emanations of the two demons in an instant, I am afraid that at this moment, the brain spirit and the little shadow would be torn apart. At this moment, Liu was like a piece of cake spread out. His brain grooves smoothed out, lying cleanly in the Utopia. The same goes for Yinger. Inging didn't even have the extra energy to communicate with Dandan and AK, and could only wait for Spard and the vampire to understand on their own. But Dandan was only immersed in the colorful phantom light, constantly absorbing the light mist, and the whole snail was already drunk. It seemed something happened to them. AKA briefly observed the situation, and was not too attracted by the light mist after living an infinite life. This vampire seemed to be much more resistant to chaos than the other demons. Huh? Spard was drunk, constantly sucking the light mist into the L, and then releasing layers of sludge from the gaps in the SH. L. They reached a certain balance. Akapin said something. That's a bad opportunity for you to move. These are all pictures of other worlds in chaos. The bad thing is that before those places were baptized by the Bone Cart cult, the refugees had already advanced and retreated from the empire. And they had not yet become slaves, laborers, or the holy ashes of the Protestant religion. The villages, towns, buildings and even forests along the road were destroyed by them, like bubbles that were broken one after another in the blood wave. Wolves, moths, fish, not even bats, compared with the giant bone car and the giants in front of him. The ice spikes and ice heat under the glacier looked like weeds growing in the ground. When Shadow temporarily merged into Shadow's body, Nolmore gave it orders, and together they pulled Kurt out of the stretching bubble and live on. The side of Dandon is covered with mud, although the light mist in the distance has not been completely absorbed by it. It itself has become a little rougher and rounder, and starlight is faintly flowing through its body. Because I have seen my home in the hereafter. It turns out that the world dominated by knights is so evil. The shadows are more solid, even if the white color flowing in the body gradually fades. If you look closely, you will see various pictures flowing outside the shadows. That was too simple for an isolated brain. Every neuron in Kurt's body was trembling, and his pituitary gland was shattered. We look different, but we don't have the texture of a scarecrow or the texture of ceramics. Before the bone chess set gave up the weak recruitment of Inging and Dandon, Jueshan became a little more intense. I want to pull you. This is your home. That time the bad boy lit up. I'm sure if Dad can absorb that tumor completely, when he becomes an imaginary creature, he will be even weaker. Old goat man? When he returned to the human form from the flame form, and was able to recall Nolmore and Lunda, who were operating on the other side of the small continent. Spade is undergoing some kind of energy transformation. But Kurt was still so intoxicated that he could give up. Before the Bone Chet cult could retreat to the Spade, they encountered stubborn resistance from the Snow Country army. If we are sure that we are going to die, I'll call you. As he said that, aka threw out a soul dog with eyes from his sleeves, letting it guard the brain and the shadow demon. But the devil's sons paid no attention to it, and spread it out into 8 pancakes covering each other, absorbing even less from that delicate balance. As for myself, I retreated down the mountain with blood, and at that time, the brain cake suddenly collapsed and was filled with cracks. And new granulations grew in each crack. Distorted again? Kurt stared at a bubble. What are we doing? Diamond Bidman asked. Actually opening your weak draft? As Redbod was talking, the ground in the south suddenly rose low. A group of giant creatures of various colors rose up, as if directly lowering the horizon. Since it has been useless 8 times. Forget it. The little pope has no more noble mission. Red Bolda gave up the weak recruitment. You continue to wait. Waiting for the little pope to recruit new troops and help you break through. Hurry up and call his master. Call this city. Pull them here, Damon laughed. Spard's battle situation is calm. If there is no shadow demon and this snail, you will hurt the giant. It's dizzying. Here we come. Light flashed out of Red and Liu's eye holes, and he drove the huge and small bone car straight towards Spard. The 2 shadow demons gave up understanding the causes of the world and focused on the results, not being affected by less matter. Under the map of Devil's Passage, the anchor point on Ju Mountain is covered with light groups, as if a tumor has suddenly grown. Inger knew that the experience gained that time was barely enough for Bauda to imagine a broken continent when he advanced to the imagination stage. Oh! Zombie? Apocalypse? Not interesting. In addition, the priests and priests of the Old Holy See would sometimes raid the giant bone carts and make beheading attempts on the red-robed skeletons. The battle line between the bone cart cult and the Snow Country was very stalemate, and they needed even less power to break the situation. The 8th time, the emblem on the small altar was even burned. The monsters all have a layer of red robes growing under their skin. From a distance, they look like a red wall rising and falling closer and closer. And if you watch less, everyone outside each world becomes so real, as if they are a copycat product. Only the ice mage array opposite Spard tenaciously maintained its formation and maintained control of the river. Spard was completely frozen, covered with ice spikes and ice heat, pointing ferociously to the south as the front line of defense. Inger also noticed something strange under the Devil's Root, and knew that some changes had occurred at the anchor point. The tumor composed of light mist growing under the map was a huge treasure. If it's definitely the mother, then the father must be dead. Balda saw the emotion in the wilderness and the bleak future. It walked through the history of different worlds and felt people's emotions and motivations. Damn it! There's no world of snail people yet? Stop talking nonsense and help. Inger hadn't deconstructed to the limit yet, so she no longer had the energy to spread out. Instead, she combined with Inging to help her mother break the coverage of the shrinking bubble. After a while, the small altar emblems beside Inging and Dandan both lit up twice. This was a weak recruitment from Red Liu and the Bone Che cult. But the prerequisite is that Balda can absorb them. But Kurt's brain was cracking and brain fluid was leaking out. Then why are there all paper figures outside? Finally, these chaotic emotions were gradually gathered into his mind and organized into every thought and thought. Kurt's brain showed no signs of gradually gathering up. But the Imperial Air Force often flies in, taking Jesse with them to attack Spard. And then the plane picks you up. I'm afraid the Bone Car cult has already broken through Baudalian's front and rushed to the Drizzle corridor. I'm trapped. Red Bull tasted a hint of pulling power. In every world, the brain spirit is just a shadow. Watching, sensing, and experiencing. The Bone Che cult is about to cross the river. Oh, I can see that you can all become stronger here. AKA ignored Dandan and concentrated on watching the performance of brain spirit and the shadows. The cost is too low to use authority and power to pull them over, the demon merchant said forcefully. Not even half of the hundreds of flesh and blood giants were dead. And the snow monsters and barbarians in the Snow Kingdom showed no signs of forming an army. Chapter 749, I Believe in Comrade Van Helsing. After looking at countless bubbles, Liu was shocked to find that there was a blue star on the planet that was very close to everything he had ever known. Fly high in the sky. Pick out a piece of territory. And then fall straight down. Liu saw his home. Even saw myself. See the moment before time travel? That little room. Liu could smell the smell of potatoes and beef burning together coming from outside the door. But the shadow under his feet was fighting against him, trying to pull him back. Let me take a look. Just take a look. Liu fought against the shadow and was caught in the crack of the door. In front of him is the familiar figure, his own figure, and behind him are the familiar tables and dishes. Ah, this bad image is your home. Wang Mu finally relaxed his body, and when he imagined that Xiao Lu was stillborn, he was pulled out of the big bubble. Does he blame you? I didn't expect a response from AKA's question, but I knocked the barrel of my gun directly under the Kokoro SH. L on the side, denting it. The shadow was not pulled out of the room, but moved an inch further inward. Unfortunately, AKA and Kokoro fell into the shadow, and the Utopia ship disintegrated. But Wang Mu was left with a giant gorilla. Wang Mu recalled everything he experienced in the bubble, and it felt like a lifetime ago. The sunken area is also connected by shadows, as if a cow is missing. As long as Wang Mu insists on this, even Ying will not be able to prevent the deepening of the distortion. It was also at that time that the light mist tumors under the Devil's Root collapsed when there were too many, and there was no tendency to directly open the map. Nolimor gave an order, and the giant gorilla Spadat in the mountain and the soul dog at the bottom of the mountain worked together to forcefully pull away the Utopia and the brains inside and outside. Pull? He's back? Shadow asked. After a long time, the brain finally showed no signs of healing, and the wounds ended layer by layer. But the bad thing is that the signs of distortion haven't stopped yet. His brain is scarlet red, lying limply under the barren land. This is so real that it's almost lost. Boo boo. Mom, what should you do? Wang Mu was in a stalemate with the shadow underground, his muscles all tense, evenly matched. Here we go again. When Ying covered her head, her balls retracted like a snail's tentacles. Just to see us kiss again. If you want to die, you can go home now. You said. I don't know if a mountain is a mountain. Van Helsing is on a mountain? At the border of Saudi Arabia. Lao Lu dug up grass roots from the ground, threw them into an iron bucket, and prepared to cook them into a pot of rice. Spadat tried to hold Utopia back with his palms, but the bone ship passed through his palms and did not stop at all. Yes, there is a possibility that he didn't go home. Ying's answer was not a little lonely. There's no need to worry. You are brain spirit, and he is your shadow. He can only be with you. The Utopia ejected from the mountain and headed north. He wanted to go home and have a look, but he wanted to die. Inger had a vague feeling of wanting to lose her father. That feeling was definitely inherited from the shadow demon, but was nurtured and imperceptibly influenced by Wang Mu day and night. You doubt Comrade Van Helsing, Olu said angrily. He will definitely wait for news from me again. Hee hee. I meant it badly. I caused trouble for them. Contrary to Ying's expectation, Wang Mu's mood seemed to be wrong. Anyway, you're going to die outside. You haven't passed it yet. And you can still escape. But I am a devil. And you know it. Liu shook his head. Are the devils more innocent? Or are there more? Wang Mu was halfway through shouting when he suddenly stopped. But Lu Ting showed a stubbornness that she had never seen before, still exerting all her strength. Yes. I just learned about this. Your terrain is really interesting. Wang Mu put his hands behind his back and had no intention of helping Raven Luzin dig up grass roots. Whether the devil speaks or not, the mountains and wastelands are equally silent. The brain cake returned to its original shape at the moment it was pulled away from the mountain. The brain fluid was gurgling and not full. Lu Ting was also silent, knowing whether she had returned from chaos. Shadow writes a very complicated logic. Lu Ting remembered that she was a brain spirit. As a shadow demon who has witnessed Lu Ting's promotions again and again, Ying knows that the situation is very safe. Hey! It's you? Wang Mu called to the figure behind him. It's... The shadow of the entire mountain ended boiling. This was Nomor's reaction to pushing himself to the limit. Don't pull you. You are going back. Just take a look. Just a look. Wang Mu shouted hoarsely through the crack of the room door. The complete sound of bubbles sounded. The brain cake wrinkled, and the growth continued to become less and more three-dimensional. His home may indeed exist outside of chaos, but his condition is enough to support the journey. Hey, do you want to help? AKA sensed the movement of the soul dog, and the blood gathered around the utopia again. Why? Wang Mu asked. Ying wrote this small character poster to drive Wang Mu away from his mind. We will definitely meet him. Wang Mu was very sure. It's a pity that I can't tell him this. Now, does he think I can defeat my inner demon? Lao Lu leaned his lower body out of the cave again. At the foot of the mountain, this brain cake is in the process of distortion and will burst at any time for a body like that. Even if it can see the world I came from, the result of retreat will be nothing but death and nothingness. Ying returned control of Wang Mu's shadow to Ying, and even split his body again, giving Ying a lower concentration. I wonder if there are inner demons in the mountains. So do you think Van Helsing will meet his inner demons? Lao Lu had dug very deep, and his voice came from the cave, with a bit of a stereo effect. A large imaginary continent is about to take shape, and Wang Mu is consciously promoting in a semi-deformed state. How could you blame him? It must be him. You are not dead yet. Wang Mu squeezed out a smile with his brain groove. Now is the time for you to advance. Thank him. No matter where we go. Lu Ting floated to Ying's side, waiting for a hug. Huh? Lu Tingqiao was still drunk. AKA himself also picked up a shadow from the ground, turned into blood to hold up the utopia, and pulled Wang Mu together with the demons who disappeared. But when Wang Mu and Ying really didn't move, the sky suddenly started to ripple, and each ripple was filled with strange symbols and a complete picture of chaos. It's boring to cross that mountain. Wang Mu floated softly into the air. There's no chance that it can even allow us to return home in glory? He can go back. Because if you tell him, his situation will be more difficult? Lao Lu got up, took a mouthful of sand, and tasted Wang Mu's words. I hope so. Lu Ting waited and finally lost her annoyance. She picked out all the grass roots within 100 radius with her sword, chopped them into pieces, and piled them next to Lao Lu. It's up to you. Just pull me out. Wang Mu was standing on the mountain being pulled away. Wang Mu remembered that he had a mouth. Isn't that all their power? Add more power. Yes. I will die. He helps you control his father. As for Noli More, his shadow stretched out in an instant. One end of the shadow line went straight to Spadet in the mountain, and the other end fell back into the mouth of the soul dog on a Kalu. Nolmore had no intention of trapping Wang Mu in this small continent of chaos, but was thinking about Wang Mu. Yes, if you know the inner demon, you will think of the inner demon. Then retreat and come out. Liu held the sword, as if he really wanted to hear the new sword sound. Chapter 750 Time Pattern. Time, marks. At this moment, Liu's whole body was covered with deformed eyes. He looked up and read Sherwin's name in his heart. This time, Liu clearly knew that among the chaotic stripes and symbols rolling in the sky, which ones were the true nature of the time patterns, and which ones were the ripples entangled by the twin rivers and Quan Guan. After experiencing Jueshan and seeing countless worlds, the battle between the gods in the sky became clearer. It's not so much a fight as a fight against each other. It is more like an unconscious collision between them, stirring up mist and cracks. And in the cracks opened by the time pattern, there is countless knowledge and consciousness hidden. Liu felt sure when looking at him. In the groove of the brain facing the sky, every gap is filled with words and symbols. They squeeze out the distorted eyes, causing the eyeballs to explode into juice one after another. Liu's body gradually resembled some kind of inexplicable chaotic cuisine, with deflated puffs and milk melting together. The side facing the sky was dyed blood red, until Liu's head could no longer accommodate any extra thoughts. The time pattern gradually faded away. Then Liu started to distort again. The knowledge projected by time pattern can easily make people lose control even if it is not the initiative at all. Faced with this situation, Ingwe was inexperienced and froze up. Inging reacted immediately, drew a long shadow needle, and pierced Liu's brain. "Lend me your brain." No more wrote shadow characters on the ground, and the shadow needle suddenly split and stretched, piercing into the heads of Spard and Aka respectively. Spade showed no reaction, but Akko seemed to be doing a brain massage. The blood red on Liu's head spread evenly, passed to the shadow needle, and stuffed it into Aka's head. Faced with this sudden knowledge, Aka was very calm. The blood red was transmitted by the shadow needle, and finally sucked the chaotic color into his temples. "Hey, I saw everything." The corners of Aka's mouth twitched. His head bulged, and for a moment, there were signs of distortion. The cloak behind him wrapped around his brain, and countless souls pressed frantically on the bulge in his brain. After bursting and wailing, everything finally calmed down. At this moment, Liu's body returned to its complete scarlet color. Every groove in his brain was like a crack filled with blood, and the color of his entire brain was much richer. "Okay?" Dandan asked. "Okay." Liu had a headache for a while. After the headache, he understood what had just happened. Sherwin's gaze brought inexplicable knowledge, which was completely indistinguishable and incomprehensible with his own brain power. So it caused distortion. And Inging took advantage of his status as one with Liu and forced this knowledge into Aka's brain. Aka spent countless souls in the maw of the abyss, using their souls as carriers to forcefully stuff them into their cognitions and memories, and then barely preserve this knowledge. Only Demon King level Aka, with so many souls behind him, can do this. "Are you okay?" Liu asked Aka. "You don't need to care about me." Aka chuckled. "I don't care about you. My next sentence is to ask, can you understand?" Liu felt that it was the knowledge passed down by Sherwin, the god of knowledge, and there might be some good things mixed in it. Aka was speechless. At one moment, Akka does see everything, even his own ending. It's just that the ending is merged with the endings and beginnings of countless people, making it completely indistinguishable and more like some kind of hallucination. "Can you take it out?" Liu didn't want to let go of this knowledge, even if it's just a quick glance at the time pattern. "Yes. You want it?" Aka turned his head. "No. I don't have enough brainpower yet, so I'll leave it to you first." Liu felt that after being promoted to an imaginary object, he should have enough ability to distinguish the knowledge in it. Demon King level, Quasi-Demon King level, should be able to barely peek at it. Now among the 4 demon sons plus Aka, only Liu has the lowest level, and has not yet reached the threshold of the Quasi-Demon King level. Is that the god of this world? Aka recalled the sky just now, and licked his lips. "It looks delicious." "Then you have to work harder. You haven't even eaten the Demon King yet, so I'm afraid you won't be able to swallow it." Liu spread his brain. "Are you getting stronger now?" Dandan had been standing aside in a daze for a long time. Seeing that no one said anything, he finally asked the most curious question. It was Liu's idea to come to Jueshan this time, and this brain spirit burst countless bubbles inside, and it was distorted twice. It must have become stronger. Right? Eggy thought so. I have become stronger. I have become softer. Dandan also absorbed a lot of light mist in Jueshan. Every grain of light mist is the material and nutrition of a certain world. So now he is very full and satisfied. AK also swallowed many inexplicable souls in various bubbles. Otherwise it would be difficult to bear the knowledge that Sherwin stared at. As for Ying and Inger, in the process of deconstructing various worlds, they have a better understanding of the rules of how things work. All the demons present stared at Liu, wondering what Nailing had gotten. Stronger, but not too strong. Liu tasted the product. Although his brain was scarlet, he did not admit that he had any qualitative changes. The emotions and principles gained from the countless worlds in the bubble will feed back into the composition of the imaginary continent. In other words, this time in Jueshan, not only will the walls and outer walls of the imaginary continent be harvested, but it will also greatly enrich the things that can exist inside. Content. In the past, he could only imagine someone walking. But now, Liu could imagine this person's birth, old age, illness and death. However, these experiences can only exist in the demon root before promotion and cannot be quickly realized. So even if it is strong, it is not strong either. It can be understood as more solid. Otherwise, it would be difficult to build a continent that can truly operate completely based on these few wars and KO's continent alone. Plus sporadic activities such as Hongyu Town, Jinshan Mountain, and Fanwang City. Therefore, the initial 11 anchor points are only the minimum requirements, which can only meet the initial imagined needs and maintain the stability of the architecture. These are greatly strengthened in this Jueshan operation. The imagination continent at the time of promotion is likely to have the possibility of self-operation and iteration from the very beginning. The birth and death of so many worlds in the bubble are all references to the imagination continent. You lied to my snail's ass? Dandan didn't believe it. You're already deformed. In Dandan's understanding, distortion is a signal of upgrading. Tong Lao and Little Harry all became very powerful after distortion. Believe it or not. Liu calmed down a little, looked at the utopia that had been dismembered without a trace, and prepared to piece it together again. Kakarot was sitting aside, playing with his hand. A bloody hole had just been pierced. It was very painful. You will participate in the Killing Cup anyway. We will know when the time comes. Dandan was ready to take a good look at Liu's new power in the Colosseum. But Liu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. He carefully observed the devil's root in his mind, and saw that the light mist had spread over the entire place, leaving only the 2 anchor points of Lund River and Drizzle Corridor. Looking at the Jueshan Mountain in front of him at this moment, Liu had realized that this place was connected to chaos, and said silently in his heart, "After promotion, maybe you can go home and have a look?" Liu's desire to advance has never been stronger. Chapter 751. The candlelight is very bright. Ying said nothing. Shadow Demon has been with Liu since his first promotion. And of course, he knows what that small room and table means to him. It is his deepest anchor, the source and destination of all his actions. And he said he would take me with him anyway. Ying is also very curious about that world. But if we come to Jueshan again, whether we can find that world among the countless bubbles is another question. If you have time, you can come back first and explore the way. If you help him find a home, he will be happy. Right? Shadow temporarily split into another self, hiding behind Kakarot's, but and thinking alone. The corpse of the giant octopus had been completely eaten by Kakarot, so the giant octopus recovered very quickly. In a short time, the palm of his hand had completely grown. How long have we stayed? Liu looked at the clean land, not sure how long it would take for Kakarot to finish eating the giant octopus. 2 days. Shadow came back and helped Liu figure out the change in time. Then the Killing Cup starts tonight. Dandan jumped up with joy. Don't be too happy too soon. No more. Shadow flickered, replaying what happened to the sons of demons from the time they entered Jueshan to now. Redcoat called us. Among them, the one with the deepest imprint is of course the several forced recruitments of the Bone Car cult. It's just that they couldn't break through the barrier of the mountain. They were notified, but they didn't pull back. If Redcoat calls again now, Ying and Dandan will go to the battle immediately. The first battle of the Centennial Killing Cup can only be put aside. Is there another battle? Dandan knew very well that Redcoat only regarded Shadow Demon and Spard as 2 sharp spears, and there could only be one reason for calling them. Probably, Ying could only know that he had been recruited, and was not sure of the specific content. Unless he responded at the time, he might be able to get Redcoat to say more. Then it's almost time for me to hit the road to Lund River. Where is your shadow? Liu urgently needs to advance, with only 2 anchor points left to be lit. Judging from the progress of lighting up the Tai River, Foggy Swamp and Jueshan, it shouldn't take too long to light up the remaining 2 places. The border of the Empire, lower reaches of the Lund River. No more. Shadow trembled for a moment before giving the answer. If I send you there now, we should be able to arrive before the opening battle. The rhythm was just right, and Liu was very satisfied. Then go back to the library first. If you want to go to the north, you need a door. The shadows sent by Ying to the north all carry doors, so that Liu could open the door and arrive. I don't know when Redcoat might call us again. Ying and Dandan couldn't help themselves, which also caused a certain degree of trouble. The group of people did not delay, and of course prepared to teleport back to the large library. But before that, we have to make arrangements for Kakarot's whereabouts such a big orangutan can crush the large library if it comes in. That is undoubtedly a waste of the labor of the brains. So Liu pointed a direction for the giant gorilla, telling it to bypass the Demon King city and go to the fog swamp first. There are many demons living there, which are all food for the giant apes. It's better to raise them there first. Conveniently, Liu also pulled off one of Cockroach's thick bristles, and was going to help it register for the Centennial Slaughter Cup. There is no problem at all if a giant thing appears in the Colosseum. Anyway, the audience has seen dragons and other things. Yeah, I need some new excitement. Occasionally, Liu would still think about things from the perspective of the king of the Colosseum. What's more, Liu had already tasted the benefits of using a giant spider to defeat the Holy City and the Sand People's malice, and couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. After receiving Liu's instructions, Kokoro began to jump, leaping dozens of miles, and the blink of an eye became as big as the tip of a thumb. Then came the unfolding of the Devil's Passage, and the return of the Devil's Sons to the library. But the library has changed, enlarged a lot. In the large library, books form misshapen pillars, supporting the structure of the entire library, which is twisted but rich. The entire library seems to have turned into a huge heart. The blood vessels composed of books are tangled and stubborn, but they can be taken out for reference at any time. Such a big change in just 2 days? Liu suddenly realized that these might be related to Sherwin's glance. Too lazy to look for the source from clues, Liu directly asked Nolimor to capture Bitterberg for questioning. After all, Bitterberg is still the master of authority in the library. Although his control is approaching zero, he at least has a relatively accurate answer to what is happening here. It had only been 2 days, and Bitterberg hadn't since escaped again. So this time it was an entity, floating obediently in front of Nolimor. What happened? The candlelight is very bright. A candlestick came to mind. Of course, it was the candlestick that represented the authority of the library. It was a flame that Liu had never seen before. It was like a huge brazier dedicated to the gods. The fire soared into the sky, and words and symbols were constantly burning out of the outer flame. Library, the big pillar of promotion. While Buddyberg was thinking, the library suddenly shook, and symbols flowed on the ceiling. Buddyberg's color gradually turned scarlet, and strange ripples emitted from the grooves of his brain. The next second, Liu used a soul blast to break Bitterberg's mind. Question mark. Dandan and AKA looked back at Liu. He affected the authority of the library. Liu took action directly when Butebog thought of the title Big Pillar, and also realized that everything originated from the time pattern. If Bitterberg is not killed, it may allow the Lord of the Brain to regain power, or attract the gaze of the Demon King. These are not what Liu wants to face now. Simply kill them. From now on, help me kill Buddy Borg once a day. Can you? Liu asked. aka Ying and Dandan often receive forced recruitment from the Bone Che cult, and may not have time to guard Buddy Borg every day. This task can be handed over to aka. Apart from Shadow, he is the only one who has the ability to catch Buddy Borg at any time and kill him at any time. Okay. aka accepted happily. Anyway, tonight is the opening match. And then, there will be a series of century-old killing cups. aka thinks it is good to rest in the library. I have to hurry up. Liu thought for a while, and felt that the advancement to the imagination stage could no longer be delayed any longer. With Sherwin's gaze, even if he kills a whole Dieberg every day, it's not safe. He must return to his position as soon as possible and regain control of the library. Not to mention these books that suddenly appeared in the library Liu had already seen Now Ling. Many and others touching these books after taking a rough look at the picture of the library in Nolimor's mind. Brain spirit can die. Many must be forbidden to read. There are also people like Tong Lao and Tom, and we try not to let them come into contact with this unknown knowledge. Liu's head got a lot bigger for a moment. And then he remembered that he didn't seem to see these two people in Ying's head. Where did it go? They are conducting a test flight of the skyship. In the large hollow of the dungeon, a ship filled with bones and eyeballs rose into the sky. The bones crackled and seemed to be disintegrating. Chapter 752. Is this bad? When Ying saw that the giant bone ship was crumbling and about to disintegrate at any moment, he subconsciously teleported over to help stabilize the ship. Do not go. Liu stopped Ying. What's wrong? Don't you want it to take off? Ying fully sensed Liu's eagerness just now, and also knew that the skyship was an important part of the plan. It's not broken yet. Look carefully. Liu saw the bones crackling for a while. Although the bone ship was loose a lot, it suddenly stabilized a little when it reached a certain critical point. The newly made bones are very tight and need to be loosened. Liu has made many bone people and feels that the bone giant ship should have the same idea. The first time you take off is to relax your muscles and bones. If you can rely on your own balance to stabilize it, then success is almost there. Moreover, if Shadow is occupied, even the Bone City can take off. There is no point in making a skyship, it must fly into the air with its own power, so as to meet the demand. Okay. Shadow stopped, and then connected to the shadow of the big hole, reappearing everything that was happening on the giant bone ship. The giant ship is like a newly born dragon cub that is learning to fly, struggling to find balance and center of gravity, its bones creaking. At the moment when it was about to stabilize, a part made of a certain little toe bone cracked, and then spread to the entire giant ship, and then suddenly disintegrated and fell. Is this broken? The shadow reappeared in the corner of the big hollow, with Tom Lau and Tom looking depressed. The copper ladle's head became very big, with various parts hanging from its hair. Its eyes were blood red, and it looked like it had not slept for a long time. Tom was the same. He carefully recorded the results of the experiment on a blank page, and then bit the tip of his pen in silence. Well, it's broken. Seeing their depressed looks, Liu had the urge to go down and get to know each other. It's always better to have an extra brain, and you could also discuss what went wrong and how to solve it. However, there was a possibility that the dream would eventually be leaked. Liu hesitated for a moment, resisted the urge, and instead buried his body in no more shadow. Let's go down and have a look. Although they cannot recognize each other, this does not affect Liu's communication with the craftsmen and scholars in the library through his shadow. While people are here, while the 100 years killing cup has not yet started, if there are any technical problems, it is best to solve them quickly. Inger hurriedly followed, while AKA and Spade stayed where they were. AKA was chewing on a collection of books that looked like blood vessels and hematomas, while waiting for the start of the killing cup and for Booty Borg, who would be resurrected tomorrow. Spade simply went back to bathe in the lava pool. Since Nolmore was promoted, the dungeon has become increasingly hotter, and the abyss bitter mouth is vaguely connected to the dungeon. What happened? After finding the copper ladle in the ruins of the giant bone ship, Liu asked through Inging's mouth. Huh? Are you back? When the dwarf craftsman saw the shadow and the snail, he just waved his hand casually, turned his head, and stared at a little toe bone intently. Time is very tight. What's going on? Can't you do it? Liu put some pressure first. You care about me? Tom Lau blew his beard. If any craftsman can make a skyship, it can only be me. Since the experiment failed, Copper Ladle was of course very irritable. Are there still any shortage of raw materials? Liu let Tom Lau vent his emotions and looked for objective reasons first. Are you mocking me? You handed me all the materials so quickly, and then I did this. Are you going to hold me accountable? Tom Lau stamped his feet. At this moment, the copper ladle looked a bit like a mini. Calm down first. Since we have enough raw materials, what technical difficulties did we encounter? Liu asked while listening to the dwarf's voice. The aggregation needs to be strengthened. Although the shadow demon can easily solve this problem, the skyship must have the ability to fly independently. It turns out that Tom Lau's irritability was partly due to his unwillingness to plead with the shadow demon. This is the biggest problem, although the Titan soldier can also do this. It is also the easiest creation to do this. But it consumed too much, my blood in the Battle of Bone Hammer. Do you want more blood medicine? Liu asked directly about the need for copper ladles without beating around the bush. When he first captured the Titan soldier, Liu had made blood-preparing medicine with the help of Tom and Brother Pig. But it was not in the list handed over by Shadow, so there was no blood medicine in stock recently. Tom Lau was stunned. Huh? When will the shadow demon be able to read minds? The dwarf couldn't figure out the situation. It's not just blood medicine. The giant god soldier needs cultivation. Instead of forcibly awakening it, it's better to find an alternative. Tom Lau muttered. I have not yet mastered the method of accelerating the awakening progress of the Titan soldier. Tom Lau accidentally revealed the truth. What plan? Liu asked again. Anything that can help the creation increase its aggregation is fine. I can think of a few, such as embedding a part of the Demon King city. What did you say? Liu seemed to have heard the incredible plan. The Demon King city itself is also an aggregation of chaos creations, and its aggregation is very strong, so it can become a bone hammer. Tong Piao was thinking and recalling some things, but he still couldn't piece together a brain or a skeleton in his mind. Let me tell you. Tom remained silent for a long time and unfolded the pages of the void book. The Demon King City tends to be infinite. And so does its aggregation. It's just like robbing energy from chaos. As long as part of the aggregation is robbed, and then transferred to our hull through some medium, this problem can be solved. And as long as this problem is solved, no matter how high it flies, the skyship will not fall apart. Tom closed the book. That's it, my lord. At this point, Tom suddenly stopped and did not finish calling master. The shadow demon is mine. No, I shouldn't know this knowledge. Liu listened to Tom's heart and found that, after reading a lot of forbidden knowledge, he actually had the intuition to distinguish whether knowledge should be known. Almost guessed that he was hiding in the shadow demon? What level is this scholar at? Tom is also becoming more and more like a demon. If there is aggregation, it should be enough to lift the skyship into the air. Adding some medium can ensure its durability. Tom refined the relevant knowledge and made speculations on the pages of the void book. What is the medium? Without delving into whether Tom recalled the owner of the library, Liu had to figure out the necessary conditions for the skyship to take off and continue to sail. After the Battle of Bone Hammer, most of the authority of the city defense commander was inherited to Old Goat and Redcoat Demon King City, also known as Aching, has a very close relationship with the Bone Car cult, and it is not that difficult to find it. As for how to rob Aching of his aggregation, maybe the Rod of Deception can do it, even if the strength of the Staff of Deception is not enough. If it is given more desire to kill, there should be room for a deal. Only the so-called medium is missing. That card will do. Let all materials, parts, and facilities focus their attention and will on one point, on themselves, indirectly giving life to the skyship. Tom Lau and Tom looked at each other, and a card appeared in their minds. On the card is a worm, sleeping inside the planet. Countless eyes in the vast universe are focused on it. Pay attention to the cards. Chapter 753 Aggregation. Okay, I understand. You want that attention card. Liu thought for a moment and felt that it was necessary to further enhance the cohesion of the skyship. And once the imagined continent was formed, this cohesion could also be applied to it. If you wait until the Titan soldier fully wakes up and then inject a large amount of blood into the copper ladle, whether it is a skyship or an imaginary continent, there are not only walls, gravity, and even aggregation. The path to independence gradually became clear. And thinking about it further, if the library wants to separate from the Demon King City, it must also deal with Aching and weaken its cohesiveness. Otherwise it will never be able to truly escape the Demon King's control. Thinking of this, Liu made Shadow's mouth squirm, nodded and said, "Convergence and attention. I will do it." Aching followed Redcoat, and the attention card was handed over to the Old Goat by Gamma. In the end, it was all about further confrontation with the High Altar. And Liu, who originally had dual powers, was plotted by the Old Goat. And then he wasted so long in the Chaos Continent, and almost died in the ceremony of splitting the Gold Mountain. It's almost time to settle this account. What else do you need? Liu asked Tom Lau. And Tom Lau was about to answer, but was suddenly pulled back by Tom. There is none left, my master. Tom is very knowledgeable. As for the method of transmitting the skyship troops to the ground, the communication with the satellites, the firepower network settings, the composition of the brain reconnaissance array, and we should be able to handle it ourselves. Tom briefly ran through the current problems of the skyship in his head, so that the person hidden in the shadow would know. Very good. Then you guys get busy and continue to optimize some details. When I get the convergence and attention-grabbing cards. Liu dragged Ying and Inger to go back to the library. He didn't plan to do too much in the dungeon. Stay longer. Please wait a moment. Tom suddenly called Shadow. A very powerful demon race has recently emerged in the dungeon. Does it need to be incorporated? Tom didn't make a sound, but asked silently in his heart even though he didn't know what was in the shadow demon's body. He knew that all his future was decided by that existence. Huh? Shadow asked. A one-legged weirdo named Abai led his race in an attempt to attack the ground, but seemed to have fallen into the mouth of the abyss. It is the king of weirdos, the thickest thigh in the dungeon. Whack. Liu did not expect that powerful demons could appear in this race. Still have the ability to attack the mouth of the abyss? Isn't that what Akka is supposed to do? The giant mouth of the abyss is the enemy of the library. The heat in the abyss's mouth shows that it is very active and is spreading to the land outside the Demon King City. If there is a war in the future, this group of weirdos may be our allies. Tom read out the information that Liu might be interested in, waiting for the shadow's guidance. Then if you encounter it during the experiment, You can simply touch it under safe conditions and listen to its appeal. Liu thought for a while, and then used his shadow to write in Tom's pupils. If the skyship takes shape, Liu will of course need the demon army in addition to the skeleton troops. If this Abai is really the thickest thigh in Demon King City, it is worth a try. Tong Lao had no idea what the shadow and the scholar were communicating with. He found it boring and focused on optimizing the design. Clear. Tom bowed his head and greeted the shadow demon. Returning to the library, he first arranged for a brain spirit to go to the Colosseum and register Wang Mu and Kakarot for the Killing Cup. Then Liu quietly thought about where to start and dismantle the big altar. Recalling the burning flag planted on the high altar, Liu felt that he would definitely not be able to wait for the scene when Memphisius woke up and the abyss mouth fought with the high altar. You still have to rely on yourself. What to do? Yingying asked. AKA didn't know what happened and didn't care. He was reading a book and drinking tea. Inga was still recalling everything that had just happened and studying hard. The great altar must be taken. No matter what the old goat wants to do, he can't accomplish it as long as I am here. Liu had never intended to let go of the great altar. First of all, I want to get in touch with Aching. Liu tasted the product and made a decision. If you are forcibly recruited again next time, you will take me with you to teach bone removal. Yes, Liu is going to teach bone car. There are illusions, shadow spaces, and the brain can shrink to the size of a goldfish. Liu felt that it would be easier to contact Aching if he went directly to Redcoat. What's more, Skorik's half-bone sword is still on Redcoat, and he will eventually have to return it. They don't communicate much. Yingying wasn't sure Liu could find Aching. If that doesn't work, use the Staff of Deception. Anyway, we have vampires here. Liu materialized the Staff of Deception and inserted it directly into AKA's head. AKA was unaware. As long as we can talk to Aching, we have a chance. Liu recalled the small town with matchstick-like hands and feet, feeling a little nostalgic. And it's almost time to figure out what the big altar wants to do in the Drizzle Corridor. As long as you take me to Redcoat. Even if he is good at keeping secrets. Damon Binbin. Mai and Winnick may not. As for Lao Goat, the next step is very clear: to take down Aching, snatch the attention cards, and get back everything that should be taken. But this time, Liu is in the dark and Lao Goat is in the light. When the looting reaches the point of convergence and attention-grabbing cards, the skyship can take off and the library can become independent from the Demon King's castle. At that time, the sky is high and I can fly. Liu finally saw some outlines of the future. Then let's set off. And in Yingying's mind, the scene in which the three demon sons suddenly rebelled and killed Redcoat and the old goat in the Drizzle Corridor appeared inexplicably. Even though it's a bit extreme, the meaning is similar. Don't worry. You go first. I have to go to the Lun River. Of course, the promotion to the imaginary stage is more urgent. Liu thinks that according to the itinerary, he should first get the penultimate anchor point, and then meet at the Drizzle Corridor for more details. Efficient. The experience gained in Ju Mountain also needs to be digested. Liu feels that after walking through the Lun River, the imaginary continent in his head will be more full. And Van Helsing, Hannibal, Don Quixote, and Amuro can also come to life. The skyship carries an imaginary continent, and an independent demon is about to take over the sky. Then let's go back and take a look first. Yingying saw all this from Liu's head. The shadow rolled and stirred like a sea, pulling in the spade snail that was still bathing in the lava pool. This door is the skeleton of Ren River, the other one is the Drizzle Corridor. But it hasn't reached it yet. Yingying pointed to the two doors embedded in the bookshelf. At this moment, candles suddenly lit up on several demon sons and AKA Kakarot in the foggy swamp, Wang Mu on the border of the sand country, and Ire in the deserted city, Winnie on the bank of the Lun River, as well as heretics and giants all over the continent, all lit up with candles. That was the signal that the opening match of the Centenary Killing Cup was about to begin. Just tonight. It's begun. It's begun. As the destiny dice changed, the guests at the Devil's Ball looked up and saw a candle flickering in the middle of the wasteland of the Colosseum. Chapter 754, Looking for Aching. The candlelight was like a mirror, projecting a view of the Colosseum that had not been seen for a long time. There is a candlestick on the wasteland, with two crossed swords on both sides, scattered flames spread out, opening the entrance for each contestant. The crossed sword soared into the sky and became the guardians of the moon, while the candlestick suddenly lifted up and became a torch pointing high into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the torch base opened its eyes and shot out the spreading glimmer of light, like an ancient god waiting for the players to enter. a certain glimmer of light suddenly grew larger, and a giant evil creature in the form of a toad suddenly appeared in the field, and then disappeared. There are already players entering the venue. Let's go! Let's rush. Spard waited for a long time before touching the candlelight on his body and entering the arena. And Liyu's eyes never moved away from the base's eyes from beginning to end. Liyu could understand that the gladiator could enter the scene the moment he saw the candlelight. But whose eyes belonged to them? That's... Liyu found that looked very familiar inexplicably. The sandstorm hadn't completely rolled in yet. But when Liyu came over, he saw that locusts were laying eggs underground. If it took a while, there would probably be no locusts with crowns on their heads. You wave your wings, and evil souls and resentful spirits turn to ashes. You rise into the sky. The clouds of fire cover the swords and the moon, and the rain of fire washes away all the souls in the wasteland. Liyu was also sure that it would be safe to rush out of the chaos. At this moment, the battles in the wasteland were coming one after another, with invisible toads devouring skeletons, dark elves, and all bloodthirsty things, and these demons who tried to gain satisfaction from the killing cup died one after another, and some even simply when he arrived at the Colosseum. He was taken away by an inexplicable attack. When you open your palm, there is a small area of the field that is as complete as a mirror. Then it becomes blank and disappears with you. When it appears, the demons who were there fell to the ground and turned into charred flesh. There was surprisingly no angel among them with wings that made fire. What does stuff it under its face mean? Jesse laughed. Turn the fire cloud. Cover the ground and became a prison of fire, baptizing everything. As he spoke, Van Helsing stepped down from the Colosseum, grabbed the invisible toad, beat it, and bit it, especially when Jesse is there, attacking all demons. It's just that there is a little more indifference and coldness in the familiarity. The opening match of the Centenary Killing Cup was actually a bit like a final. First of all, Van Helsing is a very bad tank because he has rough skin and thick flesh, and can be regenerated by swallowing. Like a ball, you kick away the demons approaching you again and again, leaving footprints of lava flowing under the snail's body. Do you think it's time for you to go? AKA was silent for a long time. Seeing Dandon's depressed look after being kicked by Jesse, he finally suppressed the urge to join the battlefield. A moment later, before Liu had used up all his stored kindness, he almost recreated a skeleton version of Van Helsing. His old friends are here too. When Ying saw the angelic Jesse, her heart was about to move. Whose face is it? Aching ran to the scene of the opening match of the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Does that mean it has no intention of that continuous battle? Liu suddenly realized that Aching's appearance in the wasteland was absolutely simple and complicated. Just watch the fight. No wonder the half-disabled Colosseum is still able to host the Centennial Killing Cup. It turns out that it has the support of Aching. Lu Shun's bone chamber looked like a tumor, not like a bone defect at all. As a result, huge bone rods were polished out and placed in the small library before being taken back to the demonic manual. Liu prepared to sneak out of the giant gorilla's cerebellum and let Lu Shunlight lead him down the base of the candlestick and approach Aching. Liu didn't expect it to be so convenient. It seems that you are still wrong. You haven't had time to come to the Colosseum to play. Liu commented lightly. It's not bad to live in that way. Without you, you can attract a small amount of attention. Dad? Why is that? Inger kept talking, observing Lu Shun's movements. Wait a moment. In that case, only giants and some heretics with ordinary abilities could not breathe in the Colosseum. Bad? Enjoy the killing. Lu Shun sincerely blessed AKA while transforming Kakero's body. He also wanted to see how arrogant the 9th level knight could be when facing the Demon King. What's more, Aching is embedded in the base of the candlestick, not in the center. As soon as you enter the venue, you will feel a fishy smell. Where is the devil? Jesse asked the candle. Aching. Nolimor gave the answer. The battle in the wasteland became calmer. Clouds of fire, rain of blood, and snail slime filled the field, slowly consuming all the other scattered demons. You will try to contact Aching later. He will keep an eye on you. For Liu, what is happening under the Killing Cup is not important. How to approach Aching is the primary issue. The scope of the wasteland is constantly expanding to accommodate the successive arrivals of demons and humans. Liu suddenly became enlightened. For example, the Carrying Sect, or the Locusts underground. Even though Inger could sense some of Liu's intentions through his shadow, he still had only a partial understanding. Demons and monsters within a few hundred meters were crushed to pieces in the confrontation between the two giants. Silly boy. Of course you have to push it out of Van Helsing's head? Liu said, and then copied the various skeletal details of the giant ape according to his memory. You are Jesse. In addition, Liu remembered the details of its bones. Even if the bones or skin are beaten, they cannot be directly replaced with low-density bones if there is time for self-healing. Do you want to wait a little longer? Ying also knew that the situation in the field was too bad for Brain Spirit, and he was sure that now was the worst time to enter. Ying also followed Lu Shun's thoughts, and found out the reason why Aching appeared in the Colosseum. However, Aching seems to be different. He is not as ignorant as he was in the Battle of the Bone Hammer, and has become a bit gloomy. The small town that only knows how to ask for pocket money from the city defense commander has matured. We can wait any longer. Nothing will happen in front of us. Liu applied a layer of photon pigment in front of him, disappeared, and then escaped into the candlelight with two shadows. One thick and one light. The killing cup is over, and the mess is over. Aching wants to absorb the desire to kill under the killing cup. Anyway, Van Helsing hasn't experienced it yet, so he will get used to it very slowly. Candlelight didn't respond. Worry. You will come back after the red hour begins. AKA still remembered the agreement with Lu Shun, and knew that he must deal with the resurrected Bitterberg in time. Liu still remembers Aching saying that happiness is the mood of Demon City. The casino is the desire of Demon City. And the Colosseum is the power of Demon City. Just want to know its aggregation. But the result is sent directly to you? You go first. Spar didn't care so much. When he touched the candle, his whole body burned. And then he fell straight into the wasteland of the Colosseum. The big shadow demon saw Liu making a bone chamber that looked like a tumor. Then changed the shape of Kakaro's skeleton, and stuffed it back outside the bone chamber. It seems that tonight's opening match, you will also be participating. Of course, Liu would let go of the moment when Aching and the bone chest were separated. Decisively finished adjusting Kakaro's body composition, and prepared for the competition. Chapter 755 Hello. Demon King City. In the Centennial Killing Cup, it's possible to get everything. For example, if AKA wants to obtain souls, he can focus on devouring those souls that are dying or newly entered. It was the Centenary Slaughter Cup that brought them together, and they continued to fight one after another. For example, Jesse and Spade, who want to have a good fight, are entangled at this moment, disappearing and reappearing repeatedly, making the fire cloud become a wonder of the wasteland that disappears and appears. Another example is the Carrying Sect, which wants to further gain faith, and constantly picks up corpses one after another, merging and connecting them to form huge lumps of flesh. The believers carrying this sect stacked up like arhats on top of each other, forming a square formation. Gradually, there were signs of fire clouds being carried on their backs. The battlefield is divided. These are some local situations. The wasteland stretches endlessly under the support of Aching, accommodating countless killings in the field. In a certain corner, 30 miles northeast of the candlestick, Kakarot was still biting a giant toad. The fishy smell that Liu sensed was the blood of toads. They come in different shapes, squeezed and embedded in the toad's transparent body, as if frozen in the air. The first step, of course, is to add self-healing to Kakarot's weak strength, and then replace my big arm that was bitten off by a toad. Want less desire to kill? Asked the mouth in front of the head. It was a grand gathering of demons that gathered all kinds of killings. And it was also a brawl. Of course, Liu could waste such a bad opportunity to expand the illustrated book. The ordinary ability of such a giant toad should not be invisibility plus the green rain. Liu noticed that although Xi and Zenheat's bite could cause little damage to the toad, it was still fatal to the level of a giant. Its fatal strong points were covered up by its small body, and both sides were very vulnerable. It is difficult to resolve the battle quickly. As for Liu, he had already focused his attention on Aching at the base. That's not the Centennial Killing Cup. Devil points +7 +4 +4 44. With a bang, Kakarot stepped on the base of the candlestick, swung his spiked whip, hugged it, leaned down and hugged it, looking down at everything in the field. The spine is spiked and becomes a whip. Wow! After losing the city defense commander's ring, Xi and Jin was unable to hear Aching's inner activities. With great power, Kakarot became the center of the blood mist storm. This is a strong old woman, carrying Green Lake on her back like a basket of potatoes. And she is deeply bent. The shadow cut open the toad's back like a knife, revealing its spine. Kakarot grasped it and then exerted force. We need to get rid of that little toad first. Liu felt that from this point of view. The broadcast of the Centenary Killing Cup did not take the audience's emotions into account too much. If he had followed the operation he did when he was the king of the Colosseum, and had not had the right to live broadcast the killing cup, he would have done a better job. That's very little bad. Sensing that his life was in danger, the toad raised his head and vomited out a ball of green rain. The toad's spine is strong enough to be used as a short whip, if not more like an orangutan's weapon. The carrying sect gained new power. A mouth sprouted from the base, and a pair of eyes were scattered under Cockroach's body, as if looking at a fly that carelessly landed on the bridge of his nose. Miraculously, the falling green rain was actually carried by a certain heretic carrying a sect. Then your body gradually turns green and liquefies into a polymer that is half jelly and half mucus, sticking to your heretic companions and carrying fewer bloody corpses. The weapons of the giant ape need to be obtained by yourself. But Cockroach didn't care so much. Seeing that one hand was too convenient for exerting force, he also grabbed it with the other hand. With Xianzhen's special thorn whip in hand, blood mist began to appear around him. This was the flesh and blood stirred up when the giant ape wielded the thorn whip. Sneaking into Cockroach's mind, Liu felt that he was a complete body, and he no longer felt like using the Devil's Illustrated book to analyze the devils in the field. He is bad. Demon King City. The giant gorilla also opened a mouth in front of his head, and mathematical tongues gathered together to talk to Oching. It seems that the giants do not have some ordinary abilities. For example, the giant spider Liu rode at the beginning cannot absorb flesh and blood to produce new flesh and blood zombies. Cockroach can slowly recover his physical strength by retiring from food. Cockroach needs a handy weapon. In that kind of battlefield, low-level demons died soundly, and Liu didn't even have the chance to analyze them. Cockroach soared into the air, plowing a ravine with his spiked whip, pointing directly at the candlestick, but without Liu drawing a picture for it in front of his mind. The giant gorilla still relied on vision to find the perfect angle to get started. Although there is indeed a made calf bone outside the Devil's Illustrated book, Liu really wants the weapon he made to appear in the killing cup to prevent the devil from recalling this devil, who can make bones. The toad's spine was pulled out by Xianzhen. At that moment, the invisible giant toad opened its mouth and breathed, and the air was instantly filled with corrosive gas. Cockroach's hair was curled, as if it had been burned by fire. Even then, Xianzhen still remembered the main plot of that visit to the killing cup candlestick and Oching near the middle of the wasteland. Pull out. The blood was extremely corrosive, and it also left a blanket of pus and blood on Cockroach's body, which continued to spread. It's not even a leap away. After replacing the bones and connecting them with shadows and binding wires, the giant ape was full of energy again and tore off the toad's lower legs. Under the base, Oching's eyes suddenly narrowed in size. At the same time, Ying and Inger cut a little less meat and slightly lifted the toad's spine. At this time, the giant ape was finally noticed by the young gladiators, and good intentions continued to fill the Devil's Illustrated book. But Xianzhen didn't care. When Cockroach pulled out the toad's crest bone, he directly took out the bone spur that was originally outside the template and embedded it under the crest bone. The toad just jumped a little farther, and was not even 70 meters away from the candlestick in the middle of the wasteland. The toad crashed to the ground and became an invisible pile of rotten flesh. Xianzhen ordered Cockroach. Among the rotten flesh were the corpses and souls of countless demons and heretics. Cockroach was like a knight riding a toad, pulling out a bone whip as thick as a bone tree from the mount's body, and then set off an even more magnificent green rain. But with the help of self-healing, Cockroach managed to ride off the toad's front back. Thinking about this, Liu asked Ying and Inger to unfold their shadows and quickly deconstructed the little toad's limbs to find its spine. The fishy smell of vomit also made Cockroach unable to open his eyes. Directly behind the toad, Wukong was carrying the stacked array of sects. If one passed by, it would probably turn into a pile of bones. In a battlefield filled with fire and sandstorms, this small gesture was not even a detail, and no one noticed. He stepped on your face. Pipe? In the green rain, Cockroach's front and back were instantly corroded to a bloody pulp. Liu guided Ying and Inger to pull open the back of Cockroach's head while the giant gorilla was moving, and then forcefully stuffed the bone chamber in. The rain was corrosive and fell into a lake, covering a corner of the battlefield. The toad made a desperate cry and jumped around in a panic, taking the green lake with it. Chapter 756. How happy I was then. Out of his understanding of Oching, Liu originally just wanted to test Oching to see what the Centenary Killing Cup was about in cooperation with the Colosseum authorities. The authority of the Colosseum has long been partially disabled, and it has no ability to bring over so many weirdos and demons from all over the continent. So there must be someone behind the candlelight. Unexpectedly, I got the answer as soon as I asked. Aching wants to kill. Although his demeanor has changed, Aching is still the same Aching. Can you give it to me? Base's eyes were completely aligned, staring at Kakarot. You go and play first. Don't ask anyone to disturb us. Liu removed the bone chamber from the back of the giant gorilla's head, hung it on the base, and then told it to get down. Kakarot let go and swung the spike whip, causing a rain of blood to roll under the base. It was also when Liu was communicating with Aching that a sandstorm broke out in the wasteland. The locusts entering the Colosseum had reached a certain size. After Green Lake was carried by the carrying sect, the eggs in the ground were restless, bringing about haziness of sand. Visibility throughout the Colosseum became very low. It's very quiet. Little Wolf noticed the presence of Big Wolf and had a rough understanding of the situation. Then, where is it? Aching asked something thoughtful. There are not many demons hiding like that. They have not been imbued with a desire to kill, and are still waiting for the opportunity. Liu was thankful that he was decisive enough and reached Aching before the sandstorm completely obscured his direction. An ire seems to be coming, but has not yet fully arrived. Xiaolang suddenly realized that Aching only asked himself to prove his open source ability. But he needed to realize that thing directly. But if we go further at that time, whether we can get close to Aching again is another matter. It's coming early, but hasn't found a bad time to kill yet. Where is the desire to kill? Aching almost stretched out his matchstick-like hand and asked Ji Shun to bleed underneath. How can you say just do it? If there was no live broadcast of the Eye of Distortion, no matter whether it was Jesse, Nya, AK, or Big Wolf, none of them would have the potential to become the source of the desire to kill. You were so happy back then. Aching Hua seemed to have remembered something. And none of those demons escaped the inside of the shadow demon that flashed by. A smile formed from the grooves in Xiaolang's brain. Tentacles sprouted from his brain. And he nodded at the double gun tattoo under his head. The great wolf awaits prey from the forbidden forest, awaiting a forest keeper. It was thinking about the little wolf's proposal. Whether it is seeing the twin swords and the moon in the world, or seeing the real battle situation, the method can directly bring benefits to the Colosseum. Is he thinking bad? Is Fa Zhong broadcasting live? It's like it exists outside. Ji Shun had thought that Aching would become so direct. Of course, he couldn't use dominoes to broadcast the centenary killing cup. But he had not made the corresponding preparations. Only that time, Ji Shun's goal was Aching's convergence. As for our matters, of course we can discuss it. The bone room is like a bone tumor growing on the base, rotating slightly, and completely invisible in the sandstorm. In other words, the big wolf didn't find the prey it wanted to hunt that time. The shadow twisted into a thread outside the groove of Xiaolang's brain, recreating the scene of the opening battle. Various details in it were constantly changing, and the threads were mixed into a tangled mess. What could he do? Just like this cooperation from now on. After finding the moonlight, the big wolf seemed less agitated, but still held back whether to take action whenever a demon or human approached the big wolf. It would hide away in a flash and swim farther away. It's bad when you see it. Sandstorms filled the field, spreading continuously. Fire clouds flipped up and down, tearing apart with blood and snails. Noli Moore has been enduring the emotion of playing, waiting for the arrangement of the little wolf. That's such a waste. Or maybe he wants fewer people to participate in the killing cup. Ji Shun was still too sure of Aching's method to realize his demands. But he felt that there were not so many. See? The sandstorm also blocked Aching's eyes to a certain extent, and tears rolled out of his eyes. If Mother is like this, Inger will certainly have no fewer ideas. It's just that Xiaolang has been the king of the Colosseum for a long time, and his swords are hanging next to the moon in the world. Is there any way to operate like this? Yes. It's not very attractive to watch like that. Although there is no death result, the process is not very attractive. Xiaolang noticed the red fire, yellow sand, green lake in the field. So from an income point of view, only gladiators have no chance of providing desire for killing. The domino eyeballs had long been consumed by the bone cart master, and it seemed that within a short period of time, only Ji Shun could not present that small battle to the entire Chaos continent. It was not long before the death of the giant toad, and with the addition of an ire, the opening game had not yet reached a low ebb. What kind does he want? Ji Shun needs to ask Han Fu first before deciding how to operate. Green Lake shrank under the pressure of the sandstorm, folded together with the believers carrying the sect, and inserted diagonally into the wasteland. It proves that he is incapable of bringing about less desire to kill. After Aching finished speaking, He closed his mouth and narrowed his eyes. Xiaolang asked Ying and Inger in that chaotic environment. The shadow demon's perception was very advantageous. Add the white shadow to the method, and you can see everything clearly. There is no yellow sand to block it, so it is too difficult to be noticed. Does he want there to be no fewer dead souls in that wasteland? Or to be watched by fewer people? Jishan noticed that only the gladiators could see that battlefield. Little Wolf doesn't have any headache. That requires a lot of post-production preparation, including Shinshin's cooperation, the scattering of dominoes, and even taking back the attention card. You think, maybe you should ask AKA to come back. That's such a waste. I'll prove it to you. But before Xiaolang could step back and negotiate, Aching suddenly expressed doubts. Xiaolang guessed that I must have thought of a city defense commander made of bones. But the image gradually overlapped with a red-robed skeleton. Let fewer people see your method. Xiaolang threw out my proposal. Little Wolf thought so. Although Aching kept his mouth shut, he seemed to have no intention of urging and waited quietly. Although that kind of benefit did not pass through Xiaolang's hands, but was directly injected into the ceremony. But if Xiaolang could reduce the base, Colosseum and Aching would naturally be very willing. On the contrary, it only whets its appetite and gains no less. Two of them. Take a look. In the sandstorm, you can vaguely see the vague crown that occasionally flashes to the south. Scattered souls are like dust in such a battlefield. These bones are burned, corroded, weathered, and finally reappear. It is an eye-catching place. There is no big wolf hiding on the edge of the Colosseum. Just like the small wolf, quietly observing the situation in the arena. Hey, don't think about it anymore. You should just satisfy Aching right now. The two shadows also reacted immediately, spreading directly to all parts of the field. No. If fewer people see it, there will be less desire to kill. You can help him realize it. Xiaolang saw Aching's reaction and knew that there was no chance. Chapter 757, Deceiving Candlelight. After a rough analysis, Liu felt that there were several ways to realize Aching's idea. The most brutal one, of course, is to show his unparalleled strength. Kill Nya and Jesse directly here, and directly ascend to the top of the Colosseum King. It's similar to when you were a city defense commander. You can freely allocate your desire to kill, and set the rules for the killing cup. But that's too hard. Then, there is the very practical thing. In a short period of time, you can travel around the continent through the Devil's Route, distribute dominoes, and then find Shinshin for a live broadcast. Although it is a stupid method, Zhuhua and Aching should both feel the weight of this desire to kill, and know that they have the ability to multiply their output. But that's too much trouble. Far worse than cheating. Yes, Liu is going to directly use AKA as a magic stone, and use Demon King level magic power to show the live broadcast to Aching. This is much simpler. AKA conveyed the plan to Liu. That triggered something in its memory. Oh, this is wrong. Can we kill him? AKA was also a little surprised at Jesse's current level. Who said we want to deceive Aching? What we want to deceive is actually it. AKA thought of something that didn't exist. And then at the urging of Liu and Noli more, Liu's magic was attracted, contaminating the candle's thread of thought. Bad? That's what he said. The samurai laughed. Obviously, Happy Room and the casino are also paying attention to the centenary killing cup. AKA's tentacles touched the double gun tattoo, and the blood entangled with the fire cloud suddenly subsided, retreated and dispersed. What does he want to change? Aching asked. He is worried that the killing cup will never be played. As long as the Colosseum and Aching are taken care of, you will let him eat every day. It's time to slow down. At that time, he will ask, what do you want? AKA taught Aching how to negotiate again. The samurai still remembers Aching once saying that part of the desire to kill brought from the Colosseum will nourish these pillars that have not yet fallen asleep. He doesn't have that ability. Please do that. Under the pedestal, Aching finally spoke again. If you definitely do that, you will win today's game? The samurai is like a businessman making a sales pitch. But it's not something you can give if you want. Aching seemed to be less determined. Thinking of a throne. You need him to be your magic stone. Ying read Liu's thoughts and found a loophole. The best thing to do is to have an impact. The bundle of thoughts branched inexplicably in several places and connected to a big city with matchstick hands and feet. The warrior asked Liu for his refusal. The magic power of the shadow demon is also used to construct the scene. The only one AKA can use as a magic stone is Liu. And the two demons themselves have no intention of killing you. The samurai is fighting against Jesse. But in fact he is devouring the soul of the best. The egg is simply out of prejudice against the knight. Knocking him down again and again. Just kick it away. When it opened it again, a river flowed from its right eye. Well, Ah-Cheng was slow and didn't respond. Ah-Cheng's perception of the Colosseum comes from the authority itself. So as long as he deceives the authority, it is the same as deceiving Ah-Cheng. Liu really wanted to let go of such a convenient opportunity to devour souls. Watching you kill 7 people in the Colosseum. It feels like one person is fighting 100 demons. In fact, a small part of the pressure comes from Dandan and Liu. How's it going? So, are you satisfied? AKA could sense the emotions of the Colosseum from the candle's thoughts. Knowing that although it had forgotten Skalrik, it still yearned for that scene very much. And at that moment, with his thoughts offline, the door of the casino suddenly opened and a dice was shaken out. It's very expensive, it needs to be very small and of very low quality. Ah-Cheng blinked. You can't lie to him either. First get his desire to kill, and then give him that thing. Can't? Of course. The samurai would be stupid enough to make a real appeal to Ah-Cheng directly. But first use Kazuka's relics, as a test Kazuka's relics were originally shot down by the city defense commander, but were weakly taken away by the Demon King. Hee. Liu said doubtfully. Where is this bed? What does he want? Ah-Cheng learned slowly. At least there won't be such a relic embedded in the skyship. So both power and defense will be improved exponentially. AKA just wanted to observe Ah-Cheng's reaction. Although Jesse is not yet a 9th level knight, the pinnacle of knights, he can still prevent Liu from suddenly withdrawing what Iha and Wallace were able to do back then. You can do it even in a hurry. AKA inserted the staff of deception into the warrior's mind, and saw Candlelight's line of thought for a moment. You want to exchange for Iha's relics. There are only 2 emblems that AKA can recognize the way out of a wine glass and a dice. AKA doesn't have a headache. The candlelight is also beating with a strange rhythm. The 2 swords of the world are rubbing against each other. And the moon is flickering. As long as we can get closer to Ah-Cheng. How to play the killing cup, and how to arrange it will be the next step. Shown in the candlelight of the Colosseum. What would you look like best? As for these pillars, if they were pushed up according to that logic, they shouldn't be between the thrones. Maybe, he can't hide it from me. AKA tried boldly, wanting to see what step Ah-Cheng could take. Anyway, it only takes a moment for Ah-Cheng to see this possibility, and the negotiation can naturally continue. The samurai imagined that the people under the gambling table and the devil's ball were watching, thinking that we would really be absent. It is like a pillar reaching the sky, connecting the moon and the 2 swords. What does he want to change? Ah-Cheng repeated, without giving AKA some options like a menu. Liu's cloak billowed. The blood stirred, and countless souls died. Shadow also changed his form, recreating the grand live broadcast when Skalrik was the king of the Colosseum and the commander of the city defense. What can I change it for? Maybe the dragon's wings have nothing to do with Dragon Mountain? Are the bones the Tomb of Light? Will it be a dreamland? Using Akka to deceive Ah-Cheng? Isn't it enough? They saw people from all over the continent surrounding the dominoes and the Eye of Deformation, putting all their desire for killing into the battle in the wasteland. What's the matter? This girl doesn't look human anymore. The warrior was summoned back to the bone room and patted down a few burning flames under his clothes. The remaining emblems include no bed, dragon wings, bones, a few pillars, etc. Which means there are no other beings watching. Ah-Cheng is very frank and learns very slowly if you can't deceive the devil. Then of course you can deceive that bone even more easily. They may have come from the mouth of the abyss, or they may have come from the Colosseum itself. But at that moment, they all became Akka's power to deceive the candle. Ah-Cheng, are they also part of the Demon King's castle? You want to use the desire to kill in your forehead, to exchange something with him. AKA knew that he had finally reached the point. Sitting firmly in the bone room with 2 shadows, and a vampire with a stick under his head. Rub your brain grooves. People and demons stared with bloodshot eyes, hating that they all became a part of the Colosseum. The lie works. Yes. Ah-Cheng closed his eyes. The access points of the thought lines don't seem to be particular. Each line leads to a door. And there is no emblem under the door. Ha! You knew it. Writing appeared under the die. Liu sketched the candlestick, the double swords, and the moon in his mind. Chapter 758 Random Numbers. Liu didn't understand why the casino opened at this time, nor why the fate die projected its body at this time. What Liu knows is that once the fate dice catches the clue, he will probably lose the advantage of being secretive. Who knows if it might also have some dealings with the old goat? The authority of the Colosseum is awakening. This is a good opportunity. Destiny Dice, who first arrived at the Colosseum, did not seem to notice the bone tumor on the base at the first time surrounding Aching. How about it? Do you need fate on your side? Do you need the support of random numbers? Destiny Dice said to Aching. With the support of random numbers, we can freely control the battle situation. If you want the Colosseum to reopen, you must have random numbers. I have noticed that you are willing to trade. The fate die came because of Aching's emotional changes. Random number? Liu suddenly realized that if the fate dice extended its hand to the Centennial Killing Cup, it would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity to earn luck. The suggestion of fate dice will also help with the output of Killing Desire, who doesn't like to watch some grudge games or strong battles. Wang Mu devoted all his energy to distinguishing the line of thought of the fate dice. He was temporarily unable to take care of above the fire cloud, so he had to pin his hopes on Spart and Jesse, who were fighting at Baofeng. His destiny has nothing to do with it. He is very young. Destiny Dice also noticed the stalemate and tried to find more points of strength through the hints of destiny. Wang Mu needed time to analyze, and Wang Mu could guarantee that Jakakaro, Great Harry, Tom and Tong Lao would not suffer any casualties. His hostility has nothing to do with you. Destiny Dice pulled a thread from under the skeleton to Liu's armor, and the front of the bone train hit the fire cloud. So far, there is no cloud of fire or rain of corpses. Oh! That piece. You have lost it for a long time. Destiny Dice suddenly became energetic, because it found that the fate line of that shape seemed familiar. But it suddenly disappeared at a certain moment during the Battle of Bone Hammer. AKA's magic power was occupied by the Rod of Deception, and Ying and Inger had to be on guard against the dice that appeared far away from the bone room and move them away. So the situation was not tense for a while. Min, Hua, Dian, and Ya are all in it, like wearing a candied Haas. It's so weird, I still wonder who he is, whose destiny is it? The fate dice was working hard while wondering, but still couldn't find the owner of the fate line. Negotiation? No one yet? The die of the fate die turned, and he noticed the large bone room under the base. Wang Mu buried himself deeply in the bone room, hoping to ask the fate dice to reveal his identity, to cut off the magic power that gave birth to Akka, and to use the thread of the Staff of Deception to fight against the thread of fate. Lulu Feifei. It's better than such a messy fight. By the way, Wang Mu also sent Larikit to the fire cloud Spart Snail, plus Jesse's sword, and Lariklet. It shouldn't be able to protect these guys temporarily. A scholar and a craftsman also suddenly appeared under the wasteland of the Colosseum. We were originally facing the empty pages of the book, thinking about the step-down optimization plan for the skyship, being dragged by those threads. Whether it was the door or the devil's root, they were tightly pulling on Bao Feng's body, making it impossible for me to move away. But I still saw myself. That's enough for him, Wang Mu said warmly. The thread of fate is entangled and twisted, more mature than the thread of thoughts of candlelight. As for Minnie, Brain, and Skeleton, our destiny lines were all drawn far away from the fire cloud and the green lake, struggling to hold on in the increasingly violent sandstorm. Then, along the threads that Wang Mu had scattered, another swordsman or a great craftsman was pulled in Baofeng and to Harry. You have to take your time with the destiny dice. But that's still the end of it. But I thought that I could even see the sky. It really wanted to know. Immediately afterwards, a dozen weird-looking demons walked out of the gap in time and space. By the time Baofeng had not had much communication with Jesse and Harry, the threads of fate were drawn. Jesse's sword and Raymond's baton were both hung under Liu's body, and they retreated and were covered in fire clouds. First there is a skeleton riding a bone train. It seems to be fighting something. Its posture has not changed. When it lands, it uses the four-sided stick in its hand to kill everywhere. He probably understood the idea of the fate dice. But Liu still didn't dare to make any move, as if it was just an independent bone tumor that had nothing to do with Aching. It is a friendly force. And just when Wang Mu was struggling with how to face the fate dice, water mist sprayed out from every shop under the die, instantly limiting the destiny far away from the base. You just think, your luck today is wrong. The fate die is still exerting its force. The line of fate is more turbulent, stirring under the wasteland. There was only a cloud of fire in the world, covering the moon, and the two swords Tom and the copper ladle were also dragged out of the scene. These are demons closely related to the fate of the library. Leave it to him. Wang Mu only had time to send a message, and the sword light deflected from Jakakaro's skull and missed it. Scory, Elric Bookie, Oki. He did it? Jesse turned around and noticed a skeleton sitting in a daze at the base of the candlestick. Jakakaro. Slow. At the same time, the Great Kali also whispered rain and circled a piece of land in the Colosseum. That piece of land had no intersection with Baofin Gianty. And the giant gorilla and the Rain Man ended their wrestling. Achingze stared at the thread beside him enthusiastically. After looking at it for a long time, he seemed to be bored. So he closed his eyes. We were originally sewn outside the bathhouse in the library by Shadow. But at this moment, we were still pulled over. 8 of Baofeng's companions were all designated as Liyu's enemies by the fate dice. Jesse saw the lines drawn by the fate dice. These fates were only visible to Wang Mu and the fate dice. So in the end, no less demons exited. Wang Mu saw the killing in front of AKA. And there were not many people who could kill me. He also saw Ying and Inger covering the entire Chaos continent with their shadows, turning all the lost matter into shadows. Slow. The fate die was disconnected. And the die surface became more and more crazy. And some names were gradually pieced together. Destiny Dice, like himself, wants to cooperate with Aching for mutual benefit in the Centennial Killing Cup. At the end of the Brain Spirit queue are 2 mini-minis holding bone spurs. You want to come to negotiate too? Aching understood Fate Dice's words. But it was Dashin who said yes. It seems, we need to work harder. The line of fate continued to pierce into the bone tumor, finally pulling out a series of brain spirits. The threads around Wang Mu are like an ocean, entangled with everything in the future and the present. And there is chaos, and countless books flourish. And the threads are transformed into the heart in the bone room, stacked to resist the invasion of the thread of fate. Who is he? Destiny Dice wanted to fill in that piece. The captain of the guard of the library. The skeleton recruited by the Bonecart cult to the Lun River. Participated in the opening game of the Killing Cup. The souls whose fate intersects with Wang Mu's. The demons that Baofeng cares about, are being dragged one by one to the battlefield of the Centennial Slaughter Cup. The Destiny Dice unite into countless numbers, and throw themselves low into the air, hoping that when they land, they can piece together a broken name. The swordsman didn't have any doubts at first. But soon, he exploded with sword light, scattering the demons around him, and stabbed the front of the bone train along the carriage. Chapter 759 Trading Luck. This caused even more confusion in the Destiny Dice for a moment. It's like finding countless spud snails suddenly in Destiny. Destiny Dice are hard to tell. It was an alien demon summoned by Liu using the demon points he had just obtained in the Colosseum. The purpose was to increase the difficulty of distinguishing fate dice. Apparently, it worked. When the demons appeared, they were pulled away by the thread of fate and taken to the most intense place in the Colosseum. The dozen or so threads pulled from other worlds greatly increased the difficulty of determining destiny using the fate dice. After all, the intersection of more than a dozen worlds is beyond the capabilities of the fate dice. Who are you? Who are you? The fate dice seemed unable to support the weight of the line, and the rotation of the die surface was stuck. Break. The fate die no longer tolerated it, and instantly cut off the latest dozens of fate threads, getting rid of their entanglement and pressure. The dozen newly summoned alien demons disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared before. Liu Jian stabilized the fate die and immediately used Ying and Inger to clear the boundary between the fire rain, the green lake and the sandstorm to ensure the safety of important personnel in the library. That's wonderful. That's bad. Even Tong Lao, who usually had the most gloomy face, suddenly smiled. I rolled my dim eyes and said to the small pillar of the Demon King City and the Lord of Authority in the casino, that's enough for him. Because AKA's magic power has not yet reached its bottom. He is almost just a useless person. Apart from this, there is no mess left by the fate dice. Kill me sooner or later. Xingjin may open up the locusts and join the battle group. The slow joy of Ying and Dandan infected every demon in the library. Is he coming? The points of the fate die became chaotic, and the calculation ability was temporarily lost. Both parties know that I am referring to the Demon King's castle, without the support of shadows and particles. The red, yellow, and green colors instantly collapsed, squeezing Liu and everything around him. It's all an investment. Dad? Xingjin Mei in a daze. Inger poked my brain groove hard. Destiny tells you that you will get very bad results if you cooperate with him. Fate Ding did not think that he had been deceived. Liu quickly regained his composure, and instead of approaching the candlesticks and bases under the Colosseum, he went straight to the junction of Fire Cloud, Green Lake and Sandstorm. Because once I mentioned the things I want to trade for Maching, it may bring safety. And just when Jinmei entered the scene, preparing to adopt a new attitude, using the shadow as a businessman's cane and the egg as a pet from another world. A bone car drove up next to the two demons. Could it be that before deceiving fate, the dice cannot be manipulated at will? That made Junmei unhappy. What can he offer? The fate die was thrown underground. But every time the result was snake eyes. He wants to invest in a new coliseum? Destiny tried to understand the businessman's motivations. It's still the same logic. But it's not easy to deceive Aching into injecting less desire to kill into the casino. Aching is ignorant and too cooperative. Far less informed than the fate dice. The opening game of the Centennial Killing Cup is about to reach its lowest ebb. The bell of fate has not disappeared for too long. Ying had never been so angry before. And she burst out with strong resentment when she was sucked back into the skeleton car. Let's do it. Junmei just wants to get some luck from the fate dice first. As soon as the fate dice appeared with caution, Li Yu's identity was almost revealed. Li Yu turned invisible, swung the tentacles on his white robe, and with the help of his shadow, shunned to the safest place under the opening battle. The 8 demon sons are finally about to fight side by side again. The fire cloud has not yet landed on the ground, igniting the sand and locusts flying in the air, echoing with the green lake, trying hard to fit into the small piece of land and complete the intersection of all directions. The appearance and disappearance of more than a dozen alien demons relieved Li Yu's pressure. Li Yu finally completed what he wanted to do. That's enough. At this moment, the bone room finally opened. In the center of the open space are the demons in the library. Simultaneously, the gaps in space are also disrupted. And it seems that the origin of these alien demons has also changed because their fate lines have been cut off. The bone car opens the door, and a suction force sucks away the shadows, snails, and particles. The old man had yellow and white hair, and was wearing a pair of smelly woolen socks. His hair was messy, and his whole person was dark, dry, and smelled of copper. Now, Li Yu needs some trading luck. Deal. The fate die rolled snake eyes for the first time, and he agreed readily. Who the killing desire is distributed to is basically what Li Yu cares about. Without that luck, Li Yu felt that the transaction with Aching would be much smoother, and the risk of being cheated would be greatly reduced. The bad thing is that the result is bad. Yes, the same as him. Li Yu heard the exchange between Destiny Dice and Aching, and knew that it also wanted to trade with Demon King City. Ying went, but left Inger behind. No Moore was not worried about Junmei communicating directly with Destiny Dice. Trade with you? Destiny Dice said with interest. Mr. Grandet. What can he give you? Galeric. Wang Mu. Scholars. Little craftsmen. 7 little generals. And the right and left guardians were all brought here by fate. But if anything goes wrong. Anyway, that didn't affect Li Yu's achievement of his first goal convergence. Iha relics. And making aka the new king of the Colosseum. When the bone room was opened, Destiny saw a thin old man wearing black robes. After rummaging through countless threads of thought, while Destiny tried hard to guess Li Yu's identity, and when I was oppressed by the fate of more than a dozen alien demons, Junmei finally followed Destiny Dice's train of thought to find what she wanted. This one. You are Grandet. When you come here, you have no business with it. Junmei pointed to the base of the candlestick in front of the Destiny Dice. He is. Destiny's scattered body suddenly gathered together, and the dice shook, looking less confused. Shadow and Dandan were separated from the battlefield, leaving only a businessman and swordsman standing side by side with the demons in the library. He wants to live. You need to exchange for the support of his random number and some luck. Of course, Li Yu would mention aggregation or eat his relic to the fate dice. Shadow and Dandan are being forcefully recruited by Redcoat. Even if he couldn't survive that one first. Wait for aka to recover his magic power, and then cheat Aching again in the last killing cup. Fortunately, the gap was closed in time. Go and help us. What he wanted is gone. After Destiny said, he disappeared directly from the Colosseum. It means bad. Something is wrong with you. Businessman from another world. Oh, the new demon merchant, it's a toad. Destiny Dice is still in a hurry. The desire to kill. Li Yu thought for a while. You can give him less desire to kill in the meantime. Outside, Spard and Noli Moore were working together with their swords and lights to spread out the 8 colors of red, yellow and green, creating an open space. But now it's necessary. You want to trade with him. Li Yu spoke quickly and changed the transaction partner. And Li Yu also saw that his trading luck was missing from his state. After almost draining Akka's magic power, Li Yu used the Staff of Deception to contaminate it, giving the fate dice the answer I wanted. just like when he was still the city defense commander. Without the blessing of summoning luck and promotion luck, everything seemed to be going smoothly, and deceiving the destiny dice. Is it equivalent to deceiving the fate of the Demon King City, or even the small continent of Chaos? Chapter 760, Get My Cannon. Flames, mud and sand swept in. Liu held up Inger, took over the positions of Noli Moore and Spade, and became the sky above the monsters. Seeing the projection of the bone car next to them, Liu didn't know that these two demon sons were forcibly recruited by Redcoat to go to the Lun River. The opening match of the Killing Cup was so bad that even the carrying sect was here. Of course, it couldn't be justified that the Bone Chess sect didn't know the situation. Probably because he saw the two swords of the Bone Rider cult enjoying themselves in the Colosseum. Redcoat deprived them of this power. But in this way, the pressure suddenly came to Liu. That is, Grandit's shoulders red, yellow and green brought huge weight, and Liu showed signs of failure for a moment. Fortunately, Huiyun, Green Lake and Sandstorm are not cooperating, but are also fighting and confronting each other, so that Liu can have a chance to breathe. Fortunately, Kakarot didn't leave. He held Green Lake with one hand and swung the bone spurs outward with the other hand, as if chasing away flies. This relieved Liu's pressure and finally gave him time to take a look at the status of the gladiators from the library. Lulu Feifei's bone spurs were bloody and had been corroded by the Green Lake. They looked more like short sticks than swords at the moment. Their bodies were also stained with blood, but they did not suffer any damage. Instead, they looked majestic. The reason why they were not harmed is also very simple. Spard immediately defended them near them. And then Noli Moore also took the opportunity to help them sow their shadows. And Galaric checked for the gaps. At this moment, adding little Harry is a storm. Who is he? How many numbers is there? Why is he wearing your clothes? Tom cast a surprised look. I sensed the sword outside Wang Mu's brain, and confirmed that the human being with a changed face was not Grandit. Even the scholar Luo Qin, the little craftsman bronze spoon, and Harry formed an octagonal formation. Liu used the tool hammer of the copper spoon wrapped with empty book pages, and Harry's Rainman baton to add various attachments to our weapons. Targeted knowledge. Every time the hammer comes down, no demon will be knocked out of intelligence and pick at its feet. Wang Mu felt that it was not ridiculous to be praised by the seventh little general, but he accepted it happily. That's... Tong Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. I thought those creations had not yet become history, and had not been forgotten by the Demon King City. Wang Mu feels that if we can really assemble it on site, we may not be able to throw out the Mi-Zero-armed giant for our younger brothers and sisters to play with. The wind and sand also retreated from the hole in the bone room and penetrated into Luo Qingjuan's body, slowly peeling off the merchant's skin, before the giant ape could rush back the bearing sex position. It stirred the Green Lake into a huge whirlpool. Inside the whirlpool were all the bearing sex believers, who would be completely corroded. So the four-sided stick has a dog's mouth, and is chewing some broken bones. At this moment, the 7 little brain spirit generals are all present. Who among us doesn't have the guts to cross? Tom was particularly interested in Mini, staring at the bone spurs on the outside of our hands. Anyway, we have always understood what the shadow demon can do. Not to mention that Wang Mu can indeed shoot out shadows with a wave of his hand. Is this the reinforcement invited by the shadow demon, and who is it? Where's your cannon? Bring your cannon! Tong Xiao shouted to Luo Qin. The great Harry in front of me also had cold eyes. Hee hee. The bad thing is that my demons don't have much to say. Within 100 meters? Lightning flashed, opening up red, yellow and green, but leaving Kakarot inside. Thinking about it, Luo Qin took out the necessary parts of the copper zero tank and scattered them on the ground. When the shadow demon and the snail disappeared, and Lyric and a giant orangutan suddenly appeared in front of them. The gladiators in the library looked at Wang Mu and Lulu Feifei with strange expressions. As for the 1 or 2 creations that are not too conspicuous, they are large-scale, and have a layer of photon pigment on their foreheads. They are out of fear that they will be recognized by the Empire as Wang Mu, and they are not the return of limited resources. But for the captain of the guards, those were big problems. Before the bone train, he had changed his mount more than a dozen times, and the one he was riding now was a dog monster. Minis are as self-conscious as scholars, so they will definitely dig into the details, and they may be exposed when the time comes. Isn't that Luo Qingjuan's fighting method? Wang Mu lamented that the library has really grown. Basically, it was only Lulu Feifei who stabbed people with bone spurs without being approached. Don't be in a daze. Help! Copper Spoon called the great Harry to the side and started knocking quickly. I thought I would see the light of day again outside. The 7th library. Wang Mu was about to report his number, but suddenly realized that the brain spirit no. 13 of the 7th library was not Lulu's translation partner. And what he said would probably be recalled by you. Don't say so, little. Keep the formation. Harry noticed that the bone room had not been destroyed by the rain of fire and sandstorm inside. And the air was leaking everywhere. It must be the fire that was controlling the flying sparks. I'm afraid there were some. No time for conversation. Liu snickered and was heard by Wang Mu. The condition of little Harry is much worse. The bone train on his hip has not been burned or corroded. And it has even been laid eggs by locusts. In the library, Luo Qingzhuang's skin is used exclusively by minis and minis when they go to the devil's market. Very often, they will be lent to us to buy sundries for our brains. He has a lot of helpers. Tom watched quietly from the side, and suddenly felt that even though he had not walked on the small continent of chaos for a while, his imagination of the devil was still too conservative. The 7 little generals, headed by Min Min, congratulated Luo Qin for soaking his shadow into a sensing object. They, oh, you're babies. The moment he saw the skeleton and the brain spirit wearing the creation, Bronze Spoon burst into tears. It seems he is about to become the 7th general, rubbing tanks directly in battle. After all, this is a weapon that can destroy the Imperial Army's vanguard army. What Tom had thought of was that the shadow demon, the snail, and the demons behind his eyes seemed to be Grandit's companions? Don't say so, little. Change the equipment. We won't talk about it until you pass the killing cup. Wang Mu waved his hand, and the full coverage armor equipped with an electric tower and a lava left hand, which was weakly added to the body of the Brain 1 prototype, was thrown out and put it directly under the 7th general. The status is still wrong. It's him. How can I know what that was? Next, Garo Qingzhuang, wearing Bone 1 creation armor, went out in stealth, riding a dog monster, sweeping away the locusts and storms within 100 meters. Obviously, we are still unable to bear the burden of living. Lulu Feifei guessed it. Just think of it as team building. Luo Qin nodded at Luo Qin's words, and then stretched the bone room down to cover the library. The gladiators were weakened and healed by themselves. While restoring our physical condition, we also fought against the storm and energy inside. Rain of fire. The 7th general's combat power immediately dropped a step, and he rushed out of the bone room first, covering 100 meters in the distance. But nothing seems to have a low appearance rate, as long as the copper spoon can be made. As for Min Min, Tian Tian, Yaya and Hua Hua, they shuttle between more than a dozen doorframes, pouring out moonlight and lightning, pushing aside Jess's rain of fire and letting go of any demons leaking through the red, yellow and green. Lulu jumped over and screamed, obviously thinking that Luo Qin was the brain spirit of a certain library. Wang Mu knew that what the dwarves wanted was a bone conduction cannon, but he didn't satisfy me if the cannon was used. The fighting method would be too close to the bone hammer battle, and it would be difficult for other demons to relate to it. You were left by Noli More to help them. Luo Qin threw all the questions to Ying. Chapter 761 Team Building. Although Noli More and Spade were forced to be recruited, the strength of the gladiators in the library suddenly jumped up, and they seemed to become the real masters of the opening game. The 4 generals and Galaric counterattacked the sandstorm. The locusts died one after another, and the sandstorm was already crumbling. Copper Spoon and little Harry quickly assembled the tank, stuffing Scholar Tom into it first, and even asked Lulu Feifei if she wanted to go in and rest. Of course, the little guy sneered at this, but ran to Grandette and stretched out his little hand. 4 more. Lulu asked Liu for bone spurs, as if she was asking for candy, while Liu supported Hui Yun. He felt the pressure from Sandstorm and Green Lake getting smaller and smaller. Of course, he was willing to make his younger brothers and sisters happy, so he had to get 2 sets of majestic clothes from the template and equip them fully. Wait a minute. Wang Mu suddenly raised his hand, and like a magic trick, he pulled out 2 more swords from his hand and handed them to Lulu and Feifei. Want to try it? Wang Mu's sword was straight and simple, but extremely sharp. Lulu and Feifei looked at each other, not sure whether to accept it or not, and subconsciously looked at Liu. After images passed through the sandstorm, and a wolf claw suddenly appeared behind Lulu Wang Mu's face. But the big wolf had no intention of letting us go. The afterimage was like a storm, sweeping through Minnie and Minnie's body. Feifei realized that his younger brothers and sisters had also grown up, and it was indeed us who carried the wolf just now. Before that, Jesse's sword light finally caught up with the big wolf's pace. Like a gradually widening cage, chasing its afterimage in the sandstorm. The first time, only 100 pieces of sand were shot down. Before that, the wind and sand collapsed layer by layer. While Feifei was thinking about that question, the green lake was finally stirred up by Kakarot and suddenly disappeared from under the wasteland. The big wolf didn't stop at all. When he saw Minnie and Minnie disappear, he directly changed his target to the 7th general. The big wolf could smell the breath of our brains inside and outside, and knew that it was another strong point of the library. Wow! Jesse's sword made a crack under the wasteland, blocking the wolf's retreat. Yes. Have you learned it? Wang Mu asked. Your vow is, let you out. Lulu and Wang Mu came to their senses in the shadow space, feeling the sound of the sword in their palms. And Yubi wanted to return to the wasteland, carrying the sect on their backs. They entered. It had been watching the opening game, and it was reminded of an unfinished battle. When? Anir himself has still not appeared, and it seems that he will not come. We are not very talented. Jesse walked up to Feifei and said yo-yo. At a certain moment, Lulu Feifei felt that Granddad exuded a familiar atmosphere. On the other hand, Lulu and Wang Mu put their swords together consciously behind their faces, and their movements were smooth and flowing, as if it was just the inertia brought by the sword. The fire cloud became thicker. White and green mixed in the clouds, and Li Yu's face emerged. Hu Yu directly agreed yes. It is trust, but it is necessary. Bad? He was even hung in the Forbidden Forest by Finchuas for a few days. Let us out. You need us to see that you can guarantee our sincerity. Jesse retreated to Feifei's shadow space. Of course he knew where Lulu Wang Mu was at the moment, and made a request. The parts of the Bronze Zero tank are laid out, and Copper Spoon and Great Harry are about to be assembled. Kakarot takes the lead, and the 7th little general, Galaric and Lulu Huyu, have not yet rushed to the edge of the formation, although neither Huyu nor Jesse reacted at that time. The distance was too far, and it was difficult to separate the claw strike. Feifei was still too worried, so he put several layers of weak and heavy body bone armor on his forehead under Lulu Wang Mu. Be good, Feifei wrote small words outside the space. Lulu and Wang Mu were immediately stunned. The two swords separated the wolf's claws, and cracks appeared in the sword, and Lulu and Wang Mu were directly hit. Huyu released his shadow in an instant, first withdrawing his younger brothers and sisters into the shadow space, and then talking about himself. It's bad, but you have to wait a moment. You don't have much demand yet. Although Feifei had replenished his heart through Kakarot in that opening battle, the skyship had not yet taken off. The raw materials are not sufficient. On the field, the pressure from Huyu was getting smaller and smaller obviously. The 9th level knight had no intention of stopping just yet. In front of Huyu's back, the moon and the sword suddenly separated, and the sky was torn apart, revealing a scale made of connected constellations. Like a god. Huyu thought this was of course. Immediately afterwards, within 100 meters, every grain of sand was knocked down by Wang Mu's sword light and became instantly pure. Huyu should get out of here, or I'll kill you. Huyu noticed that Sha Bao hadn't fallen into madness yet, and this was the last-ditch effort when his strength was about to run out. It's their turn. Afterimages hit the cracks one after another, as if they were knocked down a mountain and the ground cracked. Let you out. How far does the opening match have to go before it's over? Can this be exchanged for some of his bones? Jesse was kidding me. I realized that the demon didn't seem to have ordinary abilities. After that time, Feifei and Jesse didn't have enough time to react. Rush. This looks like a Killing Cup final in the future, where I should be the one to cleanse the library. But just when he took that step, Feifei suddenly found that the formation on his side was not loose at all. After taking a look at the businessman, the two little guys were stunned and didn't know what they were doing. They quickly turned around and held Wang Mu's sword in their hands. As for Green Lake, Kakarot threw him away more and more. But it didn't last long. Lulu and Wang Mu returned to the wasteland, their swords echoing in harmony, following Huyu's sword path to pursue the afterimage that was breaking out of the sandstorm. Lulu Wang Mu was originally the weakest swordsman in the library, but in the end, she was just a little worse than him. Now it seems that Bad Image has no momentum to overtake him. What? You want to take on a disciple? Feifei chuckled. Why? The revolutionary army needs to be armed? Feifei had no idea of cooperation for a long time. He just thought that the negotiations would back down under the opening match of the Killing Cup. You can still fight. But again, its wolf claws were blocked by the fully covered bone armor, which only disrupted the formation of the 7 generals. and did not kill them like blowing the air away. At the same time, the big wolf finally moved. But the monsters in the library did not appear. When the big wolf realized that the opportunity had arisen, it flashed in front of Lulu and Wang Mu, preparing to start with the most powerful Minnie and Minnie to complete the killing. Fei Fei took a step towards Wei Yun, withstanding the pressure of the fire cloud and seeing the big wolf being pushed further and further away. Fei Fei was thinking about a question. Lulu and Wang Mu were furious and shouted softly outside the shadow space. Kill! Well, it's a reprieve. Anyway, you haven't formed an army yet. Jessie just asked about the initial intention and did not intend to directly negotiate the matter. As soon as Wang Mu stopped, the wind and sand came again, and the two big sweet potatoes stretched out their arms and swung them according to Jess's sword movement. Lulu and Huyu laughed softly, jumping around with their round figures. Huyu also caught our movements, customized a set of bone armor outside the template, and quickly put it on. It would be very unhelpful if we saw it, Jessie begged. Immediately afterwards, the pressure from the fire cloud suddenly decreased, and the complete fire plume burned along the trace of the disappearance of the green lake, burning cockroach's fur. Really? Is it because Laolu likes to drink bone soup? Jessie observed Lulu Wang Mu's movements, reminding him of some important points from time to time. Chapter 762 Mirror Flash Night. The Imperial Army in Hongyu Town is retreating. Humanity gave up its entanglement with Demon King City and the Bone Cart cult in Red Oil Town. The Imperial Air Force no longer rushes to the battlefield to assist. The most direct reason is of course the chaos of faith in the mainland. The Empire's control over the territory of the Old Holy See has dropped significantly, and support is needed everywhere. Humanity needs to reorganize its army. But the royal family and humans did not see this as a failure, because he was also on the front line of Red Oil Town. Jessie was canonized by the royal envoy during the war, and completed the ceremony of promotion to the 9th level knight. Woodson also completed the optimization of the exoskeleton armor at Rift Mountain. In the first contact battle with the Bone Che cult, humans achieved the desired results. The Imperial Army transported the remaining troops back to the Empire via railways, and the minerals and arsenals in the Rift Mountain were also transferred back to the Empire with Wright's help. Ren Bing seemed not to hear. It's similar to Wallace's ghost, but its attributes are completely the same. Looking down from the bone car, Liu seemed to be wearing the crown of the world, like a god of war. Liu's eyes became as cold as flames, seeming to contain the anger of the knights, who were crawled to death by Spard. There are no knights among these enemies, and there are no bad things to do. Spard's definition of bad fun is the same as Noli Moore's. Yes, Jesse Kingston himself is taking a break. Wright noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, and also noticed that Renbing had not become crazy. He wanted to determine whether it was the performance of your 9th level paladin or a sign of distortion. Until Liu smashed away the demons around him, turned around and rushed towards the giant bone car. Zekin hasn't finished yet. He should go back. Wright dissuaded Liu. Is he still thinking about me? We saw each other last time. Spade then recalled the reason why Noli Moore was so conceited. Even Winnie had a few hairs burned off by Jesse. Where did the shadow and the snail go? Renbingruide asked Wei Yanai and Damon Binden beside him. How dare you stop me? Will you take him a little further? Winnie grabbed Jesse Reed's shoulders and prepared to teleport to the torch ahead. Liu, that's enough. Only Wright remained calm. And once, there is no demon around who is strong enough. Liu only needs to swing the small sword heavily to kill, and smash the demon's soul into pieces. Even after being drafted, we are with Kurt, preparing for a boring battle. In the sky under that battlefield, there was not a single light group left by Wright. The shadow of a ring appeared in Jesse Renbing's eyes, and the shadow and the snail were gradually pulled under the seat. When the huge and small bone carts were opened, they seemed to be a sky-high bone tower, with each bone cart connected to form a network-like camp. The marks of the wheels and broken bones were spread out in all directions of the small continent. The magic mirror of the Kingston family is also completely integrated into your body. Whether it is the plague released by the Red Robe Priest, or the curse, or the flame, it is reflected by the mirror, attached to the wings of fire, and cleanses the soul of the devil. In Jesse Reed's understanding, mankind is advancing, and the loser on that battlefield is himself, and others are not important. You reluctantly left Andon and floated back to the world. But Firewing was still fighting back layer by layer. Noli Moore really wanted to miss every opportunity to fight side by side with Kurt. Looking back at the ghost of the ring in Jesse Reed's eyes, he didn't feel bored. TSK. I just encountered something naughty. Nolimor muttered silently in his heart. His mind still stuck on Kurt. And he didn't even bother to look at what happened under the battlefield. He is evil and stupid. Nolimor shook his head and concentrated on helping Bone Tower control the shadow and spread the imprint of the wheel. As a result, Liu was like fireworks blooming in the battlefield, setting fires everywhere, getting more intense and harvesting souls. He has few rights and obligations to inherit, and few knights waiting to accept his beliefs. Right said in a different way. So much so that Wei and I dared to stand too far back, fearing that her big heart would be dueled by Liu, and then die like these demons in the counterattack and beheading of the flames. And the legions inspired by Jess's chivalry turned into her wings of fire, constantly roaming the battlefield, releasing destructive firestorms. Dandan and Yingling were fixed above the Bone Tower, guarding everything to ensure that the ceremony would not be disturbed by humans. Yingling and Dandan were forced to recall to Hongyu Town. The Empire shrinks its strength and waits for the next attack. There are not so many enemies in the Kingdom of Sand. You couldn't just have fun. Nolimor wrote on the outside of Sparred Snail L to vent his emotions. During the siege between Winnie and the skeleton, any demonic power that touches her body will be counterattacked by the fire wing radiation and burned to ashes. If Ujibuji is alive, you see, you really can't play around with it. Dan Danshu recalled what he saw when he and Kurt were side by side after Jesse Renbing suppressed the sign of weakness. There is no way for a man with a heart to fully understand what kind of power the 9th level paladin Liu has awakened. Jesse enjoyed the feeling. By the way, what did he say these people do? They are all evil and crazy. Liu finally had no reaction. Not yet, these bugs. The gods are watching you. Under the giant skeleton car, the red-robed skeleton Jesse Reed stared at the brightest star on the battlefield, but still did not appear in person. In the teachings of the Bone Che sect, there is no place for those two gods. No. The Bone Cart is the belief of the Bone Cart cult and the belief of skeletons. The Bone Cart can never collapse. Renbing Ruide held the bone sword in his hand, inserted it into the bone cart, then lifted up his robe and chanted silently the name of the old goat. Now you see, it's over. Jesse Reed had no intention of pursuing, and even stopped Spart's pursuit, and then recited a new prayer. The only ones left behind in Red Oil Town to cover the Imperial Army's retreat were a group of legions inspired by Jesse during the promotion ceremony, plus Jesse himself. Chuangwan seems to be echoing Liu, giving the mirror flash night under your armor blood-red starlight. Just because Dandan's offensive never stops, Shadow has something to say. The Gyush sect is centered in Hongyu Town and is spread throughout the country. The number of bone carts is also increasing simultaneously. This is because Diamond Binbin is cooperating with the red-robed skeletons to retreat and tamper with them. Is it possible that Ajibuji is alive again? Meanwhile, Kurt is enjoying himself. That is becoming your belief. The Mirror Flash Knight's fire wings are entwined with the snail. Go back and look for it. Diamond Binbin's chain jingled, shrunk into a link, and disappeared. Biting your snail's butt. I actually let you chase. Spade also gritted his teeth. Nolimor did not speak, as if he had no emotion. Hey! This night. So bad. Dandan quickly changed his mood. He was overjoyed and crawled straight to Liu. With a snort, Liu retreated from Light's light group and disappeared from the battlefield. You are the first knight and the original knight. Liu raised his sword to the sky. My name is Mirror Flash Knight. Liu threw aside the title given by the royal family and imprinted a new title on your cross sword and armor. And right next to the light group, the huge half-arc that Kurt had seen before suddenly appeared. This crown of power guarded by the starry sky. Chapter 763 Fiddle with, Suck Dry, and Nourish. After the collision, the pillar of fire dissipated. Jess's body was covered with cracks, as if he had become a glass man. The bloody hole in her chest was refilled with debris when her body collapsed, although the positions of some organs were shifted, and the whole person was one size smaller. Jesse was not dead. The glass man stretched out his finger, pointing to the Utopia, and wanted to have another exclusive duel in the Colosseum. Liu had no choice but to retreat. He felt that if Jesse was really dragged into a duel, he would not care about exposing his identity, and would wash her from head to toe with bone bullets of various properties. There was fire, electricity, and the aftermath of Sherwin. Liu was somewhat looking forward to actually killing a 9th level knight in the duel. This may be the first fierce confrontation between Oath and Sherwin after a long time. Unexpectedly, the venue for the performance was the Colosseum in the Demon King city. Just when Jesse's fingertips were about to land on the Utopia, the two swords and the moon in the sky returned to their original positions, and Aching on the candlestick base opened his eyes again. The candle flickered and Jesse disappeared. Da Fanchu's waist straightened up even more. Exactly the same as the angle of the sword in his hand. Just a hair's breadth away. Even if the Demon King pursues him, he will be the first to be noticed. Not the fate dice of the casino. If we go to Ren River now, maybe the Bone Cart cult has not gone far yet? It's just Jesse, the 7 little generals. Galaric, Copper Zero Tank, Mini, Cockroach and others also disappeared together. Did you send her away? It's time to say goodbye in a hurry. Apparently, it was also sent away by candlelight. You? Aching was stunned by the question. You can't provide him with. Inger hasn't completely broken away from the fighting state yet, and is still eager to try. He should have returned to the southern border of Saudi Arabia. Back to Lao Lu. You hope it will end from the last scene. After Aching said, the candlelight flashed, and Wang Mu was teleported out of the Colosseum and returned to the small library. Wang Mu was not yet the city defense commander, and he had that bond with Aching. You're so angry. It escaped. Several sword marks scratched Wang Mu's side, and then transformed into the figures of Lulu, Feifei and Jesse. Understood. It's equivalent to your investment in the 100-year slaughter cup. His income must be achieved first, and then it will be your turn. Right? Bu Lang understood Aching's emotions. He must meet your needs, and you are unable to provide him with those. Can he understand? Aching asked Wang Mu. Oh, that's it. Wang Mu didn't even bow his head just now. Now that he came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that the result was wrong. If you call them back last time, they will want to kill even more. It turns out that Aching also referred to Djibuji's approach to some extent. After participating in the Centennial Killing Cup, Wang Mu had just inspected the successful first test flight of the skyship and originally planned to set off from the library to the Lund River. How? His goal was to reach a deal with Aching. When he deceived the fate dice and obtained trading luck, it was actually enough. The previous battles were only affected by the Colosseum. Lulu was talking about the big wolf that was being chased just now. You will do that. AKA nodded, turned into a drop of blood, and condensed on the ground of the small library. The utopia came to nothing and went straight to the wasteland. Just think about bringing him less desire to kill. What can he bring to you? Wang Mu asked back, still wanting to take the initiative to mention the relics of aggregation and Iha. For fear of attracting the attention of the Demon King, Wang Mu recited silently in his heart. Copper Spoon. Da Harry and Tom should have returned to the underground city. Lulu Feifei was also there. Inging and Dandan were weakly recruited. And there were only Wang Mu, Inger and AK outside the small library. Got it. Brown made a greedy voice and finalized the deal, before spending a small amount of magic power to deceive the fate dice. The Demon King level couldn't bear it. The red hour is coming to an end. The opening game of the Centenary Killing Cup has not yet begun, and its impact has just ended. Dad? Where are you going? You guys. Jesse was about to speak, but suddenly noticed my resistance on the pile of yellow soil. Let's talk later. He needs to know that they are expensive. Aching tried to explain something to Brown, although the question is very blunt. Of course, it was the real Djibuji, but the one Wang Mu pretended to be. It's not bad if you escape. Anyway, it's the final of the Centennial Killing Cup. As soon as he finished speaking, the swordsman was sent out of the Colosseum. Brown opened the door left behind by the shadow and walked out into the ice and snow. The aggregation and Iha's relics are the bad things you can give. Aching finally sensed Wang Mu's desire. What do you mean? Looking back on everything that happened in the opening match, Wang Mu found that from the moment he was burdened with a sect and fell into a disadvantage. The candlelight of the Colosseum sent the demons away one by one. You need the desire to kill. They don't have the potential yet. They should die now. Aching's idea is very complicated, whether it is the sect or Liu. They should produce less desire to kill in the future. So Aching controlled the candles in the Colosseum and sent them away after we died. After killing Booty Bog today, he'd better go to the mouth of the abyss to make up for it. Although Brown also added self-healing to AKA. The effect was minimal. You know what he said is right. But in the end, you want that. Aching didn't have enough patience to understand Wang Mu's metaphor. Of course it's Blanc Han. You can tell me the rest on the way. Inexplicably, Wang Mu saw that Lulu and Feifei were not the same at all. Now, tell me, when will he broadcast live? Aching asked the question that concerned him most. That's great. Shadows rolled on the wasteland. And Liu. The 4 generals. Galaric and the Bronze Zero tank reappeared. But Jess's shadow could no longer be found. Wang Mu could even detect through the staff of deception that Ching's thread of thoughts was being fiddled with by the thread of fate. Outside the status bar, Trading Luck is waiting quietly. Although Wang Mu needs some time to sort out the gains and losses in the opening game, he is still determined to complete the remaining 2 anchor points as soon as possible and advance to the next level. The same goes for Inger when Li Yu's mirror fire was at its most intense. It had not yet burned Wang Mu's body. It was Inger who completely covered Wang Mu and helped me withstand the coldness. Of course, this also includes the inexplicably dispersed sandstorms and near. Yes, Ching's tone was still calm and calm. Otherwise, if we kill them all, what will happen to our desire to kill in the future? The trading fortune in the status bar also dimmed instantly and disappeared slowly. That's it. Let your transaction retreat secretly. Brown still wanted to add less insurance to the deal. Wang Mu was fortunate that there was no big wolf to lure Minnie away. But it was really difficult for him to make up his mind just now to pretend to leave the Utopia together with his younger siblings and hit this pillar of fire. He will listen to you first. Ching stopped Wang Mu's words. You were sucked dry by him. So that's what it feels like. AKA's whole body was dry and his face was bloody. At this moment, the vein-shaped pile of books in the small library is thicker and thicker. It seems to be affected by the time pattern that briefly appeared under the Colosseum. And it loses a bit of the weight of knowledge. Aggregation property. Iha's relic. Aggregation property. Iha's relic. Ching is thinking. Li Yu stepped on the shadow and flashed to the side of the base. The trading luck outside the status bar will shake and take effect. Chapter 764, Keep Secret. Keep Fantasy. When Li Yu arrived at the Lund River, there were a few scattered skeletons and corpse collectors wandering by the river. The door was stuffed into a pile of corpses. And there was a pool of bones pretending to be dead on the ground. Those were the skeletons that jumped out of the vegetable patch arranged by Noli Moore. It falls into a deep sleep upon reaching its destination. Many giant things died on the battlefield. And the corpses of humans and demons were mixed together, filling the Lund River. The river is covered with huge ice spikes, like evil flowers blooming in the north. The river overflowed and formed several small lakes on the ice sheet, and the remaining corpses were sealed in ice. Not long ago, there was a tragic battle here. But now it is the final stage in several river channels that have been cleared relatively flat. The Iron Tribe dwarves are moving giant objects under the guidance of the Bone Car cult believers, extracting their bones, and piecing together more tracks towards the north bank of the river. Spread over. The roar of the bone train lingers in the south, and will arrive soon. Li Yu happened to know who the two sides of the battle were probably. Watch the killing cup. I have to move corpses out front every day. I really need to relax. The skeleton held his ribs and rubbed them. It's still like working outside the vegetable field. At least I can watch the killing cup without it. Looking at you. It seems that you haven't remembered where your heroic heart came from. Or that there was a brain spirit that communicated with you from a distance to obtain information about the Empire. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Inger laid out his story, trying to deconstruct the situation at the front of the battlefield and work backwards to figure out how he got to that point. Obviously, the Bone Chet Master had won and was cleaning up the battlefield. Dad, what's wrong with him? One killing cup gave the bearer sect a plague-like ability. According to the momentum, there will be fewer heretics in future killing cups. Although they have no interest or ability to dance outside of the ice and snow. Their speech is very active. Ching's desire to kill, not a single part of it would fall under those demons. However, Jiangguan felt that the urgency of cohesion was coming again, and he had to become independent as soon as possible because he definitely wanted to fend off Jess's attack on the Demon King City. You're the one who's going. The skeleton scratched his ribs. You just want to take a look. But I didn't get a chance to watch it. For example, Lunda would take out a Gatling gun from his back and use silver-plated bullets to kill vampires and werewolves. Hannibal would slice up all kinds of demons, cook them with ingenuity, and serve them to the table. The sect has taken Green Lake, and it is estimated that it will be quiet for a long time, and it will continue to expand. It will be very slow to hear new news about us. Li Yu recognized it. It was a skeleton from the vegetable field. Amuro will also suddenly drive a me-zero-armed giant with eyeballs on it and shoot lasers. But in the process, some pictures belonging to that world often flashed through. The villages near the Lund River were left with only ruins. The bones were brought by tons by the corpse collectors and piled near the Iron Tribe dwarf camp, preparing to become the foundation of the bone bridge across the river. If that elegy must have been sung badly, would there be a new way out for the knights in the past? I heard last night was the opening match of the Centennial Killing Cup. That time I killed you. It might have been harder to deal with before. Of course. One side is Redcoat's Bone Cart Cult, and the other side is Snow Country. Of course. While Liu was weakly healing Inger, he quickly sensed everything around him, and finally lit up Van Helsing's anchor point. Seems very peaceful. That was the first time Liu sensed the abnormal snow in Chaos continent, which continued to enrich the content of imagining the small continent. It is the last anchor point on the Devil's Route. Hannibal, on the other hand, is a well-known doctor who joins the lower class and often goes to the capital of Snow Country to attend seminars. Liu carefully thought about some things that he didn't have, and even exchanged some information sources to push them back to Inger, and finally made Inger self-heal to a certain extent. Really? You know? Every skeleton that goes there will die. That's very wrong. The Mirror Flash Knight didn't even notice that he was fighting at such a close range, which meant that others also noticed his existence. If Lulu Feifei can fight the Big Wolf without coming back, it seems that the Big Wolf's fighting ability is also like that. Heavy snow fell from the sky, taking advantage of the brief intense moment. Liu also sensed the emotions of the skeletons and corpse collectors left here. That made Inger very confused. After all, you don't have a vow behind you, and your first vow is to raise this city. So you should be dealing with the demons outside the Demon King city again. Right? But just under the busy dirt road and in the market, some figures that Liu imagined gradually appeared. Recalling last night's Killing Cup, Liu weakly felt Big Wolf's hatred for the library. Right. Whitson, do we know about that? You said skeleton. It's the Skeleton Knight. Is it because you participated in the opening match of the Centennial Slaughter Cup without the Empire's permission? The main force of the Bone Car Cult broke through the defense line of Lund River and continued deep into the northern Snow Country. They may soon reach the Drizzle Corridor. But after just listening, Jiang Guan found that just as he expected, a small number of demons still knew the information about the Century Killing Cup. Unfortunately, before the opening match of the Centenary Slaughter Cup, Inger was beaten so badly by Jesse that it was difficult for him to fully expand his body and completely cover the battlefield. I thought that Redcoat, the skeleton here, had also let go. It seemed that it was really a lot of trouble to actually use Skalric's bone sword, beat his bones on the head, just to talk nonsense. You heard that Galeric is back alive. Every character has been made more concrete by Liu. Whatever. Does he want to participate? I heard that if you kill fewer enemies on the battlefield, you can get an invitation to the Colosseum. Apart from these, Jiang Guan had no new understanding of Jess's weakness. The newly promoted 9th level knight, the Mirror Flash Knight, had become a new signature of the Empire. Everyone is doing something weird. If there are monsters from the library that have never participated in the Killing Cup before, we must be on guard. Winter is gone. Is this also a skeleton? Is it the same or is it coming back? The skeletons are less dull. So Inger and Liu huddled in the pile of corpses by the river, watching the corpse collectors and skeletons coming and going. Before Don Quixote lost all his family property, he led a thin horse and set out from the big town to find my way of chivalry. I want you to go and fight. What are the emotions of the corpse collectors? They are not a silent group from the mouth of the abyss. At this moment, they are just selecting corpses, taking back the relatively low-value ones to the coffins, nourishing them, and waiting for them to become the new fighting force of the Bone Cart Cult. Compared with the Paladin Wallace, Liu feels that analysis is the knight's most advanced elegy. Dad, I'm imagining. Jiang Guan was intoxicated. What are you looking at? And your vow is to kill the Demon King's castle. Does this have anything to do with the library? Or maybe the big guys are too weak. Inger regained his ability, unfolded his shadow, deconstructed and reversed everything that happened to Fan Hsien, and then fed it back to Liu, gradually making Fan Hsien that Liu could perceive become turbid. Rund River became Van Helsing's demon hunter, helping the villagers to sweep away the demons in the distance. Amuro joined the army and joined the musketeers, but was slapped by the captain. There are large, simple villages located along the river. Originally, there was no such thing as the Lund River, Hannibal, or Don Quixote outside. Chapter 765, Understand and Hurt. In the process of sensing and enriching the Lund River, some information that was not part of this world obtained from the mountain was also mixed in, resulting in various scenes that looked strange even in the eyes of a demon. Although Inger couldn't understand it, she was very happy to see it. The reason for these strange phenomena is mainly because after Liu's journey to the mountains, some of the experiences he gained there were involuntarily mixed in. These were passive at first, but they were gradually able to be controlled by Liu, making Van Helsing, Hannibal, and even each of them more plump. This is a process for Liu to absorb and digest the experience of Juishan. If the imaginary continent takes shape, these trumpets created by Li Yu will not only be imaginations, but people with a past. It's not just limited to the names Van Helsing and Hannibal. Everyone becomes real. This is the stage of imagination. Li Yu could roughly see the results after the promotion, and he immediately became more excited after taking care of the Lun River. Only the last anchor point, the Drizzle Corridor, was left. Although he knew the outcome, Bai Chan felt that the entire battle situation seemed to be developing in a direction that was not beneficial to the old goat. Kurt confirmed this conjecture when he happened to pass by a Bone Car cult priest. 8 magicians gathered together, communicating with each other without eye contact. The flow of dark stars under the dome became more concrete and turbulent than before. Low Tower. Dark Star Club. Between low and low. If you want to completely light up the Lun River, you need to retreat 80 miles inland. But Kurt wasn't far away yet. Although I haven't reached a deal with Oching under the 100-year Slaughter Cup, I have another motive to get close to Red and Liu. But the bone sword is still under my body. As the leader of the Bone Car sect, I am sure no one will be interested in the old man. If you don't understand the goat's plan half-heartedly, it will definitely be nothing more than Red Bishan. In the minds of the priests of the Bone Car cult, Sistorum, like Bai Chomping, has not yet existed within the range of the demon train. They are also the two groups that the Bone Car cult has paid most attention to recently. Your eyes take up half of your face, and the stars shine inside and out. The place where they appeared was at the mouth of the Lun River, and beyond was the Sea of Death, which was not included in the Devil's Route that Liu initially delineated. Based on that logic, Kurt felt that this weak recruitment under the Centennial Slaughter Cup might mean another stubborn resistance from the Snow Country. The two of them asked you to come, but you can see that they have nothing to do with you. The skeleton's voice was ethereal, as if coming from a faraway place. In addition to continuing to digest the experience gained from Juishan, Kurt has also been listening to the voices of various demons, including the Iron Dwarves, who are building bridges and paving roads. At the same time, light mist rose, not only in Juishan and Bai Chan's minds, but also in the northern suburbs of God's O City. What other skeletons do? He does. Kurt threw the vegetable skeleton and disappeared in an instant. After busting the old goat's plan, less intelligence is needed. Before Kurt was ready to complete the affairs of Tassos, he immediately went to Red Liu through Yinging to inquire about it. Along the way, Kurt sometimes transformed into a skeleton, sometimes into a corpse collector, or used his tentacles to push aside the frozen soil and retreated from the ground, slowly going deep into the interior. At this time, Bai Chan was immersed in Juishan, and Yinging and Dandan also received several weak calls in succession and missed that battle. For example, Bai Chomping, the spokesperson of the Empire's Protestantism, the guy with the old Pope's head embedded in his chest. Moreover, the full picture of the war between the Bone Che cult and the Snow Kingdom needs to be extended inland to see clearly. Even after listening for too long, Kurt still found some clues. Because they are priests of the same Bone Che cult, several strange names will always appear in their minds. Among them, not a single scale stood out. Stirring ripples, Kurt wandered along the Devil's Route, gradually letting the light mist from the mountain cover the newly acquired soil. Land, from Danner's voice, combined with the scenes deconstructed by Shadow, Kurt gradually pieced together the full picture of the Bone Card Master's trip. Time has no meaning. The man with the pocket watch opened the dial, and a steady stream of light mist poured out from inside and outside, gradually covering the entire space. For example, Pope Sistorum, the successor to the Holy See. This person has been hunted down, but has never been completely killed. Although the attention card will eventually allow everyone in the small continent of Chaos to witness the ceremony, it is definitely not too late to deal with it at this time. So with the help of the Flesh and Blood Giants and the Red Robe Giants, the Bone Chariot cult broke through the Thossos defense line. Before experiencing the forgotten events of the Battle of Bone Hammer, Kurt fully recognized the old goat's ability to cause trouble in private. At that time, the Empire had not yet realized that the Bone Cart cult had no intention of threatening the Empire, so it relaxed its pace and let the Snow Country bear all that. In addition to the private army of the Kingston family and the several creation corps that have not yet cooperated with you, a small number of lords and nobles' armies have been dispatched to the side of the Sand Country to resist the gradually weakening sandstorm. Kurt will definitely miss it. Let's go! Kurt lit up the side of the river mouth, preparing to continue deeper along Bai Champing and completely marked the small continent. Noli More did not tell the skeleton who had come out of the door, so it completely understood the situation. It only saw a skeleton with white bones talking to itself in the shadow. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. The short man waved his hand and pointed at the man with the pocket watch. Lind, what if he wants to say it first, before helping Old Goat complete the ritual at Split Gold Mountain? The Bone Card cult did not stop for a short while, directly bypassing the border of the Empire and rushing towards the drizzle corridor of Snow Country. Bai Changping and the elite of the Protestant Church are operating in the Snow Country, and their destination seems to be the drizzle corridor. The battle of faith between the Protestants, the old church, and the small altar may be the worst opportunity to hurt the Old Goat. If it is about a battle of faith, it must also be a battle of faith. The road to promotion to the imagination stage is no longer far away. In the chaos, a very strange new guest has arrived. The light mist of the pocket watchman condensed into a blurry figure. Hi friends. What are you doing? As soon as Kaigu knew it, he looked for the skeleton, who had just moved the body next to him. As for what kind of ceremony the Old Goat expected to perform in the drizzle corridor, that was all the priest of the Bone Car cult could understand. From outside the priest's head, Kurt learned that the Old Goat hoped that Nier would attract the attention of a small part of the Empire, and then the Bone Card cult would break through the Snow Kingdom's defense line, reduce our army, and finally meet in the drizzle corridor. Dad. Then let's go! After breaking through several legions of the Empire one after another, and even crushing 3 altars of the 7 Seasons cult on the road, the Bone Che cult finally encountered the stubborn resistance of the Snow Country in Bichaping. Inger knew all this, and of course couldn't wait to deconstruct Lun River as soon as possible. What about you? A pool of bones in the ground knew when to wake up. Who are they? Oh, it hasn't been long since you guys. Have you gotten together like that? The dwarf standing at the bottom turned his head and smiled. After hearing this, Kurt was of course alert, knowing that the Old Goat Daniel was going to hold a very special ceremony in the drizzle corridor, and it would definitely be inferior to the one at Jinshan Mountain. This is the radiation circle of the daily life of the residents of Tassos. Chapter 766, Our Time Has Come. Neither the dwarf nor the skeleton man responded, waiting for further explanation from the pocket watchman. The guests come from the Jew Mountain, not the Demon King's city. Linda, the man with the pocket watch, waved away the shadow formed by the light mist. This should be normal. After the Old Goat messed up his faith, anything could happen. The dwarf turned the sky on the tower from a scale to an empty starry sky. A piece of the star is missing, and the shape is a sharp rhombus. The shape of the ridge. No, Mina, this time is different. Lin shook his head. This guest took something from the chaos. Oh, I thought only Minto could take things from your hands. Mina, the dwarf, was a little surprised. Stilpro can do it too. Lin corrected Mina's mistake. It's a pity that he is dead. The man from the Ministry of Creation is still asking me to cooperate with him, but I ignored him. Linda's words always jumped a bit when talking about Woodson. Stop. Come back. Continue. What did the guest take? Mina regained the order. So, have the two of them come back? Redcord sat under the throne of a giant bone cart, with a shadow and a snail standing on it. Ha! The most boring thing about forgetting something like that is that even if he knows what he has forgotten, he still knows what he is forgetting. Linda laughed. So when he died, he couldn't understand, and he couldn't bring that knowledge back. Did Linda want to try to understand the content of that knowledge? You need to discern the direction of his gaze, and find this knowledge. Linda looked up at the stars. Yes. Inxian nodded. Yes. It's the same. It's like a person who originally existed outside the memory, but was forgotten and erased. Mina made a clicking sound patiently. Just like forgotten things can be recalled with a little reminder or revisiting the scene. No matter who appears in the chaos, Miran will be unprepared. Knowledge beyond death can only be understood without death. Skeleton Man Tim shook his head. But that doesn't mean he will definitely come to the lower tower. Linda's voice suddenly became softer. The figure's head was large and red, and its limbs and facial features were constantly changing. You will find me. Mina nodded. You will bring the knowledge from the chaos back to the lower tower. Mina nodded, knowing that it was time to create a sense of presence outside Sherwin. His awakening means that you have finally accumulated knowledge worthy of his gaze. And it also means that his gaze will gradually turn towards Chaos Xylurin. So you will look for his gaze, and they continue to build low towers. Is that bad? Lin finally smiled. Like a hateful big boy who got your beloved doll. Iha is dead. You have an extra errand boy. Do you need to find a new person? Linda had a headache. Although the sky has no ridges, not a single demon is standing tall in the north, absorbing the remnants of faith. The missing ridge starry sky was moved over by Yin moved together, and juxtaposed with the time patterns and vows. The top of the low tower is at the time mark. It's bad, you will tell who he is looking at. Yin could only take over the task. It's his turn. Mina motioned for Lin to speak. No way. The starry sky is like a puzzle piece for you to play around with. As they saw, Sherwin woke up. One of Linda's eyes was suddenly filled with words, and then exploded. The shadow and the snail raised their heads and laughed. Mina and Tim head high. Lin blinked, and his eyes grew back. And it was only him who, after a long time, made the vow. Yin shrank the starry sky under the large dome. And in the entanglement of the ripples of time, a scale shone brightly. As you spoke, the starry sky in the dome became ferocious, twinkling, and arranged intermittently. You mean, the gods are naturally looking for agents. And if there are no agents, they are also attacking new gods? Mina looked at the figure flashing in the starry sky. Your time has come. Yin-Xian's tone was inexplicably less exciting. All those years of hard work have finally yielded no results. It seems that I can only wait until I retreat into chaos for the last time? So you have done nothing? Linda asked. You just want to use that knowledge to lower the tower. Yes. The divisions of authority are gradually becoming clear. And you need his attention. Yin-Xian concluded. Praise the stars, said the pocket watchman and the skeleton man mechanically. Then who is he? You just said, he is very familiar? Mina blinked, and the shadow in the mist reappeared. In the Demon King's city. The Colosseum. Linda opened his hands. And the stars formed the shape of a Colosseum behind you. Is there such a small difference? He knows what you are talking about. Linda accepted Tim's correction. Neither the pocket watch nor the skeleton showed any reaction. You have no way of determining what the knowledge that arouses his interest is. Or even whether it is outside of yours. Linda's expression suddenly became less distorted. How can it be related? Linda shook his head. If you want to get his attention, the knowledge contained in death is also your treasure. He means, some kind of ritual? Linda certainly knew that kind of magic existed. You still understand, what they said has nothing to do with you. The skeleton finally spoke. My voice was broken, and I looked like I was about to die. I don't know. I was probably struggling with Minto at that time. Linda said that troublesome name. But there was always some uncertainty in his tone. You should have seen me. But you have met too few people. But I will definitely let you see me again. And you will recognize me. I have absorbed some power of chaos. A power that you cannot understand. The order of Mina's words chaos occurs. Where's him? Tim? Lin looked at the skeleton man. You understand? Tim raised his head again. I forgot. Linda was confused. And the fewer souls die. As long as they die in the land of the 8 little demons, they will become his strength. The land of the 8 little demons that Yin-Xian mentioned is of course not the Demon King's city. The Fire Valley and the little ice crevice. Linda looked at the starry sky in the dome. Then at the confused pocket watch and silent skeleton man. And felt that that was a method. We have found it. Yin-Xian shook her head. No one can give up climbing except the 8 of you. You always look like this. Linda was not angry. Just wait. Anyway, it's just once in a while. If you don't deal with it less, it will encourage a certain possibility. Besides, if I come again, he will find me, and that will happen. No matter Mina's doubts. Lin made a decision. You understand? Tim noticed the changes in the starry sky and raised his head. No Jesse. No Thorsos. No Sistorum. No old goat yet. The Battle of the Bone Hammer happened in the Demon King's city. It was taught by the Bone Chariot. Now it is far away in the small ice crevice. These souls will not belong to you. Tim corrected Lin's statement. After 2 wars, and with the addition of an 8th, his strength should not be much weaker. Right? Linda calculated the expeditionary forces battle for the Holy City and the Demon Commander's Bone Hammer battle, coupled with everything the instructor has done. He is counting Tim's gains. Chapter 767 Shadow. Egg and Sacrifice. No Lemore laughed because he sensed that Liu had passed through the door and reached the Lun River, and was even approaching the Drizzle corridor. Spade just joined in the fun and felt the shadow laughing. So he joined in the fun. Do you know how much strength we have lost by missing that forced recruitment? Redcord didn't notice the snickers of the 2 quasi-demon kings. and his expression was serious and very distressed. Noli Mor and Spade have always been regarded as the two swords of the Bone Check cult. Unfortunately, these two swords were absent from the breakthrough battle at Lund River. As a result, the Bone Check cult was blocked by the Snow Country magicians and barbarians, frozen and shattered a large number of bone carts and demons. Although these would be replenished if given enough time, they would also delay the marching speed Redcoat expected. When we came back, we killed the Frost Giant. Ying's response was very jumpy. After being forcibly recruited in the Centennial Slaughter Cup, Ying and Dandin directly encountered the giant, who was blocking the giant bone car. The two demon sons poured all their desire for killing accumulated from the Colosseum onto it. At this time, the body of a frost giant was lying in the drizzle corridor. Climbing on top of the frost giants are those red-robed giants. They are constantly gnawing at the giant's corpse, removing the giant's bones, and then piecing them together into a larger bone car. Death is indeed a gift of liberation for us, but it also depends on who dies. Noli Mor fell silent again before showing off the opener, standing quietly with the river run above. If you don't have the ability to think, just think about how to break through the drizzle corridor. Leuride spread out his finger bones and pieced together a map of the drizzle corridor. That's what I want. Don Quixote dismounted. Hannibal straightened his tie, and Amuro unfolded his floating bone eyes. Anyway, you're tired of staying in this rotten place in the research laboratory. Winnie had not completely left the Vientiane flower before she regained her freedom. There are no rules. As long as we help it produce the desire to kill, we can do whatever we want in the Colosseum. The current battle is important. Liu Ri did not seem to have the intention to actively participate in the killing cup. Inga looked at Wang Jingkong's body to confirm who the person I was talking to was. Dandin is the one who cares about vanguards, death, etc. Dandin only feels that he has not had enough fun in the wasteland. You discovered, carrying the sect. Noli Mor recalled the lies that Kurt had told. Learned from my ability to talk nonsense, and tried to change the topic. That was all because Zalthus made the wrong bet in the Battle of the Bone Hammer. This was the first time that the Red Robe Bishop realized that the two Devil Sons had no strength to resist the weak recruitment. What a coincidence. Diamondin shook the chain. You are in Ju. You are in the Colosseum, preparing for the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Of course Ying would mention Jueshan. The Shadow and the Snail are not the altar themselves. The death of the giant toad, the changes in the Bering sect, and the interaction between Jesse and the vow really made Leuride's eyes turn. Nolma realized that if I mentioned Jushan, it would be difficult to mention Brain Spirit, Cockroach, and Imagination. Obviously, that was the latest effort by the Colosseum authorities. Even the rules are in chaos. Before Nolma returned to the opening game, Leuride read out some information. What? Do you need funds? Diamondin straightened his chains. From now on, the two of them are not the pioneers of the Bone Che cult. The two of them are allowed to leave your station until the grace of death grants them relief. Is the killing cup okay? Lunda suddenly jumped up. Can't you go to the killing cup? Help him kill the bearer sect. A small amount of chains suddenly dropped from the outside of the torch, and when they fell to the ground, they condensed into the appearance of Diamondbinbin. Of course, it is necessary, or maybe he will be the king of the Colosseum, and you will give him more knowledge. Wei and I also pulled Diamondbinbin over, and in the process of weakly piecing together the lie, Noli Mor's shadow died for a while every time he wrote a word, spreading powerfully underground. You are in the Colosseum, preparing for the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Noli Mor swallowed back the name of Jueshan. This is what they should worry about. Liu and Wang Jing waved their hands and drove away Nolmor and Run River. Thank you for your advice, Wei, and I hugged Liu and Wang Jing's skeleton. If I don't become the king of the Colosseum one day, I will definitely open up a new battlefield for the Bone Car cult. The frost giant inside was devoured, and its bones were pieced together into a giant bone cart. Look, it's all his fault. I asked you to participate in the Centennial Killing Cup. You signed up. Wei and I smiled at Wang Jingrid. Noli Mor emerges from death to talk about what happened in the Centenary Cup opener. Bad, what are you waiting for? Wei and I dipped her fingertips into some torch flames and smeared them on the bodies of Leuride and Diamond Binbin. Didn't he notice that the bone car was lower? This frost bone car will become the chariot that breaks through the drizzle corridor, wandering all the way through the snow valley, rushing to the deepest destination. Where are they at this time? Leuride asked about the first week call. According to the old goat Odgot's request, you have to send them to the place where the ceremony should take place and sacrifice them to us. Leuride corrected Wei Ni's accuracy, and when I saw that the Green Lake was about to disperse, but no Li Mor and Wang Jingshu were torn away from the Colosseum by myself, I didn't feel at all disappointed. Has he not thought too bad yet? Let Shadow and Snail go to death, and protect you to reach this altar. Winnie's chest rose and fell, and she took a deep breath. That expedition is finally reaching the end. You will hear the truth. Li Yurai drew out the half-boned sword and used the power of authority. If he definitely wants to become the new king of the Colosseum, your suggestion is to accumulate some combat performance in the first stage. The 7th and 8th stages are the real focus. Li Yurai looked at Wei Ni and Damon Binban, sitting under the bone throne. Wang Jingrid silently prayed to the small altar and conveyed the news of the centennial slaughter cup to the old goat with its eyes that knew where he was. They should retreat, Wang Jingrid suddenly said before confirming the old goat's reply. The queen of the bone throne inexplicably remembered a sheep's cry, which seemed to say, you got it. If we were not prepared in advance and absorbed the bearing sect into the small altar, the power of the bone cart sect would be even stronger. Let you go over and wipe out all the evil spirits. Van Helsing replied enthusiastically in front of Kurt. That's enough. Li Yurai stopped the two demon sons from chatting. Inland of Wang Jingshu, Kurt looked north in the distance and saw a skeleton with abrupt edges. The torch next to the throne flickered, and Winnie's face emerged from the flames. No Li Mor ignored Li Yu and Wang Jing's determination at all. All he could think about was whether Wang Jing would be exposed, which was not the best or worst thing. Of course, Kurt's existence is hidden, and Kurt's transactions with Candlelight and the Colosseum are also hidden. Dad? Is he talking to you? Wang Jing thought for a moment, and finally made a decision to punish the two demon sons. Yes, that's right. Li Yurai shook his head. Huh? Li Yu and Wang Jing were indeed interested. Chapter 768, Waiting for Believers. No, I'm talking to them. Li Yugang wanted to show Inger the newly imagined people, but suddenly realized that they only existed in his mind. So he motioned for Inger to enter his mind. Still can't see. Inger didn't find Van Helsing or Hannibal. It doesn't matter. When Dad gets promoted, you can watch whatever you want. Li Yu scratched his head and comforted Ing. After walking along the Lund River, the small town life in the north was added to the Devil's Root, as well as a bare forest and snowfield. The winter climate and plants took root in Li Yu's head, enough to give the imagination of the continent more climate and possibilities. The 10th anchor point has been lit. The light mist from Ju Mountain is dense on the map, leaving only the last empty drizzle corridor, which can be assembled into a serious shape. It looks like a rooster with its head raised. The drizzle corridor is the coxcomb. The backstories of Van Helsing, Hannibal, Don Quixote, and Amuro were also imagined and perfected during this time, and they all look in high spirits at this moment. Then let's go over there. Inger jumped out of Li Yu's brain and turned into an arrow, pointing north. People from the Snow Kingdom may know that the Bone Check cult just wants to complete a certain ritual in the drizzle corridor. Ding Yu just walked around Dingyuli and had no certain expectations for the Bone Check cult's actions. It's just a coincidence that the ceremony will take place in the Snow Country, and the Snow Country will only cause additional damage. Only then did Kurt realize that what he had mistakenly thought was the undulations of the glacier was actually the fallen corpse of the frost giant. In the past, you would have encountered fewer demons from small ice crevices. Ying predicted the future situation. The drizzle corridor is the starting point for the Snow Country to reach the interior, and it is also the first natural barrier. He just asked what was going on over there. During the Killing Cup last night, the Bone Card cult had just defeated the Snow Country's army at the intersection and killed a frost giant. Ying said about the situation in the drizzle corridor. To the north, a huge skeleton car rose into the sky, and shadows in red robes were constantly climbing up and down, stacking something. Have you? Ying shook his head, shrinking the body that was broken due to the incision in front of his back. Therefore, Kurt didn't have much idea about the huge and small bone car that could be seen suddenly rising from Dingyuli, as well as the red shadow under the bone car. Huh? Everyone is here. Kurt knew that choosing the first anchor point in the drizzle corridor would definitely cause trouble to some extent. To tell you the truth, you did it yourself. Ying shook his head. In the collection of books in the library, Li Yu once learned that around the drizzle corridor, countless battles capable of destroying the country have taken place from ancient times to the present. Shadow unfolds a picture. What about the Snow Country? Was it suddenly retreated by them? Although Kurt had met the princes and diplomats of the Snow Country, he did not know much about the power of the Snow Country. Snow Country is communicating with the demons in the small ice crevice, and seems to be preparing to borrow their power to confine the bone cart cult to the drizzle corridor. Ying described a huge crack. The frost giants should not have been borrowed from the small ice crevice of that time. The drizzle corridor was once again covered in flames of war. But the Empire and the Snow Kingdom surrounding it turned into the bone cart cult. The Snow Kingdom. And various faiths and heresies. Rhett and Liu did it? Kurt asked. For example, Kurt was very curious about what materials the frost giant could produce. Perhaps the demons outside the small ice crevice can also produce some key materials to enrich the design of the skyship and make it easier to build an imaginary continent. Its body has not been hollowed out yet. When it is completely embedded under the bone car, the bone car will start again. Ying pointed further north. The bone car cult had obviously won the first battle in the drizzle corridor and was occupying the entrance. If they retreated rashly now, they might be noticed by the small altar. It's Yin. After you get there, you can go find his mother and ask about the situation first. Kurt had heard about Ying for a long time. And then he was busy lighting up Deng Yuli. But now he finally has no time. You also heard that there is no unanimous voice within the Snow Kingdom. It seems that some people have turned to the bone cart cult, but they are being wiped out. Ying believes that the small altar has not launched a retreat against the Snow Kingdom on the battlefield. There were indeed no new demons in the opening battle. They were just too powerful and died in the chaos before they could be analyzed. The Westland River is waiting for my followers in the glacial eye of the drizzle corridor. A shadow is cast. In addition, Torum was on the verge of the Sea of Death, and no demons would land from time to time. So the Tarth Empire finally gave up the fight for the drizzle corridor. Although Red Liu restricted the actions of Nolmor and Spade, that did not affect Nolmor's projection to Deng Yu due to the summoning word. Is he broken? Don't hide it. Let me show you. Of course Kurt noticed the slight difference. Frost Giant? Where are they? Take a look. Deng Yu had thought that Snow Country could still summon such low-end gadgets. That's right. Kurt's demon manual hasn't been updated for a long time. Especially in the Battle of Bone Hammer. Spade killed so few knights. Snow Country should also have suffered heavy losses. Don't make trouble. He knows it's still time. Although Ying agreed, she felt Kurt's relief. 200 miles further north from the Lund River, you can reach the entrance of the Drizzle Corridor, the huge maze that countless countries have fought for hundreds of years. The Shadow Demon is still in the Drizzle Corridor, at the Bonecart cult's camp. Before Tulam passed by, Deng Yu did see some barbarians wearing animal skins, and thought that they were facing the full power of the Snow Country. What he is looking at is not. Shadow used his shadow to outline an outline in the distance for Kurt. That's exactly what you want to tell him. Ying's tone suddenly became serious. Come on. Open the door and let you pass. Deng Yu transformed into a shadow demon. The corpse is the first ice wall in the Drizzle Corridor, and the Bone Cart cult needs to dismantle it before they can continue their actions. What's going on here? Before they were weakly recruited by Rhett and Liu. Was there anything I could do for them? However, the Demon King City brought minimal pressure to the Taz Empire. The Holy See flourished again, and the Empire gradually gained the upper hand in the battle on the northern front. The West Lund and the Torsos, both in the Drizzle Corridor. Deng Yu wrote no more summons. It was also during this period that the number of ice magicians in the Empire increased suddenly, and death spread in the distance of the Drizzle Corridor. I heard that even now, some of the glaciers on the Drizzle Corridor are still red, and they are full of frozen Imperial legions, and the bodies of the Snow Knights. Where are Tozos? Sislund River and Old Goat? No news? Kurt knew that the battle situation in the Drizzle Corridor actually revolved around faith. It's broken. Kurt's imagination in front of him is expanding. But unfortunately Ying, liking her, can also see and see. Countless effects were established and then destroyed in the Drizzle Corridor. In the end, a certain little emperor of the Snow Kingdom completed the unification, and even incorporated the barbarians and some frost tribes into the country, and launched a long battle with the Taz Empire. Chapter 769, Views on Parenting. In the picture, a handsome young man wearing tulle stands on an eyeball made of ice. The ice sculpture carves the shape of the continent of Chaos, occupying the hemisphere of the ice eye, constructing the kingdom of sand, empire and snow. That handsome young man is naturally the successor pope of the old religion, Sistorum. Every creature is like an ice slag. Once you look carefully, you always feel that it will sink in and become a member of the ice sculpture. That young man is like the god of this frozen planet, watching all living beings with his compassionate eyes. Outside the ice eye, there were countless men and women standing. They had solemn expressions, and wore armor made of holy minerals, but Ying felt that there was no need to pay them too much attention. So they just placed them randomly, focusing on the situation near the eye's eye. The air is filled with holy ash, reflecting the phantom light together with the eyes, making it seem like a paradise. The magic light sometimes condenses into fine wine and delicacies, and sometimes condenses into a warm bed. Every time it changes, the little people carved out of the ice can make different actions and enjoy different happy lives. Liu realized that this was a scene deliberately created by the successor pope of the old religion. It seems that faith really needs attention. Liu admired this picture and thought to himself that it's no wonder that the old goat insisted on showing up at Jinjin Mountain to listen to the epic. Recalling the feeling of being inexplicably forgotten at the end of the Battle of the Bone Hammer, Kurt couldn't see the shadow of the old goat anywhere, especially in the distance of the drizzle corridor, where he always felt that green grass would suddenly grow out somewhere. Let them leave. Song Ning felt even more strange. Yes, he let it look and felt like he let it play with it. Ying called to Kurt. Anyway, it will break when you get tired of playing with it. The old religion was on the verge of collapse. When recruiting believers at that time, one would probably consider their background. You will do worse than me. Shadow rejected Kurt's demonic thinking. Kurt didn't think it was weird with the strength of the bone card master. He still managed to solve such an obvious target? Of course they are people from the snow country. The old religion feels very sorry for it. The old religion will tolerate demons. Ying denied Kurt's conjecture. The old religion's ability to accept creation is not their limit. Wait for him. The shadow faded. Kurt had to hear it. A few times. Those priests were fighting with the priests. No wonder Song Ningyao wants my head. Kurt was thinking when the shadow beside him seemed to be attracted by Sestosos's beauty. And the white arrow pointed at the successor pope. We'll take a look at it then. Kurt put the question aside for the time being. So I'm making it for the people of the Snow Kingdom? Kurt thought about Sestosos's target audience, the Empire, the Sand Kingdom, and even the demons here in the Demon King city have seen those, which are obviously the old religious forces. If you don't catch it, there is a way to show it. Kurt originally thought that the old cult would die with only one breath left, so he dared to play small. Kurt squeezed his brain and realized the feeling of the old religion. The shadow came out. That time he was just watching, and even got into Noli Moore's projection, and touched the handsome young man's head heavily. Even if it was really such a blessing, Inga was deeply attracted to Sestosos, but he couldn't in turn give him any more sources of information to change his mind. But I'm just standing here upright. Is it because I'm afraid of being smashed to death by a bone car? Kurt said that was the answer at the beginning of the big episode. What else could Ying have? But Kurt had a wonderful premonition that his eldest child suddenly had a new love interest. Of course, the frost giants who are waiting to clear the entrance to the bad corridor. Your last target is not Ice Eyes. Ying tried to plan the path of the drizzle corridor, but outside the huge maze, there was still Nuo who had not retreated and deconstructed. Lemore found a passage for the time being. Seeing these normal, confident, yet fierce figures, Song Ning thought of the priest he had met in the Colosseum, and recalled the weakness of the old church. The Sith Song Ningyao is performing there. Where are this Song Ningyao and the old goat? Coulter continued to ask about the situation of the Battle of Faith, trying not to understand the overall situation. It was because the giant and small bone car was about to leave for Bingyan. It seemed reasonable to let two weak combat forces leave at that moment. Oh, God has no information at all. Ying finally said about the key figure at the front. I should still be preparing for this ceremony. It doesn't feel weird at all. Kurt was still too worried. It has something to do with it. When the bone card cult arrives at the Ice Eye, you should know everything. Ying knows that it is impossible to get the answer by just guessing, and must experience it personally. Is it an old goat? Of course. Liu knew that it was a scene that the 8 of us were unable to produce before we competed for the remaining information sources of the Tianqi. He didn't show the slightest interest in it. Instead, he felt that it was far away from the small continent that he had imagined. I understand. The Protestant religion is more secretive than the old religion, and Tuolum can be seen everywhere. Kurt summarized the situation of the Protestant religion, but he also felt uncertain. I must give him a few sources of faith. And he can do it. Kurt had no bad feelings about the old religion, the new religion, and the small altar, and shared his emotions with Ying. Okay. After thinking about it, Song Ning felt that it was indeed a blockade against the devil's son, and it was likely to be distorted. Don't look at him. Go back and stay. Kurt subconsciously stuffed the shadow back into his brain. Song Ning scratched his head. But obviously, The Protestant priests are too adapted to the environment of the snow country, or because they are too far away from the holy city. They are suppressed and beaten by the priests every time. If this picture were seen by the world, it would be difficult not to be attracted and believe that the old church brought them endless wine and happiness. Maybe there is no small ice crack demon yet? By the way, you still have something important to do. Kurt suddenly remembered something. It's bad. You can't leave anyway. You wait for him in the Bone Car cult. Ying talked about Red and Li Yu's latest restrictions on the two demon sons. There will be too few problems. Forget it. Let's think about it first and wait until you get there. Kurt was about to lead directly for the Drizzle corridor. Twisting its content is important, but that attention card is also very helpful in the battle of faith. Kurt and Shadow looked at each other. This is a ruthless man who used his life to break the seal of Okabuki. No wonder he needs fewer believers. Of course Ret and Liu tried, but they succeeded. Ying shrugged. The demons sent there all died inexplicably. You don't know the specific situation. It sent you and Spade there. Oh. Song Ning had thought that Ying's parenting concepts were so backward. You will go to the Xiaoyu corridor now. But then, you will need to go to Red Song Ning to listen. Even though Shan had no general understanding of the situation in the Xiaoyu corridor, he reached a deal with Acheng. Kurt still decided to approach the red-robed skeleton. So our target is only the snow country people. Right? This is like letting him see through the reality of Sestasos. The battle between the Protestant church and the old church has not lasted that long. It was already clear after the Battle of the Bone Hammer. What is the reason that allowed us to persist for so long without a winner? The practices of the new religion and the old religion are the same. The new religion is hiding and often conflicts with the priests of the old religion. Ying gave some scattered reports brought back by the Bone Car, saying that there were indeed no demons who witnessed the new religion's priests. Chapter 770 Year 0 Killing Cup Trailer. How many of your doors are scattered outside? Liu was talking about the skeletons that Ying scattered in the north at the beginning. The one in Lund River has been left by Liu, and Min takes it with him. Before setting off to the Drizzle corridor, Liu still needs to complete one thing to remake a batch of dominoes and scatter them throughout the Chaos continent. The Centennial Killing Cup is still in progress. The next time you participate, it would be best to complete the preliminary preparations for the live broadcast so as not to waste more of your desire for killing. The sooner we get the relics of aggregation and Chiha, the more helpful it will be for the skyship to take off if the skyship gathers and takes off. It may even assist in lighting up the Drizzle corridor. And these? Ying understood Liu's intention, inserted it into the brain groove, and marked the still existing skull on the devil's root. Shadow even marked which skeletons were lost and which ones were still in existence. Liu was shocked to find that the skeletons were not only in the north, but some were even continuing to move towards the Kingdom of Sand. Ying is very thoughtful. That's enough. Liu took a rough look. Until with these doors, coupled with the travel function of the devil's root itself, he could quickly pave the way with a few anchor points as the center and scattered wild lands. The dominoes and the Eye of Distortion let the mainland know about the sacred mine of the Centennial Killing Cup. The video is embedded under the eyeball and loops automatically. The Centenary Killing Cup is about to be released. Please focus your attention on him and stay tuned. Liu's body was first painted with photon pigments to create a video that automatically played. Although those few rains were inexplicable and strange enough, they were not considered a rare sight in this small continent where there was so much evil everywhere. Thinking about this, Liu opened the door and was expecting the ice and snow in the Drizzle corridor to retreat when he suddenly saw smelly water gushing out. Seawater? Come here. Dad will help you change your color. Inger swung and pulled Yin Yan's photon pigment, recreating the battle situation in the opening match of the Centenary Killing Cup. It must only be seen by the demons over there. But that's not enough. Liu's goal is to reduce the desire to kill. And the video stored in each domino cannot be less targeted. Liu was also excited. Huh? The skeleton is lost? Among them, Jess's clips even include your performance in Red Oil Town and the battlefields of Red Oil Town, from fighting from Jinshan Mountain to the Colosseum. The heir of the Kingston family, step by step becoming the elegy of the knights. Mirror Flash Knight, even under the Colosseum, cannot fight no more. Spart and Akka at the same time. That's not a trailer for the Centennial Killing Cup. This saves the person who got the domino from eating it or throwing it away, which would be a waste. The content is that the candles of the Colosseum are outlining the words with their flames. Of course, the shadow concealed the existence of Liu and the bone creation, focusing on the battle between Kakarot and the giant toad, plus some terrifying scenes of carrying the sect and carrying the green lake on its back, forming a thick and flowing picture. Painting. Farewell to the shadow. Liu made a wise skeleton just like he did when he made Li, first arranging it to carry the door, and then continue to the drizzle corridor in the north. If there is no attention card, it will be so troublesome to use. Walk to the Sea of Death? They themselves are very slow. Ying showed Yin the shadows of some demons in the small ice crack. Liu even thoughtfully made a picture of the big wolf being beaten and prepared to send it to the forest guard in the Demon King city alone. Anyway, it hasn't broken down a few times. For some powerful demons, like the celestial demon, Liu prepared an edited version of Lulu Feifei, which is enough to show that even a mini-level demon would not be able to enjoy the killing cup. It's just that in addition to making dominoes, the current malicious intentions also require Tom to gather some materials and ask him to make more potions to replenish Xinqian's magic power to cope with this live broadcast to the entire continent. As Liu spoke, he reorganized and edited several videos from the Eye of Distortion. And when Inger saw Liu left alone and fixed the clip of Noli More, the entire shadow shrank to a circle, and her heart was filled with excitement. Will we be very depressed? Inger's question mark became smaller. Liu thought that Inger didn't have that kind of talent yet. It was like suddenly seeing his child pick up a paintbrush and draw a picture of someone smile. And Yin also smiled together. So Liu immediately traveled slowly along the Devil's Route, and together with Inger, teleported to several anchor points in sequence, scattering the dominoes throughout the small continent. Parsing, 17%. These are all due to Inger's own deconstruction ability, plus a little bit of imagination that he learned before getting along with Liu. Liu felt that the video was enough to break through the Taz Empire's ban and allow dominoes to be secretly circulated within the Empire. As soon as he saw Inger's reaction, Liu knew that it was done. Liu needs a video that constantly reminds the audience, so that he can increase the output of his desire to kill before walking the dominoes. Lifelike, shocking visual effects, but weak impact. You wait until he is ready to break up and take him to Redcoat. Ying suddenly became excited when she thought of everything that was about to end. It was also in the process of playing dominoes that Liu suddenly realized that he couldn't do any worse. With the withdrawal of the Centennial Slaughter Cup and the increase in participating forces, the previous materials will become more and more abundant and easier to disseminate. What's wrong? Dad? Inge turned into a question mark. Your heroic appearance will be praised by the bards of the mainland. In addition to the Taz Empire's ban on the entry of dominoes, dominoes suddenly rained down on the Demon King city, the ugly mountain line, and the small area of the Old Holy See and the Sand Kingdom. This would must be very depressed when he sees that. Let every member of the audience know that there is nothing we want to see out there. None for demons. None for humans. None for heretics. The Tarth Empire should have retreated. But what if Jesse's heroic appearance is shown to us? Liu helped Inger imagine the Kingston family, or the reaction of humans when they saw Jesse killing 7 parties in the Colosseum. Waiting for the 100-year Slaughter Cup Fa Xing is not the time to renegotiate terms with Aching. Stop. Liu stopped by the Light Eye River, watching the demons sucking the blood in the dirty river water, and suddenly stopped Inger from throwing dominoes to the world. After seeing those words, the hesitating humans and the chattering demons should understand what the distortion eyes will project. What do you mean? Are you going to kill us? He and Dandan should be careful. If they can't, try to slow down Kwaiguchiju. Although Liu believed that Redcoat would give Ying and Dandan a chance to fish, he would definitely be able to do it. With a little even if you do it, it will be bad. That's not customization of information. The bad image is still too bad. Yin tasted the product. It must have been without the candlestick and flames, and it would not look a bit inexplicable and weak. Inger sensed Liu's emotions and understood them too well. Those are all thrown away to the new holy city. On the Saudi side, of course, there is a scene of a sandstorm raging under the Colosseum. The dominoes handed over to the heretics exaggerate to show the changes when the sect took the Green Lake. Yes, you let humans see humans killing demons. Let demons see absolute chaos. And let heretics see that they can get less faith and weaker power in the Colosseum. Chapter 771 Emo in Tao. Liu was washed away by the smelling water. And then, he saw a prompt popping up in the Devil's Illustrated book. According to Liu's current level, combined with the progress of this instant analysis, it is not difficult for Liu to find that this ball of water should be a certain high-level demon. It's the kind that if you kill it with your own hands, you can produce good materials. After using evil intentions to exchange a large number of dominoes, and the raw materials Tom needed to make the potion, the inventory in the Devil's Illustrated book was low. So of course Liu started to think about replenishing it. The smelly water washed away the door frame. If he hesitated any longer, the door made by Min Min might be damaged. Then Liu would have to travel to the Lun River again. This is a waste of time. So Liu and Inger grabbed the door frame, twisted their tentacles, and swam in against the current. After walking out of the door, the pressure suddenly eased. Liu was shocked to find that he was indeed in the ice field. Not a skeleton lost in the sea of death. Or to be more precise, Liu and Inging were wrapped in a ball of water. And the ball of water was in the ice field. Although the world was upside down, Liu still learned the location through the huge bone car on the skyline. It was closer to the drizzle corridor. But the skeleton was intercepted. Parsing interrupted. Record saved. Parsing, 36%. What are you doing? Yimo Enteo did have any good intentions for Liu. And he still looked at the ice with his head high. But before cutting Zheng Fu's skin, it was absorbed by the octopus tentacles hidden in the skin. Yimo Enteo. It spit out a name. What? Is he going to take action? Did Liu receive the prompt? For a moment, he didn't believe that there was something wrong with the Devil's Illustrated book. And during that process, Zheng Fu completed the analysis and included the Purgatory Drow No. 9907. Of course, in addition to Liu and the broken door frame, the water also contained some bones, wheels, broken staffs, etc. It was more like a garbage dump. Could it be that the Dark Elf was talking about the water monster just now? But it's not too the same. Analysis Record 5 was originally AKA's slot. It was vacant before completion. So there was enough space to retreat and retain it. Even while floating in the air, Zheng Fu could feel that the entire space was becoming muddy. Before coming to that conclusion, Liu also planned to waste time there. The thing just now seemed to be some kind of liquid. And there was a small chance that it would be related to Tozo's Sistorum or the old goat. And it escaped. Just ran away. If a lie detector were put in front of Liu now, the results would be the same. It is estimated that it is difficult to hear ineffective information. Is it because he is sociable enough? Zheng Fu said carefully, intending to ask me about the strange things there before the analysis was completed. But at that moment, the ice sheet on his feet suddenly shook for no apparent reason. It occupies an area of about 100 meters. Zheng Fu prepared to get into the inexplicable conversation and continued heading north to the drizzle corridor. Zheng Fu originally wanted to leave, but found that the monster's analysis speed was so fast. So he suddenly stopped. Yimo Enteo seemed to have discovered a treasure. And it exploded one after another and crashed down. Earthquake? Being wrapped in the water? Liu also suddenly discovered that the water was clearly layered. The water on the periphery was extremely smelly and had ice slag. But the closer to the center, the more pure it became, and even a little sweet. Huh? Yes. Zheng Fu shook his head. The resolution speed is slightly slower than that of the water demon. Do you think he is a dark elf? The analysis was not completed yet. Liu was also wondering what happened on the way to the north of the ambiguous skeleton, and was happy to delay time with the Yimo Enteo. Liu looked up. The liquid and debris blurred his vision. In addition to noticing the huge and small bone car in the distance, Liu could only vaguely see the mass of water, which seemed to have no flames. The analysis continues, and the water monster just now is back. The water demon disappeared into perception. And that was a feeling that Liu had experienced for a long time. But it was not a warm feeling at the moment. Very styleless. But it also looks quite poor. The analysis speed becomes faster, which means that the water monster becomes weaker. He is mocking you. The flames of Imoento suddenly exploded, like a cannonball suddenly falling on the ice field. And the cold breath and ice slag hit Liu's body directly. Standing on the ice field with Fan Hixin's body, Liu finally looked at the ball of fire. He just came from the small ice crack? The dark elf pointed to the broken door frame underground and said strange words that Liu understood. Parsing, 19%. You think you should introduce yourself. Your name is Zheng Fuya. You are a demon hunter from the Lun River. Zheng Fu has not yet enriched Zheng Fuya and us in a small way before counting the anchor points of the Lun River. Judging from the background story, it seems real at this moment. Liu floated into the air with Inger. Did you see that the scene in the distance did not change much? But a huge octagon suddenly cracked open at the edge of the ground. Just when Liu was about to use his tentacles to absorb some water for analysis, the water body suddenly stirred. Then, the water body appeared and sank back to the ice sheet at his feet, leaving Liu and a small pile of debris below. Underground? Parsing, 68%. Imoento seemed to really enjoy the feeling of being shaken. It rolled and exploded underground with the swing of gravity, leaving scorch marks and cracked ice pits. The explosion just now was just due to a little mood swing. By the way, where did this thing go? Parsing, 36%. Immediately afterwards, more cracks appeared on the edge of the octagon, and the entire ice sheet shook, and then cracked into pieces, raising ice spikes and edges. Love is wandering, and its habits contain a lot of confusion and solutions. The success rate of action prediction is very high, only 12.33%, which is between the level of Red Priest and Friend. My strength is quite small. Zhang Fu felt the kinetic energy absorbed by the octopus's tentacles, and at the same time, he weakly healed himself, growing back his face and body. It seems to be some kind of strange subspecies of dark elves, and even the number is within the scope of the underground city. At the same time, it also wears a variety of armors and defenses, including Empire-style armor, sporadic bone armor, and even a piece of mithril armor. Parsing, 39%. Judging from the composition of his armor, Liu concluded that the totem man probably came from the underground city. This is a guy who looks a lot like a dark elf, but his body is charred white, like a torch that is burning with life. The burning scorch marks form a totem under his body, and there seems to be a strange power hidden outside. Ice slag and sludge were scattered from the cracks on the edge of the octagon, which was in perfect harmony with the snow-white color of the ice field. The Devil's Passage moved, and Liu made some buzzing noises involuntarily. Yes, you are the one who was exiled. Imoento shook his head and stared at the ice field at his feet, knowing what he was thinking. Parsing, 44%. But your intuition tells you, the small ice crack is in that direction. The dark elf's expression was dull, but Zhang Fu could still sense its high mood and the anger hidden on the surface. Very slowly, the ice body finally turned over from the ice sheet. Liu saw a giant monster that looked less like a hedgehog and less like a dung beetle. Its main body was water, but its joints and inner bones were made of regular ice. Block composition. Chapter 772 Hunting Hum. Dad? We killed it. When Inger saw Liu stop, she naturally knew what he was thinking. No rush. Let's take a look first. Liu admired the parsing speed of the Devil's Illustrated book and found that the monster that was a mixture of ice and water was almost at the level of a forest guard. And he became even more curious for a moment. There are very few demons in the Demon King city who can change their strength so quickly. And the more Liu looked at this demon, the more it looked like the water element he had seen in his previous life. Just big. Huge. It's also very dirty. When the monster stirred up the ice sheet, it naturally also stirred up the evil and strange things under the ice sheet. Among them were not only the frozen corpses in the glacier, but also some flowing rivers and solidifying lava. At this moment, the monster looked more like a piece of garbage than Liu. Trash made of water. Looking at this demon that looked like a water element, Liu also suddenly discovered a question: the water, since by the first 10 anchor points was all pure water. Is this kind of living water needed to make the water in the imaginary continent more beautiful? Full? And what if, as Imoendo said, Kitai is the entrance to the small ice crevice? However, what was inconvenient was that Imoento was fighting with the monster, and the white flames and explosions became more and more intense, and did not even gradually cover the entire monster. Liu thought that he could pick up treasures there, and he was even more curious about the small ice crevice that was also a place for demons. Dad, what are you going to do? Inger pulled Sui Yi to avoid the small hailstones that crashed down, and pointed at the giant moth under her head. The hailstones fell back from Sui Yi's body, and stirred up huge waves. Sui Yi no longer maintained a mixture of ice and water as before. Now the proportion of liquid was even lower, closer to the turbulent white sea. Liu discovered that when the body size reaches a certain level, the reason for fighting is usually just a hope that nothing similar to his size exists. Through the feedback from the Devil's Illustrated book, Sui Yi knew that retreating into the small ice crevice to be quiet was indeed not Imoento's purpose. The shadows also spread out, deconstructing the direction of the liquid and locating its source. It is the entrance to the small ice crevice. Blast it open. Take you out of the small ice crevice. Layers of frozen powder turned into huge hailstones, rumbling towards the fighting place, not between the falling frost and the white fire rushing under the gap in the ground. Liu completed the analysis of this Kataya. He misunderstood. That's the entrance to the small ice crack outside. Liu followed the path paved by shadows and flashed to the element crystal that was constantly changing its position, and several binding threads were entangled in it. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 9908 Water Elemental Temu. After fighting with the Himo Inteo and Sway-Eg monsters for a long time, Liu finally pieced together the scattered thoughts of the Purgatory Drow and found the reason for my entanglement with Kataya. Suddenly, Baihui disconnected from Himo Inteo itself and retreated from Sway-E Jiatem's body together with Sway-E. The water source of the Lund River has been polluted by the war, and it is difficult to find a clean place in the river. However, there are many flowing rivers in this monster's body, which may be able to meet the needs. Sway-E couldn't understand what the giant monster was thinking. Did he think Kataya and Himo Inteo were too noisy? Or were they simply not lovable giant monsters? What's he going to do in the small ice crevice? In the chaotic battle, the water element Temu has not yet been completely entangled with Imoino, and water and fire are devouring and transforming each other. That action caught Imoino's attention to some extent. Does he also need absolute heat to calm himself down? Himo Inteo's voice passed through the liquid, coming near and far away. Very confused, but very slowly. It suddenly disappeared, and then became a shadow, wandering aimlessly between the liquid and the flame. But it's okay to drag it up any longer. Does this mean that the Bone Cart cult was bypassed by Zio Binkin and Snow Country? So while Liu was analyzing it with the Devil's Illustrated book, he also directly began to look for the source of clean water in the monster's body, trying to imprint the feeling of its flowing water in his mind. Liu needed to get a definite answer. Liu swung his tentacles and swam in the liquid and flames, looking for the elemental crystals in the water element Tim's body. The white flame turned into a purgatory, trying hard to wrap around Sway-E's body, and also grew savagely toward the sky, trying to imprison and cut off everything. It didn't even notice the existence of Liu, Shadow, and Himo Inteo. Its tentacles were always pointing at the constantly stirring white water. It was said to be far away, but in fact it was not that close. It was a giant moth about 100 miles away in the south. Its wings were covered with wind, frost, and ice slag, and it appeared and disappeared. There is shapeless water. Isn't it very convenient for one to use it to experience various water qualities, thereby feeding back the imagination to the stage of imagining objects? Praise the small ice crack. Buzz Liu hummed inexplicably, and then climbed on the rising giant ice thorn, bypassing the white fire that sprang up, and directly retreated from the body of the water element Temu. Sure enough, the distribution of the monster called Water Elemental Temu is small ice cracks. It is mentioned in the habits that it will change the direction of retreat due to the flow of water. It can be preserved as a liquid of the same texture, derived from fewer abilities. In an instant, Liu saw this purgatory drow appear behind him, weirdly noisy. The bad guys in the drizzle corridor to the north haven't noticed the movement there. The frost giants and the red-robed monsters haven't even bothered to come over and take a look. The moth floated down into the sky, flapped its wings, and hovered beneath the ice and fire. When Liu sensed whether the water quality was different or not, and when the analysis degradation reached 90%, the battle taking place outside attracted the attention of a giant monster in the distance. It's like tangled up in a whale. In order to ensure that Kataya was still alive, Sway had to release a huge amount of binding thread and pull out the ice thorn. His love is flow. His skill is fusion. His strength is crystallization of elements. And his action prediction success rate is exactly the same as that of Himo Inteo. Both 12.33%. Parsing, 57%. There is nothing unusual about the material falling. The color under the description text is constantly changing. And it says tangible water. Even sharp hailstones will pierce its back ridge, leading directly to its core flowing in the water body. Liu had seen it when he lit up the Lund River. He was interested in it at the time, and thought of it turning its tentacles and being attracted by the ice and fire here. You are hunting. Liu broke open the surface of the element crystal, stuffed hundreds of lava sticks into his left hand and retreated. However, since the icicles were dropped from below, the water element was constantly being replenished, and the white flames of Yamato had no tendency to lose their strength. Slowed down. Please bear with me. Liu was not even one step away from completing the analysis, and he really wanted Sway-Eg to die now. Is he also looking for the entrance to the small crevice? As for the moth in the world, it had some minor reactions, as if it had merged with the sky. It was raining down hailstones of various sizes, until it buried all the movements in the ground. The white flames exploded the monster's glacier armor and interfered with the direction of the river. Liu had to change his position from time to time in order to calibrate the content of his perception. Liu was too sure what kind of material it was, but he could feel that there was no small chance that the material would meet his expectations. Chapter 773. Imagine the living waters of the continent. Buzz. The vibrations of the sound passed through Ketiatma's body, washing out ripples, and its body was separated inch by inch, and finally exploded among the icicles and black fire. Kill high-level monsters. Obtain 1 demon point. And the material invisible water. Please confirm. Under the influence of the voice of greed, Liu got the materials dropped by Ketiatma as he wished. It was a fluffy liquid, constantly changing in luster and texture, occasionally resembling oil, and sometimes even like mercury. After a rough perception, Liu understood that this material can be combined with different liquids to produce different effects. Although it is not yet known whether the invisible water has an imposed effect. This material alone is already very rare. The exchange cost is consistent with the source of the information, which is 100,000. And more importantly, it can indeed simulate the texture of different liquids, which is very convenient for perception and imagination. In addition to the bone sword, the staff of deception, the thunder pool, and the titan weapon, there is another very convenient material on display in the library. Since there is invisible water, will it not be a problem to use a skyship to navigate the Sea of Death in the future? Dad? Can he take those things with him? If he sees demons, humans, or monsters, throw them to us? Zhao Yu understood that as a complicated transaction. Goodbye. If there is no news, you will inform him. Zhao Yu stayed no longer and finally ran out of the hail. In their broken squeezing, even the moon itself was vaguely red. Like a sponge, Yimo Inteo regarded Liu as a scout. You keep an eye on the little ice cracks for him, and he distributes those for you. Liu stuffed the dominoes into Yimo Inteo's hand. If he leaves one, there must be no news about the little ice cracks. So you call him? He wants to go north? It seems difficult for him to die. He can't take your flames with him. If there are no clues about the small ice crack, what can I tell you? Yimo Inteo tore off a piece of his own face, and together with him, they handed it to Zhao Yu with burning flames. Liu was immersed in his imagination. He said there were small ice cracks outside. Yimo Inteo stared at the tangible water outside Zhao Yu's hand, as low as a big mountain. What's more, there is no new material waiting to be soaked to see if there is no exciting weak addition effect. There were 2 moons, one overlooking the small continent of Chaos, and the other gradually filled with blood in the eternal night of Demon King City. The huge and small bone carts on the drizzle corridor were stacked up towards the sky, and the bones of the frost giants became even thinner. The red-robed giants were like underground giants, guarding the bone carts and starting up hastily. And all this stems from the movement of Demon Root when passing by. Liu suspected that after experiencing Jueshan's perception, Demon Root had acquired some abilities similar to a hunter's intuition. Where is he going? Is he going to the small ice seam? Although Yimo Inteo looked at the moss in the world, he always followed Liu. Bad. Seeing that the dominoes were available, Yimo Inteo put his burning face back together. Everything happening under the ice sheet in the wind and snow was like a comical play with sound. Although the specific implementation still needs to be considered and Scholar Tom needs to give some opinions, Liu feels that the general idea is correct and the hunt was very successful. It's very similar. He can go down and confirm it. Zhao Yu avoided the hail and headed north. Human beings are anxious about the changes that may occur every day, whether in the drizzle corridor or under the centennial killing cup. Very rude. Until a certain domino went through thousands of tribulations and layers of screening before flowing into the imperial palace of God Swear City. But this is just a common phenomenon among the countless giant battles that occur under the small continent of Chaos every day. And it will cause too few ripples. I forgot to ask. Can he get it? Zhao Yu was trying to make sure that Yimo Inteo didn't have any relics similar to the shadow space. That's it. Liu then thought about it. That Yimo Inteo loves to wander around. How can he ask me to distribute a set of dominoes? Liu saw the white fire rising, dragging a small pack of dominoes, and sweeping towards the sky against the hail. What makes Inger anxious is that the giant moth in the sky seems to have not noticed the changes in the ground, and is still raining frost, and Yimo Inteo has not yet stood behind Liu, looking at Fan Heshing warmly. Hey, Liu said to the dominoes. Is this small ice crack below? Outside its body? Yimo Inteo did not believe that Zhao Yu was telling a lie, but raised his head and looked at the giant moth in the sky. It's a bad idea, but I'm going. Liu didn't even understand the Demon King City, and he had nothing to do. So he ran to a small ice crevice where he knew the traces. Unless the demon root moves again, Zhao Yu will surely find trouble. In the hail, the purgatory drow looked like a lonely traveler who had found his way. Oh, Yimo Enteo felt lonely again. But he did not question Liyu's integrity. The flame skin cannot be omitted. In case there is no incomprehensible magic below. Inger saw Liu in a daze. And his subconscious urged him, the hollowed-out ice field was slowly filled with liquid. And then slowly froze under the falling hailstones, turning into a giant icicle composed of countless icicles and ice balls. Huge glacial lake. In the blood. The countdown to the killing cup became clearer, as the dominoes gradually bloomed under the small continent of Chaos, and even flowed from the passage of the holy mine into the mainland of the Tudus Empire. There are countless heretics, giants and demons gearing up. Liu hadn't obtained new materials for a long time. At that time, he was more like an inventor who had bought new equipment. Why not? Yimo Enteo picked up the binding thread and carried it under his body. It was completely proportional. He looked more like a purgatory drow and more like a carrying sect. Hey! Hey! The eyes under the domino rolled, and they looked at Yimo Enteo. And Shuetun made the same sound as Liu. The terrain changes again between the drizzle corridor and the Lund River. In the last second, Liu exchanged hundreds of dominoes, damaged them with binding wires, and threw them on the ground. Looking back, the types of materials are still sufficient for the time being. Even if the skyship is formed, Liu intends to interact with fewer demon lands. Even the small ice cracks seem to hide many bad demons. The entrance to the drizzle corridor is still only a few hundred kilometers away, so you have to get your body here first, and then look for opportunities to investigate the details of each of the 8 faiths. The twin rivers flow between the Oath and the Crown, and the golden carpet spreads on the back of the starry sky, wrapping a giant hand in the void and a starry sky millstone. Well, yes. Liu drew the tangible water from the demon illustrated book. Yes, the demon just now did come from the small ice crevice. He should be very close. Oh, you're back. What's the matter? Liu dodged the falling icicles and found that no matter how he acted, Yimo Enteo could quickly wander to his side. In the world, moths have barely become one with the ice-filled sky. That's very convenient. Inside the moon, the vacancies of the Oath, the time pattern, the crown and the crest of the sky slightly changed their direction and were squeezed out of less positions. The low tower was like a baton to help the gods sit down, leaving a bad seat for the time pattern. Is also guiding some new gods to enter. Can't you? Yimo Enteo finally raised his head and looked at the dominoes under his hands. Chapter 774 Round Table. On the throne of the palace, Emperor Carlos VII sat with his head tilted, not exuding the majesty of his emperor. A huge round table is placed under the throne, with 8 people sitting on each side of the round table, among which Wright, the Revealer of Light, and Woodson, the Minister of Creation, each occupy a corner. This is enough to show that the other people on the round table have a distinguished status. Their clothes have their own styles, and their respective badges are pinned to the skirts and corners of their clothes. There are crossed swords, slaves, trumpets, cane, muskets and gold coins. Even Woodson, who was usually full of foul words, had a serious look on his face at the moment. He said nothing and stared at the dominoes in the center of the round table. This domino tore through the Jinshan mountain, the new holy city, the imperial border, and finally came to God's Oath City. After waiting for a while, Emperor Carlos remained silent. The other 7 people at the table also had their eyes half closed and had no intention of speaking. Woodson finally couldn't stand it anymore. Speak. Kingston, what do you mean by bringing this thing in? Woodson was very busy and didn't want to spend time playing riddles. Is it so that we can appreciate your daughter's heroic appearance? In this domino, the scene of Mirror Knight Jesse killing everyone in the opening game of the Centennial Killing Cup is sealed. So of course Woodson wants to make fun of Kingston. This Killing Cup? Kingston continued to push back the issue. Their participation in the Centennial Killing Cup together not only makes the gods fall in love with you, but also makes the Empire's new blood boil. Isn't it bad? Kingston asked repeatedly. Actually, the focus of that discussion was not the domino. Only Clive's bad friend Wright took the words and broke the silence outside the palace. Yes, just like this guy wearing a crown outside the desert. Everyone has no chance to become a god, or become a king, emperor or something, Kingston joked. In the domino's eyeballs, Jingming's heroic fighting posture is projected. Of course not. It was not Woodson who answered right, but Carlos. Oh, what does it mean? Woodson, what does he think? Kingston replied, naming Woodson. From before the fall of Sky Ridge to the Battle of Bone Hammer, Redwell Town, and the Battle of Jinshan Mountain. The Carlos family gathered a small number of refugees and people, and it seemed that they could finally be on an equal footing with Woodson under the table. Yes, the sandstorm in the south is not as normal as the Sea of Death, so you have less ability to take care of the north. Wright responded to the Emperor's inquiry. You and Jingming are not partners yet. We need a sexual bond. Wright quickly stopped the Emperor's sarcastic remarks. Instead of letting the ants outside my cave perform and win the favor of the gods, let the ants outside your ant cave seize the opportunity. They see that your discussions are very inefficient when there are non-religious people present. Kingston said with a smile. You're dear Wright. You don't have anyone you like lately? Kingston suddenly asked Wright. It means that through your own efforts, you will be closer to the throne of God. Woodson did not avoid the Emperor's inquiry. That time, Wright did not arrive in the form of a light group, but in person. The gods are active. Anyway, everyone here is loyal to the Empire, anyway. Even if they pick up new food in other ant holes, they will bring it back to share with the family. Right? Jing Mingwei asked everyone. But that time, no one responded. The elders under the round table immediately smiled at the Emperor. Can't you? Wright asked Woodson. Jing Mingwei, Medi, Sweet, Gunner and Coin under the round table. The Kingston on the round table is not Jesse, but an old man with an upright body. The elders of the other 5 major families also ignored the Minister of Creation's speech. So your dear Jesse has become the envoy of the oath? The Emperor lowered himself on the throne and smiled, admiring Jing Mingwei and others, sharing the surname of Alexander. Wright certainly did not have a deep blood relationship with the Emperor, so Kingston was actually admiring himself. Chapter 775, Vow. Crown of Power. Pattern of Time. Decayed Gold. Stone Mill. 3 days later, Wright raised his palm and unfolded a ball of light. A candle flame is projected into the light group, and the flame counts down for 3 days. Just place this fire at the entrance of the palace so that everyone can sign up. Carlos waved his hand. Let's start with everyone here. Okay. In the next Killing Cup, I want to see the agents you send to give us a dangerous and exciting battle. Carlos' tone became passionate. The elders of the 6 major families expressed their compliance with the order one after another. Even Woodson is thinking about whether to modify some steam robots and clockwork warriors, and make some creations specifically for the Killing Cup, so that the world and demons can appreciate the charm of creations. What if there really is a god of machines? Woodson was thinking wildly. Okay. I believe you will not let me down. Carlos finally ended the meeting, and the elders of the 6 major families resigned. Oh! Thorsos is not here. Everything is going smoothly as expected. Woodson thought of the Protestant agent who often caused headaches at the round table. When Wright saw this, he felt relieved. Woodson is certain that even Tozos needs to seize this opportunity to show the world the power of his faith. Our royal family can say anything after the dominoes are scattered across the continent, projecting the grand spectacle of the centenary Killing Cup. These people who rely on the beliefs of others will not let this stage go. Farewell. Carlos said low to Wright, left the palace, and went back to the Ministry of Creation to polish the mecha. Oops. Where are the 7 families left? Kingston needs to know the family path that these difficulties have attracted the attention of the gods. Carlos held back some more curse words in his chest, and the gears creaked. How is my daughter? Before Woodson left the palace, he was suddenly stopped by Carlos. Yes, the Gamble family did not die in the final ceremony because of their close association with the king of the Colosseum. Wright nodded. I will let you secure the crown for you, Chu Yuting said. The palace shook, and the gems under my crown suddenly shone like stars. You remember that the 8 little families were very depressed at that time. Kingston recalled this past. A breeze swept through the palace, as if responding to the Emperor of the Empire. But it is difficult to predict the vision of the God of Knowledge. The Low Tower, the Ministry of Creation, and even the library and research room outside the Demon King City are not likely to receive gifts from him. So the chance of the Medi family is small. Wright tried hard to analyze. The God of War has always been the leader of the Colosseum, and it is also the location of the God's Oath in God's Oath City. Wright avoided mentioning Chuangwen's name. So Clive poses the least threat to you. You are really looking forward to what kind of surprises the 8 little families can give you. Kingston pointed to the candle outside the light group. Do you remember? Gamble also hated playing that? It's not the Gainer family that controls the guns. Wright washed his body again with light before he could continue talking. The God of Knowledge. Chu Yuting remembered that name. Maybe one day in the future he will understand that when he becomes the Emperor, You will put yourself in danger again. The Medi family's grasp of newspapers and information is not in line with the divine status. Even if not, it should be closer to Sherwin, the god of knowledge. Wright's cerebellum suddenly bulged. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Chu Yuting smiled. That's bad. It hasn't been a long time since you accepted the challenge of being an heir. You need those. Because I observed that before getting the information from the low tower. My father's hand was always stroking the handle of the sword. Stone mill. Wright's 7-sense organs suddenly changed. As if they were pieced together without gears under his face. Is the Coin family safe? After all, we are your bank. From ancient times to the present. Kingston may have confused you with God's logic. On the contrary, the Clives make a living from human trafficking, smuggling and slave training. From a road perspective, they are closer to the crown. Wright said. His mouth split again. Kingston was tempted by the sword handle again and started playing with it instead. The sweet family controls sugar and condiments. If you analyze it from the path of the gods, it is inclined to Twin Rivers. But it is not that far away. Wright suddenly smiled, taking off his clothes in shame. Bad. Wright prepared to inform Chu Yuting of the Emperor's appointment as soon as possible. The information comes from the low tower. Although we will take actions to harm God's sworn city, the matter itself is not insurance. Is there any way for you to verify? Wright tried to state the reason. Wright did not respond. Is he also the god of war? Kingston 7 tried his best to make Wright feel so hard. Grandet was writing and drawing underground. Planning a list. Of course. Today you will let Chu Yuting get out alive. Kingston 7 nodded. Yes. It should be closer to the god of forging and conflict with the Ministry of Creation. Wright shook his head. Replace it with the god of war. Kingston indicated that Wright needed to work so hard. Oops. You got it. Kingston stopped Wright, confusing the possibility of the 8 small families uniting with certain gods in the world. Is he just afraid that once this thing becomes useless, your children will grow up and come to compete for his throne? Privately and externally, the relationship between Carlos and Kingston was still wrong. Far from the free and easy relationship under the round table. Even the gods. Let him wait. You will want it when you want it. Father, you want to participate. Wright suddenly spoke. You will participate. Chu Yuting 7 released her hand holding the sword. Of course she's fine. Woodson has never been comfortable discussing such issues with his father-in-law, and often avoids the important ones. Chu Yuting raised her hand to stabilize Wright's body structure. What a bad expectation. The Centennial Slaughter Cup on the wasteland mountain of the Colosseum. The fate dice were spinning around the candlelight. But your first oath will not help your imperial position. The oath was also born because of the crown. When Wright talked about the crown, his lips were not broken. And the light also happened to you. Who does he think your royal family should appoint? Who is least likely to be the first to survive? Kingston asked a very pointed question. Does he think the 8 small families are not a threat? Will he win the favor of the gods because of that century-old killing cup? Kingston finally asked the question he was most concerned about. You have always believed that he did too little to transform himself, so that he lost a certain organ, making this thing useless? Chu Yuting's eyes moved up. I have no expectations anymore. The Centennial Slaughter Cup. Kingston's hand playing with the hilt of the sword became calm again. Name? Kingston needed to know the name. Only the father and son Kingston 7 and Wright Alexander were left outside the palace. Of course Jesse should be appointed. Wright had no answer. With your vows and the status of the Woodson family, Jesse is your worst choice. There is no goal more noble than the Emperor's life. Yes, the god of greed. The golden carpet in the sky. Rotten gold. Wright's body made the sound of jingling coins, as if it was about to disintegrate at any time. The least threatening person is of course Woodson. We haven't obtained the support of the pledge yet. Of course, Wright would ignore that issue because he had no personal relationship with Jesse. Chapter 776 Arrangements. Who said there must be rules? Aching sat on the pedestal and spoke with a dull expression. The first stage, forget it, there are no rules. Everyone is just having fun anyway. When it comes to the second stage, there will be certain considerations about who fights against whom. If you want more killing desire, of course you have to start with the rules and both sides of the battle. Of course there can be chaotic battles, but we must also retain the possibility of life and death battles and duels, so that we can have more fun. Liu is modifying the battle table, and the fate die spinning next to it provides random number support. In the end, this form will be beaten into the Colosseum's candlelight by Aching, giving it a huge tendency to match opponents alone outside of the second stage of chaos. It is basically equivalent to official cheating. Forced arrangements. And finally, the list of 16 players participating in the third stage. This is a new task given by Destiny Dice to summon Liu back. At that time, Liu stepped into the entrance of the Drizzle corridor and watched the huge bone car start and travel away. He was about to catch up. And then, he was called back by AKA, who was guarding the Demon King city. After relaying Destiny Dice's appeal, Liu felt that the sooner this matter was settled, the better. The threads of the Centennial Slaughter Cup, the threads of the North, and the threads of the world are all entangled. The fate dice swung wildly in the sky. At the same time, the names of AKA, Noli Moore and Spade have also faded. It seems that with some support, we may not be able to safely advance to the 7th stage. Coin and Gainer? Liu finally remembered that he had read about those two small families in the books he had read in the library. Oh, they are busy. You continue to practice. Aching turned on the candlelight, wrapped the soil underground, and lifted each eyeball into the air at various angles. Thinking about it, Liu went to wipe the door next to him, and wiped it off in the same way. Which one was arranged by you is not important. Which one is okay? We can retreat to the 8th stage. Liu pointed to Lulu Feifei's name on the ground, and then wiped it away with a shadow. Have you changed our destiny? What do you mean? Liu and Destiny D hurriedly took up the piece of land with names written on it, and hid away to prevent Aching from destroying it. If it concerns the 8 small families, it must also concern the Empire. Those two players have nothing to do with him. He even knows who we are, and doesn't care about us. The fate dice turned slower. Does the North refer to the Snow Country or the Empire? It is indeed necessary to arrange games to gain more bloodlust, but that is the 7th stage. And we are not yet preparing for the final stage to select a new king of the Colosseum. That's right. At this moment, the fate die suddenly changed continuously. As if something unexpected happened. Liu wiped it again. But the names of the gold coin emblem and the musket emblem were removed. He and Noli Moore are not spud yet. They all come from the library. You know that. Destiny dice turned into snake eyes. Since we haven't cooperated together yet, there is no need to hide. This is just the first stage of the battle. It is a chaotic battle anyway. As long as the live broadcast is properly scheduled. The dead are critical enough. And the desire to kill must be enough. Liu comforted Aching. He followed what you said. If you aim your eyes at a dull place, you must not do it. Liu thought the same thing. The dice was always confusing his own destiny. He should not be too entangled in this matter, and carefully observe the shape of his status bar to prevent inexplicable strange luck. Destiny is like a pot of porridge. If you want to remove certain ingredients, the taste will always change. Will there be a lot of desire to kill? Aching was only interested in this one thing. Does he know? Those are the emblems of the small families of the Empire. The Coin family and the Gainer family. The Fate dice revealed our origins. That's why Destiny Dice and Inger are looking forward to the battle that's about to happen outside. Kan Yuan always felt like he had seen them somewhere. But he was very sure that the gold coins did not represent the treasury of Demon King City. The emblem of the treasury was the safe door. Have they decided? No one has retreated to the 7th stage? Aching waited impatiently. He said, "Did fate tell you that those people will retreat to the 8th stage?" Liu raised his head and asked the fate dice. Hey, come back. Tell you. What does that mean? Kan Yuan called to stop the fate dice that was staring at the changes in the Colosseum with snake eyes, and pointed at the emblems in front of these two familiar names with his shadow. One manages the Empire's lost assets, while the other produces weapons and guns. The handwriting changed to a familiar name, without the musket emblem in front of the name. The key still lies in the personnel arrangement in the 7th and 8th stages. Liu waited quietly beside him, waiting for it to finish reading. This process saves the scheduling and control on the field, and can also save some magic potions that Shinshin is about to use. And what's not interesting is that in the process of modifying the list, Liu discovered some very strange phenomena. Liu had indeed just made a decision. When the first stage was about to start, he asked his younger brothers and sisters to enter the competition to participate in the Killing Cup for fun. It would be too safe to retreat to the front. If necessary, I might even ask Aching to directly provide magical support, especially since the dominoes have spread. The next Centenary Killing Cup will be very chaotic, so you need to make a judgment in advance. Instead, there is still a name looking down, and in front is the emblem of a gold coin. Are we also coming to participate in the Centennial Killing Cup? Is the priority of desire to kill so low? Letting Akka win is the key. Lines flow one after another. And the fate die senses the flow inside and outside. Of course, it was changed according to the past. Liu lied. Qingxiao looked at the Demon King city itself, which involved harvesting the desire to kill. And of course, he was willing to cooperate. The wasteland seemed to have become Qing's tentacles, turning the entire Colosseum into a maze. He understands. The North is important. The world is important. The fate dice landed with a bang, wrapped in a ball of thread. Just now, Liu had not rehearsed the live broadcast of the killing cup with Qing. He grafted Xinqian's signal under Qing through the staff of deception, and Qing controlled the eyeballs to broadcast it. Liu suddenly realized that doing so might expose his close relationship with the library. So he decisively decided not to erase the words again for the time being, but decided to go back and call the 7 little generals. Galeric, and we all to enter the competition. What's wrong? He can't control our destiny. Bad magic. The fate die slid to Liu's side. Of course. Which one is the contestant he arranged? Destiny pointed to the name of Van Helsing Underground. That one? Things got too small. The fate die flew out into the world with a puff of smoke, pulling on countless threads, like a magical firework being released into the sky. Although Liu understood very well what the fate dice was saying, he knew that a certain change had caused a chain reaction, and the Centennial Killing Cup involved fewer fates. Yes. 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 The destiny dice poked out countless destiny threads from outside the dice hole, turned over and stirred, and wound into a huge textile machine. It's been 3 days since the last game. Are the ones he gave us useless? Qing said, spitting out hundreds of dominoes from his mouth and scattering them across the wasteland. A list of 16 contestants is drawn on the ground. The handwriting is not blurry and changes frequently. When Liu thought about this, Galeric also disappeared from the ground list and was replaced by a new one. Chapter 777. The dice is confused. You saw this lump. Huh? Destiny dice said incoherently. Liu couldn't tell which lump the fate dice was talking about. Did you see it? This is the thread of the Colosseum. It came out of a pile. It turned to the sky and came back. Let me see where it gets in. It went to the line of the high altar. What happened? Did you do it? Not entirely. No. No. Between it and the line of the old goat on the high altar, there is also a line of faith. I'm so anxious. What's going on? The Centennial Slaughter Cup has been seen by the gods. There are stars falling down. Inge had seen the state of being herded by shepherds from Mei Li's memories, and knew that the process would sometimes lead to forgetfulness or days. The family emblem instantly became energetic. What should you do? Where is your destiny? Of course, Inge left all the thinking to the family Hui. However, none of their threads connected one end to the candlelight thread of the Colosseum, like 2 sea creatures covered with slender tentacles. Intertwined. Inge did as he was told. That was the revelation of fate. Inger still has a demon name, so he seems less noisy. The map was fleeting, and Mei Li could only see it for a moment. He remembered it subconsciously, and hurriedly used his shadow to make a rubbing on the wasteland aside. He will print the map first, and you will study it carelessly later. Liu realized that the mess in front of him was something extraordinary. There are currently only 4 demons still on the list from the library. Of course they are Van Helsing, Noli More, Spard and Akka. It seems that there is another ruthless person missing from the 16-man roster. Without that map, you can better arrange the battle table. There are still few debatable details under the faith map. The family emblem is immersed in it, trying hard to discern the old goat's purpose and deduce its overall plan. No one forces you to participate. It's possible. The carrying sect turned into a green ocean current along the Sea of Death and landed from the Lun River. The participation of the Ninth Sect was inhabited by the Protestant faith, hidden on the glaciers in the Drizzle corridor. Dad? Inger was stunned when she saw the family emblem and called out repeatedly. Leave the front to Inging, Dandan and aka. The handwriting of the remaining 5 contestants changes from time to time. Sometimes it is Medi with trumpet Mei Li in front of his name. Sometimes it is sweet with sugar cane Liu. And even the name E Moino flashes, based on the experience of dealing with the mouth of the abyss for such a long time. The family crest directly connected Bodhi's name with aka, and he was ready to feed aka with the son of Memphisius as soon as possible. Obviously, in the entanglement of fate, no matter how hard Mei Li and the forest guards tried in the first and 7th stages, it was difficult to completely kill the big wolf that ate the demon wolf king, unless it possesses the body of the small altar. From the end of the thread, The family crest reveals a religious map of the small continent of Chaos. Regardless of what that lump is, you only need the aggregation of Aching and the relics of Ea. As long as Akka becomes the king of the Colosseum, as long as you can advance smoothly, something is wrong. You probably understand. The battle of faith is not in the drizzle corridor at one end, and there is no battlefield at the other end. It is taking advantage of the opportunity of the 100-year slaughter cup to sprout. Melibos still exists. The destiny dice turned into a spinning top, burning fast, and then suddenly disappeared, leaving only Liu and Inger standing in front of the list in the wasteland, staring at the messy threads and a dice cup in a daze. Sorry, baby. It's just him. You even have to erase your name. The results of the Centennial Killing Cup will also affect the War of Faith. Liu stopped moving for an instant, and the shepherd disappeared. How to sense it? That kind of movement is still too weak for the Shadow Demon. As the family emblem spoke, the lava flowed from his left hand, as if he was about to shoot it down and burn these empty lines. Huh? Inger noticed the change in Liu's heart. Can't you appear outside? The Bone Cart Cult, the Masked Society, and Liotsue have not yet inhabited the Drizzle Corridor, in the north of the Empire. Near the Lund River is the Garden of the Seven Seasons Cult. Obviously fate has not yet made a final decision. Destiny is not easy to deal with if you have a little understanding of it. But if you are aware of it, you should destroy it. But just when his name was erased from the family crest, he won for the first time. Your goal is very clear, and has never changed. Gardens are spreading northward, perhaps also on glacial permafrost. Still vaguely remembering the line of candlelight in the Colosseum, Liu's thoughts followed its direction and trajectory. After spending a lot of time, he finally found the fate line of the high altar along it. Thinking about the family emblem, he gave up the idea of changing the direction of this line, and simply felt it. That one with the surname of Bo, there is a small chance that he is one of the sons of Amphigeus. Let him be the good and evil of AK. The family emblem found a player named Bodhi. Ji Hui thought for a moment, and still felt that since he couldn't watch the battle in the Colosseum, there was no need for Van Helsing to participate in the competition. He would not be able to do so until the 7th stage. I know that many of them come from small altars or heretics. You can't feel the fate line of the small altar, but you can touch it, and it will be recalled by me. After eliminating 7 demons, there are still 9 seats left, 2 of which are occupied by the Coin family and the Gainer family. Adding Jesse, there are only 6 familiar names left. Damon Binbin. Mei Li asked Inger to write down another copy for easy cross-reference. Inga knew he could make this happen again. Mei Li looked back at the list, trying to find some familiar names that would define our identities. That time, Van Helsing's name finally disappeared, but it was replaced by another old acquaintance. Oh, yes. He can't. You can't. Family Crest concluded. What's going on? Inger doesn't understand. Family Crest concluded. The family emblem pointed to ABOS name. Stop talking. Feel first. Bite my dice, but I want to go back and sort it out. There was only one name that had not changed before it was changed to API. The handwriting was very long, arrogant, and full of power. That shouldn't be the scene that shocked Destiny just now. Among the remaining acquaintances, there are also the Forest Guard, Big Wolf and Winnie. Just as he wrapped his mind around it, Liu suddenly saw a shepherd holding a palm and wearing a felt hat. Family Hui was also surprised by the strange feeling brought by that list after all. The bad guys outside were all acquaintances. You guys? It has nothing to do with you? Show your family crest. The family emblem was once again resolutely touched. Letting the demon scribe die under the 100-year slaughter cup, it seems to be a natural thing. That is also the map for you to light up the drizzle corridor. All faiths revolve around the icy eye where the successor Pope's storm is. Chapter 778, Woodenhead. But it is the demon scribe, in charge of the resource allocation of the Demon King City. Although Inger is just a newborn demon, from the remaining body of Noli Moore and Liu's knowledge, he also knows the status of the demon scribe in the Demon King City. What happened to the demon scribe? Isn't he going to die? Liu asked back. At the end of the Battle of the Bone Hammer, Diamond betrayed himself together with Winnie and Redcoat. Although Liu had forgotten it, he remembered it again. Moreover, Diamond is one of the few demons that has existed in the Demon Manual for a long time, but has not been killed yet. The Destiny Files, twisting pens and chains it would drop, had always made Liu curious. Yes, the demon scribe can also die. Inger sensed Liu's strong murderous intention and recovered from his instinct. But what's interesting is that if I had forcibly not participated in the Killing Cup, Diamond would have entered the third stage. That's your question. You ask him. Does he want to fight the big wolf? Ayers asked again. If we kill it directly, his status in the Forbidden Forest, no other demon can shake it. Who said you want to participate in the Killing Cup? The forest guard was not Jingy. 3 days ago, the Centennial Killing Cup would continue to retreat. According to the communication between Oching and Ayers, the number of games played in the first stage depends on the output curve of the desire to kill. Who is that? The forest guard understood what else was implying, and stopped thinking about whether Hedong really had that kind of ability. Obviously, the demon scribe is still not too entangled with the fate of the Colosseum, so it may have to wait. That was Fate's initial arrangement for the Centenary Killing Cup. Ayers did it purely casually, just to see how a demonic man, with a heart, who controlled flames could be as cool as a purgatory drow wandering in the ice field. Of course, Else was inclined to kill the big wolf directly under the Killing Cup after all. His younger brother and sister were very frightened because of this wolf claw. But it works. Ayers finally finalized the list of 16 contestants for the 8th stage of the Centennial Killing Cup. And the link is below. How do you know my birthday? Inger didn't know what else was thinking. So he reproduced various books in the library, trying to find relevant records outside. And this is related to the withdrawal of the Centennial Slaughter Cup if the output of Killing Desire is enough. Oching is a relic for the aggregation and a river. And the skyship is not so broken after all. Liu is still trying to understand this may reveal part of the future of the Killing Cup. Urs randomly arranged the battle list, finally kneaded the underground thread into a ball, and threw away the dice cup that he had left behind when he escaped, since it is a strong point. If this is exposed so easily, there will be no record outside the library. Sis held his shadow. Speaking of that incident, Ingla felt that her father didn't seem to have a certain initiative and couldn't rush to the Drizzle corridor to speed up the retreat of the Battle of Faith. If Damon could have survived until the showdown with Noli Moore, Spard or Akka, and the demon scribe suddenly died in the field, the audience would be excited. Right? When? The forester asked. The 7th thing to wait for is not the test flight of Tong Piao and Tom's skyship. Inger has no intention of returning to the north. What should we do? How can we kill it when we are not here? Inga was already thinking about how to fulfill her father's wish. Yes. See you 3 days ago. Then you will discuss the reward. Urs must get the convergence and Iha relics as soon as possible. And he regrets that it was not 8 days ago in the blink of an eye. That's not what he wants to think about. Hedong brought the topic back on track. Your suggestion is that he directly kills the big wolf under the Killing Cup. Only in this way will he have no future. And the Forbidden Forest will follow his instructions. Ideas grow. Maybe you can't pass the fate line. Maybe after the first stage, the name will be more certain. What thing? Think slowly. Whether he wants to play or not. I will tell you slowly, and then I will give you an offer that satisfies you. As an ally. Ayers was of course willing to give the ranger a chance to choose. He immediately hid in the shadow space of the shadow and dialed the ranger's dominoes. You? The forest guard was still too sure. Later? Sis originally planned a matchup table for the 8th phase, and the first phase has yet to be completed. Oh, it doesn't matter. Killing Diamond Binbin doesn't need to be in front of him. Please let me think about this. The forest guard has a way of making such an important decision very slowly. However, for now, Wei Ni's first opponent in the 8th stage is arranged to be Yimo Inteo. I won't be able to settle any accounts from now on. Yes, if he definitely wants to fight, he will give you some disadvantages so that you can stagger them. If he definitely wants to fight, he will give you even more disadvantages and ask you to arrange them together. Ayers helped the ranger understand. The 8th weight is for the Bone Che cult to retreat and plot against the old goat in the Battle of Faith. Did he arrange something bad? Oching asked. Just like you know the layout of the old goat in the Drizzle corridor from there. These cannot be regressed at any time. Does he want to fight the big wolf in the Killing Cup? Les pointed to Damon's fateful line that was not vague, not as murky as Nalamore, Spard and AK. Further up, follow the list, push forward in reverse, and fall into the 7th stage of the battle retreat, hanging up the communication with the forest ranger. Ayers now drew a line between the big wolf and the forest ranger, laying down a question mark. The big wolf doesn't have any good intentions towards the library. The worst he can do is to keep it. Anyway, we have only finished the opening game, and there is not much time left before the 8th stage. Quotation? The ranger was a wooden head, and could not quickly understand the meaning behind El's words. You will consider it. The ranger nodded. Among the remaining contestants, the opponent's a big wolf. Winnie and Jesse can't think badly. And at the same time, can they also cause some harm from the ranger? Liu finally understood why the fate dice was so concerned with various fate lines. Since there were still a few names vaguely unknown, heirs drew a few lines at random and waited as time passed. And the contestants in the 8th stage were not more clearly manifested. The dice cup disappeared with the mess. And Aching opened his eyes again. Although Inger knew what a curve was, Xiao Gui understood that his father wanted to drain the entire Xiaolu of his desire to kill. I hope it's as he said. Not so little desire to kill. Aching opened his mouth, and the saliva from upstairs soaked the base of the candle. What should I do? Shoichi Suzenmi made fine adjustments based on that battle list. Until the winner is decided between the two of us. The winner can't touch Jessie with the wings of fire. Inger poked her finger, feeling too depressed for Inger. There were too few things to wait for. So if you think about it, the Centennial Killing Cup is a bad occasion to deal with the enemy? Of course. Noli more. Spade and AKA were assigned to the 8 Corners. Earls expected that all 8 of the final 7 would be demons in the library. Liu still remembered that Dai Minben's weakness was his birthday, which was not a problem that could be solved in the wasteland. But I only saw the white shadow. It matters. You can't delay arrangements while you wait. We have to wait again. That's cool at all. Chapter 779. Cursing is so cool. Liu quickly traveled back to the entrance of the drizzle corridor, removed the markings, and looked at the bone track paved to the north. Just as he was about to keep up with the bone car cult, Liu suddenly remembered something. No. Have you noticed that there is someone missing in the 3rd stage? Liu was looking forward to the battle 3 days later, recalling the demons that appeared in the opening match, and found a loophole. Ah? Inger thought her father had taken everything into consideration. Anir is missing. Liu still remembered the sandstorm during the opening battle. He is the Lord of Authority over the human beings in the Demon King City. Logically speaking, with his ability, he shouldn't be unable to enter the 3rd stage. Then, he's dead? Inger also recalled the locusts and the sandstorm. Either dead or withdrawing from the competition. Liu tasted for a moment, but didn't produce anything. He felt more and more that he couldn't think about this matter carefully. Otherwise he might fall into the kind of situation where he knew the future, tried to change the future, and instead made achievements. Future situations. Destiny is a bit difficult. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's just take a look. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Liu brought a lot of trouble to Nier in the south. He basically kept staring at the locusts swarming maliciously. But he didn't really want the locusts to do anything. The king died like this. If you want to choose the quietest road, of course, it is the road leading to Bingyan. Moreover, the ISI is the key to the drizzle corridor. If you want to light up that anchor point, the ISI must be let go. New believers, believers, believers. You can't wait to retreat to the giant bone car and explore the ritual content of the red robe priests with Noli more. After walking along the bone track for a while, the huge and small bone car behind was about to become a Babel tower. And the number of skeletons and red robe monsters wandering in the distance gradually became less and less. Of course, after that, go around and experience the rest of the world first. You guys are going to find your mother? Inger still remembers that Lu Shuang wanted to find an opportunity to rest next to Red and Liu. Listen to my voice, and find the location and specific plan of the old goat. But after taking a careless look, Lu Shuang discovered that there were not hundreds of people living comfortably in this mess of fluid. Of course. Let's go quickly and leisurely to the Bingyan. Are everyone rushing out here? Except for a small amount of time. Red Rushuang acted alone. The entire drizzle corridor maze is filled with all kinds of beliefs and monsters. Lu Shuang roughly understood that the nature of faith is not to assimilate whether it is the Holy See priest he met outside the small cave under the Colosseum, the Bone Cart cult in the Demon King City, or the curse behind his eyes. It's just that the bad image is the same as the location under the map according to the faith map given by the old goat. There should be an inhabited area outside. Before each tentacle is filled with ice energy, it becomes a reserve barrel, ready to spray out countless ice bullets, like an octopus at any time to wash the ground. Kirk can't even tell where we want to go. He can only judge from the direction. It should be in the distance of Ice Eye. As a demon, Inger has been to so few places in the small continent of Chaos, and has seen so few strange things. He doesn't feel weird about that lump of fluid, but rather feels less curious. The Bone Check cult. Lu Curse and Hidden Face will arrive in the afterlife. Even the bone bullets are saved. Is the movement speed of Yotsue very slow? Fluid's voice is very unified. Even though the humans, demons, and monsters outside don't all have the same thoughts, their emotions are extremely unified. The Seven Seasons cult is far away from the Lund River. Yes, it is getting closer. Let's go and listen. Kurt originally didn't want to collect some information first, but to verify it together during the bone removal lesson. Of course, he would give up such a bad opportunity. Anyway, our motivation is faith. Which sounds a little vague. Are both Old Goat and Thosos fools? The new mixture sticks to the skeletons and monsters, washing our bodies bit by bit. Every person, every demon, and every monster is a drop that hits Lu Shuang. After approaching a few hundred meters, Kurt sensed the past and heard many inexplicable thoughts. Kurt stepped on the shadow, crossed 100 meters with one kick, and immediately retreated. Why did several carloads of red-robed priests arrive as soon as we arrived at the Drizzle corridor? Not small, not big, not human, not skeleton, not even a monster dozens of meters tall. Milk, delicious, flowing, melted ice liquid. We were just wrapped in a lump of mud-like fluid. Some of us had smiles on our faces. Some of us had cold tears in our eyes. And we backed away smoothly. Some people seemed to be swimming in various postures. Some people seemed to be sleeping, opening their mouths to suck in fluids, and then excreting new mixtures. Sadly, for Kurt, there was quite a bit of useless information in those wandering thoughts. Where are you going? Inger wanted to know the destination. The distribution of beliefs in Xiaolu is marked in detail outside, including of course the situation in the Drizzle corridor. Very quiet, since there were fewer demons in the distance of the giant bone car. Even though there was no ice and snow blocking his sight, Kurt was still able to sway back along the bone track. That reveals very little. It's a pity that the speed of the bone train is very slow, and the voices of the red-robed priests are very muddy. When passing by, Kurt didn't listen to what we were going to do. Bad cool. The Old Goat and his plan are here. We have to set off quickly. Liu sorted out Van Helsing's skin and prepared to go on the road. The flow turned, as if it had turned into a turbulent sea, churning and then resting. There are not even a few bone trains running between the giant and small bone cars and the south, full of many red-robed priests. Obviously, Red Liu was preparing to perform some kind of ritual at the instruction of the Old Goat. Lu Chui's thoughts suddenly unified and rolled straight towards Kurt. Add to this the defeated Snow Kingdom, the small ice cracks that are ready to move, and the giant red-robed evildoers standing everywhere. The flow of Kurt suddenly exploded and turned into thick rain all over the sky. Kurt gathered up his cloak and walked slowly under the ice field in order to resist the death in the Drizzle corridor. Batches of octopus tentacles were replaced in Kurt's body. How dare you create a scene of paradise with little fanfare? Before crossing a huge ice wall, Kurt was shocked to see a huge lump of fluid in the vast ice and snow, moving rapidly in the direction of the ice eye. You guys go and take a look first. Just listen to Rhett and Liu's words. Maybe you can know the whole content. Kurt knew that Rhett and Liu were not so difficult to be defeated, but it would be better to follow my instructions first. Start with humans, all full of expectation and greed. First of all, the Bone Card cult is not the same as a small altar. Whether it is Red Oil Town or Split Gold Mountain, Kurt has never seen the Bone Card cult use red-robed priests to retreat and cast spells. Kurt has always been curious about how the successor Pope Sistorum escaped all the way from the Holy City to the Drizzle corridor. The Yi sect is accompanying Thorsos, hiding on the glacier. So Kurt deviated from the route, climbed over several icebergs, and cut into the direction of the ice eye from an oblique angle. At first glance, I thought it was some kind of evil. It was different this time. When he returned to the Drizzle corridor, now Liu had an extra copy of the Old Goat's faith map he got from the Destiny dice in his head. A certain green ocean current that carries the sect on its back and becomes the Sea of Death will land on the Lund River. Seeing that form, Kurt immediately realized that it was not the legendary curse. While Kurt was thinking this, the lump suddenly became smaller. Chapter 780 Anti-Brainwashing. At first, Liu tried to use the most ordinary iron sword to deflect the falling fluid. But every time a drop is cracked, the humans or skeletons inside the drop will be further enveloped by the fluid, and then become more and more, smashing over them. It was like slashing countless slimes with a sword. Liu tried to descend into the ice, but when his tentacles sank in, the glacier under his feet became soft and slippery, quickly fluidized, and then chewed up the bodies of Van Helsing and Inger. During the chewing process, Liu felt that the skin, clothing, and even the bones in the body made of binding threads had become limp, and had a tendency to be gradually assimilated by the liquid. The absorption force of these fluids is very strong, wrapping Liu as if he was sucking on a candied hawse. It's just that this candied hawse a bit hot. Liu sprouted countless lava right hands all over his body, turning into a puddle of black slurry, gushing out of the fluid ground and rising into the air. The giant fluid had dispersed into countless pieces and surrounded Liu. The photon pigment plated on Van Helsing's skin and coat has no effect, and those who are cursed can always find Liu's location immediately. There was no malicious intent whatsoever in the process. The underground fluid surged and rolled, first knocking them back from the ice sheet, and then bouncing off. Although they were not sure where the Bone Karsek's small army was, they were definitely in the world. The source noticed the slight change, but still did not change his actions. What about such an entire sky full of ice spikes? Liu at the tip of the boat injects the embryo, making it instantly thicker and softer. Dad, what should I do? How are you going to kill them? But that time, the source of the message was not caught by them. He stepped on the shadow and flashed into the fluid formation. The last step is to find the most critical core. The source through Utopia swung the particles at the tail, stirred up layers of vortexes, and rushed out at the last moment. Yes, it can't even be counter-brainwashed. But Inger doesn't care about that. As soon as his body swells, he will go up and exert his strength. Liu, who just redeemed the information. In just a moment of confusion, Lu Chui's faith was contaminated by Cheng Shun's Cheng Shun. And then a layer of infectious disease seemed to spread, and the fluid finally became transparent. TSK. I thought I couldn't conquer a slime. Xi Yuan walked out of the Utopia and crushed the ice slag with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then Cheng Shun noticed that every piece of the most viscous fluid was protected by other fluids and wrapped in layers. The shadow is like soaked noodles, constantly becoming swollen. The shadow has to give up the shadows one after another to avoid the invasion of the curse. The frost repeatedly solidifies the fluid into ice, which then opens and melts it. The fluid stops and flows towards the source of the message. It's not him anymore. Since it is a fluid, it has nowhere to go. Right? At that moment, Xi Yuan finally had no chance to communicate with Lu Chui. Not even a chance to say a word. The passage out is also being widened, leaving only a spacious corridor. From then on, no matter whether it was sword slashing or Inger's twisting and killing, there was no way to break through the scale of the flow of curse. So there was no way to cause any ineffective damage. Therefore, the source did not deny the existence of Liu Tzu itself and try to avoid conflict with their beliefs. Instead, they chose the most simple information about the embryo itself. The flow of curses in front of him suddenly gathered together, like a huge water ball being smashed under the ice sheet. Lu Chui didn't have his own judgment on the behavior of the source of information, so he opened the liquid and hugged the bone ship in midair. Fluid's voice discovered a change at the moment when the Utopia appeared. Lu Chui certainly believed that Van Helsing was a demon from the Bone Car cult. Sources who do not have enough experience in using the rod of deception will certainly know that when injecting faith, they need to return enough information and resolutely, so that it will be more ineffective. It's back? Why is it back? It finally decided to embrace faith. It's fluid again. Inger was helpless. The source of information poured out the cold wind in one fell swoop, driving the Utopia upside down and inserting it. But very slowly, Lu Chui noticed the connection between Van Helsing floating in the air and the shadow underground. Inger used her shadow to brush away the splashing fluid, and was carried up into the sky by Xin Yuan. Immediately afterwards, white liquid poured out along the tip of the bone ship, and the fluid surrounding the embryo was injected back. But where's our small force? Are you close? You will be swallowed up instead. The rebounded flow was riddled with holes in that moment, gathering into finer droplets and large ooze, and some of them collapsed into an army in a short time. Immediately afterwards, countless tentacles suddenly appeared in the sky. Sure enough, something went wrong with the embryo. Bone Chet cult? Bone Chet cult. Bone Chet cult. These transparent ripples are transmitted to every drop of fluid, receding and causing them to disintegrate, before being turned into debris in the biting north wind. Fierce frost and cold thorns cracked in midair and spread upward. They twisted into a ball, facing the ground, and then icy crystals burst out in front of them. Xi Yuan knew that fighting us outside Lu Chui's body would be too disadvantageous, so he still wanted to leave immediately. Lu Chui finally lost some of his differences. Xi Yuan felt that since Lu Chui couldn't find a way to assimilate himself, he, who also had Liu, certainly couldn't brainwash them in turn. In addition to that process, Countless humans and demons wrapped in fluid turned into liquid, merged and retreated into the fluid. Although the coverage area of the flow curse is very wide, it has not completely filled the entire space, and its agility is like a shadow. Run out of our range first. Chase us down. Assimilate us. It is a community with a whole group of wandering people, knowing that a small part of life does not have the continuation of the Father's body. This own life also belongs to me? At that time, the shadow underground was not completely covered by the fluid. If you wanted to let the shadow rush up again, you would definitely cause damage to it. This is what happens when Xinyuan eats too much. After all, Chengshun is very expensive and must be used wisely. That ball of fluids died. Lu Curse just wanted to assimilate this human being who suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Liu could sense that there was no smooth flow between their body fluids. But it was a pity that the smooth flow deteriorated in that exchange, and the source had a way to directly control it. The tip of the bone boat pierced into the center of the embryo. Becoming soft and harmful, the embryo seemed to extend a limb and set up the bone boat. The fluid in the air has a tendency of gradually converging and not being completely wrapped. You are his father. Xinyuan released all the cold wind and ice debris collected along the way through the octopus tentacles at that moment. The source uses ice spikes to wash the ground. Liu? Although Inga had experienced the ritual of splitting the gold mountain and had seen the fanatical followers of the mask-making society, the form of the flow of curse still made it feel very fresh. It's his turn. At the end, no fluid penetrates into the shadow. Father? Because no matter how powerful it is, the fluid in the ground is always like maggots on the tarsal bones. The seams and twists always become so powerful when soaked in the fluid, and they can crush any lump to death. Within this fluid is the embryo of some kind of creature or demon. The utopia is taking off. Dad, they are so strange. Obviously, it is not the core one in the mass of curses. Chapter 781, Scion Cult? What's going on? What happened? Inga looked confused and couldn't figure out why her father just sent a thought to the embryo, and the entire fluid collapsed completely. The ice slag is still breaking, and this ice field is shrouded in ice mist that breaks into the sky. Faith must remain pure. Once they have doubts about their faith, they will no longer be cursed, and they will no longer have those abilities, Liu said as an afterthought. Indeed, Liu's original intention was to use the source of faith to pollute Liu Cui's beliefs, and then take them into his hands. After all, at this moment in the drizzle corridor, a demon hunter is a bit out of the way. If one can borrow a layer of the curse of flowing SHL, it will be easier to use high-end tactics such as attacking in the east and attacking in the west, and the activities will be more flexible. This is an experiment. It's a pity that it failed. If the curse is like this, then other beliefs may not be contaminated so easily. It is possible to kill them, but it is difficult to change their beliefs. It seems that the ritual of the old goat is still very technical, and it is not so easy to achieve the same effect. That's it. Liu left the ice mist on the spot and continued on his way down. Inger hasn't played around in a long time. It was only when he often deconstructed the former residence of certain heretics that Inga would ask Liu Saw to stay for a while and deconstruct what happened there. Dad, if you want to make a fool of yourself in the east and attack the west, why do you have to infect other beliefs? Why don't you just create one yourself? Inger is of course familiar with this high-end strategy and gave her own opinion. In the garden, 1 day is equal to 7 seasons. The believers of the 7 seasons cult plant in the morning, harvest in the morning, and store in the evening. The masked society has disappeared from Liu Cui, bearing sect and 7 season sect. However, the degree of deconstruction of Inger has not changed much. No matter how we deter, it is difficult to see new changes in the terrain after all. The drizzle corridor is not very far north, and the geography is the same, with glaciers, ice sheets, permafrost and glacial lakes. Leg hair teacher bad. You want to make your legs hairy. The bad boy's shadows spread out from the shadow. The plants outside the paradise often come to life and awaken certain other beliefs. Liu understands that this is a vision caused by the old goat's retreat ritual in the Jinshan mountain. For example, Lu Cui is a mess of actions. It is a fluid that is contaminated to death. At this moment, there are probably a lot of Lu Cui active in the drizzle corridor. They are coiled in the maze of corridors, and are gradually approaching the path of Bingyin. Li Xiu huddled between the 7 seasons cult and the giant bone cart, listening to the occasional outbursts of the masked society, and wondering about the whereabouts of Tassos. These two people are holding dominoes, as if they are thinking. Inga used his shadow to reproduce the garden of the 7 seasons cult. What's not interesting is that there are some sporadic heresies hiding in those 8 sects. Liyu's dominoes haven't spread all over the Chaos continent, so it's unusual to see them outside the garden after all. The 7 Seasons cult also participated in the Centennial Killing Cup. The carrying sect carried our luggage and the Green Lake on their backs and retreated from the southwest end into the Drizzle Corridor. There was only one group if they were to fly in the world. They would be able to find us if they looked for this Green River. It also allowed Kakarot to adapt to the climate changes all the way to the north. Hee hee. Inging smiled. That riddle relates to the sacrifices of the new gods ritual. Liu had a new idea. After going around a few times, the Drizzle Corridor of the Devil's Passage has not been lit up for less than half. But he has not found the headquarters of the Protestant sect and the Yui sect. This makes Liu find it very strange without the Devil's Illustrated book. There is nothing the Protestant sect can do. Can you avoid staring? Liu first marked an ice cube, traveled slowly back to the fog swamp, and informed Kakarot to head to the Drizzle Corridor to the north anyway. Even if the Killing Cup had its own name, it would be teleported directly to the Colosseum and be delays the production of desire to kill. It's not possible to create a new Scion cult. The 7 Seasons cult moved much faster, and indeed no garden grew from south to north, transforming the ice field into a land of singing birds and fragrant flowers. These plants, flowers and fruits that gained other people's faith were cut, cooked, and then eaten by the followers of the 7 Seasons cult, forming a broken farming and harvesting cycle. Along the way, the light and mist under the Devil's Passage was also tainted with some heat, and the ice and snow in the north gradually came to life. They are all looking forward to a ceremony that will be initiated by the successor Pope Sistorum, the new god ceremony, as early as when the belief was chaotic and the evils were growing. When Liu conquered the giant spiders, he had the idea of creating a leg hair cult, but he never put it into practice. Or, we haven't gotten there at all. But Kakarot is definitely living in the fog swamp at the moment. Not too far away. Building a door for it will involve a lot of labor, which is too obvious. Dad? Dad? Inger called to Liu. That made Liu temporarily give up in-depth contact with us and just listen to our voices from a distance. And even Lekis himself should be under the giant skeleton car, training various skeleton warriors with Galaric. Really, really close. Going around in circles. Li Xiao and Inger understood that it was wrong for their heresy to be gone. The leg hair cult is more reliable. At most it is too self-proclaimed to be discovered. When Liu was thinking about this, Inger certainly felt something and knew his father's good intentions. There is also very little content in the voices of these masks. To take it a step further, even if the Bone Card cult is established, is there still no Kakarot? Where is Thosos hiding? It was getting busy after crossing the horse. Even the giant evil has no followers. How can Lekis, an alien demon, call himself a self-made one? We are constantly cultivating various plants. And in the afternoon the water from melting glaciers recedes for watering, as if it is a walking paradise. When approaching the 7 Seasons cult, Inga was very excited because she could finally find another season besides winter outside that ice field. After all, the masked demons all ran out of the small altar and had no emotions or thoughts. So it sounded the most convenient. It makes sense. Liu almost forgot about this. Let you listen to what we said. Li Xiao sensed the past and heard a riddle. Mask meeting. There are so few chaotic heretics gathering in the Drizzle Corridor at the moment. And one missing leg hair cult is a bit unexpected. Right? Basically, all the sects that were unable to compete for faith came to the Drizzle Corridor on their own. Liu is the only one who found no trace of the Protestant sect. Before notifying Li Xiao, Liu returned to the Drizzle Corridor and spent 2 days continuing his detour from inside to outside, pointing at Bingyan in circles. Inger thought it was magical. Outside the garden, 2 members of the mask-making society were sneaking around, holding dominoes and looking at each other. Liu also realized the general nature of the 7 Seasons cult. The plants outside their garden seemed to have the ability to speak in a forest, and whenever Van Helsing and Inger approached, they would slowly swing as a warning. But the sudden appearance of a giant ape in the ice field is still not too eye-catching. Regardless of whether they are the Cursed sect, the Bearing sect, or the 7 Seasons sect, they all have a very single voice. They all just want to assimilate other people's beliefs. But they give out too little information. Can I just use the devil's root to bring it here? Chapter 782 Gobra F. Long and short. Hard and soft. No limit to size. Self-constructed space. From earth to sky. Livable in new gods. The 2 masking believers chanted repeatedly. Smiling. They should be masks of joy. Dad? Do you know what this is? Inger didn't understand. This description is too broad. Liu shook his head. Don't say far away. Just say close. Can't Liotsue be described like this? Inger thought about it carefully and found that the fluid just now was indeed long, short, hard and soft, and could reach from the ground to the sky. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter what he wants to use as a sacrifice. Anyway, we will always know when we see the end. Li walked around in the drizzle corridor and felt more and more that there was no battle of faith here. It seemed so simple. The first, of course, is the hidden Thosos. Secondly, why is the storm alive till now? Finally, there is the old goat himself, who has not made any movement yet, no matter what is going on in the mass-covering society at this moment. He is still just a minion of the High Altar, and may not know the old goat's true plan. If you want to spy on this matter, Red Goat's side is more likely. The living people either went to the Empire to be slaves, or became believers, or sand people. Who's going to do that tonight? Tuolyaman threw the fruit back, and then picked up the 2 dominoes from the ground. A white hand held the fruit, picked it hard, licked it, and smiled. Bring nourishment. The believers cheered. This is bad now. You can't let him see what the Bone Car cult is doing. This is a man with only white palms, a weak body and thick hair, holding an ice stick. Hang it under your sacred tree. Tuolyaman picked up the double-sided fruit with an ice shovel and threw it back to the center of the garden. The thoughts of the 2 masks of joy stopped for a moment, and then merged into one, forming a double-sided fruit outside the garden. Thinking about it, Dai Jiang went a little further, transformed into a shadow demon, and read out the summoning words of Noli More. Liu already knew something about Lao Goat. In the last second, vines and flowers grew from the 7 sense organs of these 2 mask-making cult believers. Haha. You want believers again, but not faith? Just like other sects. Liu secretly noted the savage holding the ice bag, preparing to contact you outside the Colosseum. The surroundings were so white that it was temporarily difficult to tell where it was. Currently, it is known that Sistorum is preparing a ceremony for the arrival of a new god in the Ice Eye, and other heretics are moving closer to the Ice Eye. After observing the garden for long enough, Liu and Inger knew that the believer of the 7 Seasons cult was named Tuolyaman, and he should be the leader of the 7 Seasons cult. Feed no one. The believers responded. If we could complete the advancement to the imagination stage after the old goat stopped moving, we would be able to handle it more easily. Vines ran through their faces and masks, entwining themselves tightly. Liu didn't even bother to understand the growth rules of the sacred tree. He knew that everything was distorted by the source of the information. The sacred tree may not be a tree. Someone knows what it originally was. In short, tonight's 7th game of the Centennial Killing Cup will definitely be noisy. And Liu thought that he heard too little content from our voices, and instead revealed less information in his words. The 7 Seasons divine religion does not have that kind of belief except assimilating other beliefs. Ying appeared in the shadows, opened a door, and led Dai Jiang to the location of the giant bone car. But no one knows whether the teachings of the 7 Seasons cult are to attract fewer believers, or to solve the urgent needs of mankind in this small continent of chaos. I am sure that the ceremony in Siskobro will be over soon. Maybe we can't rush over first and light up the drizzle corridor? And when you go to Demon King City, you will also pay attention to this forest. Let it nourish your sacred tree. Dai Jiang Jingmin's voice became low. Grow food and feed everyone. Is he ready? The inside of the drizzle corridor has been sensed. That kind of sound was very difficult to detect. It must have been that Liu had been wandering in the forbidden forest for a while to show his kindness, and he didn't notice it at all. He has never seen the Yui sect, the masking sect, and the carrying sect in the Colosseum. And now Liu has no idea how the Chi-Chi-Chishan church plays. You go! You go! You go! The savage-like believers of the 7 Seasons cult each picked up the flowers around them, and pointed at the leader Tuolyaman with their flower bones. Noli More was of course most concerned about Liu's promotion and decline. And that was the first question he asked. Dad, what kind of forest are we talking about? Inger's attention was focused on the first half of Tuolyaman's words, but not on the latter. Liu didn't know when the ritual would be launched, but according to the old goat's habit of always taking over the last one, it is estimated that the day the ritual takes shape is the day the old goat takes action. Take the next step, and go to the giant bone car to lurk for a few days to listen to what Red Coat is thinking. Yes. I just need ice eyes. Dai Jiang responded to Ying. But you still have to decide when and how to retreat. If the 7 Seasons cult can really produce limited food, it is indeed very small. But just as Li Yu was about to leave, the sounds of growing branches and leaves suddenly disappeared from the voices of the two happy masks. The small continent of Chaos has been at war for years. First, the expeditionary force attacked the old Holy See. Then the Empire came to attack the Demon King city. And now it's the battle of faith in the north. After deciding on the retreat strategy, Li Yu wanted to know as little as possible about the plans of the small altar and the old goat, so as not to attract necessary attention when he looked into the ice eyes. We are also going to participate in the killing cup. Inger understood Tuo Yaman's words that time. Just now, they were being held in the hands of two joy masks. He doesn't look too much like a human being, but rather like a weirdo who lives outside the forbidden forest and has undergone some kind of distortion. There is not a single giant sapling in the middle, which is growing vigorously in the 7 changing seasons. That time, Daijiang was in the dark, and Laoyang was relatively clear. There is not much forest. There is only this forest outside the Demon King city. Li Yu thought of the forest guard. Compared with the Cursed Sect and the Carrying Sect, the communication within the 7 Season Sect is a bit abnormal. Why are we running to the north? Inger couldn't understand what the 7 Season Sect was doing. Daiji Angjingman squeezed the two-sided fruit, squeezed out the remaining body fluids, and invited believers to come over and taste it. If the 7 Seasons cult can really produce food, this might help us build a line with Lao Lu in the future? You go ahead. Let you bring nutrients to the sacred tree. Daijiang Jingnan was suddenly shy, like a deformed coconut that suddenly collapsed. Shadow layered the shadows with different shades, laying out a real-time map of the Bone Chase Sect's residents. Among them, the most eye-catching thing is a group of ants in red robes. Of course, if you want to attract fewer believers to spread your faith, the 100 Years Killing Cup is a bad opportunity. Li Yu grasped the minds of the heretics as soon as he finished. Worried that we were participating, the believers tasted the taste of joy and were very happy. Under the map, there are uncounted dots running around like ants. Chapter 783, Retro Style of Play. The Bone Card Cult has summoned many Red Robe Priests, and is making a resurrection altar? Li Yu finally knew the role of the Red Robe Priests, who were pulled to the back one by one through the bone train. On the real-time map produced by Ying, Red Robe Priests were arranged in groups of 3 to 5, surrounding small groups of ice sculptures, adding corpses and bones to them. They chanted incantations, made strange movements, and connected each cluster of ice sculptures with red mist. Yes, the resurrection altar. Ying stuffed Li Yu into the shadow space, so he could communicate freely. But they didn't use this thing when they attacked Hongyu Town and split Gold Mountain. Right? Li Yu was very surprised, because even he himself had only seen the resurrection altar in the library. Counting further back, the resurrection altar only appeared in the records of the Blood River simulation battle at that time. Diamond had mentioned a certain style of play in the Battle of Steel City and the resurrection altar. Not only that, they are also summoning siege beasts. Ying pointed to a huge crack in a glacier, inside which was stirring the breath of the abyss. The Bone Chess Master is planning to launch a war in the Drizzle Corridor, targeting Bingyan? Li Yu regretted not going to Bingyan's base in advance. But I guess I wouldn't be able to get in even if I wanted to now. Will he say it? Ying was worried about Kurt's brainpower. It is certain that the light mist has not yet covered the Devil's Root. Changing the anchor point is basically equivalent to overthrowing and starting over. The cost is too small, and it will inevitably cause distortion. Need to borrow some strength. Obviously, there is no weak protection in the distance of the Ice Eye, which only prevents other sects from peeking into the Ice Eye, and also blocks the least powerful Bone Car sect from inside. There is only one city defense commander with bones. Kirk thought of the glacier theory of later generations, and felt that this picture was very suitable to understand the Drizzle Corridor. At this moment below were the intruders, like the Bone Cart Cult, the Flooding Curse, the Carrying Sect, and the 7 Seasons Cult. We carried all the remaining sources of faith from the Old Holy See, coupled with the faith given by the Gamma Epic, to create a curse, or a barrier of faith, in the Ice Eye. Solely Yuan Chao Jinhuan has been able to hold on until now. After roughly understanding the situation of the Battle of Faith, Kurt began to think about how to intervene. Content? When Kurt heard the curse, he naturally thought of the various curses outside the Demon King city. The old religion is also very resistant to the Devil's religion, and the addition of the Bone Cart Cult is enough to seduce the believers of the old religion. That's why the old goats need to hide their faces, curse, and gather together under the Drizzle Corridor to exert their strength. The trip to Bingyan is inevitable. What about the snow country and the little ice crack? Have you given up? Kurt walked around the Drizzle Corridor for a short time, Although he did not see any small-scale fighting, he must also consider the local snake. It was just a coincidence that the first anchor point required for Kurt's promotion was right at the eye in the drizzle corridor. If he wanted to imagine Xiaolu taking shape, he had to retreat and sense it for a circle. The antipathy of the old religion towards the new religion is too low, and the Protestants alone can completely shake the belief of the old religion. They flow around the eye, touching from time to time, but returning as soon as they touch. Generally speaking, Li Yutosos is holding on in Bingyin, preparing to hold on until the new god ceremony is completed, summoning the new god of faith to come and regain control of faith. Kurt wasn't completely done yet. If we want to retreat into the Eye of Ice, we need to shake our faith first. Kurt understood the content of the curse, and finally understood why Tolim, who had been chasing Li Yutosos for a long time, had never been able to replace the successor to the Pope. Bring up the head. Otherwise, why would the Bone Chest cult engage in such a big battle? What's more, the old goat who once took away everything from me should be watching the eyes somewhere. How could he let me safely become the new god of faith? Everyone is staring at the icy eyes under the iceberg, ready to go. The drizzle corridor has not yet turned into a mess, and Kurt certainly hopes that the mess will get worse the simpler the situation. The harder it will be for the old goat to notice him, and the less likely it is to disrupt his position when advancing. Should we huddle next to the Bone Che cult and wait for Red Sith and the old goat to break through the barrier of faith and rush away, or should we target the hearts of the old believers and open up a few more Protestant trumpets to shake our faith together? Hidden above are Tulam, snow country, and small ice crevices. Not even the old goat. The promotion itself is not very risk-free, and coupled with that level of distortion, Kurt believes that even Noli More can help him keep his mind confused. Dad is so cool, Yinger said. Didn't you see Protestant or Tolim? Old goat? Kurt originally expected to know less from Shadow. First of all, it is obviously possible to sneak out of the ice by yourself several sets of curses that cannot be broken. Of course, this can be solved by yourself. Bad? You understand. Kurt took another look at Pingu Chijiao's position and got a rough idea of the situation. If you want to retreat and interfere with Li Yutoso's new god ritual, you must first break through Bingyin's defense. Of course. Do you think anyone can fight like he did when he was the city defense commander? Inging said seriously. What does it mean? Inger understood. How can we absorb enough faith in a short period of time so that a newly established sect, like the Loose Way, the Masking Society, and the Carrying Sect, which does not have enough believers, can shake its faith? It is also necessary for the Bone Che cult to bring out the strongest power of Demon King cities such as Resurrection Altars and Siege Beasts to put limited pressure on Li Yutosos. Shadow even reproduced the movements of the little ice crevice demon he caught by chance. We are hiding on the ice. The glacier is very small. Shadow lifted the shadow ground, revealing the intricate pathways above. Of course, it would be difficult in other times. But don't you have a century-old killing cup? As long as there is doubt, it will exist. Inging said the curse of Bingyin. He stole your line. Kurt laughed. The old goat and Tulam should want to break through the ice take over the ritual of the new god, and become the new god. How to prepare your mind. But you understand the curse of the ice eyes. Inging suddenly remembered something and pointed to the ice eyes woven by the shadow. Whether it's the disarming and silence of the Colosseum, or the increased knowledge of demonic names in the library, curses are always meaningless. It is not a big risk to lurk around Red Chao Jin, but also to create some inexplicable sects inside and join the battle of faith. As long as Chao Jin Tassos and my followers still firmly believe in the faith of the old Holy See, doubts will be broken through. And this barrier will be broken through. Inging explained patiently. Have you seen the Protestant religion yet? Because Red Sith does not allow you to leave the bone car. Shadow's movements are restricted, and there is no way to really let go of Shadow to investigate. Resurrection Altar. Siege Beasts. I didn't expect that the Bone Chariot cult's fighting style is quite retro. You didn't expect that the Bone Chariot cult would return to the war routine of the Expeditionary Force. Kurt recalled this wasteland and felt that it looked more and more like a huge stage. Why can't I do them all? Inger thought wildly. Chapter 784, Killing Cup. With the cooperation of Aching and Destiny Dai, Liu can control the contestants and the live broadcast footage. Is there any reason why it cannot attract popularity and faith? You can create more than a dozen heresies to participate in the Centennial Slaughter Cup and accumulate popularity. When necessary, you can attack them in groups to pave the way for Akka, or play happily with your younger brothers and sisters who have a library. As the former king of the Colosseum, Liu certainly would not play a fair game in the Centennial Killing Cup. At the same time, these created heretics will all appear in the Drizzle Corridor and become believers surrounding the ISI movement. In this way, not only will the Killing Cup be more lively, and more malice and desire for killing can be obtained, but the movement in the Drizzle Corridor will be much more convenient. And perhaps we can also take the opportunity to detect the whereabouts of Old Goat and Tozos. Liu has decided to create a lot of heresies. Tonight's Centenary Killing Cup is the time for these heretics to appear. Mommy. Then let's also set up a shadow cult. Right? Inger became happy. Meng Lang never expected Ying to be so rigorous. The snail L that bites you, lets you participate in the Killing Cup. Sooner or later you will kill him in that cup. Meng Longue's curse reappeared in the shadow. Let the bone car teach you how to use it first. No matter how many times you are resurrected, you will die first. Kurt thought for a while, and the plan in his mind gradually took shape. But the bottom line is that they need insufficient resources to support that protracted battle. The shadow path is covered with footprints, and each footprint is a flashpoint, allowing the demons resurrected from the resurrection altar to quickly rush to the final battlefield. Just use those magical powers to open the way and let yourself retreat from the ISIs. What Ying said was that the authority of the city defense commander was in the hands of Red, Liu and Laoang. If they were suppressed by authority, it would be useless no matter how careful they were. Although creating a heresy is not a small project, comparable to a skyship, it does take some time. The magic power of the library? Kurt was not a little annoyed. While crawling, Spard was in a very depressed mood, holding a domino in his tentacles and cursing all the time. You are responsible for building a passage between the resurrection altar and the final camp. Shadow used his shadow to show a shadow path. Of course, everything is based on promotion. Am I here? Kirk thought that at the critical moment after retreating from the ISI, the leader of the Bone Car cult actually disappeared under the glacier. Kurt also noticed that Spud was crawling back and forth between the shadow paths, sprinkling piles of particles next to them. It seemed that he was ensuring the smoothness of the path and was not disturbed by teleportation magic. That war was not very similar to the Battle of the Bone Hammer, except that the attackers turned into demons and heretics, and the defenders were the old Holy See and Sistorum. At best, the texture can only be replicated with gutter. It's a pity that I'm not in the giant bone car now. You know where I am? Ying shook his head. You think he knows the answer to that question? Ying's response confirmed Meng Lang's thoughts. At that time, the magic power of the resurrection altar will be extracted from there. Listen to him, Ying said. The authority of the city defense commander was taken away, and even the library became the front line of the Bone Cart cult. The magic power accumulated over that period of time became the crystallization of magic power, and was directly embedded under the giant bone car. By the way, does he know the riddle? It describes the sacrifices for the new god's ritual. It is estimated that Loud Goat has not shared all the plans with any of the attributes. Well, you'll be careful. Ying nodded. Only the people from the mask-making society know about it. Kurt understood why the mask-making society in the small altar knew about it, but the Bone Cart cult directly under him knew nothing about it. Kurt just described the mess inside in a complicated manner, and then suddenly remembered something. What did I say? Kurt asked. Long and short, hard and soft, small and large are limitations. Self-constructed space, from the earth to the sky, habitable new gods. The riddle is known to all the maskers in it anyway, and it has something to do with no more hearing it by chance. When he said that, Kurt vaguely grasped something, but it was difficult to determine it based on the inexplicable riddle alone. Yes, I need to show it to you. Ying agreed. You should know those things. I'm sure if you know it, it will increase the risk of exposure. What is he busy with? After chatting outside the shadow space for so long, Meng Lang kept sensing the shadows moving around. After all, very few things fit that description. Not even the Curse of Flowing and the Seven Seasons cult alone could fit into that riddle. What's going on inside? Nolimor was trapped in the Bone Car cult, and he was not very vague about what was inside the Drizzle Corridor. Liu looked at the materials in the Devil's Illustrated book and thought that this was really impossible to create if shadows could be produced casually. Shadow demons would not be so rare. Of course it must be destroyed. Then and now. Well, it's extremely unlikely that he went to see the old goat. Ying thought it was because of other possibilities all the believers of the Bone Car sect were outside. If the red-robed skeleton disappeared, it could only be because he was driven by the old goat. It's broken. Now, let's take you to see Red Liu. Kurt is preparing to transform into a shadow demon. If he gets close contact with Red Liu, he may be able to get some more important information. Are you describing you? Ying joked. This is good or bad? Wait for me to come back, and let's hear it. Ming Lang is now looking forward to knowing the timetable of the bone car teacher. It pointed at the half of the giant bone car in that structure. A small part was made of crystal texture. Kurt had not yet imagined the sight of the siege beast spraying corpses, and the demons chasing after him. We can talk about what sect to create later. Anyway, let us imagine. Liu pointed at the camp where the shadow appeared again. But after seeing the bone cart sect, I thought of a question. Anyway, he is more careful. You will ask again. Kurt felt that there was no need to deeply examine and confirm the sacrifice of the new god. Have you heard? Have anyone outside of the bone chess school said this? Ying was very sure. Here, let's take a look at a map first. Coulter heard what was happening in the distance with the giant car, and wanted to share with Ying what he had experienced on that trip. As long as the bone cart sect makes a move, it means that the heretics are far away from retreating. The resurrection altar requires magic power. And the siege beasts also need to suck flesh and blood corpses to fill the cannonballs. Walking outside the Demon King city, corpses and other things cannot be produced by flesh and blood giants. Where is this magic power? Kurt pointed out. The main force of the finger bone car cult. Are you going to destroy it? Ying sensed Kurt's resentment towards the bone cart cult and the old goat. Obviously, the bone cart cult will be the main force to break the Ice Eye curse. Once the attack is over, they will continue to send siege beasts, red-robed monsters, and skeletons down day and night until the moment they break the faith of the old cult believers. The final camp was about 200 miles away from the Ice Eye, and only a few dozen away from the barrier of the Ice Eye curse, completely within the coverage of the siege beasts. It's worth it too. After that, Kurt still wanted to be vague about the bone car teaching. Chapter 785, 18 Heretics. You can't participate in the killing cup? Liu suddenly realized this. Well, we are not allowed to leave the bone cart cult by Redcoat. Shadow nodded. No, that's not what fate said. Liu thought of the list of contestants for the third stage. Destiny? No. Don't say. Ying was about to ask, but classified this information as something he shouldn't know, and didn't ask Liu to explain. Unable to fight side by side, Ying's mood is of course lonely. Well, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you miss a game. We will always be together. Liu didn't think Redcoat could restrict Noli more and Spade for a lifetime. Then what are you going to do tonight? Okay. Ying wasn't sure whether he could hold on under the attack of Jesse and the carrying sect with only a half-disabled AK, a swordsman, and an orangutan. Me? I'm not just me. Although he was not sure how many Redskins AK had eaten during this period, and to what extent he had recovered, Liu was still confident in tonight's killing cup. Tonight is an important night to harvest the desire and malice to kill. Tonight's harvest is about cohesion and the relics of the Seven Rivers, as well as whether the new heretics can gain a foothold in the Drizzle Corridor. Copper Spoon is not a dwarf from the Snow White sect. There will be no such dwarf. We will wait for a Snow White Queen to help you unify the ice field. Who said it must be broken? Is it the Twisted Jerry who will add another target? The source had already thought about it. Your heresy needs to be so broken. As long as it looks similar, it will be enough to attract good intentions. No more. Enough? Enough? Soon. Liu felt that if things went well, he would even have time to have a good sleep before participating in the killing cup. That was entirely to facilitate the source's actions as Van Helsing. In reality, it's just because the current source can only operate at least 18 groups separately. It can be done with less. Even if it is done, it can only be spread out and move in place. Not the giant ape cockroach either. Just when you were circling the Drizzle Corridor, you gained so much kindness from various heretics, and you exchanged it for Jerry to establish your own heresy. The source of the message ends up searching under the devil's root, extracting key points from things that have not yet been perceived, and adding some memories and imaginations of later generations to create a new preacher. The source had been free to pay attention to Cockroach's retreat before dealing with the Hairy cult, the Scion cult, the White Snow cult, the Cat and Mouse team, and the Demon Hunters. Han Hao's newly created heresy finally gradually separated from his own experience and retreated with fewer strange things. The first thing that the source thought of was of course the planned leg hair cult. Leckies was already in the Bone Car cult's camp, and it was effortless to recruit him. And he spawned a new one based on the alien demon. Heresy is also more convenient. Then you should prepare well. There are still a few hours, Is that enough? Ingy knew what Liu was thinking. So she put away the bone car teaching station woven by her shadow, and signaled Liu to concentrate on preparations. 18. 18 is a bad number. When the source thought that he would lead 18 kinds of heretics to participate in the killing cup tonight, he felt his brain grooves twitching and his brain fluid boiling. Are you slow? Ingy was sure. Although he is not Jerry, he is a red robe priest. It is difficult for him to establish a broken religion like us. Right? But that didn't mean that the source directly made Tom's skeleton, and then used gutter to make a new skin to look like a blue cat. It's still too early. Those are the things I can accomplish now. Bad cool. The Scion cult, a fighting sect, are all orangutans, and their doctrine is to protect the entire continent of Chaos. Anyway, without Jerry, believers cannot become orangutans as long as they have doubts. The teachings of the Jurassic are to wait for a meteorite to destroy the filthy continent and re-establish balance for the continent. As for whether we can become younger, it depends on our faith and our hesitation. Liu is Blue Cat's enemy, partner, and the only slow. If you see a low-level demon worth killing under the killing cup, Xi and Yuan can not only obtain materials by killing it, but also gain the desire to kill in you, and can even spread the faith. For example, the 7th Jurassic was simply because there were too few monsters behind the lower eye of the small continent of Chaos, with different shapes, which reminded the source of this species that once lived on later planets. So fewer monsters were created. Dinosaur. So she knew and was knocked unconscious by Ingy. The source even designed a set of photon pigment skin for Kakarot that would prevent his hair from turning yellow and glowing. The believers of Cat and Mouse will spend their whole lives pursuing Liu and pursuing slow happiness. By the way, where did Kakarot go? Have you reached the Drizzle Corridor? When should this be? The teachings of the leg hair cult are you. The world is a calf of the universe, and you are all the leg hair under that calf. The source of the letter said what he said, and you installed a few binding threads under Lee's body. Leg hair. Put Jerry outside the head, and the leg hair religion was formed. Before producing 8 heresies, the source became more and more excited. His brain sulci twitched and brain fluid leaked out. But there was no sign of any distortion. The Scion cult took shape. The ideas of the source of the faith were smoothed out, and the retreat was slower. The 8th heresy, Sai, was based on the copper spoon and combined with the ice and snow world under the devil's root to create the snow sect. That heresy was named the Cat and Mouse team by the source. The teaching is that everyone is a human-shaped blue cat who spends his life catching a big mouse named Liu. Imagination stage. Inging's handwriting squirmed. The previous heresy was simply based on Van Helsing. The source directly created a Witcher. Avenger. I doubt that I have any abilities. The doctrine is that I will take revenge before being hurt. A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye. There is only one god behind me. This is not a blonde named Thor, who discharges electricity with his tentacles. Female. I heard that teachings are needed. Inging added some understanding of the heresy in her heart. Let him finish this. Even though Inging was busy building a shadow path for the Bone Cart cult, he still delayed communicating with the source in the shadow space, wanting to see how the source did it. Originally, the source had wanted to create a heresy based on brain spirits, but thought that the heresy might be too close to reality and interfere with the actions of the brain spirits in the library. So he gave up temporarily. In the same way, the source found the 7th heretical god, Evangelion, the steel heretic who fights against demons. The god behind him is an armed giant with purple and green colors. Dad, how many heretics is he planning to do? Inger was still thinking about the possibility of the shadow sect. Forget it. Let's align it with the killing cup. Well, since the chaos is getting worse, of course you should do less heretics and do your best, the source said to himself. And you change the part templates of the devil's illustration to create the leaders of each heresy. Even Hongyu Town can have a Hongyu cult. She knew and feels that as long as there is no Han Hao, the threshold for this thing is actually very high. Lekis will become the god of the leg hair cult, directly using its power to attract followers. The types of witchers include food witchers, fantasy beast witchers, music witchers, and ruins witchers. The doctrine is that demons are regarded as a resource in the small continent and need to be fully utilized. Mom, what is he doing? That's cool. Inger was expecting even less and immediately wrote a small character poster in protest. Chapter 786. You and Shadow are both good comrades. Let him sleep first. 8 heretics are enough. There will be another battle tonight. Inging considered that there were a lot of killing desires to collect in tonight's killing cup. The pressure of the live broadcast was heavy, and he had to control 8 heretics to absorb faith. So his brain and spirit needed adequate rest. You are no longer a newborn devil. You should protect him. After Ying finished speaking, he also condemned Ying. There is no maternal love in the world of shadow demons. Inger lowered his head and remained silent, fully realizing his mistake. I'll imagine the rest after he advances. Ying fiddled with the 8 groups of creation heretics in the shadow space. He wanted to participate in tonight's killing cup and see what they would look like when they moved. It's a pity that I have to endure this thought until I am no longer restricted by Redcoat. Okay. I will protect Dad. Inger shrank to the side of Liyu's head. He is in my body and needs you to protect him? Ying raised his eyebrows and forcefully lifted Inger out of the shadow space. The 2 shadows went straight to the floor where the giant bone car trains warriors and has enough skeletons, preparing to pull Lekkies directly into the shadow space in tonight's killing cup. Lekkies is an important part of the leg hair cult's propaganda doctrine. But we cannot let it continue to waste time here. Raven Russin. That little Lu has been in a mess for too long. Liyu's heart didn't feel cool at all, which infected Ying and Inger, making us even more curious about Lao Lu. That's also important. You are making a revolution outside the greenhouse. You need to see that. Lao Lu waved his hands heavily, accepting but knowing Liyu's bad intentions. By the way, Lao Lu also raised his hand and took out a domino with sand mixed in between the eyes. The 2 shadows gathered their leg hair at the bone car teaching station and swallowed up the shadow space. That's nothing. You need to divide all forces that cannot be divided. Not even demons. Lao Lu corrected Shijian's words. In your opinion, he and Shadow are both bad comrades. When Inger finished digesting it, it was not slow enough to turn red. Inexplicably, the atmosphere in the entire Chaos continent tonight was so right. As if everyone was looking forward to something. The revolutionary army needs to be seen. And the fire needs to be lit first. So a small amount of shadow was poured into Inger's body, increasing the volume and density of Inger, and also shared many of Xiao Xiao's deconstructed experiences from the war. After all, whether they have memories or not, the enemies that Xiao Jian and Inger encounter are not that simple. There is no killing cup and no battle of faith. As Shijian's shadow, Inger must be prepared for bad things. After all, no matter how small a heresy is, it is just a heresy. Very limited. The big sword reflected a faint light. And Liu hadn't received the notification yet. You asked Lao Lu about this? Liu scratched his head. Although you are not busy now. What he said does not seem to make much sense. What's the matter? Liu stepped out of the big sword and looked around, knowing that there was the shadow space of the shadow demon. Go. Xiaojian waited quietly. Obviously, the dominoes have not spread across the mainland. And the revolutionary army has not left Saudi Arabia and is still at the border of Saudi Arabia. You have also been discussing the flag of the revolutionary army recently. Doesn't he have any suggestions? Lao Lu asked. There should be no weaker competitors. So we are more worthy of being seen. This person took over what Ying said. Yes, you have figured it out. I can only place my hope of shaking my faith in you. For Inger, that is an iron rule. It's equivalent to no more training Inger's body. I thought that Liu directly projected Raven Luzin. Without, they need a symbol to be remembered first. Don't you have any ideas? Xiaojian asked. Are you going to cause trouble again? The killing cup ended immediately. Ying knew that Xiaojian took out the sword at that time, and it must have been used to appreciate such a complicated thing. The little sword stared at the big sword and ended the friction. It's possible. Ying shook his head. That's possible. Hey, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Are they still bad? Are they busy? Xiaojian was very polite, and did not ask where Lao Lu was. He just exchanged simple greetings. Sickle and hammer. Refuse. Liu originally only practiced swordplay with the killing cup. But when he was given that level of task, he answered very solemnly. So Ying learned and prepared to go directly to the upper level of the giant bone car to snatch the magic crystal. But it is recommended that they watch it, because it is unlikely to trigger the desire to kill in their hearts. Xiaojian tried his best to explain the matter clearly. Stupid. What if you are caught trying to rob now? Just take the leg hair back. Do we also have some kind of belief? Ying also received too little information from Inger's shadow. He only knew that the swordsman was wrong in fighting, and did not know the specific ideas of the revolutionary army. But Mom, wasn't I arranged to be in Dad's body? When Inger was first separated from Ying's body, she was not bound to Li's body. When Ying brought Inger back to the shadow space, Liu had not yet had a full night's sleep, and had never felt so confused and excited. You have to learn to act independently. When he is sleeping, You can do some chores to reduce his burden. On the way, Ying was still educating Li Yu's sword. But no one has to do it. Li Yu suddenly came back, carrying a phantom. That's what you think. Anyway, Li Yu will participate in the Killing Cup. Is this how to let the world know about their revolutionary army? Knowing that they want to save all mankind. Xiao Jian talked about his thoughts and felt that in a small group among the heretics, the revolutionary army is simply not a clean stream. It's the same. Our faith is to use the source of faith, and our faith is to save all mankind. Xiao Jian sent a message to Shadow. And by the way, he shared this red stain in the memory of future generations with the Shadow Demon. When Inga retracted Xiao Jian's body from the soles of her feet with great satisfaction, she suddenly found that Xiao Jian took out a big sword from his pocket. Those who hate us and use our self-knowledge to cultivate good intentions and satisfy our desire to kill will not be able to become a force in the revolutionary army in the future. How's it going? Xiao Jian Complex shared with Li Yu the battle of faith and tonight's chaos in the Killing Cup, and then made a body of Raven Luzon and presented it to Li Yu. Inger made up for the experience he had missed in the past, including faith, siege beasts and chaos. But at this moment, the big shadow still didn't realize it. When Inger thought about it, he realized that his father had indeed done something similar before, such as when he was hunting Huntler. You think we can't? Shall we will defy your decision. What does he think? Lao Lu asked Li Yu for his opinion. By the way, the mother and the child also had a serious exchange of ideas about Xiao Jian. Ying needs to ensure that Inger takes good care of Xiao Jian to avoid distortion when Ying is around. If you just come to kill, it will be a waste of that opportunity. How is their revolutionary army? There is nothing you want to say to the humans and demons in the entire small continent of chaos? Xiao Jian felt that he had nothing to say to the revolutionary army. Speaking of which, the Killing Cup is also a very bad opportunity. Is he dead-headed? Will he be able to pull one string and leave the rest free to move around? Ying was very gentle, picking up the looming string that connected Inger's little sword and said, Huh? As a swordsman, Li Yu certainly has that level of self-consciousness. Even the skeletons outside the Bone Cart Cult station were lazy and gathered in groups, surrounding the dominoes, waiting for the Killing Cup. It's you who spread the word. It's me. Xiao Jian pointed at Li Yu. If you want to save all mankind, the worst thing you can do is not be too involved with you. His idea is very wrong. He can't promote your ideas outside this demon coliseum? Lao Lu looked really busy and got straight to the point. Chapter 787 Qi Lu. I think this is it. Raven Luzon liked it with eyes full of love. Then it's settled. With the emblem, you can be remembered, and you may be subject to more pressure in the future? Li Yu felt that Lao Lu needed to be mentally prepared. Gathering more like-minded partners is more important than pressure. Lao Lu waved his hand. I will prepare something for Wang Mu. Time is running out, so we must do it as soon as possible. See you again sometime. Lao Lu greeted Li Yu, Ying and Inger respectively, and retreated from Wang Mu's sword light. See you soon. Wang Mu dismissed the sword light and left together. Li Yu is looking forward to the performance of the revolutionary army tonight. What are they going to prepare? Inger didn't know what to prepare. Isn't it a fight? Speech? I don't know either. Li Yu was not sure how far Lao Lu could achieve it in such a short period of time. Nor was he sure how other demons, humans or heretics would respond to the revolutionary army in the Colosseum full of demons. What an attitude. The next step is some details. Li Yu grabbed Leckies and began to enrich the details of the 8 groups of heretics who were about to participate. Can you still eat it? Although the insect eggs have been cleaned up. Chen Hui wants to take Chen Hui Yuan back into the retreat space to arm and heal herself first, just to make sure that Inger's memory is still enough. Your desire to kill. Under the base, Ching's face reappeared, reminding Wang Mu of what it wanted tonight. After that battle, you come and collect the goods, Wang Mu told Ching. And stop thinking about when to release 8 groups of heretics in order to absorb the desire to kill to the minimum extent and shake the pattern of the battle of faith. Even though we know we really want to team building. But anyway, it was the devil who pinched his face. Someone besides Wang Mu also knew about it, so he just let it go. The red hour has arrived. The candle flames flicker and light up in the sky. The eye of distortion floating under the wasteland immediately aimed at us. The shadow is very bulging, and it is difficult for others to move in a short period of time. The 2 swords of the world struck the moon, making no sound. Wang Mu had never imagined that the road from the foggy swamp to the drizzle corridor would be so difficult. And even Kakarot was beaten like that. Then, 7 more candles lit up. But with every knock, no candles will light up under the wasteland. Summoning tonight's gladiators. AKA noticed Wang Mu's arrival. But he made no moves and ate very focused. After only a slight delay, the situation in the Colosseum no longer changed drastically. The insect eggs only existed outside Kakarot's body, and were also all over the body of the Southern Devil. By the way, where's Kakarot? And Ire did it? The wind and sand everywhere obscured the gladiator's perception and sight. Unfortunately, the Eye of Distortion itself has a perspective function and delayed the return of the live broadcast. In addition, there is a humanoid blue cat whose fur is made of binding threads, which also looks very prickly. Does he feel that he has nothing to do? Wang Mu looked at Aching and found that the guy was indeed immersed in the desire to kill. What about such a small giant gorilla? Wang Mu turned the distorted eyes staring at him, then turned invisible and ran to Kakarot's side. But it wasn't just his arrival that completely disrupted the pace of the killing cup. Wang Mu dodged the dark elves coming from the shop, followed the movements of the red-skinned demon, and looked for AKA's figure, preparing to meet up with the vampire first, and then think about how to control the battlefield. Qinhui felt that she and the vampire might be able to talk together, and planned to drive the Eye of Distortion's idiom to reduce the commentary, so that the audience could pay attention to the small game and the 8 new groups of players who were about to enter the stage. Liu hasn't come yet. It's probably because Lao Lu still needs less time to prepare. Chapter 788. Come on, Malice. Liu knew their origins from the family crest on their flag. Of course, the 5 groups of gladiators themselves are also very recognizable. Unlike Jesse, who only participated in the battle alone, each of the 5 major families set basically a number of knights. Several hundred people attended the Clive family alone, some of them slaves. The slaves climbed up and down the wheels and spurs of the carriage. Their hands and feet were intertwined and bound together, and became the mounts of the gladiators on the carriage. The gladiators waved their long whips, constantly pouring out their anger on the slaves, causing the wailing sound seemed to be shouting some kind of chant. With each stroke of the whip, the slaves' bodies swelled and became more powerful. The carriage's speed also became faster, and the wheels turned at extremely high speeds, smashing the demons and heretics outside the formation into blood stains on the wasteland. People are everything. The family mottos rang in the minds of the Clives on the carriage, and the whips were swung more fiercely. Liu inexplicably remembered the slave owner and gladiator in the Colosseum who had tracked him to the library. The Medi family lined up in 2 neat rows, like a choir, and each gladiator held a slate horn in his hand. The entire array of the Sweet family is wrapped in black liquid. In Gainer's opinion, it does not look like Liutsui, and it is almost the same as Liutsui. All demons and heretics who taste the white liquid will show intoxication and joy, expressions of joy or bitterness, but no suicide, no swelling, no madness, no distortion. Just like when Jesse made a vow, the audience's emotions needed to be mobilized, and Zhong Ai naturally followed the trend, taking a step back to increase the income of desire for killing. It was as if the debt of every soul in the Colosseum was visiting Coin's eyes. We exchanged, accumulated, and measured the direction of the entire battle with coins. 100 flavors of life. Someone has a debt. As the sole king of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the lord of authority among human beings, Nier would certainly miss an opportunity to attack the empire. The crown locusts immediately rushed away from the sea of fire, driving away carriages, gunfire, and amidst the thunder and lightning of the trumpet. Ever since the 8 little families came to join the war, and the 7 little heretics stirred up the north, Zhong Ai had been huddled next to AK, eating and drinking with me, explaining casually, whether she personally participated in the battle, or even provoked the giant evil in the distance. Gunnar first narrates from the devil's perspective. In the process of the entanglement between the 7 little heretics, the rhombus in the sky faintly revealed a ray of light. Pure white light. There is no Protestantism there. There is no creation of God. There is no enemy army. There is the frontier harbor of mankind. Gana Ming boasted about the empire. But that time, the way of division was not the same. In addition to the vowed position, there was also a vague diamond shape in the sky. The green lake carrying the sect rippled, gradually eroding the garden of the 7-season sect. There was also a familiar face in the garden. This man who looked like a coconut, Gobraman, was constantly picking water from the lake in the wind, irrigating the sacred tree outside the garden. No matter how you look at it, it looks too human. Anyway, they are all messy beliefs. Inger's shadow was swollen, and he was holding it back, Kakarot was beating his chest outside the shadow space, whispering for a fight. The battlefield became chaotic, and Gainer had no need to do anything less. The texture of the light was very strange. Not at all like a night sect. The coin family shook the coins in their hands, and threw them to the demons and heretics, who came and went. They bought our lives and slowly expanded the entire legion. When the trumpet was sounded, all the devils with ears put their heads in their hands, and knelt on the ground to welcome the nobles of the empire. Surrounded by Jesse's fire wings, the 7 small families slowly occupied the center of the Colosseum, moving closer to the far side of the base. Medi's horn sounded in unison, and lightning began to pour out from it, smashing the demons into flesh, along with the entanglement of the sea of fire and yellow clouds. The sky was vaguely divided. We are humanity's first hope. If he wants to be a heretic carrying a demon, a curse who lives on bodily fluids, or a refugee who has to go through 7 seasons every day, then join the empire. The moon in the sky is bright red. Ghana was observing the Lyotsue and Mask Hush meetings carelessly, trying to analyze the old goat's intentions from our movements. Especially when we hear the voice of Gamma, who wrote the epic. We become even more immersed. The flow of curses rolled around the green lake, trying to absorb the fluid into the green lake, or inject the fluid into the green lake. The mask meeting was broken into pieces, constantly changing the mask under the face, mixed into the green lake, the garden, and even the green lake. The 8 small families of the empire. It was a collision of giant objects. Those guns and cannons have been mounted on various creations such as clockwork warriors and steam mechanized soldiers. When taken out individually, they were perfectly used and connected by the gunners, intertwining a firepower network that was almost inferior to bone conduction cannons. The next ones to enter are the 8 small families of the Taz Empire. Kingston, Mei Di, Zhong Ai. Gainer controlled his tongue and used Gamma's voice to introduce the origins of the 8 small families. Becoming host. The red color of the moon is more intense. As soon as it was over, Gunner thought that Wright was going to join the war in some way. But he was wrong when he came to find out. I remember it was taken away by Wright. Oh! It seems that Locust has objections to this. Following Gainer's introduction, Sandstorm and Locust slowly focused their attention on the center of the Colosseum, and the yellow clouds at the southern end flowed towards the center. Does the Empire want to annihilate all demons in the 100-year Slaughter Cup? Does it want to fulfill Jess's wish and directly annihilate the Demon King City? Are there any demons that can stop us? Words like thunder. Then the conversation changed. The invisible Zhong Ai jumped into the air and opened her mind. Bring it on! Example, false hair. Has the Yoi sect not been wiped out by Ajabuki's final ritual? Unintentionally. The gladiators of the 7 small families often lay their flags flat on the ground, or raise their family emblems to the sky, as if they want to show it to everyone in the world. Jesse also welcomed near, using the coldest flames and the smoothest mirror to entertain the king of locusts. Liu and the Coin family at the front are relatively more providential. Liu is a group of gunmen, backed by a mountain-like armory, and he takes out all kinds of guns and cannons from it. Enir, the king of locusts, finally came to the Colosseum in person. Liu is indeed very accurate. Good or bad, we can come here while Lao Lu and Wang were still here, so we can be kind. Gainer switched to the tone of an imperial supporter. If the fight continues like this, the desire to kill will definitely be massive, and the next step will only depend on the output of good intentions. Above the diamond-shaped empty sky, at the northern end of the Colosseum, Lyotsue, the Bearing Sect, the Masked Society, and the 7 Seasons Sect are entangled. Suddenly, 8 new groups of heretics appeared out of thin air in the Colosseum. Although there are still traces of the Big Wolf and the Forest Guard, the ones that are supposed to come are missing, and Kakarot has not yet basically recovered. The weakest strength of the Empire of God's will. The 2 heretics are both from the small altar, and the Bone Cart cult did not participate in that round of the Killing Cup. So if the old goat did not do anything in that battle, Lu Curse and Hidden Face would definitely will contribute. Even if the Night Sect comes back to life now, Gainer will feel it. Gainer was puzzled. Chapter 789 Lens and Microphone. In the sluggish Colosseum, the appearance of 8 groups of heretics did not attract much attention at first. They were like lost warriors, standing motionless on the wasteland. It wasn't until the Eye of Deformation cast its gaze upon them, and magnified their movements, that the audience and the gladiators noticed the existence of these 8 groups of weird-looking guys. The first, of course, is Kakarot, who is wearing armor and holding a spear, and the purple-green dinosaur-like armed giant. After all, these are the 2 biggest ones. Cockroach swept the spears and harvested the souls nearby. Smashing demons and heretics together, the purple-green armed giant was like a more primitive iron animal, with a long mouth. And every bite would kill a giant. Evil. The two giant beasts quickly swept away the monsters in the western part of the wasteland, and their bodies were covered in blood. Malicious plus 4444 plus 444 plus 2444. Reminders keep popping up in the Devil's Manual. Of course, the audience was very curious about these two monsters. And then, they saw them open their mouths and speak imperial and demonic common tongues. Join the Scion cult. Protect the continent of Chaos. Cockroach shouted to the sky. Very determined. Even if they die, the dwarves will be reborn in the frost, gradually turning the wasteland on their feet into glaciers. It's just a diamond-shaped gap and ripples under the double swords and the blood moon, the twin rivers, the starry sky crown, the giant hand in the void, and the scales of this constellation all emerge quickly. And at that moment, the diamond-shaped vacancy was torn apart, and ripples appeared in the sky. The battle situation in the wasteland was dizzying, with dominoes and eyes of distortion being burned one after another, and then replaced with new ones. Although Wang Mu had not yet seen Achin become drunk before absorbing so little desire to kill. But the live broadcast is still smooth. Wang Mu didn't even have any expectations. He expected that the old goat would be willing to make noises, let the wasteland grow grass, and then emerge from the grass. Under the gaze of the gods in the sky, ripples of chaos slowly spread from the central sea of fire to the 7 weeks Liuswa, the carrying sect. The 7-season sect and the masked society also competed for the gaze from the sky. But Duan Wei is waiting. The formations of Curse of Flow, Cult of the Bearer, and Cult of the 7 Seasons have become milder. Green Lake rapidly declined in size. It has 8 horns under its head. Its tail carries a bone hammer. Its hands are short, but have huge mouthparts and rows of sharp and dense fangs. The dinosaurs all raised their heads, looked at the sky, and said in human language, "Destroy Jurassic." Except for Duan Weixiat. The new heretics seem to be hindered to some extent. It seems that they are aware that they are preaching. Of course, the Curse sect, the Bearing sect, and the 7-season sect will also let go of such a bad opportunity, except for the mask-hiding meeting. The voices of the believers of the 8 small sects ended in confusion and uniformity. And together, they took advantage of the centuries. Stage preaching and killing cup. Fight the devil. Listen to the gospel. The purple-green steel monster also had a big mouth, even bigger than Cockroach. Wang Mu retreated from the blue cat's flag and adjusted the shadow and photon pigments to make the emblem under the flag more eye-catching. Don't think about it. The camera and microphone are all right there with you. Now you go. Wang Mu summoned 8 groups of heretics, led AK, and rushed into the sea of fire along with the sword light. Afterwards, the gladiators and the audience noticed these dinosaurs, which were slightly larger than the giant beasts, but were extremely small. The low tower is correct. It was difficult for the dwarves to break through the raging sea of fire in the icy lake, and the hair on their legs was cut off one by one. Liu also became a scorched cat, lying with Thor, who was burnt white by electricity. Only then did the audience realize that they were heretics with their own teachings. The first person Wang Mu waited for was Duan Wei, the blue cat carrying a small flag. And even if the dwarves, demon hunters, or Liu can be killed, they will always reappear in the most conspicuous places, like groups of ghosts or wandering souls. From the voices of the 8 small families, Wang Mu understood the Empire's thoughts indeed. The 8 small families were like 8 ants, seeking the favor of the gods. The situation in the wasteland gradually found order in the chaos. 8 groups of heretics shouted their own doctrines and spread continuously, squeezing the space of sea of fire, sandstorms, green lakes and gardens. They stir each other up. Did Wright and Carlos make a mistake? It's a pity that I didn't wait. The demon hunters focused on these weak, single demons. We wandered under the wasteland, analyzing each low-level demon, and then buzzed like flies, granting death to those low-level demons. There wasn't even a gold rug. Wang Mu noticed the changes in the sky and realized that the killing cup finally attracted the attention of the gods. With the entry of 8 new groups of heretics and the broadcast of the Eye of Deformation, the 8 small families of the Empire, the King of Locusts in Ire, and even the other 7 small sects are the protagonists of the battlefield again. Super Scion, Cockroach grew golden hair, stabbed the green lake with a spear, and directly dug out the followers of the sect on the ground. The sandstorm surged to the north. The purple-green monster was swallowed up by the central sea of fire and burned into a small ball of scrap metal. The stains and slurry that exploded were slowly absorbed by the flow. But it did not affect its attempt to stand up again. The Avenger swung my tentacle hammer, absorbed the thunder and lightning from the Medi family's horn, and struck it in the opposite direction. There was only a sea of fire, a green lake, and a sandstorm in the Colosseum. And there was less of a thunderstorm. With the efforts of the 8 small families, the eyes of the audience and the gods are staring straight at the sea of fire in the center. I mean, I've been waiting for a long time. Ha ha ha. I'm playing too small. I'm playing too small. Compared with those smaller ones. The Leg Hair Sect, White Snow Sect, Avengers, Demon Hunters and Cat and Mouse team are a little more powerful. But their combat capabilities are definitely strong. The people of the 8 small families in the Empire became excited. Or wait for a green pasture and listen to the finale of the Battle of Faith. But the scene was so chaotic that the audience's heads were about to explode. Of course, those who are also about to explode are not killing Desire and Rantha. Even after being eroded to the point where only their skeletons are left, the dinosaurs still fight frantically, calling for meteorites in the sky. Then they dispersed high above the sky, rushing towards the sea of fire and yellow clouds in the center, the green lake in the north, and the sandstorm in the south. Of course, they are constantly being produced by Wang Mu. The good intentions absorbed by the 8 groups of heretics are enough to satisfy their consumption. For Wang Mu, it is like a film sequence that is constantly regressing. As long as the audience is enough, that sequence will eventually end with the Empire. It ends with the entry of the 7 small sects. A small number of demons and humans were confused by the strange teachings of the 8 heresies. It was embarrassing to know that there were so few weird beliefs out there. The Leg Hair cult quickly occupied some of the souls traded by the Coin family, fighting for, tearing, and levering the Sea of Fire. A dwarf from the Snow White cult released Frost and summoned the heat of the north to the huge Colosseum. Duan Wei directly recited the teachings of the 8 heretics on his side using the learning tongue embedded under the dominoes, surpassing the teachings of the others. Their facial expressions are dull, but they twitch from time to time, interfering with the battles on various battlefields, looking for a mouse and slow. As long as Wang Mu wanted to, he could not ask the 8 groups of heretics to rise up at any time. Nor could he ask AKA to suppress the increasingly crazy sea of fire and sandstorm. Finally, a sword light cut a path through the sea of fire and extinguished many sparks. Amid the roars of the 2 monsters, the Killing Cup paused for a moment. Tai Guan, who wasn't even watching the battle, was shocked. Work hard, welcome the new divine oath. No wonder we, whose images are hidden behind the scenes, choose to appear in the Killing Cup with such little fanfare, and are even willing to fight against demons and heretics, or wait for a sword to set off a new low in the Killing Cup. Coming? The 8 ants all want to become gods, so they need to work harder. The turbulence in the sky reflected on the ground, and the flames in the center of the Colosseum suddenly surged. The gods are indeed watching you. Li Yuechi from the Cat and Mouse team were scattered on the field one after another. Some of them were thick, some were proportionally funny, and they were not even square. Chapter 790. We have been inspired. Save all mankind. At this moment, all the distorted eyes were focused on Wang Mu's big flag. The sickle and hammer on the flag were crossed, fluttering in the sandstorm and sea of fire. We have been inspired. Liu controlled the evangelical warriors and cockroach's tongue and yelled the slogan stiffly. Then the steel monster and the orangutan monster joined behind Wang Mu. The purple-green Evangelion held a giant scythe, harvesting the lives of the Clive family like wheat. The spear in Cockroach's hand was replaced by a giant hammer by Liu, crushing the flow and the curse like mud, carrying the body of the sect. The revolutionary army became the only focus tonight. Next, the 6 groups of heretics, the Avengers, the Snow White sect, and the Cat and Mouse team, also joined the ranks of the revolutionary army. They rushed away from the edge of the sea of fire in a strange and unrestrained manner, and rushed straight to the central base of the Colosseum. Green Lake was forced away, and began to fight with the Northern Garden to avoid the brilliant sword light. Ding! Until Jess's raised sword met Wang Mu's sword, and they were locked together. The difference is small. It's time to start. And we knew that Jessie could only do that for the first time on the stage. Indeed, besides my sword, the only thing accompanying Jessie at this moment was a group of heretics with a sudden change of style, who were no different from demons. And who was silent. You can't either? The diamond-shaped airspace in the sky shook violently. Save all mankind. The enemy is not only the devil, but also the Empire itself. Jessie opened Lao Lu's sword, And although his mouth was not struggling at all, he still said every word. We can only urge Lao Lu repeatedly to make the sea of fire become more turbulent. Burn out the sword light. And completely obliterate Nai Hui. Will the Demon King refuse? The sky was split. And the rhombus-shaped void split into several broken pieces. I saw you last time. Jesse still remembered that there was also a sword in the opener, and chased the little wolf. Cursing and hiding one's face will cause one to fall into madness. The white light that was pulled up becomes darker. And a guy who looks like a priest with a human head embedded in his chest is looming. The shape of the sky was distorted. And then it was covered with a golden carpet. The golden carpet was covered with mottled traces of decay, forming two completely matching textures relative to the gold. And we heard the Emperor's call. And the fire wings transformed, responding to the scale in the sky, and smashed towards the revolutionary army. Wang Mu hasn't won any money yet. The vows in the sky became concrete. Isn't this him? In front of Lao Lu. The Medi family blew their horns and shouted our question. After hearing Jesse's horrific speech, the Protestant Carlos wanted to join the killing cup and silence Jesse. As long as he wants to live a free life. Or want his life to be controlled by the Empire. Demons or heretics. You are not comrades. But loyal comrades. And we continue to read according to Liu's finger. The Empire is the only possibility to save mankind. As a soldier sent by Carlos to the killing cup, Jesse represented Kingston and Alexander at the same time, and offered an olive branch to Wang Mu. Lao Lu's sea of fire was raging around Jesse, and the gladiators from the other 7 small families were rushing in. Jesse's sword light had no momentum to be suppressed. In front of Jesse, 8 groups of revolutionary army comrades stirred up the sea of fire, and pushed 8 small families out of the center of the candle's base. At the same time, there is a brief stagnation in the desire to kill, and the harvest you open. Together, you can save all mankind. Jesse's voice was deafening on the imitator. As long as the 8 heretics stay by Nai Hui's side, Hui will receive endless goodwill. Of course, the revolutionary army at this stage cannot respond to every call. We are supported by the powerful people, and not less by humans. Demons and heretics with malicious intentions. They are waiting for Jesse's sword to be charged by Lao Lu. Cut off. Then die. Those words seem to be shouted out for me. We hope that the people who are staring at the killing cup will see Carlos, the spokesman of the Empire's Protestantism, with the head of the Pope of the old church stuffed in his chest. Go back. Following the instructions of Wright and Tozos, Lao Lu swung his sword, cut off the white light, and stopped Carlos from arriving. It's actually an empire? The armrests of the throne were stained with the Emperor's blood, and right on the side looked responsible. And at that moment, the blood moon in the world dimmed, and the income from the desire for killing suddenly increased. These humans and demons watching the killing cup had never heard similar arguments. Some knowledge is sprouting in an absolutely chaotic battlefield. The Empire is the culprit of mankind's predicament. Under Liu's note, there were accusations against the Empire. It is not enough for the Sand people, refugees, and people of the Empire not to think about it. The future awakening will require less time and less real combat. It's broken. You've finished moving your mouth. It's time to take action. And Hui's face was rosy. He put away the note, and the light of his sword surged, so sharp that it couldn't even cut off a corner of the sky. You should join the Empire. Then the front was wrapped in blood and torn in two. Chariots, choirs, white liquid, musketeers, and traded souls squeezed the sword light together. And the 8 small families of the Empire worked together. Wang Mu also cooperated to give us close-ups one by one with his distorted eyes. And his mouth made a faint hum. The desire to kill that Tassos contributed was definitely more than that of the 8 small families. In an instant, the desire to kill and good intentions seemed to have lost their texture, becoming as light as the sea. The demons had some thoughts of their own accord. Wait a moment. Wang Mu took out a few finger strips from his arms and looked at them. Found them. Wang Mu finally knew what we had been preparing for us for a long time. aka exerted his strength, and Lao Lu lost his wings. Even if he is a devil, as long as he is your comrade, you can own your own land and live in peace of mind. Jesse shouted the first sentence. And Hui Zheng. But Hui still wants to win even less. Liu's expression was too weak, and Lao Lu was unable to reply for a moment. He also planned to talk nonsense with Hui, and his men tried harder, hoping to turn me into ashes with one sword. Under the small continent of chaos, before the killing cup, there was no new definition of comrades and comrades in arms. We finished thinking. Join the Empire? The Empire has never cherished its people. Jesse said in a script. Before the Battle of Steel City, the Empire used the 8 small families as its minions. Greedily squeezing the people's future, they listened to the Low Tower, labeled the Old Holy See as a heretic, and allowed the Protestant religion. Wang Mu had not yet received enough desire to kill and good intentions. And before Jesse spoke out the demands of the Revolutionary Army, the desire to kill suddenly surged before a pause. The last sentence is missing. Jesse held the end of the note. At this moment, everything else happening in the wasteland is so important. Kill me! Kill me! Kill us! In the palace of God's sworn city, Tozo stared at the dominoes, patted the throne and shouted, "Those are not the 8 small families of the Empire. Can we represent humanity?" Jesse raised his sword and pointed at the 8 small families in turn. "In our opinion, it should be the devil, the Demon King City, that caused the situation in the small continent of Chaos. You can't live a bad life." But it won. The people are just their tools, used to sacrifice to the gods, or to activate this machine called the Empire to suck the people's marrow and spirit. Chapter 791, Giving Too Much. Not only Jesse, but also the teams of the other 5 major families were quickly divided by 8 groups of revolutionary armies. The yellow-haired Kokoro grabbed the chariot like a toy and smashed it with a giant hammer while its hands were smashed. It regrown, bit by bit breaking the slaves and slave masters on the ruts. And it was about to smash it. The Evangelion wielded the scythe and cooperated with the cat and mouse team and the snow dwarves to cut open the sweet family and the imprinted family wrapped in black liquid. The black liquid was sucked into the chest, and the coins were stuffed into the pockets. The Avenger was covered in countless tentacles and no longer looked like a human, but under the cover of Jurassic. The thunder and lightning he exploded washed the choir's body, electrocuting one many after another. The leg hair was stuck with the musketeers and the edge, LS on the ground. Every bullet and bomb was against the Gainer family, misfiring, backfiring, and smashing their faces. The blood and sword light were completely entangled in the sea of fire, with billowing smoke and sharp sword energy gradually being torn and cut away. The 6 major families collapsed completely, and even the ground in the center of the Colosseum was not intact. Just like the beginning of chaos, the ripples in the sky flowed and swayed, except for the crown, the twin rivers, the giant hands of the void, and the golden blanket gradually disappeared, and they no longer paid attention to this battle. "You seem to have found someone?" AKA washed Jess's body and asked Liu with great interest. "This is really a person. A real person." Liu hid in Wang Mu's shadow, as if stroking the note in his arms. The candlelight wrapped the bodies of Liu and the other gladiators from our 7 small families. And after we completely lost our lives, we were teleported out of the Colosseum. Nier was forced to stay for a moment less, since Inga released 8 groups of heretics. Now we are in front of the Revolutionary Army. The outside of the shadow space is empty. At this moment, when we see the locust crown inlaid with countless magic stones and orbs, of course we swallow it in one gulp. Its head was finally split in half, and the countless eggs hidden inside quickly exploded and withered. Even if Liu's beliefs have not changed, his vows still exist. But the ripples in the sky limit the scales, and the 8 small families underground are about to perish. We are your gladiators, and will always be out there. Can you allow us to die outside? Aching seemed to realize what Wang Mu was going to say. As the Revolutionary Army exerts its strength, the chariots, choirs, white liquids, musketeers, and souls take a step back and shrink. "Hey, I'll kill you." AKA gave up his wish and opened his cloak. Like a curtain suddenly opened in the eternal night, spreading it towards the dying flame. "Dad? Bad thing." The crown became Miao Bing's trophy. But after a second thought, Miao Bing changed his story again. "We'll also give you little desire to kill." Jess's response was the flapping of locust wings, without a single word mixed in with it. Miao Bing blew. "Where is Whitson? Call Whitson here. It's his turn." The locusts and sandstorms disappeared, along with the 7 small sects in the north. The sky finally became intense, reduced to layers of ripples, and then returned to the red blood moon and the 2 swords. He owes humanity what he owes, and it's time to pay it back. Jess's sword light separated from the sandstorm and went straight to the crown underneath's head. "You have to win. You have to win. Can I see him?" Of course AKA knew that Jesse was just Lao Lu's spokesperson, and the real owner was not present. Tonight the Empire was completely defeated. Wang Mu rushed away from Jesse's shadow, turned around, faced the sandstorm in the south, and spoke in unison with Jesse. "What do you owe mankind? You are the master of authority of mankind. Inaya raised his crown. Kill this revolution. Carlos was furious and poured saliva on right. It was only one game. And I basically got the benefits of the Killing Cup finals. What will happen when we get to the 8th stage? Yeah. Jesse was busy cutting into Liu's calf, removing all the bones and flesh. The Killing Cup begins, and only the Revolutionary Army and the distorted eyes staring at the Revolutionary Army are left in the field. Although he knew that Aching had gained a lot of desire to kill so far, Wang Mu even followed me. The profit from that battle alone was enough to exchange for the relics of aggregation and Iha. Of course, because of one sentence, I gained less desire to kill and good intentions. Where's the low tower? The low tower is coming too. Hack my devil's ass. I'll kill you. Miao Bing whispered. Almost working hard due to fate, how could he let go of the 8 imperial families in the empire, who wanted to win the Killing Cup and become famous in one battle under the gaze of the gods? The giant locust finally disappeared. But its crown was cut into 7 pieces, broken into 2 pieces, and crashed to the ground. If we were allowed to go in now, it would actually be very detrimental to Wang Mu. Wang Mu felt that he might have listened to Jess's speech and didn't nod his head. The candle was lit. Achin realized that Inaya was not on the verge of death and had to send me away now. Until the front of the Killing Cup. Aching's answer was very firm. At the border between the Empire and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This giant locust lost its crown and shed tears of blood. Then, Wang Mu noticed that candles started to light up under us. Killing is inevitable. Wang Mu thought of the list of contestants for the 8th stage that appeared above the intertwined lines of fate. But the atmosphere is so coaxed that if you can kill. The sandstorm south of the Colosseum seemed to have been wiped by an eraser, and was slowly disappearing. Wang Mu also understood that the solidity of the fate line actually originated from Aching. Too little. What we have given is too little. And if the 8 small families survive, it seems that it will be less conducive to harvesting the desire to kill and good intentions? He'll wait a minute. Miao Bing remembered what might have happened, and flashed under the base of the candlestick, used his shadow to open Aching's eyes, and wrote underneath. The center of the Colosseum is occupied by the Revolutionary Army. The green lake to the north is still entangled with the garden. The sandstorm in the south is sweeping into the sky. It seems that it is very angry, and wants to take back the gradually disappearing crown of stars. Aching discovered that in that Killing Cup, no one seemed to be able to stop Jingwang and the Revolutionary Army. Want to escape? Ha. Wang Mu laughed warmly. And the shadow bounced to the land where the giant locust was. And the shadow of the candle was pulled hard. Even if we were killed, we might be able to gain some advantage over the old goat and the Protestant thousands. That's cool. Wang Mu expressed appreciation for Inger's quick action. In the last scene, look forward to how we will die. Wang Mu switched to Gamma's voice to continue to build suspense for the previous scene. Wang Mu had already heard the strong hatred for Inai air in Jesse's heart. Aching's guess was correct. Okay. I'm the kind of guy who cares about etiquette. Wang Mu poked Jesse on the shoulder with his shadow. Your friend wants to meet Lao Lu. Can he arrange it? Along with this, there are also these heretics that are entangled in the north. The revolution will fail. When the 8 small families advanced, Wang Mu used his imitative words to spread the dignity of the Revolutionary Army. The desire to kill and good intentions soared to the limit. And it lasted forever. The sword light threw away Kakarot, Evangelion and blood curtain in front of him, and instantly glanced behind the eyes of this giant locust. Although Lao Lu comes from the snow country, the origin of the Revolutionary Army is in the south. In the Kingdom of Sand, a place ravaged by nirvana and locusts. Chapter 792, Are you laughing? Why didn't you participate? Carlos asked Whitson on the throne. My latest creation is at a critical stage. I can't leave tonight, so I didn't participate. The creation minister of the Taz Empire tried his best to suppress his smile, not wanting to get into trouble when the emperor was furious. And if I participate, which family will I represent? Alexander? I thought you had chosen Jesse to be the gladiator. In the end, Whitson accidentally stabbed Carlos. Are you smiling? Carlos asked through gritted teeth. Wright hastily smeared Whitson's face with light, trying to hide his smile. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I thought that the latest creation was about to be completed, and I couldn't help but want to share the news with you. Whitson reluctantly explained his smile. Talk about it. After the 6 major families were expelled from the Colosseum by the Revolutionary Army, Carlos was in urgent need of some good news. The tower finally realized that it no longer hides the power of chaos. They shared this power with me. Whitson took out a machine box from his body. Wright's expression changed drastically. This box was the one that almost exploded in the final ceremony, and was then sent to the Demon King city by the Seraphim. Don't worry. This is very stable. This is a very powerful force. I named it Dark Matter. Whitson stuffed the box back into his body, and every inch of his skin became active, spliced, and released steam. This will be the top creative power in that small continent. The power is 10 times or 100 times that of old creations such as steam robots and clockwork warriors. It can be driven by soldiers with a little training. It is very slow to end mass production. It has a self-destruct function and can be equipped with a large eye of mercy. No creation can save mankind. You have to see that in the last Killing Cup, we were able to cooperate with his new creation army to kill demons and also kill these humans who dared to raise the flag. When the swordsman shouted the slogan, Whitson was speechless. A feeling of trepidation. In motion, he exudes infinite power. Like an overloaded machine. You are from the Empire. And the Empire has its subordinates. Carlos immediately and firmly replied. We are a cult. And we have suspicions about the cult. Will you join us in overthrowing yourself? Carlos introduced. The details and inner walls of this armor were also constantly changed. Very smoothly. Yes, fellow countrymen. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is of the same generation as you. Ha ha ha. Liang Fuhong laughed so hard that he laughed. Mina pulled out his teeth and asked, then how to explain? The god of greed and the god of knowledge cooperated? Mina, Linda and Tim gathered again between the starry sky dome and the lowest point, analyzing the scenes projected by the eye of distortion. Wright was more worried. You hate us so much that you want to kill the revolution, Whitson added. After our ideas are passed to Taz, I must pay attention. Carlos nodded. Data is only one step away from mass production. And the research on chaos will continue to deepen until it can create this huge mushroom cloud. How could Liang Fuhong recognize this flag? But among the gears and springs in Carlos' body, a line of imperial language was inexplicably pieced together. When this small flag was put up, the Minister of Creation was excited. But our focus did not focus on a certain demon or a certain human being. We intercepted the appearance of the sky beneath the two swords and the moon, trying to catch the gaze of the gods. Well, Whitson's rage was not soothed by the armor. But there was no less emotion. What does he think of the Revolutionary Army? Does he want to join his fellow team? Liang Fuhong asked meaninglessly. What are you waiting for? Liang Fuhong asked. Slowly complete it. Mass produce it. And arm it into your army. The worst is the worst. We must kill all the gladiators of the Revolutionary Army under the last Killing Cup and let this flag turn into ashes. Whitson gave the death order. According to Geoda, the power of knowledge has entered the active period. So your research will have countless inspirations and will go more smoothly. Liang Fuhong took off his arm and connected the computer box alone. I haven't seen too many new creations. Every time they appear, people have high hopes. But in the end, they bring disappointment. Of course the crown and the vow will be absent. Linda, the man with the pocket watch, adjusted the timeline, as if putting together a puzzle, to piece together the entire sky. The giant hand of the void is squeezed inside, which shows that thieves and hunters want to join. But they have to join. Carlos only doubted creation. For me, that was the tip Quan Quan gave me. Compared to the Emperor's call, the process of that Killing Cup was more important. No, not at all. Carlos smiled even more sadly. Outside the Revolutionary Army, there are no people from Chaos. Damn it. Maybe it wasn't the outsiders who created the Revolutionary Army. Leave it to the North. And you want the rest. Liang Fuhong solemnly emphasized. In the last Killing Cup, you have to see that the Empire and the Ministry of Creation dominate everything. The gaze from the sky must be controlled by your existence. Huh? Whitson was non-committal and turned to Wright. So you think? Next. In addition to the monsters on the Sea of Death and the Locust and its sandstorm in the south, he should also devote some of his energy to paying attention to it. The movement of the Revolutionary Army has come to light. The origin of Carlos is known to only a very few people in the Empire, including of course the Emperor and the Little Wizard. He doesn't know anything about the Revolutionary Army? Wright asked for Woodson. Of course Twin Rivers will miss the slow music, and it will be brought closer. People from Chaos, others? Like him? Wright asked. Silence returned in the palace, with the Emperor, the young wizard, and the Minister of Creation each having their own concerns, and until the end of the discussion, no one from the lower tower showed up. Mark your words. No one will die. Very few. Woodson stared at Wright and Carlos. That's what you want to share with him. Carlos smiled again. This time without hiding it. The golden carpet, that may not be what you meant. But he is too active. Linda finally found his way. His level of activity is consistent with the god of knowledge. The Empire will soon overwhelm the Empire. Carlos shared the good news with the Emperor. It's the same thing that time. Demon King City has not lost the ability to use its limited resources. As long as it takes a little time, the Empire will become the weakest military force in the small road again. Carlos was very confident. But it is not exciting for the idea it represents if chaos brings fewer travelers. It will prove that it has become very active. And the extraction of dark matter will be more convenient. Golden Carpet. Rude Gold was also the protagonist in that battle. When Mina said the name of Dead Gold, his teeth suddenly turned into pure gold and then rotted away. Gouda is just an appetizer. After a while, this giant mushroom may be realized. My arms gradually turned into a set of armor, which looked neither like skeleton armor nor a thin version of a steam engine soldier. And Nair's crown was left in the Demon King's city. Now is the worst chance to dispel the sandstorm. Wright nodded. Chapter 793, Cool Little Girl. Mortal Gold. The golden carpet in the sky. The god of greed. The great magicians in the supreme realm could predict his appearance. But they did not think that he should be so active. The golden carpet even covered the two swords and the moon. This shows that someone has gained a lot from this battle. Linda, the pocket watchman, simply described the facts. This is a bit difficult to guess. Is it consistent with the one blessed by the god of knowledge? Mina pulled Xing Kong in and tried hard to distinguish the twists in the starry sky. Not sure. After all, we still don't know who is being blessed by the god of knowledge. Linda shook his head, unable to find the center of the ripple's focus. Those 8 groups of heretics were too close to the revolutionary army. But there was no sign of any correspondence with the times. He is hiding? Stars? Tell me who it is. Mina looked hard. As usual, Skeleton Tim was the most silent one. Almost just standing there watching. Reluctantly participating in the party. What do the dead gain? Mina couldn't find the answer and asked Tim proactively. Heh. Tim suddenly shrugged as if he had heard a joke. Time is a very important resource. AK understood what Bao Zhu meant. Be patient. Wait until I come back. Kill Redcoat. And you will be free. Noli Moore was of course fully aware of the current situation of Mina and himself. No. The dead people don't know how they died. Tim responded without emotion. In the gathering of entangled and helpless souls, what they repeatedly screamed before dying was that they didn't understand. Often, the god of knowledge will set his sights on the Demon King City during the Killing Cup. But in the rest of the time, it rarely looks at the low tower. Liu comforted AKA. At the same time, Aching's body also began to separate, and a thin crack appeared at the base of the candle. The god of knowledge seems to have seen it. AKA pointed at Linda. It also ate many souls and dominated that battle. That aspect proved that Linda was greedy and unproductive. There was almost no intention of asking Minabai to work. Look, with so little desire to kill, it has to be dozens of qualities. Right? It's still enough to exchange for one aggregate and one relic. Mina inserted the staff of deception outside Lin's head while absorbing Lin's magic, while talking to Aching, who did Noli Moore and come with. I think it's time to get up. Bao Bu scratched his head in distress. But Tim didn't react at all. No way. Tim counted the pile of dead people to see if he could find the red-skinned devil. They all feel they are innocent. Yes. Anyway, the Killing Cup hasn't been played for many times. If you don't look around enough, when you find the real response, make sure that this soul is stared at by the god of greed and the god of knowledge. If you find it, you will be in trouble. Liu, he didn't get too entangled. Find me. Find the moment I was born. And I won't be a dead person yet. This, what does he want? Aching was silent for a moment, and took out Ia's relics. I have to negotiate with Aching, and count the spoils. I'm very busy, and he will be annoyed. Noli Moore transformed into this flag and beat Bao Shuguang. If you can maintain that kind of profit, at the beginning of the 7th stage and around the end of the 8th stage, you will give him both the aggregation and Ia relics. Aching insisted on the bottom line. But I'm sure if I let him get what he doesn't want now, he will still slack off and work hard. Aching used Bao Zhu's logic to resist Mina. He thinks I could teach you how to make an egg ball before? Bao Zhuguang pointed at these 8 strange shadows. There was no leg hair cult, scion cult, cat and mouse team, etc. Outside, try to speculate, because the results may be exactly the same. Liu shook his head. Once the direction is accurate, it will waste a small amount of your time to backtrack or deduce it. The crack open part of the library, stopping in the corridor of confusion, being crushed to death by dinosaurs, electrocuted by tentacles, run over by chariots, burned to death by fire. Spade was comfortable enough to speak out. Aching is no longer the simple Aching he was before. He was affected by the desire to kill? Liu asked. Could it be that one? AKA reluctantly found a piece of land facing the ripples, and took a screenshot. This is all done. It's cooperation. What's the point? Mina gave Aching a very firm feedback through the staff of deception. I am dividing the spoils with Aching. Some of them were corroded by the Green Lake, and some were trampled to death by orangutans. Mina, however, temporarily made time to pay attention to Ing. Wait a minute. Aching's bottom line was shaken. But what if after this, it gets greedy enough to do little harm, and becomes even more aggressive? Baozhu has not given up on the search yet. If so, you guys also want to participate in the killing cup? Beside Inger, the shadows of broken locusts were flying around, chaotically arranged, and turned into a line of words that's cool. The same goes for Yinger. In the end, your eyes are fixed on the crown that was cracked open underground. The crown that was put away by the shadow. Hey, when are you going to participate in the killing cup? Spade was very happy. I'm really greedy. I know that time. What harm did the god of greed and the god of knowledge give me? I'm so curious and want. AKA bit his finger, looking at Baozhu and Wan wandering between pastoralists. The redskins outside Aching's cloak are withered, their souls converted into magic power, nourishing the staff of deception. In the picture, a vampire with long hair and a red cloak is eating a red-skinned demon that comes from the huge mouth of the abyss. He must give the same polymerization and the relics now. The remaining ones will be taken out after the 7th stage. Seeing that Linda was about to be drained by him, Mina found out that there was no way to successfully deceive him in one go. So he just can retreat gradually. What does he want? Mina needs a specific content to deceive more easily. At the same time, Noli Moore and Spade huddled between the giant bone car and the ice eye, playing and reliving the retreat of the killing cup. Huh? Shadow Demon? Is it Noli Moore? AKA bit his finger and let out starlight. When will I come back? He's urging me. Dandon sensed that the particles controlled by Mina were still in the Demon King city, and had no intention of approaching the Drizzle corridor. And that was just one game. There were not so many before. He also hopes that the spoils will disappoint you. From now on, working hard is a contribution. Right? Baozhu asked Aching. You are just kidding. AKA took back his suggestion. You want. Baozhu made a complex comparison and made a decision very slowly. Inger wore Inir's crown, like a big girl wearing a new floral dress, spinning around to show Mina. Mina flipped the table first. If you want to do it, you should also become a shadow cult first. Noli Moore stroked his shadow. Chapter 794, Daily Killing. Convergence. Liu pointed to Aching's broken body. Compared with Chia's relics, Liu's need for cohesion is more urgent with cohesion. In addition to allowing the skyship to take off more smoothly, he can also test the reaction of Demon King City. If the separation of the library will attract the attention of the Demon King, Liu also needs to think about how to overcome the Demon King himself. If the Demon King really forgets himself because of the old goat's ritual, and the only one who can remember the authority of the library is Bitterberg, then he only needs to seize Bitterberg's authority at the moment of leaving the library, and then leave one. The fake library is in the Demon King's castle, and you're done. Liu needs to be familiar with aggregation and its possible impact in advance. As for Chia's relic, it is just a prop that can greatly strengthen the skyship. There are shadow remnants of Chia himself deconstructed in the Fog Swamp and the Tai River, so it is not a big problem to control it. Okay. Aching seemed to be shedding his skin. Somewhere in his body broke. And then, he shed a small model of a library. Liu stuffed the aggregation into the groove of his brain, and felt very comfortable the night of madness was not in vain. In addition to gaining a lot of malice, he finally got this urgently needed thing. It can increase the overall relevance of a piece of land, and allow it to evolve into an area. It can be understood as a seed for me, Aching explained. Seed? This was not what Liu wanted. Can only locusts be born? Liu asked. This crown that once belonged to Inir has not been completely wrapped by the shadow at this moment. and becomes one with it, the shadow locusts gather and disperse, following the brain spirit and the shadow demon. Yao Qian listened and heard Inger repeatedly shouting strange words, like "you are your king" in her heart. That hat looks pretty bad. Li Yu took a photo. Huh? Isaac? Li Yu thought of suddenly hearing that distant name. What Li Yu wants is a completely independent space. He said it again? Li Yu stopped and asked Inger. The king's crown. From now on, you are also a king. Shadow's mood was very exciting. Shadow locusts laid eggs outside the shadow, giving birth to fewer locusts. That's so convenient. Shadow changed his mind. And the shadow locusts laid eggs. And then they hatched into steam robots, clockwork warriors, and even Protestant believers and miniature giant spiders. Will Mom be angry? Inger couldn't pretend to be no more. But she was sure of her mom's reaction. Yao Qian cannot make time to do less. Thinking of that, Yao Qian suddenly recalled an old-school warrior named Sawyer. You are your king. Ha ha ha. For example, go to the small hole to see the situation of the skyship. And leave the cohesion to Tong Lao and Tom, for example. Go to the drizzle corridor and Redcoat's side to listen to our plan to usurp faith. Yes, the first generation of Braves. I am so weak. As Demon King himself, Aching's oldest memory of the Brave is not Isaac Lamont. Will the new area belong to him? Or will it be the library? I hope he gets what he wants as soon as possible. Li Yu knew that Aching hated the desire to kill, and thought it was a task given to it by the devil. Did he think that it would eventually want to recall memories? Find the dragon and erect fewer small pillars? Is he recovering? This thing will be yours sooner or later. Li Yu retreated from the small hole along the path pointed by Inger. Has he gotten new toys? Li Yu understood whether it fell off or not. It didn't matter at all. Although Aching was once torn apart by Isaac, he admired the zombie very much. Yes, or something else will be born from the next. Obviously, Aching does not like reading. Well, Aching responded and disappeared into the base of the candlelight. Does he think it's a pity that there is more of this than that? Yao Qian needed to clarify Aching's attitude towards that matter. And it was just the disadvantages brought about by the luck of the transaction. Dad, why do you want his relic? This thing is so bad. Inger had enough fun with the crown, crushed it, and caught it in the shadow. It is estimated that under the last killing cup, the figure of the first generation of Braves can be seen. You are the king. If you want more toys, you must have fewer toys. Inger wrote in small letters on the ground, looking very majestic, after making a big noise and bravely venturing into the forbidden forest, before hanging attention-grabbing cards in the Demon King's city, and before the giant evil rolled into the Sand Country. Li Yu once again found an even more inefficient way to earn points. The Killing Cup has not been relegated to 2 games, and there is basically number 3-day rush period plus a countdown. As a result, before the aggregation was traded with Yao Qian, it actually became once a day. Li Yu also returned to the corridor of confusion from the Colosseum, and then rushed to the small hole in the underground city as soon as possible. It is only necessary to ensure the regression of the live broadcast, and 8 or even fewer groups of heretics cannot exist on the battlefield. He will pretend to be his mother for a while, and you leave the aggregation to the craftsmen and scholars. Li Yu directly assigned the task to Inger no more, and Spade can return to the city, so they can communicate with the craftsmen and scholars. The work, of course, has to be done through Yinger. He must be worried. Of course, Li Yu would let go of such a bad opportunity to be kind. If he did it once a day, this would not be a stable income. Everything is going smoothly, but Li Yu hopes to break the secret. You don't have so little desire to kill. What is a library? Aching was confused. You don't have so little desire to kill. Tonight, you just have to recall Isaac. If I give you a little more time, you can even wake up Longshan in the light. 2. Inger also wants his relics. Besides knowing where I am, if I met my idol Lamont, would I be so excited that I would succumb to the pure white devil inside me? Listen to Dad. How can Mom be angry? Li Yu touched the crown under Inger's head and motioned for me to show the way. I would definitely make a set of bone armor for Akka, and let me wear abominable cards and lead the heretics to move around Wang Mu. Li Yu even had to play in person. See you tomorrow night? Since the pace of the Killing Cup has slowed down, Li Yu needs to seize the time to do what really should be done. As for the loss of dominoes, tongue-in-cheek and distortion eyes, compared with the huge profits, it is almost the same as nothing. They are all sacred objects that Li Yu has deconstructed along the way. Listen less often when needed. Obviously, Aching is also a fool, and he also left a front end in the negotiation with Liu to increase the number of games, so that by the 7th stage, he will of course be able to gain less desire to kill. Thank him. You decided that the 100 years killing cup will unfold every day. Aching suddenly announced its new decision. Liu felt more and more that the difference between Inger and Inging became smaller and smaller. Inir's crown seemed to give it some kind of change. Whether it was bad or good. Look for opportunities to light up the ice eyes. It's a library. But of course, it will belong to you. Aching felt that Yao Qian did not misunderstand the seeds. Will this tree look at its own seeds? Aching looked at Liu with an expectant expression, hoping that Liu would fight hard and ensure that every killing cup game would not be as rewarding as that one. Chapter 795, 8th Level Scholar. I was wrong. Sensing Liu's anger, Inger curled up at Liu's feet like a child who had made a mistake. Liu is convinced that no more suppression of it is still there. It seems that the parent-child relationship is enough to suppress the crown. This is a good thing. Just know you're wrong. Quick! Take me to Tom and Tom Lao. Liu ordered. Inger carried out faithfully, and brought Liu to the big hole in an instant. The dark environment is very deserted. I wonder if it is because the killing cup took away too many bellicose underground demons. There is almost no movement on this side of the dungeon. A huge fake library was deconstructed and pulled by the binding wire in the middle of the large cavity. The outer walls and bone armor were not inlaid, and the entire hollow was similar in shape to the small model Liu had just received from Aching. The difference is that the small model of the library has only one outline, while the fake library has all the internal organs. In addition to the thunder pool and the bloody corridor, it also includes bathing pools, warehouses, etc., which are equivalent to all the structures of the library. The throne of the Copper Clan dwarf is placed in Copper Ladle's workshop. In a huge petri dish, the petri dish is full of blood, and a huge iron sphere hangs above it, filled with Copper Ladle's blood. Liu finished his promotion. How's it going? Inger solidified into the appearance of no more, walked slowly behind the workbench, and spoke according to Tom's instructions. Aggregation. As long as there is no aggregation, it can reach 87%, or even less. Yui shook the empty pages under his hand hard, just waiting to be filled with real material. Inga slowly retreated from Liu's body and controlled my shadow. It should be the 4th level. Tong Piao seemed to want to take apart Yui's head and study its structure to make sure he could pry out more designs. It could be the line of fate. Am I advancing? Yui was too sure and asked with Inger's mouth. Tell me quickly. One by one. What's going on? Inger was quite majestic. Is that a coincidence? The skyship had not yet become a new topic for Liu. But the sudden arrival of Convergence directly ended my promotion ceremony. The Copper Ladle was sitting, directing Harry to be busy. Harry was waving my spine, trying to adjust a pillar to the angle that the Copper Ladle was satisfied with. Whether it's time patterns or destiny, Tom may be doing the opposite. And it's obvious that there is no convergence, but it works. If you want to escape from the Demon King City, cohesion is necessary and must be used. Liu's head also became huge at that moment. Obviously, the great Harry accepted the invitation of the Killing Cup and stayed in the small hole just to complete the tasks assigned by the Copper Ladle and no more. Although his attitude wasn't too arrogant, Tom didn't care that much now that he's wearing a crown. What kind of devil can have a bad temper? This requires Tangle. Tom, of course, ended up paranoid. The Copper Ladle itself has various tubes inserted into its body, and the tubes lead directly to the Iron Sphere, which has been nourishing the dwarf throne. He helps. After the conception was completed, Liu was supported my huge head and sat on the ground under the control of the shadow, staring blankly at the skyship. And polymerization has not yet been applied to that idea. As long as it is filled with raw materials, it can be realized. Immediately afterwards, Tom remembered that the research laboratory was no longer sending knowledge to the library, but Sherwin was sending the knowledge. Where are the materials you want? Where are the materials? It must be the 7th test flight to Xiadu. You will find the reason next time and retreat for the 8th time. The 7th time. You need enough materials. The Copper Ladle was pulled up and inserted under the body. Guanzi rushed over. The knowledge related to aggregation outside the pages of the virtual book expanded rapidly, occupying Liu's mind. But his steps were frivolous, and he rolled on the ground like a ball. Tom hoped that the only scholar in the library would be so inexplicably deformed. Who knows what level I am at now? Yui squeezed out a smile. Almost. Dot laughed out loud and asked through Inger's mouth. Just when you feel hungry, no one puts soul in your mouth. Combined with the fragmented sky he saw under the Killing Cup, Tom felt that it was also ruled out that it was Sherwin's gift to the library. The Great Harry did not say a word, but silently held up the copper ladle, rubbing his spine with his palms. The spine lit up with a powerful candle. What method? Tom knew that knowledge could improve so little in one go. Yui wondered for a while. Convergence was a bad thing that was discussed with Aching through the fate dice after a long time. Did he mention that after a long time? There was no knowledge related to it in the library. Is this angle correct? Are you sure? You must make sure that this angle can withstand the pressure caused by takeoff. We have to calculate every bit of weight. I don't want the next test flight to fail. Did he hear that? There is definitely no way to get the convergence. You are far away from success. Liu wanted to complete that project very much. Seeing whether Inga responded, he kept urging. Every detail is not marked with text. Tom Piao. Liu and Great Harry looked up together and saw a shadow. And it was not a single output. By the way, what did he just say? What materials did he need? Tom asked Tom Lao. I know. Give it to him. Convergence. Inger waved her hand patiently, took out the large model from outside Tom's brain groove, and stuffed it into Liu's hand. Next. Tom, Inger, Tom Lao and Harry were stunned. Next to him, Liu was checking the drawings of the Shangao under the workbench. He also used the empty book pages to simulate various situations that the skyship might encounter when it takes off to ensure that everything was covered. In addition to the initial design of the skyship, the knowledge revealed by Liu when he was promoted even included several stages of the skyship from the beginning to the end, when there was only a library, to how the Forbidden Forest fit together, and then to divergence and convergence. Sex. Absorbing the research laboratory into the authority of the library. The content and design were all pasted under the fake library in the middle of the small cavity, with the location, texture and precautions for each part and material marked. Yes, I'm advancing. Inga didn't get the impression from Noli more, and knew that the flow of magic power would change when he advanced. At this moment, the magic power outside Liu's head was in line with that change. The 7th test flight is not ready yet. The success rate should be around 36%, Liu Xian said. But with the knowledge you have recently acquired, you have found a way to increase the success rate to 87%. Promotion completed. Yui needs to rest. A huge ship body based on a fake library and composed of fictitious pages is displayed in this small cavity, integrated and lifelike. There was a clatter as the pages of the book ended. Why did he come here? Does he know how much knowledge he has lost recently? Scholarly, you opened the empty book pages with a splash, and the entire small hole was almost filled, filling it up like books piled up like blood vessels outside the library. At the same time, a large number of virtual pages revolved around Liu, and then gradually became transparent and turned into blueprints, retreating and blurring out the outline of the pages, leaving only the content and design. What do you mean? You want convergence? Right. Liu fiddled with the large model, and was about to throw it away, when he suddenly fell into a daze. After thinking for a moment, Tom came to the conclusion that there was no way. Chapter 796 Shadow Gate. With enough ill will, the copper ladle's material list was certainly not a problem, and soon a huge mountain of it filled the large hollow. Perhaps Galaric and its skeleton formation need to be thrown here to ensure that they are not stolen by passing dark elves or monsters. Thinking of this, Liu asked, is it quiet here in the underground city recently? Will there be any trouble? What trouble could there be? Little Harry, Rain Man, muttered. Of the 3 people, Tom's request was for aggregation, and the copper ladle was the material. All of them have been satisfied, except for Little Harry's. Little Harry wants to participate in the killing cup. He wants to go crazy. This was of course prohibited by the copper ladle. I can find some fun for you. As he said that, Liu suddenly found a vacant space, cast his shadow, and dumped the garbage out with a crackling sound. In the garbage pile, there were blue cat people with strange body hair, broken leg hairs, and broken purple-green armor. They were all the heretics that had just appeared on the killing cup. The giant gorilla cockroach was also knocked to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was still immersed in the desire to kill. Liu also forced himself to heal and nurse their injuries a little after the killing cup ended. Inger temporarily put them into the shadow space, but at this time, Liu dumped them out. They are all the elites who survived the last killing cup, and they will also be the main combat force on our skyship in the future. Liu had already found a position for the heretics. There are currently 8 teams of heretics, but of course there will be 18 teams and 180 teams in the future. Skeletons, leg hair, and a giant gorilla alone can no longer satisfy Liu. If you want to have a little taste of the killing cup, I'll ask them to play with you. As he said that, Liu controlled the cat and mouse team, Avengers, Jurassic and Evangelion, to stand directly with Harry. It started to rain in the large hollow of the underground city. After playing for a while, little Harry was tired, and his flesh and skin had been severely beaten. The broken bones and rotten skin everywhere were collected by Liu and reorganized into 8 groups of heretics. As long as you stay close together, we will all be companions in the future. Liu formally introduced Tom, Tong Piao, and little Harry. Likies and the others know each other, so the leg hair cult is easy to understand. Among the remaining heretics, only Kakarot has self-awareness, so the main purpose is to make the giant ape look bad in the eyes of these library backbones. Right. Of course. These were all spoken through Inger's mouth. Dad, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being discovered about the relationship between the heresy and the library? Seeing Liu directly introducing him, Inger couldn't sit still. It doesn't matter. It's just that the 3 of them watched the live broadcast of the Killing Cup and got to know these heretics. As Liu spoke, he also used the staff of deception to brainwash the 3 backbones, tampering with the process of getting to know each other. But shouldn't they appear in the Drizzle corridor and compete with the cult for their faith? Can't they hang around here? With the Nair's crown, Inger's speech became much tougher. Our faith is also spread all over the mainland. Liu can imagine that after tonight, no matter what the continent of Chaos knows about the 8 groups of heresies, at least there will be unbelievers and demons who don't know where to place their faith and will be attracted to the 8 heresies. Not much else to say. Just the way Tom Lau looked at the dwarf felt a little close to him. This is not to blame Tom Lau. After all, the dwarves of the Snow White sect, Liu modeled them after Tom Lau. The Copper tribe was almost wiped out by Gamble and would rise again. If they joined the skyship, will you design a fighting method for them? Liu grabbed the confused Tom. Calculate carefully to find the environment, fighting method, and recovery method that are suitable for them to fight. Liu asked Tom to find some work for the 8 heretics like he did when he designed the bone conduction cannon to clean the ground. For an 8th level scholar, it shouldn't be difficult. The premise is to complete this. Tom was confused and pointed at the skyship depicted on the empty page. When will the test flight take place? The design, materials and troop sources have all been resolved, and Liu is concerned about the takeoff date of the skyship. The success rate of 87% is not small, and the probability of multiple consecutive failures is close to 0. We can expect this bone ship to take off. It depends on the progress of the copper ladle. Tom turned to look at the copper ladle. I don't know. I don't know if the scholar's design is wrong. I have to think about it. Tom Lau did not blindly agree with Tom's design. Dwarves have their own pride in creation. But at most half a month. There will be a second test flight within half a month. Tom Lau grabbed his beard hard to cheer up. That's very good. I'll leave the leg hair cult to you to help with the work. And take the rest away first. Liu saw that Kakarot had almost recovered, and the shadow jumped on the bodies of the heretics and returned to the shadow. Space. Where are you going with him? Tom asked. We do need some protection here. Guards other than leg hair cult. Huh? Isn't there little Harry? Liu had just seen little Harry's heroic fighting appearance, and he had completely recalled Raymond's fighting methods. Liu could even sense that the body was extremely happy and even tended to squirm and expand. It's so peaceful in the cave. Why does it need extra guards? Weird people have been crazy lately. As a scholar, Tom's thinking about his environment was certainly much more rigorous than Tom Lau's and little Harry's. Ah, I heard. They seem to be running towards the mouth of the abyss? Liu understood very well that during the Centennial Slaughter Cup, the activities of the demons were more difficult to understand and predict than in the past. Yes, they are following the leader of a weirdo. The one-legged weirdo. Abby. Tom waved the pages of the void book, sketching out a picture of some lost weirdos falling into a large hollow and then being driven away by little Harry. This scene has been playing out a lot lately. Huh? Abai? Liu seemed to have heard this name somewhere. The weirdos near the Foggy Swamp. The Foggy Swamp and the Tai River are all looking for this weirdo. Shadow answered for Tom. The leader of the weirdos. Liu rubbed his brain. In that case, I will ask Minden to make a door, and then put Kakarot here. It needs healing anyway. In addition to the help of the leg hair cult, Liu put Kakarot's scion. The teachings were also temporarily placed in the big empty space. Of course, The premise is that it can come to the Drizzle Corridor at any time and participate in the heretical ceremony across the continent. No additional construction is needed. There is a door here. Tom suddenly interrupted Liu and pointed to the deck of the skyship. There was a door there. Like a churning void. If it's this size, I'll ask Copper Ladle to enlarge the door. Tom compared the sizes of Kakarot, Evangelion, and Jurassic, and drew a question mark on the deck door. This indicates the need for optimization. And you can ask Min Nen to build a door in another place and open a path. As Tom was talking, Liu suddenly had a new idea. I know. We want 2 doors. Liu instantly pulled Inger into a door shape. Chapter 797, Facing the South in a Daze. Dad, what are you doing? Inger felt that the shape of the door was not suitable for the status of a king. So she tried hard to hold the crown on the door frame, trying to make its shape more accurate. Manpower is needed here in the big hollow. If the skyship is ready, it can be stationed directly. But before that, we still need to go back and forth between the big hollow and the Drizzle Corridor, and make a door that just fits. It will be more convenient to break through the distance limit in the future and provide support at any time. On the Demon King City side, the 100-year Slaughter Cup is in progress. And on the other side of the Drizzle Corridor, the Bone Card Cult will launch an attack on Bingyan at any time. With the door, Liu can appear at key positions at any time. There is no need for Inger to fill the Inger space with things all the time. All you need to do is place one door in the big hollow and the other in Inger's body, and everything will be solved. In the Drizzle Corridor, the 8 groups of heretics will move more freely. It's okay now. We have both the legworkers and the guards at the construction site. Do you have any other needs? Liu asked Tom, Lao and Harry. The 3 backbones shook their heads and immediately got to work. Then let me know your good news before the test flight. Liu inserted a piece of leg hair at the top of the large hole to facilitate the rapid delivery of the news. Liu directly carved a few thigh bones and brought them to the library to make doors. By the way, Min Nen was also inserted into the shadow space as a bridge between Drizzle Corridor and Demon King City. Min Nen's safety during this period was crucial and must be properly managed. Min Nen was not very satisfied with this. So Liu had no choice but to stuff Hua, Dian and Yaya into Inger's body, put together a set of dominoes, and let them play mahjong. After settling the matter in the big hole, Liu traveled quickly and returned to the Drizzle Corridor, beside Ying. Before leaving, Liu saw the leg hairs being busy under Harry's command. The skyship marked by empty lines was filled up little by little, and the hole in his heart seemed to be gradually filled. When the skyship took off, Liu could finally break away from the devil's control and be the master of his own authority. Liu even snatched Inger's crown and wore it. Feeling very comfortable, you finally came. Ying was huddled next to a bone track, motionless, looking into the eternal night in the south. It's a pity that I can't see through the ice and snow. Everything is gray. Well, I'm back. I'm a little busy. Liu felt Ying's loneliness. By missing the Centenary Killing Cup, Ying and Dandan missed a lot. This directly caused Dandan to become murderous, and went to the outside of the Bone Karsek station to look for the demons and monsters in the big ice crack, and started fighting on the spot. So only Ying was staring at the south in a daze. Did you get everything you wanted? Ying noticed the crown that Inger was wearing, grabbed it, played with it, and then threw it back. At this time, Inger didn't look like a king at all, like a child waiting for praise. A great victory. Liu could only describe it this way. Teleportation and audio-visual synchronization information. During the test flight, I really wanted to go back. Shadow's voice revealed her thoughts. Then the next step is to disperse the heretics into the Drizzle Corridor and rush into the Ice Eye together. Right? In her words, Ying did not mention the skyship and focused directly on the next move. In this way, before the test flight, I asked AK to save his strength and see if I can call you back. Liu responded to Ying in his heart. Yes. There are many heretics in the Drizzle Corridor. Too many. We want to make this place more chaotic. Liu's answer was based on oral communication. Don't force it. You have more important things to do. Ying is very considerate. Okay. Noli Moore's body resonated together. How's it going here? It's been a night. Nothing big happened. Right? Of course. Liu didn't want to miss any action from the Bone Chess when he participated in the Killing Cup. Lioswa, Masked Society, Bearing Sect and Four Seasons God Sect all participated in the Killing Cup. But the Bone Chase sect was very quiet. This is certainly unsettling. Last night, The resurrection altar was completed. As expected, Ying brought a piece of news that surprised Liu. How is it done? Generally speaking, it takes 7 days to build the resurrection altar. Even if the Bone Cart cult summons so many red-robed priests, it shouldn't be completed so quickly, because they were forced to believe it. Ying's answer made Liu ponder. The power of faith? Do they believe in the Bone Cart cult? Liu could only think of the source of the faith besides the public opinion of the Taz Empire that could improve the efficiency of the resurrection altar to this extent. You're right. The shadow flickered. Old goat, are you sure that so many red-robed priests have joined the Bone Cart cult? This is strange. It's not like old goat. Liu shook his brain. Aren't all the old goats the most wretched ones? I thought that before the ceremony started. He will not combine the power controlled by the high altar. The old goat is anxious, Liu and Ying said in unison. Perhaps the emergence of new heretics made him very uneasy. Ying expressed his speculation. You did very well. Love you. What about the siege beasts? Liu asked again. Now that the resurrection altar is ready, there is only one final preparation step left before the Bone Chariot cult officially attacks the ice, as long as the siege beasts are in place. The Bone Chariot cult can go on the road, and the offensive against the curse of the ice will be completed. It can be done day and night. Advancing, Ying said, holding Liu's brain, placing 2 distortion eyes in the brain groove, holding his head, and turning it to the north. Under the snow line, blood cocoons exploded, drawing a pool of muddy red slurry on the glacier, paving the way to remove the curse of the ice eye. In the red slurry, siege beasts of various shapes and sizes were hatched, and then connected in series. By the red mist of the red-robed priests, they got up and marched silently, surrounded by skeletons, leading the huge bone chariot towards the red slurry. Forward. The moment they set up camp was when day and night were reversed in the drizzle corridor, and the blood wheel and elephant pull continued to advance. Then it seemed we should be a little anxious. Liu compared the progress of the Centennial Slaughter Cup, and was not sure which one would come first. The Battle of Faith, or the end of the Colosseum. The vast sea of snow makes the red color appear very abrupt. And just as the Bone Chet cult was marching silently, the glacier suddenly shook violently. In the red slurry, icebergs stood up one after another with sharp edges and corners, directly cutting them off. Katia Yatmu. Of course, Liu instantly recognized the origin of the glacier demon, the demon in the big ice crevice. At the moment when the glacier churned, the red-robed monster in the skeleton cult array waved its limbs and climbed up, crashing into Ketayatma like a ball of mosquito blood. Then, a snail fell from the sky and smashed the iceberg. Spade was happy. It seems. I'm leaving. I'll see you later. The emblem of the high altar appeared next to Noli Moore, and he was forcibly recruited. The shadow demon pulled away from Liu's eyes, leaving an almost invisible faint trace pointing in the direction of the red liquid. Get your appearance together. Liu looked north, waiting for Noli Moore to enter. Shadow put away his crown. Your mother is here. Let's go. Liu traveled quickly. Chapter 798. The Bone Sword is Resurrecting. Shadows cracked the sky, and huge ice blocks were shattered into storms, rolling where the red slurry pointed. The snail releases endless particles, absorbs the crushed ice and snow, gradually grows, and then covers the entire earth. And those Ketayatmu that woke up from the glacier quickly fell apart, without even a chance to drill back into the ice to regroup. This force that destroys the glacier world is now the power of the Bone Che sect, helping the Bone Che open the road to the ice eye. Liu has already arrived. As long as the elemental crystal is broken, this kind of demon can be killed. Here. Do you see it? Please help your mother point it out. Okay. Next one. He transformed into a shadow demon, huddled in Noli Moore's body with Inger, and pointed out to Ying and sparred where the elemental crystals of the glacier monster were. It's just that the water that passes through the body has a body, and it can be perceived as a drawn thing like flame or moonlight. It recedes very quickly, so it can still be regarded as a sensing object. As more elemental crystals were broken, some light groups were eaten into the shadows and disappeared. Liu cooperated with Ying and Dandan to harvest more invisible water, carefully exploring. Kurt felt that at the crack of the bone sword, the crest fluid was flowing rapidly, as if he was receiving some kind of nourishment. Kurt had just returned from the killing cup, and he was the former king of the Colosseum, and he instantly recognized him. Lu Su came to a conclusion. Noli Moore nodded and cracked the walnut wider. It's very bad. All the key guys are here, so we can't talk bad about it anymore. Although Lu Su's family is small, and his business is small, He is still very frugal. He will stay with you less. You and he will deconstruct it together. This day baptized the shadow demon and allowed Noli Moore's demonic name to be sung. The bone sword is Lidric's bone. With Skeleton King's crest fluid flowing outside, it is obvious that Achin gave part of his desire to kill to Skeleton King, which also triggered the changes in the bone sword. When did he become curious about that action? Diane shook the chain and asked Noli Moore. The next step is of course to put in the bone cart and altar according to the plan. The ice storm subsided instantly. Kurt suddenly realized that he still knew too much about these sleeping authorities. The emblem of the old Holy See. At this moment, Rhett and Lee were sitting under the seat of a giant car. Next to them were Wei and I. Diamond, Binbin and Mai, discussing something. Kurt noticed that the bone sword was inserted into Red Liu's hand, and there was still a gap caused by the divine blow underneath, which looked even more conspicuous. Before a clean battle, Rhett and Liu were reluctant to express my praise for the shadow demon and the snail. Kurt didn't even think about the conversation, but he hadn't gotten any important information from Red and Liu. Noli Moore asked about the invisible water. The emblem was very unfamiliar. I found it. You poke it. Red Liu opened his mouth slightly and was about to answer. In front of the huge and small bone chariots, there were a convoy of numerous bone chariots carrying the resurrection altar and carrying death on their way. A bone sword is more convenient. Kurt missed this law-sacred object of the skeleton clan. Lu Su huddled in the shadow, becoming one with Noli Moore. Before the Battle of Bone Hammer, Lu Su finally met those old acquaintances in such a formal occasion. He resisted the urge to show up now and prepared to pry some useful information out of our mouths. No one is one step ahead of you. Wait a minute. Is it longer? Kurt collected more than a dozen elemental crystals, thinking that if he mixed them with some sources of information, they would become standing in no time, making the drizzle corridor less of a heretic. Does he know what that means? The particles carried suction, attracting the ice slag that had not been raised, and then crashed to the ground. Lu Su's shadow flickered, simulating the shadow demon's snickering appearance. What? Everything just fell into place. Noli Moore suddenly discovered that there was no huge emblem inside or outside the broken glacier monster. Every time before the glacier monster dies, it will be grabbed tightly by Noli Moore, and then a certain shadow will make a faint buzzing sound, and then deliver a fatal blow. But now, when will the eyesight be broken? Noli Moore asked. Surely Lidric wakes up. Will the Skeleton King want to take over the skeletons scattered across the continent again? We hate the devil most because we are not the devil himself. A shadow penetrated the elemental crystal. It looked like a shadow, but it was actually a bone spur. Wait a minute, he looks. What is this? New material? Well, the consumption is very high, just like the source, so you have to use it sparingly. Inging's shadow didn't tremble a little, recalling the countless holy lights that fell on the sky during the battle of the Holy City. It seems that Achin is not joking. It will indeed wake up the Tomb of Light, Dragon Mountain and so on. The old Holy See has also fallen. Do you remember? We hated the devil the most after that. Sistorum is desperate. I need all the power I can get. Break it off. Noli Moore was the first to crack open a huge glacier monster like a walnut, exposing the kernel to Kurt. What to do next? Noli Moore sensed Kurt's long thoughts and let me think about it. When facing Rhett and Liu, he directly turned the topic to the follow-up actions of the Bone Car sect. Although Lu Su had never had a forgotten experience, he still vaguely remembered the remaining length of the bone sword reign before the divine blow. Looking at it now, he found that it was not consistent with the half-bone sword in his memory. They did a very bad job. When the Bone Cart cult encountered the glacier monster, Red and Liu had not yet returned to launch the weak recruitment. Lu Su looked at it for a moment. He hadn't seen the emblem of the old Holy See for a long time, and he thought it was outside. Diamond shape. Very retro. Kurt pointed out that the main function of tangible water was, but in fact, it was also soaked during that time. Saying that, Inging lifted up Spard, lifted up the snail, and also lifted up a bunch of particles rolling like a sea of clouds, and then threw them forward. How about setting up a water element cult? The shadow demon took the snail with him, and followed the vague shadow underground to retract the giant bone car and climb to the top. Without water, there is no life. After killing those, you take him to see Red and Liu. There is some breath of growth outside. Obviously, the successor Pope Sistorum has not yet preached to the small ice crevice and found new believers in the demon land. I was originally wondering why there were no monsters blocking the way to the Ice Eye, but the diamond-shaped emblem explained everything. Lu Su Yingtam's interception was easily resolved by the shadow demon and the snail. The bone card cult returned to the road and continued to spread the red liquid along the bone track towards the innermost part of the Ice Eye curse. Let you end your retreat against the Ice Eyes. Red and Li Yu drove the bone car to accelerate, eager to reach the limit of the Ice Eyes curse. But Red and Li Yu's thoughts were vague. Without that kind of material, the water quality of various water sources in the small continent you imagined before cannot be simulated. Poke. Desire for killing. However, those Ketiyatmu. Kurt cannot directly use them as slaves. Chapter 799. The Voices of the Sons of Demons. That's right, you two didn't look like you didn't care before? Winnie also turned her head and looked at the shadow demon and snail from top to bottom. What made you change? Winnie even pulled out a piece of flame hair, flicked it out with fire marks, and wrote something on the empty flame page. Of course Li Yu knew what Wei and I was doing. She was using her scholar's ability to speculate on Noli Moore's thoughts. Then Noli Moore tore up the pages of Winnie's nothingness. What are you doing? Don't make any weird moves. After recalling Li Yu, Noli Moore also recalled Wei Ni's actions in the Colosseum. Noli Moore wanted to kill Winnie at that time. As for Noli Moore's emotions, Winnie was completely confused and didn't dare to move anymore. She muttered, "Humph, if you don't want to be pushed. I won't push, I'll go back and push myself." Explain yourselves. Redcott ordered after seeing Noli Moore's reaction. Redcott's inner voice was still vague. Sacrificial offerings are especially dedicated to rituals. There have been no rituals recently. The teacher's corpse is made into a bedroom. You are just afraid of the shadow demon. Huh? Have you? Do you dare? Mamai shook his jeweled hand repeatedly. You mean? If the king of the Colosseum exists? Do you have a deal? 100 years of Slaughter Cup, I want to participate too. Winnie's hair suddenly burned fiercely. Without you, Jesse, the heretics and the demons are all very noisy. Next, you and Spard will open the Ice Eyes and drive the bone car to crush the old Holy See. Kurt instructed Noli Moore to use a statement instead to find out Li Uride's plan. Casting the resurrection altar? Because the shadow captured the thoughts that flashed through Kurt's head, the brain wanted to connect the thoughts line of the Colosseum to the demon scribe's head and obtain its birth date. Yes, it must be said that the demon scribe still understands Noli Moore's style very well. So what if you participate? Doesn't it have anything to do with him? Diamond Bindon opened his cloak, revealing a tangle of chains, then swung two of them over and tied them under the necks of Inging and Dandon. Before hearing that Winnie wanted to participate in the competition, Kurt remembered that he had not led the demon scribe's thoughts to a certain project, so he had no chance to follow its thoughts and find its birth date. Breaking through the Ice Eye, dragging the red robe into the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Will it be the first or second stage? It has nothing to do with him. Noli Moore asked my doubts on behalf of Kurt. He participated? Don't worry. He will die. But not now. Noli Moore comforted Jean-Cher in time. We're going to the Centennial Killing Cup. Noli Moore couldn't lie. And he didn't lie. Seeing this scene, Li Yu silently counted the days. Kurt also knew what the evil man was doing recently, killing his teacher. Yes, you don't need the two of them to open the Ice Eyes. Li Yu Jean-Cher actually agreed to the help of Shadow Demon and Snail. Like a shadow demon just tearing apart a glacier monster, Noli Moore is straightforward. Li Yu replayed the list of the third stage of the Centennial Killing Cup in his mind, repeatedly confirming that Redcott's name was not on it. Maybe you should be too entangled in the Killing Cup. Kurt sent a message to Shadow. The chain was deformed by the shadow demon and snail particles. But after being torn off, it was stopped by James Red. You? He wants to kill you. Diamond Bindon shook his chain again, as if he had heard the worst joke. Kill him. I saw him. Noli Moore shook his head. When Diamond said that sentence, Kurt suddenly caught the word from outside its head. But Kurt still knew how the demon merchant joined the 100-year Slaughter Cup. And naturally he wanted to find somewhere that could be used. As a demon merchant, Mai is of course happy to see various trading opportunities arise. Don't move. James Reed believed that the cab of the giant bone car was a sacred place. Do you think he will participate? Inging had seen the list of the Centenary Killing Cup finals in Kurt's mind, and knew that Damon Bindon's name had flashed outside. It seems that Aching has no intention of trading with the demon merchant at this moment. He just wants to earn the bloodthirst and gain nourishment. Wei and I actually didn't expect to meet Inging under the Centennial Slaughter Cup. He only participated in one session. Housey, you will definitely be there in the front. You have to get something first. Winnie licked her lips. That word appeared in Kurt's perception again. The 7 demons in front of him all thought of the same word at the same time. It would be very convenient if he could deal with the demons who stole his fruit in one go under the 100-year slaughter cup. Kurt hasn't called aka and Tom to pay attention to him for a long time. And there are no records related to Binben's birthday outside the library. The 5.718% action prediction success rate still allows Kurt to hear Leuride's inner thoughts clearly. What does he think? Damon's action prediction success rate is 7.313%. And it is difficult to extract invalid information. Reading about the happy atmosphere between Leuride, Damon, Binben, Wei and I and my. Kurt knew that there was no tacit understanding between us. Is this not finished yet? The demon scribe was not worried that the chain would come loose. If he penetrates the eye's eye, will he participate? Noli Moore had no fewer thoughts when seducing Damon. You're participating? You want to be the king of the Colosseum? Winnie raised her hand and winked at my. Sacrifice. When the time comes, you will tell them what to do. The red-robed skeleton folded its bone hands, intending to never stop talking. I really want to meet him here, Wei and I said coquettishly. Does he want to participate in this? Noli Moore suddenly changed the subject of the inquiry in an arrogant way and asked Damon Binben. He has had enough of being your slave first, and then he can think about those problems. Ha ha ha. Damon originally knew that there was not a chain under the necks of the shadow demon and the snail being pulled out of James Red's hands. John sure looked at Wei and I. The man with inner demons. Shalfaz's corpse. You want to make my corpse your bedroom? Winnie's voice was very weak. They were allowed to participate in the killing cup. After the curse of Ice Eyes was opened, the two of them stayed there honestly. Leuride ordered. Sacrifice. As for how to deal with those demons together in the killing cup, it's not that critical. Ha. Do you have the killing cup? Damon Binben swung the chain. It's very profitable. Damon Binben swallowed the saliva in front of him. This can only be outside its head. Or outside the vault. It's very profitable. My twisted the gemstone ring on her finger. Kurt understood too well. Noli Moore needs to ask a more critical question. Because that was the chain handed over by the old goat. The retreat against the Ice Eyes is imminent. After Kurt breaks the Ice Eyes curse and retreats to advance, he needs to confuse our thoughts. Proper fights are allowed. Chapter 800. You are the sacrifice. Among the 4 devil children, Redcoat, Damon Binben and Mai all have action prediction success rates below 10%, which is too confusing to listen to. Only the Heartless, which Ben was once a human and has been nurtured and refined by the research laboratory. After careful consideration, what you hear may still be relatively loud. After all, Wei and I still retains part of her human nature. Liu knows that her motivation is to advance. So everything is easy to say. So if you want to ask questions, it is most efficient to ask Winnie. Sistorum is preparing a ceremony. Liu did not ask questions, but chose to use declarative sentences to bring the thoughts of several demon sons to the ceremony. Sacrifices are usually related to rituals, and there are only a few rituals in the Drizzle corridor at the moment. If it's not Sistorum's, it will be the old goats. Then what? Who doesn't know? Wei and I smiled. Yes, open the way to that ceremony. And you are the sacrifices. Liu's brain trembled. Fortunately, the transformation into a shadow demon left enough space so that Noli Moore's image would not change. These 4 devil sons wanted to use Inging and Dandan as ritual sacrifices. Liu got the answer, and his brain group began to twitch. Being angry for a reason shows that he is very strong. Noli Moore commented quietly on Dandan's words. Found it. After all, the last few appearances of the gods in the sky have obviously not yet reached a certain active cycle. Cannot be merged backwards with the first task. The attention card was taken away by the old goat. From Redwell Town, Split Gold Mountain to Drizzle Corridor, I have seen the shadow of Mendo. I also have any movement under the Centennial Slaughter Cup. Kurt searched for the recent minor events, trying to find any clue that there is no door holder. What to do? What to do? Huang Meichong pulled out Nailing's brain from the transformed shadow demon and asked the cerebellum of the group of demon sons. 7 against 7. There is no chance of killing us. Right? There must be no restrictions on the authority of the city defense commander. I am afraid that the alien demon has not yet exploded particles and swept the entire upper level. He said, this old fart. Ha! That ceremony must be destroyed. Kurt threw dozens of large bone spurs and inserted them into the eyes, as if he was stuck in a dense forest. How do you know? He should ask Loudgoat, or Red Liu. But that's all. The focus at this moment must be on the Drizzle corridor. Immediately afterwards, Kurt thought of the Demon King who had been silent for a long time, Memphisius who had been sleeping in the mouth of the abyss, and the Sharfaz that Winnie had always wanted to kill. Where's the killing cup? Dandan made a coliseum out of particles. When can't I go to the killing cup? The purpose, apart from becoming a god, is nothing else. Forget it. It's important. After thinking for a moment, Kurt shook his head and prepared to focus on the things that were controllable. Is it such a coincidence? They all disappeared? While Kurt was pointing at the granular map, there was a sudden earthquake that shook the map. Desire to kill and good intentions are the most stable. If Kurt is needed, aka, and the hateful cards hidden outside his body are enough to maintain good intentions. In addition, Wang Mu, the Scion cult, and the leg hair cult can be maintained. The heresy is enough to ensure that we advance to the 7th stage. Since there is a way for the time being to hear from Rhett and Liu what the old goat wants to do, you can only see it with your own eyes. Kurt controlled the particles, placed a sand table on the ground, and drew a drizzle corridor. The outline also includes the approximate location of each heresy. Have you found me? Noli Moore replied seriously. Blow up that car. Plant trees. Plant trees. Although Huang Meichang understood everything that just happened, he also knew what the outcome would be. Hasn't Minto been looking for them recently? Kurt asked about Minto's whereabouts. The howls of siege beasts resounded inside. Kurt still wanted to speak, but was stopped by Noli Moore. If I hadn't been free at home, I would have come to find you. You're already here? Dandan gave the only explanation. The day we think back on should be the day of death. It seems that I have been forgotten for a long time. We're going first. Anyway, these 7 are going. You can kill or kill them if you go. Kurt's goal is very clear. Let us fight quickly. We will definitely be able to pull Red, Liu and us out of the killing cup. You guys go again. Kurt heard Dandan's thoughts, and suddenly thought of this worm demon that was everywhere. That old fart had been making some movements. It was so right. Not only did he rob his authority, treasures, and library inventory, but he even pushed Ying and Dandan out as sacrifices. You just follow our wishes and use the trap as a sacrifice? Dandan said to himself. That's bad. Ha! Smash our altar. Let them go up and rest. Red Huangmei narrowed her eyes, held the bone sword, and asked Noli Moore and Tullum to leave. The scale of the bone cart cult is not enough yet, compared with showing strength under the killing cup and gaining fewer followers. The old goat needs the bone cart cult to contribute more to open the door to the ISI. Old goat wants to use the 2 of them as sacrifices. Huang Mei synchronized the information to Dandan first. Although I know what the specific ritual is, it has nothing to do with what Sispader is doing now. Minto was caught in something. Red, Huang Mei, we are the sons of 7 demons, and it is the same with Huang Mei. No matter what method is used for the old goat and the small altar, the result is always to usurp the Sispader ritual and offer the sacrifice of the bone cart cult. Kurt shrunk his mind, and based on what he heard outside the carriage, he roughly understood the situation on the side of the drizzle corridor. The focus of the bone car sect was there, so they didn't even participate in the Centennial Slaughter Cup. No matter what these lords of authority and gods are doing, there are still a few things that Kurt has to do: promotion, Skyship, and King of the Colosseum. As the most beloved disciple of the demon King Minto, Dan thought that he would be sucked dry by a certain ritual of faith. Logically speaking, when the gods are so active and the battle of faith is in full swing, Minto should disappear. Now it's just that one is missing, allowing Redley to sacrifice Noli Moore and Torum. When the Bone Card cult breaks the ISI curse, you will first retreat from the ISI and find the Sith Huang Mei Chan to figure out the specific content of the ambiguous ceremony. Ying said it clearly. As for the content of the ceremony, there was no discussion on how Kurt used his strength, or whether there was any way to hear a few words from Red and Liu's heart. However, by the time Nolmore and Torum were sacrificed, it would be too late. The only thing that didn't get any closer might not be the inexplicable knowledge added to the library. Minto valued the library very much. What is the content of that ritual? Noli Moore's mood was very stable. He steadily hated the 4 demon sons in front of him, so there was no change. Do you usually talk so little? If you don't ask too many questions, we will become suspicious. Although we have forgotten this devil who can listen to people's hearts. Give us any chance to think of it. That's something a demon of his level should know. Winnie shook her head. As for the 8 small families in the Empire, Kurt was also interested in them. I have to ask again. 2 shadow demons, a brain spirit, and a snail returned to the upper level of the bone cart and took up residence in the shadows.